Chapter 1 The Deer Hunting Boy. Thessenhungen Theski, cast in jits brilliancy over the sprawling mountains, wily a colossal shadow woof a beast soared above a thesaurilian eggspans, its scanning the verdant forests below. Gradually, it has inded toward the towering peaks that pierced the clouds. Occasionally, flocks soft-birds syrup ted from the distant woodlands, their start-led cry is mingling with thicko a sofen unknown beast's roar, reverberating through heavest montane ranges. In an unremarkable thicket, Abluepeter Nedir stood vigilant, surveying its surroundings with keen awareness. Regent uncommon wildlife blue-patterned deer. This blue-patterned deer stood approximately talerthanaman, adorned with 3 black antlers two short-toned sat the baconlongani at a pit's forehead, thesher tips glimmering with a faint, airy luminescence, suggesting jit was not betrifled with. Its golden fur shimmered under the dappled sunlight filtering through the foliage, the striking bluish stripes in his coat standing out, vividly, twilight's eyes, resembling black jade, sparkled with lively intelligence. Cautiously, Thebluepeter Nedir traversed through Durnus, sensing an unsettling gau reign its vicinity. Yet, just beyond, in the sunlit meadow, cluster so fits favored berries glimmered enticingly, wafting a mouth-watering fragrance on Thebres. Ithid hesitated forquit time, torn between instinctual warning soft danger and the allure of sustenance, having nearly gone a day without a proper meal. The perspective would so close and weighs a temptation too great to resist. Unbeknownst to the deer, a pair of obsidian eyes, fixed intently in it from twin time away, belonged to a boy of approximately 12 or 13 years. Clitting garments fashioned from an unknown beast hide, with coarse eggery trousers woven from rough hemp, his disled hair waist adorned with a crown of intertwined grasses for camouflage. His dark, sun-kissed face bore a theorem soft dried brown mood and green plant juice, while his thin lips howled sign soft cracking. Thebor remained transfixed, swallowing hardash and conscious lilac disparched lips. Despite the cover of Tethicat, Thes weltering he toffed a forest that left his lip, shapadand lined with tiny fissures, leaving him disperitito quincus thirst from thwater pouchetes. Yet, reason held him back. He had been waiting patient, for this for a considerable time. A moment's distraction could send the deer flaying, leaving Hymenast at off profound frustration. Conceal a damaged underbrush, the boy gripped a short spear with a sharp, white as stone a type in his right hand, while his left cautious retrieved a length of grass from his leather pouch, his gazy unwavering lefiket and Abluepeter Nedir, poised Andriata for action. After a brief moment of indecision, Thebluepeter Nedir slowly circled Theber eye patch, failing to detect an imminent danger. It relaxed slightly and advanced, occasionally glancing around, prepared to flay at Thes lightest disturbing an instinct inherent to herbivories. However, as it cautiously approached Theberithicate, it remained doblevisto thepriurking nearby, loweringit shed to inspect the luscious berries. The bush wassled in with plump, yellowing fruits, their skin slightly split a reveal tender white flesh, and a trickle leafy wee soused from the fissures, emitting the yarmatha thad captivateth the deer's senses. Swayed beneath intoxicating scent, Thebluepeter Nedir no longer hesitated. Idi ajurli lower reddit shedto indulgine theberries, devouring them alongside the tender leaves, the delectable fare gradual diminishingness. As Thebluepeter Nedir began to meander around Theber eye patch, Itun wittingly placed an hoof into a patch of rustling leaves. Suddenly, whoosh! That ear felt a tightness around its foot, as if ensnared by an unseen force, and instinctively sensed the danger. It attempted to flee, only to find its sledge ensnared by a stirred grass rope, rendering it tunable to break free in the short term. With a startling sound, it turned in terror, witnessing the sudden rush of a bipedal figure clad in animal hide, crowned with grass, and wielding Gaston spear. At this sight, Theder struggled fiercely, scattering the beloved berries into disert beneath its frantic hooves, which crusheth them into pulp, yet this good no taltrit's fate. Moments earlier, Fong Suen remained fixate on Thebluepeter Nedir, observing as it jed closer to Theberries, gradually lowering its guard. Azutal smile crept across he Alfulfus, a glimmer of triumph danced in his eyes. Having departed from a stribe for 2 days, Hahad stumbled upon Thisber eye patch, ere refined in the treacherous wilderness. Fong Suen treaded cautiously, step was measured, for this location was ideal for setting traps. He was well aware thought these sour berries were favored delicacy among many herbivores, including Thebluepeter Nedir. However, Thebluepeter nedir way zasma social creature, often founding roop soft wada 3, and semetamisup to 7 or 8. Were it not for Theloni deer wandering nearby, Fong Suan would na thavdered to provoke a whole herd. But the solitary, famished Bluepeter nedir had become has target. Having detected Thessala deer earlier, he had torn open Severalberia store Lisa Thyrentis effectively luring Thune suspecting creature closer. Indeed, Asha had surmised, this Linebluepeter appeared starving. Its physique indicated Jithadon lyricent lyriac had maturity. Their essence for its solitary state remained a mystery. Such occurrences were in a tunkaman blue pattern nedir were pernatolosing thyreway. Whether due to competition formates, bang drive noabia leader, or straying to for while foraging, such scenarios were typical, making tis dear an ideal choice for Feng Zuan shunt, minimizing the risk for herd's retaliation. On the first floor, Feng Zuan had 3 snares, each connected to an ear tree branch. The new ses were fashioned from thin twigs, and the mechanism was triggered simplibithedier, stepping into the trap, causing Therapetot tighten immediately. In a struggle wooden lyser veto saccharite further, rendringe escape virtually impossible. This method was commonly employed by hunters in the forest, primarily targeting ordinary wildlife. Thus, when Feng Suan witnessed Thebluepeter nedirence nared and struggling, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and he dashed from Thunderbrush, clutching his wooden spear. Rather than attacking the Panicadir immediately, Hedefli threw the rope, ensnaring Theslander neck of Thebluepeter nedir, before sing to an ear tree to secure the appetite, lie around the thick trunk, finally allowing himself a moment for relief. However, Thegras ropuus not particularly sturdy. Thought Thebluepeter nedir ways among Thuakarov beasts, it still possessed considerable strength. Feng Suan understood the trelying solely anthropus precarious haramainde concethedir could break free. Even a timid herbivore, when threatened with its life, cold become dangerous, leading to potential injury for Feng Xian. How as alone in foods without Elias to assist them. Shu Dean counter the predators lurking in the forest, they would nother-cite tetorle shamil deliver to them, and Thessentoff blood wooden la heighten the peril. Thesi creatures would lachon like relentless parasites, refusing to relent until their pre-wastorn a partan their hunger satiated. Eo. Thebluepeter nedir cridutina larmazits nequasens nared, instinctive lifeing in the opposite direction from Feng Xian. Realizing Hekud na longer afford to it, Feng Suan Waseculiwera thought the commotion could attract more formidable beasts, which wild spell trouble. He swift lised his spear, its tip a flattened stone, polished to a sharp point, glinting white alight. This spearhead, crafted from beneath stone, was harperan more durable than conventional Iran tools. Seeing Feng Zuan's intent to strike, Thebluepeter nedig within marfrantic, and didn't struggle, it inadvertent, lie stepped into another snare. With a sound off toff tropes, its legs tightened, causing Jita stumbleaned fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Zuan's gaze sharpened, and he lunged forward, aiming the stone spirit the deer's eye. With a sickening thud, the spear penetrated deep line to Thebluepeter nedir's left eye, blood mixed with dark fluid streaming down its face. Yow! Hearing the deer's sanguished cry, Feng Zuan steeled himself, vigorous light instinct for before decisively withdrawing, retreating swiftly. This maneuver was essential to avoid the deer's final, desperate retaliation after all, in such mints, eventigental staff creatures could unleash their fury, fighting for their survival. True to his fears, Thebluepeter nedir, sensing its lefebing way, fixed its remaining Feng Suan with a gaze, fled with hatred, preparing for an elastic tough vengeance. Yet, ensnared Bethanus, and having lost an excessive amount of blood, after a brief struggle, it coldly imitafinal, reluctant lament before collapsing, convulsing on ground. In that fleeting mint, it weighs a sif breath had sustoenter, leaving gonliafe and trisaean fallow fit sabdamento attest the tithed note etia, entirely succumbed to death. Feng Suan stood as short distance away, cautiously observing Thebluepeter nedir gradually approached, extending a shanto firmly extract the stone spear lodged in creature. Upon the spear's removal, Thebluepeter nedir convulsed violently and see before falling still. Seeing this, Feng Zuan exhaled lightly, slowly crouching down to assess his situation. At this moment, Thebluepeter nedir had complete lipperished, with only a deep blood holer remaining in its socket. His coisto strikia thius not duetto in a peculiar preference. Firstly, The high doth tebluepeter nadir way, exception light up, making it difficult for a spear to penetrate. Furthermore, should have failed toweth drawth a spear in time, Harriskedden jury from the frenzied deer. Secondly, inflicting Tamani wound swood resultant in overpowering sin toff blood, wick coolly attract carnivorous beasts. Striking through tighter reach, the brain was nearly a fatal blow, conserving Jeff tan swiftly ending the struggle. Additionally, damaging to McFour would diminish the value of pelt, though Fong Suen would never admit such a sentiment. Rising to his fit, Fong Zu England seat around, listening intent lighteth the sound's softest surroundings. Satisfied hat another beast's worry approaching, Hera turned to thethicatware had hidden, retrieving Gabia's thigh pouch the size of a human head, from which he extracted a gracer amicveal. Hecrouched beside the bluepeter nadir, first spinning a handful of mud to block the blood wholly in its socket, then pouring semi-green herbal juice from the violento theory stained with blood. These was to prevent the overpowering scent from wafting away. The vial contained the Jai soft tea bittervine, a vital concoction for forest hunters, effective in a ton lion masking scent dual soin repelling insects. Previously, Fong Suen had applied this verjusto he sky nan face. Completing his tasks, Fong Suen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hair-eyes disgazatoski, whereth the blazing sun hung high, estimating it weighs around midday. Hein ten dead to transport the bluepeter nadirs bought back to the tribe before nightfall. Having been hunting for 2 days, Hinuthatisubs and swood caused concern for Uncle New Antheathers, Andy could no ta forward to guard the carcass off tebluepeter wilderness. With this thought, Fong Suen retrieved his water pouch from his waist, cautiously taking 2 small sips of water. Shaking thepich by his ear, he realized there was not much water left. After all, it was the height of summer, and the it was intense, causing a rapid depletion of his water supply. In this desolate wilderness, water sources were inodiously found. Though Fong Swan your net to drain to pouch in onego, he had to conserve some for unforeseen circumstances. Reflecting on this, he looked up to see 3 suns shining brightly in Thesky, radiating in Lislight. Indeed, 3 suns, but strangely, they did not scorch the earth with destructive intensity. Fong Suen Hadans heard the tribe shaman speak off the extreme north, where a frigid temperature caused it sinha by tons to lie perpetually in science, never witnessing the blazing soon. Although Fong Suen was soon aware of the exact distance to so-called extreme north, had Donley ventured as far as several dozen miles from a stribed of his other settlements. Not dwelling in this further, Fong Suen swift lie severe ed the binding soft tebluepeter nadir with this stone a spear, stowing the intact portions in the beast hide a pouch for futuries. He hoisted the bluepeter nadir onto his shoulder, weighing it carefully. It was roughly 100 pounds, young stag no yet full matured, wily full of grown blue pattern ed stag could weigh over 1,200 pounds. Given Fong Suen's strength hand condition, it was no overly burden. It took a moment to survey his surroundings and discern the direction before setting off eastward, toward his tribe. After more than an hour of trekking, Fong Suen suddenly halted. He found himself in a thicket, but the atmosphere felt distinctly different, too quiet, with a tray, soft blood scent lingering in the air, and the usual sounds of insect, sandbirds immuted. Creak. Suddenly, Fong Suen's ears perked up, catching the faint rustling from the thicket to his left, reminiscent of an animal gnawing on flesh. Sensing the sound, a sensio funia suaver Fong Xian. He gently placid thebluepeter nidoron the ground and tightened discrepant the stone a spear. Ha crept ferociously, mindful of tilo hanging leaves sandry branca sunderfoot, determined to ascertain his situation and avoid force an ambush. Creak, creak. The sound soft wing and the tearing off flesh grew increasing, distinct as the approached. Feeling the sound intensify, Fong Suen concealed himself behind a bush, careful apart and gave few leaves. Before him lay several black wolf carcasses, lifeless in a pool of blood. Shifting his gaze after away from wolves, he spotted a von larger wolf corpse, his claws and fangs sap hearing farmer menacing. In the territory of Chishan, a spiritrium best blood pattern mantis. Adjacent to the black wolf's body, a grotesque ant mantis seemed to look at his eye. This ant mantis stood near light meter stall, its body avid green, with the tree angular head and blood pattern ed scythe-like hirms, eagerly feasting upon the enormous black wolf carcass before it, its limbs listening through flesh with brutal efficiency. Upon seeing this verdant ant mantis, Fong Suen's pupils constricted sharply, Ashi instant Lai recognized Itazakurtri spoke Nafin Thi tribe's martial hall. Insect beasts were a type of your sea beast, often referred to simply as fire sea beasts. Thoth iron sect like ye appear in Selid minute to prefer the term insect beasts. Before him washed blood pattern mantis, a murderous insect beast renowned for its bloodthirstiness, a formidable creature reefed Hesperitrium. Insect beasts were anotarias sly difficult adversaries, even among fierce beasts, and mistavoid dead provoking them, a specialized blood pattern mantis, Aceviden said bethe black-winged wolf lying defeat the Dites feet. Each black-winged wolf weighs a formidable predator, incomparable to Theblu epiter Nadir had just chunted. An adult black-winged wolf could easily contend with Twamacher blue pattern Idiritats. Given his current strength, confronting a single black-winged wolf way sa gamble, one he would not dare take a lightly. If was not mistaken, the largest black-winged wolf had likely broken through those peritrium, Beckaminga trufier's beast, its sized dwarfing ordinary black-winged wolves. Generally, black-winged wolf est hatad avancy don lyriac at high initial stage eft hesperitrium, with only a select few achieving the middle or stages. Nevertheless, even so, Theli drove te black-winged wolves, along with a few robust companions, had succumbed to terrifying, scythe-soft blood pattern mantis, which bore no visible wounds. Daring Nodalinger, Feng Suan slowly withdrewishened, seizing the opportunity while Atimatis was engrossed in its meal, cautiously retreating. Hera Terneto's potware had placid Thebluepiter Nadir, hoisted it back into his shoulder, and prompt la distance at himsel from the presensioft blood pattern mantis, tacking Gadader. Whoosh whoosh. Ashran, Dimijeeft terrify a giant mantis slinger red in his mind, leaving ye unsettled. Itway Sacrature could not contend with shoot it notisam, the outcome was stu dreed full to contemplate. Hanida to inform the tribe's patrol team of this news, for the fearsome insect beast was no in proximity of the tribe. Given blood pattern mantis capabilities, a typical patrol member would face a disaster if they encountered it recklessly, a sit was not arias for it stealth hand pinchantfer's laughter. After an other horror of travel, the silhouette of a great mountain upon the horizon. Thoughter met a great mountain, it stood on lie around 500 meters shy, a common sight in Kishan territory, yet it was prominent compared to those Molopix around Injit. Above the mountain, two black shiniga lesserclid playfully, there I pitched cryosicowing through the air. Asmala crept across Fengzuan's Facethus Washam, the Shin Eagle tribe, an ordinary human tribe. The mountain where a The tribe resided was known as Shin Eagle Mountain. Enemy besto Japanit after The tribe settled here over 1,000 years ago prior to thought, if it zimpla been an unmawald hill. Fengzuan slowed his space, occasionally picking gripe, edible wild fruits along thuater plenishes energy, gathering samito his beast hide a pouch. Even upon sighting Shin Eagle Mountain, Fengzuan took nearly half an hour to return to The tribe. This saying the mountainous far, yet the horsey runs dead hell true, especially Ashuas a martial practitioner, with ample stamina. After virtuo horso fronting, despite a few brief pauses tourist, Fengzuan fell this bada beginning to tire, burdened be through a tofty 100-pound pre. Eve Nasa martial practitioner on the Verjob Bariking through Othenixtoval, has still felt the strain. The first great realm body refinement realm skin refinement stage bone refinement stage blood boiling stage. The second great realm organ cultivation realm organ refinement stage blood chi stage. The third great realm essence concealment realm chi transformation stage spirit gathering stage. The fourth great realm giant spirit realm soul condensation stage void melding stage. Witchcraft path. The first great realm walking realm. The second great realm spiritual witch realm soul enlightenment stage spirit communication. The third great realm white witch realm pattern forging stage totem stage. The fourth great realm black witch realm soul mastery stage void reversal stage. Beast path collective et term for different traces. The first great realm spirit awakening realm. The second great realm breath gathering realm. The third great realm sky domination realm. The fourth great realm lord realm. Chapter 2 The Shin Eagle Tribe. As Fengzuan reached the mountainside, he encountered two men approaching him. One of them, a bald man shouldering a massive bone axe, laughed heartily from a distance. Ah, it's you, Feng Xian. Oh, is that a blue-striped horn deer? TSK. It's squid rare indeed, as this little creature is exceedingly vigilant and flays at the slightest rustle. Theobaldman rubbedish dwylagazing gaff blue-striped horned deer draped over Fengzuan's shoulder. The other man, taloned lean with a hunting bow in hand, bluntly retorted. Kumino, with your impatience, ya wouldn't they've been able to catch up toit. Your lack of patience make Kizita wonder you even managed to capture that blue-striped horned deer. Up in hearing this, Theobaldman Fronadin muttered. Hey, mouse, weary you endermaning main, frontophone? Seeing no signs of distress from his companion, the lean man casually hung his longbow back over his shoulder and replied with a straight face. With your temperament, do I really need to undermine you? Point he try beto as no thought you, shin pong, idle as ethicif? Yet, while you've failed to acquire that chief strength, you've certainly mastered impatience to perfection. Hearing this, Shin Ping felt some one embarrassed and druvid his bald head. Who's impatient? Go tell Uncle Danny that. Asa feminine thing. Feng Xian, seeing the women, couldn't help but smiley and said, Brothers, ario you patrolling today? That women, both patrolling were our soft Xian Eagle tribe, were quite familiar with Feng Xian. Shin haunted light lion thin Luke dat phone with a serious stone. You've been out Fort Worth 3 days, right? Next time, Donna Kesakrisks. There ermine a lurking dangerson thuel durnus, and theory around the tribe want necessarily. You should understand that. Feng Suan zealantly no deed in acknowledgement, shouldering blue-striped horned deer without rebutting. Hethan changed the topic, his expression turning gravy schist. Do you know where Uncle Danny is? Indeed, torport some Argentine. Seeing Feng Suan's serious demeanor, Shin Haffel puzzled. What important matter could you possibly have? If I'm not mistaken, Uncle Nyashold banth martial arts hall today. You encounter a dabbig beast, a blood-striped mantis, about 30 miles away in wild forest, Feng Zuan said, pursing his lips, feeling gay tingy off dread. What? A blood-striped mantis? Arya Jure you didn't see a trong? How did you make it back? With your strength, ya wouldn't they've been able to escape Heights pursuit. Even if Furita fast a bug beast alone, would surely meet her demise. Both Shin Hao and Yin Ping were taken aback with his revelation. Feng Zuan Colden lismily. Of course, I didn't confront directly. Immerly observed thun ting a few black-winged wolves sand feeding, without noticing me presents. After contemplating Feng Zuan's explanation, Shin Hafron Dandra remarked, perhaps it wasn't the tide didn't detect our presence, but it couldn't be bethered. Feng Suan didn't targy and instead chuckled, then I suppose I was rather fortunate. Upon hearing Feng Zuan's words, Shin Hao and Yin Ping exchanged glances, their expressions becoming subtly. For Shin Ho's expression turned serious. You must write a report this to the chief. The tribe should dispatch a hunting party to drive al forlamine a teth blood-striped mantis, as such a beast pose a grave threat. Bane so close setteth that tribe, itis particular lilithel for warriors below the bone refinement stage, and event the seethed blood boiling stage would find difficult to contend with. Feng Suan deed in understanding gone then bid farewell to Thetwa brothers, continuing up the mountain with his quarry. Shin Hao watched Feng Suan's retreating figure and said softly, Ever since Thekichi fast, this lad has been to harden himself ha constantly pushesh himself. Shin Pong, holding Thejan tax, casually plucked a blade of grass Doshind replied. Isn't that the truth? The witch elder and the chief have advised him several times, but this good. Sigh. Shin Hea shifted his gaze. Let's Gawa still have it to continue patrolling. By Thewe, doyo have any off that snake blood wine left? After weritate, let's harry a couple of sips. Get lost, don't think about my little stash it'll ba heilba, for we can head to the merchant tribe, and what knows when the trading caravan will return. There been gradually faded into the distance. Feng Xian, shouldering blue-striped horned deer, slowly approached a tribal entrance. Surrounding the tribe were walls constructed of massive stones, standing about in feet. While such a height was negligible for the larger beasts, it still served a deterrent against smaller predators. A thin trance stood a massive ironwood gate, which remained raised as nitati doful, and the number of tribe esmanine theria was steadily increasing. As Feng Zuandranir, Hekot Heaton Shanoff Manny. Hey, Feng, impressive. You haven't it broken through the body refinement stage, right? This is no easy catch. Ah Feng, come over here and grabs me green-faced cake is thier freshly baked and delicious. Feng Suan smiled warmly at the tribal members, responding, Uncle Yuan, not yet. but he shewed becklasto aberin I through. You promised mayad teach me the boulder fistin syracht body refinement they. Antwa, e haven't finished the green-faced cake gavima last time. After greeting the various tribal members, Fong Suan strode toward Astoni houseboat high with various beast hide sand bones. These was the tribe slaughterhouse, where a various meat sand first were sold and traded with the tribesmen. The slaughterhouse was spacious, with prepared cut soft meat thanging on either side off teentrance, mostly dreed and cured, as fresh meat deuced nathavia long shelf life. Warriors must consume vast quantity of soft blood and flesh de la sustained needs. Theruis nu guarding teentrance of the slaughterhouse, yet the sound doff meat being cute code from within the courtyard. Fong Suan stepped through the door into the courtyard behind the stony house, where hus a whammed liegeman, his arms bare dan muscles bulging, fassing away from him. Thisman wielded a gleaming, sharp-boning knife and was crouch head down, skillfully skinning gay giant crocodile approximately 5 to 6 meters long. Fong Suan recognized it as an iron-tailed crocodile, a beast commonly found in our by-stream sand marshes. Thotha had yet Oceani alive himself. This creature typically belongs to the mid-tier of spirit awakening realm, possessing considerable strength, making challenge in Javin for Askalim and Warirath, bone refinements to Jito handle. In water-warmer environments, it would be even more formidable, as its combatability is significantly enhanced in such settings. The iron-tailed crocodile's bite for particularly strong, Butai's spiked tail is its most notable feature taken directed from it can serious lion Jurave in a bone refinement stage warrior, causing grievous wounds. Fong Suan speculated the type must have been subdued by a hunting team working together. Therobustman noticed Fong Suan's presence, turned his shed to Luke, and a slight smile broke through his bushai verd. Setting down the knife, he washed his hands sinas and basin and casually wiped them with a cloth of indeterminate color before limping over to Fong with the grin you haven't been around here for a while. Fong Suan smiled back and said, Uncle Gu, it just returned from the outside. As soon as I get back to the tribe, I came here. You mentioned that blue-striped horn deer hide ice rare, so immediately looking for you. It just caught titty thasn't been dead for more than 4 hours, so it's definite li prima quality. Seeing this, Therobustman, Shin Gu, shukished with Thor's mile. I didn't say that. If Funkel knew and Thwitch elder find out, they'll think I senti, route to hunt the mountains, and nil been trouble. It's not like you ever heard my conversation with the merchant caravan last time. Shingyur Markadashatukth blue-striped horn deer from Fengxian, examining it closely. Wow. Ayan shot kill, huh? Excellent fur. Iong blue-striped horn deer. No signs of battle, nos carcer wounds, just a bit yin and the furious intuitiony, Butai still consider it a fine specimen. As Shin Guasa said the deer, Hazeti down in the nearby counter and asked, so, what's Theplin? Same as usual? Hearing Shin Gus' words, Fong Suan felt treasured, knowing that the shide shewed me Tunkelgu's expectations, Ash wouldn't just accept in random quality. Yes, usual terms to take half themiat, you help me cute it into a large indona small piece, half goes direct light at the slaughterhouse, and the hitty and antlers ill sell toy. Thentral sorry our stow faithshin eagles. As Shin gutcheted with Fengxian, Hitu came nearby Zinga Ejed knife and began skillfully skinning blue-striped horn deer. With a swift thrust off to dagger and Shin gushened, the belly of Hentler deer was split upin, and under therapid cut and gone tearing off Shin Gu, theme tire high do a soon complete liar moved. Fengxian, watching from the side, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Uncle Gu, your skill in skinning is truly extraordinary. While processing the remaining meat and bones, Shin Gu replied with a sense of pride, once you've slain a sufficient number of savage beasts, you'll naturally master it. I can assure you, Evin Thebluepider Nedentler deer, Wiki Uaven Taya Ting countered, possess no challenge form, let alone etha beast soft spirit opening in breathing realms. However, Fong Suan refrained from responding to his asked. Heckus to sit along siege yin gubu tremainsolent. He believed in the prowess of spirit opening beasts, but Thekra pace off breathing realm beasts distempered bethesis ophiavin and earthavin, their lifeless bodies possess a resilience for beyond that of spirit opening beasts. Theater breathing realm indicates that the sea beasts shave instinctively begun to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth, refining themselves with decency of the sun unknown. One seaman bear of the hunting team, Shin Gu had suffered severe injury though, His lower leg during ga hunt severally sego, resulting in a significant fracture of his bones. Even after recovery, his mobility was greatly diminished, impacting his combat effectiveness. Consequently, Hekud Nalongaran Durathuriger softy hunting team, lifestyle and Dreterneto the meat shop. After all, event the task of processing the beast shunted bethedemus not samething, Ione can accomplish. Xing yu tin dead to the meat shop and de arrange ed for some scrap sandawful tobfit to the tribe shenigals. In this tribe, each individual bears their own responsibilities. In Fengzuan's eyes, although Xing Yua said to be formidable warrior of blood-boiling level, have found a third to believe a theta warrior of such rank could so fortless lehanly corpses off breathing greelm beasts. Xingu, noticing that his disdainful expression on Fengzuan's face, realized it had perhaps overstepped, yet this demean nor remained impassive Hassan disprocessing. After Buddha quartero fanhor, Fengswan acquired that wapi soft dear me the needed, Antherist Twastobo prepared for Saliach's place. After a moment of contemplation, Shin gustated, "This dear Heidi I soft high quality, yet it is still the furo-falled beast. If it were from a blue pattern ed whiteantler deer, it would be considerably more valuable. I'll give you 4 wrong coins for it. As for the antlers, since it is deer has suddenly just reached maturity, their quality is subparent nova resilient. I'll give out waron coins for them. In total, that maki sataron coins. What do I think?" Upon hearing this offer, Fengzuan frowned slightly, find in Jitna ton lie low buttrethir excessive. He hesitated, but before a cold finish, Xing interrupted, and nug off the hesitation. "I can say you are brimming with vitality, you must be on the verjabareking with body forgingrium. Hurry back and continue your training. And need to attend to the siren-tailed crocodile." Without waiting for a response, Pepper sedate coins, about hieses of an infant's fist, into Feng and tangently your jet high mount. Feng Su and student front off test lauderhouse for a while, speechless, aware if they had come out ahead in his deal. That blue pattern at ear hide could fetch out moss 3 wrong coins, and thought would be merchant's price. Their remaining bits were practically worthless, totaling perhaps 3 coins at best. Yet Uncle Guha Javin hame tire coins, as jumped the thard lie cover ed the cost. These was not the fear stin stancefielder soft t tribal way shout him a measure of kinness, large lijuatothunity within the tribine the memory of his deceased father. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he made his way toward the tribe's martial arts hall. Thufnamed Martial Arts Hall, a place for training in combat techniques, Italsabori another Methorphan Hall. In this vast wilderness, human tribes Sinvada bly suffer casualty siakai ear during hunts or various circumstances, leaving behind widows and unattended children, war a thin taken and cared for by the tribes Martial Arts Hall. This is a tradition upheld by every human tribe in the wilderness. Without such provisions, how could warriors focus on but enemies? How could humanity survive in this perilous wilderness? Only warriors free from worries dare to fight fire soliferous sources. In the Sharshland, where feral sexist, strength outweighs solified Nazis what do you need? You will become weak and vulnerable to plunder. In the Suntimid expense, countless recesco exist, and nuna trula no shaman exist. Human ceremony one among many intelligent species. Yet, in this region of Chishan, there are hard-liney Wiselian races, only ferocious beasts with terrifying power and asome Cheatis intelligence. According to Thielchaman, in Thysof Samelian races, human Sarah consider advocacy more finid and sweeter than the coarse flesh of savagey beasts. Were it not for the existence of supreme being among a man's store restraint him and the overall strength of humanity, their situation would be far more dire. In this wilderness, sharp claws and fangs serve forever the best weapons for self-preservation. The martial arts hall serves as the psychological fortress for the tribe's warriors, alleviating their concerns, while it has children represent the future of the tribe. Only with the infusion of fresh blood can a tribe endure through hedges. Before long, a massive courtyard constructed entirely of grey stone came into view, with martial arts halnest led within. At the entrance of the courtyard stood a large stone bolt, inscribed in the ancient script of the humans, bearing the robust characters Martial Arts Hall. In front of the hall grew a large fire jujube tree, its trunk thick and gnarled, with a portion of its twisted roots exposed, forming gannis-like structure, while their remaining roots burrowed into the earth, drawing sustenance. Its expansive, umbrella-like canopy casts shady over a significant portion of the courtyard. A group of small children, clad in animal skin lap, worklam bingend playing around theirets, enjoying their antics. Among them, one child, standing fatal standex suiting an air of superiority, spotted Feng Swan approaching and exclaimed with bright eyes, "Brother Feng Xian, it's Brother Feng Xian." The other children immediately turned heir heads in excitement, and sent were racing toward Feng. One toddler, no more than 8-year-old Dan wearing her bella band, stumbled and fell, crying out urgently for Feng Xian. The children had first noticed Feng Swan didn't bother to climb down slowly, instead, had jumped from a height of over 2 meters, landing clumsily but quick cligiding to his feet, brushing off their bella band toddler, carefully placing him on his shoulders. Feng Swan smiled and crouched down to embrace the children, ruffling own head and pinching Ganather, while pulling out some wild fruit she had gathered along the way to share with the tribeskids, who erupted into pure soft delight. At that moment, the child withered bella band in his shoulders ran up to him. "Brother Feng Xian, you're finally back. Weva missaid you so much." "Missaid me? I suppose you missed the treat cybering," Feng Swan teased with asthma. Tiger, the child, looked deflated. "Brother Feng Xian, can't you tell Grandpa Shaman that when it's want to learn Theshamanic script? Want to learn to fight Sao Kinsley's AVG beasts like Horfathers and Uncle Daniel? We don't theva Theedle and Toby come shamans." Up in saying this, he snatched a fruit from Feng Swan shand, wiped it in his tie clothes, and stuffed it into his mouth, puffing guffish cheeks. Theshamanic script is as objective rickled in the tribe mos learn bethias a 5 year 6, a tradition taught and overseen be the old shaman and thesican elder. Hearing this, Feng Swan's expression turned serious. "No, you must learn Theshamanic script. How else will you acquire knowledge? Y'all won't even be able to understand martial techniques. Moreover, until Outerton, you can only practice technique sandanit in Gaijin cultivation." At Feng Swan's admonishment, Tiger looked utterly defeated. "Fine, but Theshamanic script is really hard." The other children did in agreement, Willamunking gone their fruits. Feng Swan's expression softened as she said, "If I will learn Theshamanic script well, y'all be able to practice martial techniques. Once you can cultivate, y'all enhance our skills and physical abilities. Then, when the children from the giant rock tribe and Black Wolf tribe Commodus bar, y'all be able to javethamegu thrashing." Chapter 3. The Martial Arts Hall. The Giant Rock Tribe and the Black Wolf Tribe are two factions that are relatively close to and amicable with the Xianing Tribe. Every year, teams from these tribes bring their children for exchanges, fostering camaraderie. Although conflicts may occasionally arise, the shared identity as humans often leads to solidarity. Similarly, the Xianing Tribe also sends its warriors and children to the other two tribes for cultural exchanges on designated occasions. In the vast wilderness, the environment has always favored the survival of the fittest. The elders of the tribes do not confine the non-combatant children within the safety of the tribe. Such restrictions would only extinguish their fighting spirit. It is essential for the young ones to witness the bloody battles and fierce struggles of warriors to nurture their combative mindset from an early age. Within human tribes, there are indeed ordinary individuals, those whose talents are insufficient for martial training and who occupy themselves with various chores in the tribe. Upon hearing Feng Xian's words, the group of children immediately brightened with excitement. Yes, once they become strong, they can bully the people from other tribes, imagining the scene of the robust figures from the Black Wolf and Giant Rock tribes being overpowered by them. The children seemed to gain newfound motivation. Observing their reactions, Feng Xian felt a sense of satisfaction, having successfully captivated their imaginations. Leaving behind a gaggle of starry-eyed youngsters, he leisurely strolled into the martial arts hall with a half-slice of deer meat in hand. Upon arriving at the training ground in the back courtyard of the martial arts hall, Feng Xian found it filled with various equipment designed for strength training and physical conditioning. Indeed, from a distance, he could see a towering figure, a burly giant whose arms were thicker than the average man's waist, bare-chested and half-squatting on the ground, with his knees splayed outward and thighs parallel to the earth. Lifting a massive boulder that resembled an enormous green stone, its weight a staggering 10,000 pounds. Despite the immense burden, the giant appeared unfazed, only slightly breathless, his posture steady and unwavering. Feng Xian chose not to interrupt the giant's training, instead opting to sit quietly and observe. After approximately half a stick of incense had burned, the giant gradually lowered the stone to the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly beneath its weight. As the giant stretched his limbs and made his way towards Feng Xian, his expression bore a hint of displeasure. "You little rascal, you finally decided to come back. How many times must I tell you? You're only 13. Do not venture into the mountains alone for hunting. If you must go, take your brother Shirtu with you. With your slight frame, encountering any wild beast could spell certain doom for you. Even though we have cleared the area and the Xianying's presence serves as a deterrent, there are always some wild beasts that wander in, and we can never fully eradicate them." Seeing the giant's concern, Feng Xian quickly interjected with a smile, "Uncle Dainyu, nothing happened. You know that wild beasts below the Spirit Awakening realm pose little threat to me. Besides, what kind of man from our tribe would shy away from danger and refrain from exploring the wild? I was merely gathering herbs and hunting some common beasts. What danger could there possibly be? I've heard from the shaman that the youths from the larger tribes can even battle against serpents in the cold pools before reaching adulthood." The imposing giant was named Xian Yo, the chief of the Xianing tribe, and currently its most formidable warrior, second only to the chief and the shaman. Gazing at Feng Xian's youthful face, Xian Yo let out a soft sigh and offered some words of advice. "You must understand that those prodigies from the great clans are nurtured from a young age with rare resources and skills. Trained by top-tier masters who refine their bodies and blood. They cultivate strong physiques from childhood, and upon breaking through, their tribes provide them with the blood of fierce beasts and rare medicinal herbs to further their training. Their foundations are built upon countless resources. While our tribe cannot offer you such conditions, we can only sacrifice fierce beasts during the festivals to lay a foundation for you. Moreover, I am still a ways off from the blood chi realm and cannot cleanse your blood with my own vitality. If only your father were still here." Upon mentioning this, Xian Yo fell silent, shaking his head with a heavy heart. Feng Xian, sensing the elder's despondence, sought to offer comfort. "It's all right, Uncle Dainyu. Starting late does not determine everything. At the beginning of each year, the tribe holds a festival, not only to celebrate the arrival of the new year, but also to perform a baptism for the children who have turned 13. Using the blood of fierce beasts and precious herbs to lay a foundation for their future progress. The resources consumed during these ceremonies are immense, requiring both the blood of fierce beasts for the baptism and valuable herbs to neutralize the medicinal properties, ensuring the safety of the tribe while better unlocking its potential. The cultivation realms of human warriors are divided into the body refining realm, the hidden organ realm, and the blood chi realm, corresponding to the spirit awakening, the breath holding, and the air sovereign realms of beasts. To achieve satisfactory results during the ceremony, it is essential to have at least a breath-holding realm beast, as the blood of a spirit awakening beast is too chaotic and does not effectively stimulate the bloodline. For the great clans, it is common to use peak breath-holding realm beasts for the baptism, not because they lack higher-tier beasts, but because those would be classified as wild beasts. The blood of wild beasts contains power that can easily slay any ordinary person, and even a typical practitioner of the hidden organ realm may struggle to withstand the baptism of a wild beast's blood. The breath-holding realm beasts are the utmost limit that the Xianing tribe can provide, and various herbs are required to wash away the malevolent essence of the beast's blood, an expensive endeavor that can only be conducted once a year during the festival. The hidden organ realm is divided into two major stages, the refining organ stage and the blood chi stage. Uncle Dainyu himself is merely a practitioner of the first stage, the refining organ stage. Although he possesses innate strength and his combat prowess is not much inferior to that of an average hidden organ realm practitioner of the second stage, he is only capable of handling regular breath-holding realm beasts. Should he encounter a peak breath-holding realm beast, even retreating unscathed would be a challenge. Thus, the tribe typically employs early to mid-stage breath-holding realm beasts for the ceremonial rites. The terminology for beasts and warriors differs. A spirit awakening realm beast merely opens its spiritual orifices, allowing it to absorb the essence of the world to refine its body, while a breath-holding realm beast actively engulfs the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the vital energies of the mountains and forests. For its cultivation, in terms of strength comparison, body-refining realm human warriors correspond to spirit-awakening realm beasts. Generally, a practitioner of the refining skin stage can only contend with an early-stage spirit-awakening beast. A practitioner of the refining bone stage can battle a mid-stage spirit awakening beast without falling behind, and a practitioner of the boiling blood stage can engage a high-stage spirit awakening beast in a normal state. However, they are certainly no match for a peak spirit awakening beast. Only by activating the unique abilities of the boiling blood stage can they briefly contend with it. Yet, this state is extremely taxing on the warrior's vitality and cannot be maintained for long. If they cannot defeat their opponent during this time, they are likely to face a grim fate. Breath-holding realm beasts correspond to hidden organ realm warriors, with early to mid-stage beasts matching the refining organ stage warriors, and late-stage to peak beasts corresponding to the blood chi stage warriors. However, human warriors of the same realm are often not a match for beasts of the same tier, which highlights the advantages of the beast tribes. Endowed with robust physiques and innate abilities, Feng Xian shifted the topic. Uncle Daniel, I spotted a blood pattern mantis near the tribe. Is something happening deep within the mountains? Shouldn't such a beast be able to sense our tribe's totem? How could it be wandering so close? Moreover, we have the deterrent presence of the Xian Ying. Upon hearing the name blood pattern mantis, Xianyou's expression shifted with concern for Feng Xian's safety, but he soon realized that the boy was standing before him unharmed, indicating he had not encountered it directly. As for Feng Xian's speculations, Xianyou understood they referred to the frequent disturbances caused by fierce beasts in the Qishan and even the Kanglan mountain ranges, leading some beasts to inadvertently stray into the territories of human tribes. Xianyou shook his head, his brow furrowing as he contemplated the situation, then asked after a moment of silence, "Did you notice anything unusual while you were there?" Feng Xian pondered briefly before replying, "Not particularly, merely saw the blood pattern mantis hunting a small group of black wind wolves and feeding on them." Hearing this, Xianyou's frown gradually relaxed. "That must have wandered in while pursuing the black wind wolves. Mark the location for me. I'll have Uncle Ling check it out. If the blood pattern mantis hasn't left, we should capture it. Its pair of scythe-like arms are valuable." Your Uncle Qingmu was lamenting the loss of his weapon from the last hunt and was contemplating what to replace it with. If we can acquire the mantis's arms for crafting, that would be excellent. Upon hearing Xianyou's response, Feng Xian was momentarily taken aback, but his face soon lit up with joy. Uncle Ling is back. Ling Shu is the second leader of the tribe, Xin Ling, who has long since reached the realm of Yuanzong in martial arts mastery. His exceptional archery skills have even led Daniel Shu to concede that in a long-range battle, he would likely not be a match for Ling Shu. Due to his prolonged absences, Ling Shu primarily handles the external affairs of the Xianing tribe, making it quite rare for him to be seen within the tribe. Moreover, he is one of the few individuals closest to Feng Xian in the entire tribe, to the extent that Feng Xian's own son has felt envious of their bond. Were it not for Feng Xian's own persistence and the rules of the tribe, he might not even have been living in the orphan hall. Xianyou chuckled, saying, "Well, you just returned yesterday and inquired about you, only to find out you've run off again. The blood pattern mantis is no weakling. It can briefly take to the air. Generally, martial artists of the boiling blood realm are no match for this creature. With you, Ling Shu, being a master of the Yuanzong realm and proficient in archery, should you confront it, the blood pattern mantis will undoubtedly meet its demise once discovered." Feng Xian nodded in agreement. Uncle Xianyou is indeed a formidable expert of the Yuanzong realm, a pinnacle of power within a 100-mile radius. Xianyou retrieved a beast skin map and marked the mountain peak where the blood pattern mantis had been encountered. He glanced up at the sky, stood, and said slowly, "I shall seek out your Ling Shu now. There is still nearly an hour until dusk, and with his abilities, a round trip should suffice. The blood pattern mantis remains a threat. It is best to resolve this sooner rather than later." Seeing Xianyou preparing to leave, Feng Xian understood that such matters could not be delayed. After all, this insect beast posed a potential hazard, and over time, its movements would become increasingly difficult to monitor. Feng Xian handed over a substantial piece of antler deer meat to Xianyou and said, "Daniel Shu, take this. I shall take my leave now." Xianyou hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the piece of beast meat. The tribe has a tradition that warriors returning from the martial arts hall must bring back prey for the younger generation of the hall, as a means of repaying the tribe for its nurturing. Though the martial arts hall is well supplied and does not lack for food, this practice serves to enhance the cohesion of the tribe. Just as the offspring of prominent families who benefit from the tribe's resources are expected to repay their kin, so too do the talented individuals of the tribe cultivate the next generation, perpetuating the cycle of legacy. He had previously mentioned to this young lad that he had not yet reached the age of 14 and had not advanced beyond the body refinement realm to join the tribe's hunting team, thus exempting him from this rule. Yet, this boy is as stubborn as a young bull. He cannot forget the sight of a 12-year-old child who, with only a rudimentary understanding of martial arts techniques and hunting skills, stealthily ventured out without anyone's knowledge, while he himself had been too preoccupied to notice. 2 days later, that child, utilizing his rudimentary skills, caught a giant-toothed rabbit and returned to the tribe, presenting half of it with pride. The image of that small figure, holding up the meat, gazing at him with a mixture of hope, pride, and seriousness, remains etched in his memory. The dim twilight illuminated the child's soiled little face, yet it was filled with the determination of a nascent warrior, possessing a tenacity and grit that was rare among the tribe's children. Xian Yo hung the beast meat on the wall, his voice dry as he admonished, "You, remember to visit Old Wu tomorrow. And, you are not to venture out until you have broken through the body refinement stage. Otherwise, do not blame me for imprisoning you." With that, he hurriedly exited, heading toward another direction within the tribe. Feng Xian watched as Uncle Xian Yo vanished around the corner of the building, adjusted his belongings, and made his way to his own residence. Feng Xian's dwelling is not far from the martial arts hall. It is a relatively spacious courtyard, neat and tidy, which has served as the home of the Feng clan for generations. Surrounding the courtyard are several overgrown enclosures, once inhabited by other members of the Feng clan, but now abandoned for decades. The Xianing tribe occupies a considerable expanse of Xianing Mountain, and housing is plentiful, leading to the neglect of these once occupied spaces. The Feng clan has always been thin in numbers. Even when new lives are born, it is common for other clan members to pass away for various reasons. It is said that when the Feng clan was more prosperous, they sought the reasons behind their dwindling numbers but found nothing. All investigations concluded with the same result: accidental deaths. Yet, it is precisely these inexplicable deaths that instill a profound terror, as if an invisible hand targets the entire Feng clan. This bizarre fate has long entangled the Feng clan, leaving nearly no one to end their days peacefully. The more direct descendants face even graver fates, unable to escape such calamities. This is the very reason why the Feng clan has lived as wanderers. It is said that when they drifted near Qishan a millennium ago, their numbers had already dwindled to mere dozens. During a hunting expedition, the clan leader of the Feng clan fortuitously met the leader of the Xin clan, and they quickly became confidants. The Xin clan, boasting a population of over 1,000, recognized the Feng clan's prowess despite their small numbers. Not only did the Xin clan take the Feng clan in, but they also allowed their women to marry into the Feng clan, dismissing any superstitions about the Feng clan's peculiar fate. The Xin clan's ancestors once remarked, "We are all merely struggling to survive in this wild land. Whether we see the sunrise of tomorrow is uncertain." While others may fear this fate, the Xin clan is unperturbed by any demons or monsters. Thus began the bond between the Feng and Xin clans. In the years that followed, the Xin clan also took in the wandering Yu clan, which, like the Feng clan, was small in number, having dwindled to merely a few hundred at the time. They were engaged in conflict with another band of nomadic tribes. This band was notorious as a bandit clan, preying on the weak and vulnerable, showing no mercy even to newborns. The Yu clan, lacking totems or strong guardians and comprised primarily of women, became targets for the bandits, who relentlessly pursued them until the two factions clashed near the Xin clan's territory. The fierce battle soon attracted the attention of the Xin clan, who wasted no time in joining forces with the Feng and Yu clans to eradicate the bandit threat. Recognizing the Yu clan as another wandering tribe, the Xin clan invited them to unite with the Feng clan and the Yu clan, already favorably disposed toward the Xin and Feng clans due to the recent conflict. Readily agreed. As only the Xin clan possessed the totem of the Xianing, they decided to name themselves the Xianing tribe. Thus, the Xianing tribe was born. In this manner, the triad of clans took root in the Qishan region, flourishing through generations. However, a century ago, a child was born into the Yu clan amidst terrifying omens. The moment of its birth was accompanied by a violent spectacle, as holy blood surged upwards to the heavens, manifesting the laws of nature around it. When the child cried out, dark clouds gathered above, unleashing a torrential downpour that spread for miles. Yet, when it fell silent, the clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky. Had the Xianing tribe not been situated in a remote area, Countless terrifying entities would have already coveted this child. As the entire Xianing clan pondered how to proceed, the skies above Xianing Mountain split open. Chapter 4. The Hall of the Shaman. Suddenly, the heavens were rent asunder by a colossal fissure, from which emerged a formidable figure of the human race, a being radiating an aura of terror, seemingly akin to a deity, stepping forth from the abyss-like chasm. This individual proclaimed himself as the ancestral elder of the Yu clan, having sensed the birth of the sacred body of the Yu lineage, and had come specifically to guide it. Not only did he intend to take this sacred body, but he also sought to whisk away the entirety of the wandering Yu clan. Naturally, the Xianing tribe harbored no objections. It was evident that the main clan of the Yu sought to reclaim their branch. And who could voice dissent in the presence of such a godlike figure? As the elder prepared to depart, the Yu clansmen had requested that the Xian and Feng clans also be taken along. However, upon closer inspection, the elder's expression underwent a sudden transformation, leading him to reluctantly declare, "I cannot take them with me. They possess their own destinies, and it is perhaps best for them to remain here." The Yu clan wished to say more, yet they were gently rebuffed by the Feng and Xian clans die in their view, being taken to the fabled prosperous lands of the human race, even under the protection of a prominent clan like the Yu, would amount to living under another's roof. They preferred to remain in their ancestral land where they had survived for nearly a millennium, relishing the comfort of their existence. Though they could not comprehend the elder's meaning of destiny, the two clans accepted it as the fate befitting smaller clans like theirs. With a mere wave of his hand, the elder opened the heavens once more, leading a multitude of Yu clansmen into the rift. Unbeknownst to the Feng and Xian clans, the elder cast a wistful glance back at Xianing Mountain, letting out a deep sigh. Destiny? He gazed down upon the two clans, a glimmer of nostalgia, sadness, regret, and hope flickering in his eyes. The records of the Xianing tribe conclude here. From that moment on, the Yu clan vanished from the Xianing tribe, while the surrounding tribes remained oblivious to the events that transpired. On that day, it seemed as though many held a blank spot in their memories. The great clan was unimaginably distant from this place, and for years, no member of the Yu clan returned. They likely had long forgotten the tribes with whom they once cohabited in this secluded corner. To this day, only the Feng and Xian clans persist within the Xianing tribe. Although the Feng clan is the smallest, their overall aptitude is remarkably exceptional, with each generation producing numerous adept warriors, thus becoming the backbone of the tribe. The foremost warriors of the Feng clan are frequently nominated as the tribe's leaders, and to attain such a position requires the overwhelming support of the tribe and the completion of a rigorous trial. Since the establishment of the Xianing tribe, the Feng clan has been elected as leaders more frequently than the combined total of the Xian and Yu clans. However, due to the peculiar calamities besetting the Feng clan, only a handful remain today. Feng Xian's father, Feng Qinghua, was the previous leader of the Xianing tribe. 3 years prior, due to certain circumstances, he led a hunting team deep into Qishan to hunt a terrifying beast, only to return bloodied and battered, with heavy casualties among the hunting party. After months of struggling, Feng Qinghua ultimately succumbed, leaving behind the barely 10-year-old Feng Xian as the sole survivor of the direct line of the Feng clan, with only the third elder, Feng Hua, who had married into the Xian clan, remaining. The women of the Feng clan, once wed, though their offspring carry the Feng bloodline, cannot bear the surname Feng any longer. Ling Shu, in fact, is the eldest grandson of the third elder, Xian Linged. As Feng Xian approached the entrance of the courtyard, he heard a piercing cry. Looking up, he saw a massive black Xianing soaring across the sky, its wings spanning over 10 meters, heading towards the horizon. As it flew further away, he could faintly discern a figure on its back, burdened with a long bow. Feng Xian understood immediately that it was Ling Shu riding the Xianing, setting out to track down the blood-patterned mantis he had spotted, the fate of which needed no further elaboration. Pushing open the grand door and entering the courtyard, he placed a small portion of the antlered deer meat he had brought into the kitchen. There, he noticed that many assorted cuts of beast meat hung from the beams, all of which had been cured into salted meat or jerky. These were not solely the fruits of Feng Xian's hunting endeavors. A significant portion had been distributed by the tribe's hunting teams. Each time the hunting team ventured out, they would share a portion of their spoils with the elders, children, and women unable to hunt. The Xianing tribe never overlooked any of its members. Fortunately, The Xianing tribe lacked for neither mineral salt nor resources. They possessed their own salt mine, and the annual harvest not only sufficed for their own needs, but also allowed for trade with merchant caravans or other tribes. Feng Xian had yet to break through to the body-forging realm, and his dietary needs were not overly demanding. Were he a powerhouse like Uncle Daniel, he might consume half a deer in a single meal. The flesh of ordinary beasts no longer sufficed for their cultivation. Only by consuming the flesh of higher-tier beasts could they sustain their training. Feng Xian understood that every body-forging warrior possessed an insatiable appetite. Yet he pondered if he would soon have the capability to hunt superior prey in the courtyard. He busied himself with the medicinal herbs he had gathered during his outing. The leather pouch contained primarily ordinary herbs for healing and assisting in hunting. Feng Xian meticulously organized them, categorizing and laying them out to dry. Having completed this task, he fetched a bucket of clear water from the well in the backyard and poured it over himself, washing away the grime that clung to his skin. Each time he returned from hunting, he had to coat himself in mud and herbs to mask his scent, thereby concealing his presence and aura, which was quite uncomfortable. Thus, he always took great care to cleanse himself upon returning. As the sun descended, the three great suns gradually retreated towards the horizon, and a resounding cry echoed above the tribe. While practicing his martial techniques in the courtyard, Feng Xian quickly looked up. Indeed, a colossal Xianing was gliding gracefully from the far sky. Upon closer inspection, he could see a massive green mantis firmly clutched in its talons, while the figure on its back remained as it had been when it departed. Upon witnessing this, Feng Xian realized that Ling Shu and the Xianing had successfully hunted the blood-patterned mantis and returned, seemingly with greater ease than he had expected. After all, Ling Shu was an expert archer of the hidden viscera realm, and dealing with a mere insect beast at the spirit-opening realm, even one at its peak like the blood-patterned mantis, was child's play, especially with the Xianing aiding in the hunt. Seeing this sight, Feng Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him, followed by a tinge of envy as he wondered when he too would be able to roam freely in the vast wilderness as a formidable warrior like Ling Shu. His anticipation for breaking through to the body-forging realm intensified. After a light meal, Feng Xian retired early, feeling exceedingly fatigued from the need to maintain constant vigilance in the wild. The following day, he awoke early, preparing a pot of meat soup and taking 2 fragrant, soft green pancakes that had been warming by the edge of the pot, enjoying a hearty meal accompanied by the savory broth. After securing the door to his abode, he set off toward the tribe's Hall of the Shaman. The Hall of the Shaman was the most significant location within the tribe, housing both the tribe's totem and the dwelling of the shaman. Shamans were a unique presence among the human race. The rise and fall of a tribe often intertwined with their existence. Their powers extended beyond mere ritualistic functions. They were the awakeners and communicators of the tribe's totemic pillars. A tribe without a shaman would find it exceedingly difficult to awaken their totem. And lacking the spiritual might of the totem, tribes would frequently fall prey to beastly attacks. Over time, even the mightiest of tribes would gradually decline until a new shaman could emerge. A small tribe's fundamental requirement was the possession of a totem. Those without one were merely a band of wanderers. In fact, prior to joining the Xianing tribe, the Feng clan had also been a nomadic clan, possessing great individual strength yet lacking a permanent home, often subject to the assaults and harassment of beastly creatures. After traversing a short distance, a striking azure stone hall came into view. At the entrance stood 2 ranks of well-equipped warriors, each bearing fierce expressions, with bulging muscles and sturdy builds, clearly seasoned combatants. These were the guards of the Hall of the Shaman, each a powerful warrior from the hunting teams, with the lowest among them having attained the bone-forging tier. While the squad leader was an expert of the blood-boiling realm, only the shaman and the tribe's leader could command them, yet currently, the Xianing tribe lacked a leader, so the position was temporarily filled by the chief, Xian Yo. Except for special circumstances when he would venture out to hunt, Xian Yo generally remained within the tribe, prepared to respond swiftly to any matters that arose. The Hall of the Shaman was not a benevolent place. Both overtly and covertly, guards were stationed, and within the hall, numerous mazes and traps existed, along with the tribe's most fearsome totemic suppressions. Furthermore, the shaman was not an ordinary individual. To become the tribe's shaman, one must at least attain the status of a walking shaman. Although walking shamans might not possess the close combat capabilities of martial cultivators, they could wield shamanic soul power and simple spells. And only by becoming a walking shaman could one communicate with the slumbering totem. Moreover, the shaman of the Xianing tribe was not merely a walking shaman but had already ascended to the realm of the spiritual shaman. As Feng Xian approached, the guards of the shaman's hall did not obstruct him. The leader, a rugged man, smiled and nodded at Feng Xian, saying, "Young Feng, you may enter. The elder shaman has been waiting for you for quite some time." Feng Xian clasped his fists in salute and then proceeded alone into the grand hall. At the heart of the hall stood an imposing stone pillar, intricately adorned with a myriad of complex patterns, featuring motifs of the human race, as well as designs of flowers, birds, and fish. Central to all these images was a magnificent dark eagle soaring majestically in flight. This pillar was known as the Totem Pillar, a sacred artifact said to be crafted solely by white shamans of the totem rank. Feng Xian was uncertain of the exact nature of the totem rank, having only heard the elder shaman mention that it was a level of power that even the Lishang tribe did not possess. It is noteworthy that the Lishang tribe is the only medium-sized tribe within hundreds of miles. Thus, it is conceivable what kind of existence such a powerful being would be. The elder shaman had previously informed Feng Xian that the totems possessed by the surrounding smaller tribes were merely incomplete totems. An incomplete totem, as one might deduce, lacks its full form, resulting in a diminished power that can only exert 1/10 or 1/12 of its true potential. Nevertheless, it still exerts a degree of hierarchical pressure over the barbaric beasts, which safeguards the human tribes. The reasons for their incompleteness are numerous, such as damage sustained during great battles or the death of the beast spirit residing within the totem pillar. The replacement spirits are either insufficient in rank or incompatible, ultimately rendering only a fraction of the totem's power accessible. However, such incomplete totems do possess a distinct advantage. They can be traded, and any human tribe can activate and utilize them. In stark contrast, the totem of the Dark Eagle tribe remains intact. The totem has been preserved quite well, and the beast spirit within was once a sky-riding Dark Eagle spirit of the void-rending tier. This spirit had served as the guardian beast of the Dark Eagle tribe a millennium ago. Akin to the eagles of the present tribe, it is important to note that the Dark Eagle tribe did not slay their guardian eagle to refine its soul. Rather, this void-rending eagle willingly offered itself as a totem spirit to continue safeguarding the tribe. Such totems are often referred to as heritage totems, as they cannot be utilized by other clans due to the absence of recognition from the beast spirit within. The only way to gain access would be to slay the resident totem spirit and refine another beast spirit in its stead, a process fraught with uncertainty regarding the totem's integrity. Moreover, becoming a totem spirit provides certain advantages to the barbaric beasts, allowing them to extend their lifespan for 2,000 years, until the totem pillar can no longer sustain their essence. However, this state of existence also signifies a loss of freedom, as they must remain close to the totem pillar, which serves as the vessel that protects their souls from dissipating. For the majority of their time, they are relegated to a state of slumber, awakening only during battles. It is worth mentioning that human souls cannot become totem spirits, a fact that Feng Xian found puzzling yet was not particularly inclined to explore. The process through which the totem pillar autonomously accumulates soul power is exceedingly slow. Common methods for accelerating this process include: first, only shaman practitioners possess the ability to infuse the pillar with soul power. Second, through rituals that involve the sacrifice of numerous barbaric beasts, the released souls can supplement the pillar's soul power. And third, fluctuations in the population of the tribe and their belief in the totem. Theoretically, the more individuals within the tribe who believe in and recognize the totem, the more the totem can recover by absorbing the errant soul power from these beliefs. This method of belief absorption poses no harm to the believers. It is said that larger clans, which often possess multiple guardian totems, can generate enough soul power fluctuations merely through their population to meet the totem's demands during battle. However, smaller tribes typically lack such resources, so unless in dire circumstances, they would seldom resort to deploying their totems in combat. As Feng Xian entered the grand hall, he noticed the absence of any other individuals besides the totem pillar, which he found unsurprising, as the elder shaman preferred to avoid lingering in the coldness of the hall. He made his way towards the medicinal herb hall at the back of the grand hall, where he could faintly hear the elder shaman's voice admonishing someone from a distance. A wry smile crept onto Feng Xian's lips as he realized the elder was likely scolding Shuang Niu'er once again. Shuang Niu'er, whose given name is Xian Shuang, had grown up alongside Feng Xian, and she was one of the only two individuals among their generation with the potential to cultivate shamanic arts, the other being Feng Xian himself. This was indeed a source of great joy for the entire Dark Eagle tribe, as it had been decades since a candidate with shamanic talent had emerged, let alone two in the current generation. At the tender age of 5, Feng Xian had been identified as possessing shamanic talent, which allowed him to begin his studies in shamanic writing and herbalism under the elder's tutelage. "Why are you so foolish? You are driving me to the brink of madness. How many times must I repeat that Jiang Rua grass and stone heather leaves cannot be boiled together? You must first brew the stone heather leaves and strain out the dregs before using the remaining liquid to simmer the Jiang Rua grass. You cannot cease the fire until the 2 bowls of water have reduced to 1. Only then is it considered acceptable. Woo-woo. Elder, I was wrong. I should not have boiled them together. And you? Tell me why you chopped the kudzu root and the rhizome into pieces and fed them directly to the duda bird and the huangjin chicken? You should have ground them into powder for consumption. This is infuriating. Woo-woo." Feng Xian was rendered speechless. The decoction of Jiang Rua grass and stone heather leaves was intended to treat the bloating of the tribe's supply oxen, which often suffered from distension after consuming an excess of dried vine leaves. However, if the brewing order was not adhered to, it could result in a potent purge that would indeed alleviate the oxen's discomfort, though it remained uncertain whether it would lead to their debilitation. As for the dudu bird and huangjin chicken, they were to receive powdered kudzu root and rhizome to enhance their egg-laying frequency. However, both the bird and the chicken were standard rectal feeders, incapable of digesting whole pieces of the medicinal roots, which could easily become lodged in their intestines. They could only hope for the best. From a distance, Feng Xian observed a plump, elderly man in a gray robe chastising a striking young girl. The elderly man was, of course, the elder shaman. He was a quintessential shaman practitioner, and in his own words, to become a shaman was a source of immense envy among ordinary folk, while diverting one's focus to the martial path was a mere waste of time. Among 1,000 individuals, one might not find even a single person with the talent for shamanic cultivation. Furthermore, the tribe's records indicated that once a shaman reached the rank of white shaman, even those who were not proficient in combat would far surpass ordinary martial practitioners. Feng Xian was uncertain of the elder's exact age, but even the oldest elder of the tribe addressed him as Uncle Shaman. Generally, the lifespan of the barbaric human race was not particularly long. However, shamans usually enjoyed significantly longer lives. This longevity was attributed to the absence of accumulated internal injuries that plagued martial practitioners, who often faced the perils of prolonged combat. Despite this, the martial practitioners of the wildlands paid little heed to such matters, as the specter of disaster or death in battle could loom at any moment. Who would care about the issue of lifespan? To live until one's natural end was considered a tremendous fortune. Shuang Niu'er, the daughter of Ling Shu, had been a childhood companion of Feng Xian, blessed with a beautiful visage. Her short, tousled hair gave her a boyish appearance, and her slender frame was a rarity among the tribe, where women were typically robust and full-bodied. The men of the tribe often preferred such women, believing them capable of bearing children and performing labor with alacrity. In contrast, slender figures like Shuang Niu'er attracted little interest. Perhaps inheriting a fragment of the Feng bloodline, Shuang Niu'er shared Feng Xian's black pupils, unlike the deep brown eyes characteristic of the other members of the Xian tribe. Chapter 5. Xianling. At that moment, Shuang Niu'er, who had been quietly wiping her tears, noticed Feng Xian approaching, and her face brightened as if she had spotted a savior. "Grandpa Shaman, Brother Feng Xian has returned. I shall prepare tea for you." Without waiting for a response, she dashed away in an instant. "You?" The elder shaman was irked by her sudden departure. Feng Xian hurriedly stepped forward to assist the elder into a rattan chair, all the while offering a conciliatory smile. "Elder, please do not be angry. Shuang Niu'er is still young. She is already 12 years old. By your 12th year, you had already mastered these skills. It is your indulgence that has led her to become so lazy. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your secret assistance to her whenever I assign her tasks of preparation and brewing." The elder shaman wasted no time in scolding Feng Xian upon their meeting. Feng Xian listened attentively, internally rolling his eyes at the elder's words. "You know, yet you did not stop me. The elder shot him a knowing glance, quickly discerning his thoughts, and huffed in response. Feng Xian promptly plastered a grin on his face. I shall not dare do so again. I promise. Upon witnessing this, the elder shaman was rendered speechless, heaving a profound sigh. Two promising talents, yet one is distracted from diligently cultivating the path of shamanism. Opting instead to focus on martial arts, it is evident to all that his intentions are driven by a desire for vengeance on behalf of his father. Yet, what realm does the beast that claimed his father's life belong to? It is at the pinnacle of the breath-absorbing realm, and not merely an ordinary creature of that level. Unless one employs the totem pillar, the entire Xianing tribe is powerless against such a beast. However, the totem's distance from the tribe must be carefully considered, and it cannot be used lightly. Had it been otherwise, why would they have allowed that young lad, Xinghua, to take the risk of hunting that ferocious creature? As for the other girl, Shuang, although her talent does not match that of the boy, her disinterest in martial arts is equally evident, showing little inclination towards the serious practice of meditation and cultivation. Given the current circumstances, it remains uncertain when she might break through to the realm of the shaman and master the power of the shamanic soul. The elder shaman slumped into his wicker chair, his eyes vacant. Feng Xian, upon observing the elder's dazed expression, felt a sense of awkwardness. In truth, he understood the elder's concerns well. The entire De Huang human tribe knows that a shaman's combat prowess before breaking through to the white shaman realm is hardly worth mentioning. And he was still uncertain whether he could even reach that level, which is considered a formidable domain within the entire Kanglan mountain range. It was not that Feng Xian lacked confidence in himself. Rather, the path of shamanic cultivation was exceedingly arduous in the land of De Huang. The survival of the fittest dictates that humans slay beasts and beasts devour humans. Although he was unaware of the true strength of the beast that had grievously wounded his father and decimated much of the expedition team, the elder shaman and Uncle Dinyo had never divulged such information, insisting that he would only learn it after breaking through to the hidden vessel realm. Nevertheless, as a son seeking vengeance for his father, he was resolute in his determination. The methods of shamanic cultivation starkly contrast with the path of martial artists, necessitating extensive meditation and insight, leaving him little time to refine martial techniques and strengthen his physique. In comparison to the shamanic path, Feng Xian found himself more inclined towards martial arts. Breaking the elder's reverie, he inquired, "Grandfather Shaman, I hear you were looking for me?" Only then did the elder emerge from his musings, gazing at Feng Xian for a moment before slowly responding, "Ah, young lad, you are on the verge of breaking through to the body refinement realm, are you not?" Feng Xian nodded in response, saying, "It should be in the next few days. Recently, I have felt a tumultuous surge of energy within me, as if something is on the verge of being birthed. According to the records of our tribe, this is likely the prelude to a breakthrough." Upon hearing this, the elder Wu raised his long eyebrows, took hold of Feng Xian's arm to give it a gentle squeeze, and then carefully sensed his pulse for a moment. He noted the tautness and resilience of Feng Xian's skin, distinctly aware of the surging vitality within him. Releasing Feng Xian's arm, the elder lightly stroked his white beard and then rose to retrieve a fist-sized black vial from a nearby cabinet. Presenting it to Feng Xian, "This is beast glue oil. Apply 10 drops to your entire body and wait for its effects to manifest. Given your current condition, you should be able to break through tonight. Remember, around 10 drops, no more. Your physique has yet to reach the body-forging stage, and you cannot withstand the intense potency of this medicine. Once you achieve that breakthrough, this secret remedy will also help you strengthen your bones, providing ample support for your training." Feng Xian accepted the black vial. Well versed in pharmacology, he recognized it as a secret medicine for body-forging practitioners, crafted from the essence of a spirit realm beast combined with medicinal herbs. The value of this small vial alone was likely no less than 200 iron coins. With continued access to such secret remedies, he could break through to the bone-forging stage within a year. Although the tribe's resources were currently strained, there was no reduction in support for their younger generation. Feng Xian did not refuse the elder's kindness. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he provide tangible benefits to the tribe. The gratitude of a mere weakling held no significance, and he committed this to memory. The Xianing tribe had nearly depleted its resources in the battle 3 years ago. Had it not been for Uncle Ling's breakthrough to the hidden chamber stage, their situation might have been even more dire. Among the human race, Mutual slaughter was not uncommon, especially among the bandit tribes, akin to hyenas roaming the wilderness. They may not dare confront perilous alien races or savage beasts. Yet they were merciless towards their weaker kin. Even the close allies of the Xianing tribe, the Heilang and Juyin tribes, could harbor ulterior motives. After all, the Xianing tribe possessed their own salt mines and medicinal fields, along with ventures in the Lishang tribe that offered tantalizing profits. Without sufficient manpower and strong deterrence, these resources would be impossible to protect. Without the support of these resources, the Xianing tribe would only fall further into decline. Under the heavy burden of sacrificing most of their foundations, the tribe had somewhat regained its vitality, though the consumption of resources was immense. Some older martial artists felt that their chances of advancing were slim, and preferred to allocate resources to the tribe's future. They understood that the younger generation represented the tribe's hope, and this cycle had persisted through the ages. However, without the aid of certain medicines, their bodies, worn down by years of martial training and left without the nurturing of secret remedies, would quickly deplete their latent potential and vitality. This would not only lead to a significant decline in strength but, over time, could equate to a slow demise. The earlier decision not to provide him with the secret medicine was due to his premature stage in the body-forging realm. Administering it too early would have been detrimental rather than beneficial. Feng Xian understood the principle of haste makes waste well. Seeing Feng Xian accept the vial, the elder returned to his wicker chair, slowly reclining and slightly closing his eyes, gesturing for him to leave. All right, you may go. After your breakthrough, take a few days to consolidate your gains. For the time being, there is no need to return here. Spend your time meditating. Your accumulation of knowledge is already sufficient in my eyes. What remains is to accumulate your soul power through meditation, while the understanding and awakening of your witch spirit depends on your own fortitude. Feng Xian fell silent for a moment, bowed deeply to the elder, and then departed. Suddenly, the elder let out a long sigh as he lay back in his chair with closed eyes. After eavesdropping for an unknown duration, Shuangniu cautiously emerged, holding a pot of tea, and asked, "Grandpa Wu, are you angry with Brother Feng Xian? He has been working very hard. I hardly ever see him rest. I heard from my father that Brother Feng spends his days practicing martial arts and hunting, while his nights are mostly consumed by meditation." Upon hearing this, the elder did not open his eyes but spoke in a voice that was slightly heavy with age. "I am not angry with him. Although he does not wish to fully commit to the path of the witch, I do not blame him. I merely feel for him. His mother passed away when he was 4 due to illness, and thereafter, his father raised him alone. He was the son of the chief of the Xianing tribe, and with his talents, it was highly likely he would inherit his father's position as the new leader of our tribe. However, 3 years ago, that incident turned him and many other children of the tribe into orphans of the orphanage. Had I known this would happen, I should not have entertained any illusions, allowing Qinghua to persuade me to permit them to venture into Qi Mountain in search of that cursed relic." At this point, the elder suddenly opened his eyes and cast a glance at Shuangniu, falling silent thereafter. Shuangniu's ears perked up, only to droop in disappointment. She had hoped to learn what had transpired 3 years ago when the elite hunting team of 30 had returned with less than half its members, nearly all injured, and some so gravely harmed they could no longer fight, including Feng Qinghua, the chief of the Xianing tribe. The team had boasted 2 powerful hidden chamber warriors and over 8 boiling blood stage martial artists, with the weakest among them being adept at the bone-forging stage. With such a formidable lineup, even hunting a late-stage tuning beast should have been well within their capabilities. Moreover, she had heard her father say that Uncle Feng had been at the pinnacle of the refining chamber stage, on the verge of breaking into the blood stage, a master whose combat prowess was comparable to that of blood stage experts, wielding the wind blade technique with ethereal agility, rendering him nearly impossible to counter. Yet, despite such preparations, they had returned bloodied shortly after entering Qi Mountain, with one hidden chamber master dead and another injured, and the team suffering heavy casualties. It was said that had it not been for Uncle Feng's desperate resistance, the entire group would have perished in the wilds of Qi Mountain. Unfortunately, Uncle Feng could not hold on any longer and passed away. Although she had overheard bits of conversations between her father and Uncle Daniel, they had never divulged the key details in her presence, strictly forbidding any discussion of the matter with others. Meanwhile, Feng Xian made his way home after leaving the Witch Memorial Hall. He was eager to achieve his breakthrough. For this day, He had trained diligently since the age of 10, never allowing a single day to go to waste, all in hopes of transcending to the body-forging realm. Only by breaking through could he truly embark on the path of cultivation and seize control of his destiny. He no longer wished to experience the helplessness of watching his mother and father fade away before his eyes, powerless to intervene. From the day his father passed away, a vow was etched in his young heart. He would grow stronger, surpassing everyone. The cursed relic that could turn against his tribe was formidable, but if it still existed, he would undoubtedly hunt it down and slay it. However, all of this hinges on the premise of becoming sufficiently powerful. And the forging of one's body is merely the first step. Deep within his heart, Feng Xian harbored a thought. What calamity has befallen the Feng clan, and what is its cause? He believed that he was not alone in pondering this question. Every member of the Feng clan must have contemplated it at some point, yet no one has ever provided an answer. Now, with the direct lineage of the Feng family reduced to just himself, he alone remains to seek the truth. Clenching his fists, Feng Xian quickened his pace toward home. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the courtyard, he unexpectedly discovered a tall, youthful man standing there eyeing the muscular milieu of the Xianing tribe. This young man's physique appeared somewhat lean, yet the subtle definition of his arm muscles and his distinguished aura suggested he was far from ordinary. The young man was intently gazing at the plaque bearing the two characters of the Feng family, and Feng Xian followed his line of sight. The plaque displayed the words Feng clan, which his father had said were personally inscribed by his grandfather, who believed that as long as a Feng clan member existed, the surname Feng would endure, regardless of their dwindling numbers. Feng Xian, however, held no impression of the grandfather he had never met. It was said that before his birth, his grandfather was devoured by a wild beast while hunting near Qishan. And after the beast ventured deep into the mountains, no one ever saw it again, nor could they recover its remains, leading to a burial without a body. Yet, this was a commonplace occurrence for the tribes of the Great Wasteland. Often, graves were merely mounds of earth, occasionally containing items that belonged to the deceased, while intact remains being buried seemed to be a rarity, a fact that the people had long since grown accustomed to. Shortly thereafter, his grandmother, consumed by longing, followed his grandfather into the afterlife just a year after his father had started a family, leaving Feng Xian with no memories of the grandfather he had never known. This was the Feng clan, burdened with a terrifying fate, invisible yet ever-present, seemingly accidental yet inevitably looming calamity. As Feng Xian prepared to speak, the young man beat him to it. Fenger, you must live well. No matter what you encounter, you must live well. Remember, what you bear is no longer just your own life, but the traces of the entire Feng clan's existence. With that, he turned to look at Feng Xian earnestly. It turned out that this young man was Xin Ling, the closest friend of Feng Xian's father and a bearer of the thin bloodline of the Feng clan. Feng Xian bit his lip, standing in silence. He understood that Uncle Ling was upset with him for once again venturing out without breaking through to the body-forging stage. Observing Feng Xian's stubborn silence, Xin Ling felt a slight headache. You ought to realize that the wilderness is fraught with danger, even near the tribe. Especially for you. Only by breaking through to the body-forging stage will you possess the most basic means of self-defense. You cannot rush this, just like when you encountered the blood-pattern mantis. Had you not been lucky, you know what the outcome could have been. You should understand the taboos of the Feng bloodline. Xin Ling earnestly admonished Feng Xian, finding it difficult to scold him harshly. Feng Xian acknowledged that he had indeed taken risks. Not to mention the ever-looming calamity of the Feng clan, even with his current level of strength. Encountering a wild beast at the spirit awakening stage could spell disaster for him. Lowering his head slightly, he admitted his fault. Uncle Ling, I was too hasty. I won't do it again. I will break through the body-forging stage before venturing out of the tribe in the future. I will no longer take such risks. Xin Ling was somewhat taken aback, surprised at this change in the young man's demeanor, as he was not one to express such contrition. However, he deemed it a positive development. Nodding in satisfaction, Xin Ling was about to offer words of encouragement when a sudden realization struck him, causing his expression to momentarily freeze. I remember. You are on the verge of breaking through to the body-forging stage, aren't you? Feng Xian's youthful face broke into a shy smile as he raised the medicinal vial in his hand. I should be able to break through today. Instantly, Xin Ling's face shifted from red to green. then to purple, and sensing the impending crisis, Feng Xian instinctively attempted to retreat. However, before he could act, a large hand seized the scruff of his neck, lifting him like a chick, and he was met with Uncle Ling's face, which had morphed from calm to a sinister grin. "You little rascal, so you didn't heed a single word I said and are playing word games with me? Uncle Ling, let us talk this over. Please don't hit me, don't slap my face. Ling the old rascal, I will never forgive you. Uncle Ling, I was wrong." Half an hour later, in the Feng clan's courtyard, Feng Xian, with a bruised and swollen face, respectfully served tea to Xian Lingham. "Your skills are commendable. Your time spent learning from Elder Wu was not in vain. This tea tastes remarkably better." Chapter 6, Breakthrough, Body Forging Stage. "Uncle Ling, what brings you here this time? Is my presence unwelcome?" Xian Ling held a clay tea bowl in one hand, gently blowing at the drifting tea leaves, while the other hand rhythmically tapped his thigh, casting a sidelong glance at Feng Xian. Seeing this, Feng Xian quickly offered a smile. "How could that be? Aren't you a busy man? There are so many matters waiting for you to handle in the tribe." Xian Ling took a sip of the tea, setting down the bowl as he spoke indifferently, with Uncle Denyo watching over. "What could possibly go wrong? I came specifically to see you. Having heard you are on the verge of a breakthrough, I wanted to ensure you don't rush and encounter any problems." Feng Xian was taken aback, realizing this was indeed the reason Uncle Ling had come to find him, stirring a sense of emotion within him. In the past, Uncle Ling would often visit him and leave in a hurry, given the numerous affairs of the nearly 1,000-person tribe. Although Uncle Denyo was powerful, he was not adept at managing the tribe's myriad tasks, making it somewhat difficult for him. Currently, the Xianing tribe had yet to select a leader. Although Uncle Denyo was formidable, he had no desire to handle the tribe's affairs, and he had no intention of becoming a leader himself. Xian Ling had never been interested in the position of chief, especially after the passing of Feng Xian's father, which left the leadership of the Xianing tribe unoccupied. When present, it was Xian Ling who managed various matters. In his absence, it fell to Elder Wu or the Grand Elder to oversee things, while Uncle Denyo merely served as a figurehead of strength, teaching martial skills in the training hall. Elder Wu was quite busy, concocting various secret medicines and tending to the tribe's ailments, while the Grand Elder, due to his advanced age, had limited energy. Originally, there was a candidate for chief in the form of Xian Qingmu, the third leader of the hunting team, but Xian Qingmu had only reached the peak of the blood-boiling stage. However, he had close ties to the tribe's Xianing lineage, making communication convenient. The hunting affairs of the tribe were largely managed by him, leading the Xianing and the hunting team in their pursuits, with the spoils handled by the tribe and Xian Ling. The tribe intended to ask Xian Qingmu if he would accept the role of chief once he broke through to the vessel cultivation stage, but upon learning of this, he seemed to have recoiled like a snake, preferring to hunt in the wilderness rather than return, prompting Elder Wu and the 3 Grand Elders to scowl darkly at the mere mention of him. This was the Xian clan. Their clan culture was unified, ready to fight at a moment's notice, yet when it came to strategizing, they seemed as if they were forcing a bull to think. Feng Xian harbored doubts, wondering if the ancestors of the Xian clan had not shunned the sparse population of the Feng and Yu clans, but rather saw the potential in uniting the 2 clans to establish the tribe, freeing themselves from the burden of intellect. Noticing Feng Xian lost in thought, Xian Ling felt an uncomfortable sensation. As though he had been offended, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small stone tablet the size of a fist, inscribed with which runes, with a flick of his hand, a massive blade-like arm materialized before him. This was a spatial witch artifact, of which there were only 3 in the entire Xianing tribe. The one passed down through the Xian clan was the one in Xian Ling's hand. Known as the Xian Kong tablet, the blade-shaped arm resembled a scythe, its entire surface a vivid green, yet it was adorned with blood-red patterns that covered the blade, emanating an aura of malevolence. Feng Xian, still in a reverie, felt the hairs on his body stand on end as he recognized it. This was none other than the forelimb of the blood-patterned mantis, which had left a deep impression on him when he first encountered the insect beast. Xian Ling pushed the blade-like arm toward Feng Xian. "Uncle Ling, what is this?" Feng Xian looked at Xian Ling with a puzzled expression, inquiring with uncertainty. "This is for you. You are on the verge of breaking through to the body-forging stage. Consider it an early gift from me. You also require a fine weapon for protection, which will grant us both some peace of mind." The other one is reserved for Uncle Qingmu. He is in dire need of it. Feng Xian pushed the blade arm back with conviction and said, "Then let it be for Uncle Qingmu. He needs it more than I do, and it would be a waste for me to use it." Xianling raised his eyelids, feigning impatience as he replied, "Your Uncle Qingmu lacks the ability to wield two blades simultaneously. Enough of this. Take it. It is not anything particularly extraordinary." Feng Xian felt a surge of gratitude. After all, this was a material from a peaked spirit realm insect beast, naturally shaped like a blade. With a bit of refinement, it could become a remarkable weapon, one that even the Xianing tribe would not disdain. However, he also understood that if he did not accept this blood-patterned mantis blade arm today, Uncle Ling would likely not relent, so he refrained from further protest. Seeing him accept it, Xianling nodded in satisfaction. "Go seek your Uncle Tai to help you forge it." Feng Xian concurred with a nod. Such materials from savage beasts required modification and adjustment before they could truly be considered effective weapons. Moreover, materials from beasts at the breath-nourishing stage possessed a certain spiritual essence, allowing for crafting into shamanic weapons by skilled shamans, although this would necessitate compensation, as the creation of a shamanic weapon is a laborious and energy-draining endeavor. Hence the costs are steep. "All right, you needn't concern yourself with me. Go about your business. I shall remain here, seated, until you break through." Upon hearing this, Feng Xian saw Uncle Ling close his eyes and enter a meditative state, adopting an expression that suggested he wished to be left undisturbed, prompting Feng Xian to helplessly step aside. Positioning himself in the center of the courtyard, Feng Xian removed his beast skin robe. Baring his upper body, he retrieved a black medicinal vial, uncorked it, and carefully extracted approximately 10 drops, replacing the vial afterward. With both hands, he spread the potion evenly over his torso, knowing that the body-refining elixir did not require application over the entire body. He merely needed a catalyst to stimulate a breakthrough in his corporeal form. Once the potion was applied, Feng Xian began practicing his fist techniques in the courtyard to warm up, facilitating better absorption of the elixir. After the duration of a stick of incense, he felt as if he were beside a blazing fire, the heat nearly unbearable, yet he persisted with his movements, continuing to refine his fist techniques. Half an hour later, his skin flushed red, resembling a cooked shrimp, with heat radiating subtly around him. An hour passed, and Feng Xian felt as though he were enveloped in a furnace, the scorching flames searing his entire being. At that moment, Xianling, who had been observing quietly with his eyes wide open, suddenly bellowed, "Sit down, feel the surge of your vital energy, and seize the opportunity to break through." Following his instructions, Feng Xian immediately ceased his punches and gradually sat cross-legged. Sensing the relentless flow of blood within him, he guided his blood energy to rhythmically impact his body's acupoints, and finally, he experienced a peculiar sensation coursing through him. He felt as if his skin began to contract, tightening as it transformed into a denser and more compact form. His pores seemed to rhythmically open and close, as if breathing. The blood, flesh, tendons, and bones within him appeared to undergo a metamorphosis, with every sensory perception drastically altered compared to before. At last, Feng Xian discerned a thin membrane forming beneath his skin. Though delicate, this membrane was undeniably beginning to manifest beneath his epidermis. He immediately recognized it as the flesh membrane spoken of by Uncle Danyu in the martial arts hall, also referred to as the inner membrane. This marked the first step into the body-forging realm, the formation of the flesh membrane. The skin-refining stage had been achieved. The presence of this inner membrane not only significantly enhances defensive capabilities, but also strengthens the healing process of wounds. When this membrane, which envelopes the entire body, emits a faint glow through the skin, it signifies a remarkable achievement. This is akin to the concept of copper skin within the realm of iron bones. At that moment, a disdainful voice emerged from the side, urging, "Hurry up and wash yourself. You smell dreadful." Feng Xian exhaled a breath of foul air and gradually opened his eyes, immediately directing his gaze toward his body. He observed a thick layer of grease accumulating on his skin, exuding an odor so repugnant it was nauseating. This was the impurities contained within the human body, expelled through the skin as a result of breaking through the body refinement realm and undergoing a rigorous physical cleansing. Feng Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. He had been so focused on sensing the condition of his body that he had not noticed the discomfort until now. He dashed to the well in the backyard, filled a large bucket with fresh water, and took it aside. From a dark green plant in the courtyard, he plucked a handful of leaves to knead. This was the orchid flower, a common herbaceous plant found abundantly in the wild. Transplanted by every household, it was particularly effective in removing grease and, when used for cleansing the body, not only left one feeling clean but also helped prevent the bites of ordinary insects. Feng Xian stripped off his clothes, crushed the orchid leaves to extract their juice, and applied it to his body while scrubbing vigorously. He then poured clean water over himself, feeling an immediate sense of refreshment as the greasy sensation vanished. After dressing, Feng Xian noticed he seemed to have grown taller. The once well-fitting clothes now felt slightly loose, indicating that his breakthrough had induced a physical transformation. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Uncle Ling had already finished his training and was watching him enter. Uncle Ling frowned slightly at Feng Xian, who appeared to have lost some weight. "You ought to eat more meat. With such a frail physique, you can hardly exert even 80% of your strength," he remarked. Feng Xian's expression turned awkward upon hearing Uncle Ling's words. While he recognized he was not as muscular as the rest of the Xin clan, he did not consider himself fragile. Even if he had slimmed down due to his breakthrough, it remained within a normal range, yet to Uncle Ling, he seemed weak. Reflecting on this, Feng Xian understood why the members of the Xin Eagle tribe often looked down upon those from the Black Wolf tribe, who were all considered mere skinny bamboo poles. It was surprising that even Uncle Ling, whose physique was not particularly notable in the Xin clan, had been influenced by its traditions. Uncle Ling seemed to sense Feng Xian's thoughts. Raising his arm to reveal a prominent vein, with muscles bulging as thick as Feng Xian's thigh, Feng Xian lowered his head, noting his own relatively small stature in comparison. "Perhaps Uncle Ling has his reasons for deeming me frail. I shall heed his words," he concluded. Seeing this, Uncle Ling lowered his arm, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. "I may not compare to that ox of a man, but I can still give you some guidance." He then stood up, ready to leave. However, as he passed the kitchen, he paused, surveying the ordinary beast meat hanging there with a furrowed brow. He quickly realized his oversight. The boy had yet to acquire the ability to hunt spirit realm beasts, and the tribe prioritized distributing higher-tier beast meat to warriors in need. Commoners received the flesh of wild beasts, as warriors required the nourishment from higher-tier blood and flesh for their cultivation. Moreover, consuming the flesh of unrefined beasts could be detrimental to those who had yet to reach the body refinement stage, and for ordinary individuals, directly consuming the flesh of beasts from the breath-holding realm would be akin to poison. With a swift motion, Uncle Ling produced a massive crocodile tail, nearly 2 meters long and half a meter wide, its skin and scales already stripped away to reveal the pristine white flesh beneath. He tossed it to Feng Xian, saying, "Take this crocodile tail. It will help replenish your vital energy. Stabilizing your foundation and stepping into bone refinement will grant you a measure of self-protection within the tribe. In the future, should you find yourself lacking spirit realm beast meat, there's no need to take risks. The tribe will provide." Feng Xian caught the enormous tail, realizing that it was likely the same crocodile Uncle Gu had processed the day before. Uncle Ling hastily exited the Feng family compound, quickly disappearing from Feng Xian's sight, leaving Feng Xian momentarily stunned. "Is Uncle Ling afraid I might refuse?" he mused, both amused and exasperated. After closing the door, Feng Xian returned to the courtyard, hung up the crocodile tail, and began practicing a set of the bull fist technique. Previously, he had focused solely on physical refinement without cultivating his essence, but now, having broken through to body refinement, he could attempt to genuinely practice formal martial arts. According to legend, in the Great Wilderness, there were originally no established martial arts. Those beasts with bloodline inheritances could awaken innate abilities directly from their lineage. It was only later that powerful individuals began to analyze various abilities and techniques, integrating them into transmittable martial arts and spiritual formulas, which were passed down through generations. The myriad of powerful clans eventually categorized martial arts into 3 tiers: spiritual formulas, classic texts, and imperial scriptures. In the time before antiquity, the Jinwu clan overlooked the world, with all spirits bowing before them. The maturity of a Jinwu represented the pinnacle of existence, and thus, their supreme martial arts were named the imperial scriptures. However, it is essential to note that not all martial arts associated with the Jinwu clan are termed imperial scriptures. Only those cultivated to the highest level that can achieve the Jinwu's maturity are designated as such. The classic texts are said to be related to the indomitable divine Phoenix clan, and while Feng Xian was unaware of the intricacies, he could speculate to some extent, as for spiritual formulas. They were the martial arts developed by myriad spirits and were classified into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Martial skills are divided into 4 levels: mountain, sea, holy, and divine. Each level is further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades to distinguish strength and the inherent abilities contained within. The bull fist technique is a foundational martial art widely disseminated among the human tribes, considered a lower-tier martial skill. Despite its commonality, it serves as an excellent foundation for martial arts practice. Various martial arts, sword techniques, and footwork require their respective movements and breathing rhythms for cultivation, enabling flexibility and adaptability in combat. The level of martial skills is not the sole determinant of success. Even a casual strike from a powerful warrior can cause mountains to crumble and rivers to run dry. However, this does not imply that the level of martial skills is without merit. In battles of equals, the one lacking martial skills is often the one who falls. If one can master martial skills to a certain extent, even facing opponents of a higher tier is not entirely impossible. Ultimately, combat hinges on each individual's techniques and experiences. Standing before the wooden practice dummy in the courtyard, Feng Xian contemplated the energy pathways and striking methods taught by Uncle Niu in the martial arts hall. He slowly shifted his right foot back, positioning his hands in a bullhorn stance, circulating his internal energy and blood. His fists clenched tightly, his arms swelling with muscle, prominent veins appearing. Suddenly, Feng Xian let out a low roar in his heart. Bull charge! Feng Xian suddenly exerted his strength and charged forward, delivering a powerful strike to the wooden dummy, producing a resounding boom. Afterward, he rose, furrowing his brow to sense the condition within his body. He had an instinctual feeling that a pent-up energy was lodged in his chest, unable to be released. The earlier strike, though seemingly grand, had inflicted no harm upon the wooden post. The execution of the technique was disconnected from his vital energy. He had gathered energy too swiftly, and before his fist could fully extend, the force had dissipated. Feng Xian murmured softly, beginning to analyze the reasons for his failure. Soon, he adjusted his state and initiated a new round of attempts. With a series of impacts resonating throughout the courtyard, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a sudden thunderous sound erupted, akin to a raging bull crashing through the yard. Panting heavily, Feng Xian gazed at the wooden post before him, where a clear fist imprint had been left behind, slightly indented in the center, with splintered wood protruding from the surrounding area. The wooden dummy was crafted from black ironwood. For an ordinary person to strike it with a stone axe and create even a crack would be a daunting task. Yet, to his astonishment, his flesh and blood body had managed to leave a mark upon it. Indeed, after entering the body refinement realm, he was no longer of ordinary constitution. Observing his fist, which was flushed crimson like a branding iron, he noted that his skin remained unbroken, suggesting that even without having fully mastered the copper skin technique, his resilience was extraordinary. Of course, this was also due to the fact that he had not struck with all his might. Practicing techniques was not akin to fighting for one's life. The bull charge technique was indeed difficult to master. This was merely the most basic form, and he had spent nearly half a day to execute just this one strike. There were still 3 more forms to learn: bull rush, bull tail sweep, and bull tread. It was said that each subsequent form would be progressively more challenging to cultivate, so he needed to hasten his pace. Only by mastering all 4 forms could he seamlessly integrate them into combat, utilizing them with the finesse of his own fingers. With this thought in mind, Feng Xian recalled his earlier method of exerting force and began to pummel the wooden post once more. However, unbeknownst to him, an ordinary body refinement martial artist, upon just breaking through to the skin refinement stage, would require at least 5 or 6 days to master this bull charge technique without any prior foundation. Those with lesser aptitude would need even longer. The practice of martial skills ultimately hinges on talent and effort, both of which complement each other, highlighting the remarkable talent Feng Xian possessed in comprehending martial techniques. This was something Feng Xian himself was yet unaware of, as he immersed himself in relentless practice until the sun had completely vanished, and the 3 moons quietly emerged from the clouds above. Chapter 7. Departing once again, Feng Xian slowly withdrew his fists, quietly regulating his breath. This was not merely due to the darkness. Even with the sun fully set, the presence of the three moons allowed him to discern the surroundings of the courtyard. Moreover, the vision of a body refinement martial artist surpassed that of an ordinary person. His stomach growled with a deep rumble, as the extensive training had drained a substantial amount of his physical strength and vital energy. Coupled with the exertion from practicing his fist techniques, he felt as if he hadn't eaten in 10 days and could devour an entire stag. Clutching his stomach, he staggered toward the kitchen. Upon reaching the stove, he lifted the wooden lid, first pouring half a bucket of clean water into the iron pot, followed by retrieving a piece of iron-tailed crocodile meat gifted by Uncle Ling from the wall. With some effort, he sliced a sizable chunk of the pristine white fish meat and tossed it into the pot. After a moment's thought, he added an entire piece of dried rabbit meat. Disregarding any other cooking methods, he struck a firestone to create sparks, igniting the dry grass and beginning to simmer the concoction slowly as he continued to add firewood to the stove. The tantalizing aroma of meat wafted up to his nostrils, making him feel increasingly ravenous. After the incense had burned for a while, Feng Xian lifted the wooden lid, and a cloud of steam billowed forth. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the bubbling beast meat in the iron pot. The broth thick and fragrant. Without further ado, he grabbed a clay jar and sprinkled in a handful of coarse salt produced by the tribe, stirring it with a wooden spoon. After a brief wait, he hastily fished out the iron-tailed crocodile meat. Ignoring the heat, he brought it to his mouth and took a hearty bite of the seemingly firm flesh. Contrary to expectations, the simmered iron-tailed crocodile meat was tender and succulent, bursting with a fresh sweetness that delighted his taste buds. Feng Xian's eyes lit up as he devoured the meat, making audible slurping noises, clearly burning his mouth in the process. Yet, despite the heat, he refused to spit out the meat, not solely due to its exquisite flavor, but because he could distinctly feel the turmoil in his stomach calming down as the iron-tailed crocodile meat settled within. The food quickly transformed into waves of warmth that nourished his limbs as he chewed. He marveled at the changes within his body, reflecting that the flesh of the spiritual beast truly differed from ordinary meat. Not only was it far more delectable, but the essence contained within was palpable. It was said that the tail of the iron-tailed crocodile was the very essence of the beast, housing most of its abilities, making it the most potent part. If he could consistently obtain such high-quality beast meat to replenish his energy spent on martial arts training, along with beast glue and oil as secret elixirs to refine his body and practice martial techniques, he would surely progress to the skin refinement stage at an accelerated pace, striving to achieve the copper skin physique as soon as possible. Finishing the chunk of iron-tailed crocodile, Feng Xian felt unsatisfied and retrieved the stewed dried rabbit meat. Taking small bites, however, after savoring the flesh of the spiritual beast, he found the ordinary rabbit meat to be utterly flavorless, barely manageable to swallow. Before he knew it, 3 months had passed in the martial arts hall. Uncle Danyu, I plan to venture into the wilderness for training. This time, I intend to stay out longer. Xian Yo sat on a stone chair, looking at the youth before him with a pained expression. Has it only been a few months? Originally looking rather frail, Feng Xian had undergone a remarkable transformation over the past 3 months of intense training and the ample supply of spiritual beast blood provided by the tribe. He had grown to around 1.7 meters, his physique now well-defined with pronounced muscle lines, exuding an impression of refinement and agility. His unkempt black hair had grown to his ears, and he carried a small beast hide pouch at his waist. A coarse cloth bag slung over his shoulder, and a long knife with a bare handle secured in a cowhide sheath at his side. On his back rested a short stone spear, giving him the appearance of a hunter ready for the wild. Standing before Xian Yo, Feng Xian awaited his response in silence. Seeing this, Xian Yo chuckled helplessly. It seems you are indeed well prepared. You have now also broken through to the body refinement stage. Exercising caution is not unwarranted. However, we, the men of the Xianing tribe, do not shy away from the strong who emerge through rigorous training. Only those who have survived bloody battles can be deemed true warriors. After a brief pause, Xian Yo continued, Go ahead, but remember not to stray too far from the tribe, and avoid approaching the depths of Qishan. Even the outskirts are not suitable for you at present. Even I dare not venture deeper, for the spiritual beasts at the Qishan are rampant. They are not something you can contend with now." As he spoke, he produced a porcelain bottle the size of a thumb from his robe and tossed it to Feng Xian. Feng Xian instinctively caught it, examining it closely. The bottle was porcelain white with delicate azure patterns at the neck, sealed with a cork. Feng Xian surmised it must be from the Lishang tribe, as his own Xianing tribe lacked the craftsmanship to create such exquisite porcelain. "Uncle Daniel, what is this?" Feng Xian inquired, puzzled. "These are lifeblood pills from the Lishang tribe, for those who have suffered severe injuries and lost too much blood. One is enough to save their life. There are 3 inside." Feng Xian was taken aback. "Uncle Daniel, this is too precious." He stepped forward to return the bottle. Xian Yo raised his hand to stop him. Reclining slightly as if to appear magnanimous, "It's not as valuable as you think. It works best for body refinement martial artists. For me, the effects are rather mediocre. The medicinal power contained within is somewhat lacking for someone of my level. However, do not use it carelessly. This secret medicine is rarely sold by the Lishang tribe." Despite his words, a flicker of pain crossed Xian Yo's eyes, for he had painstakingly procured it from the miserly merchant of the Lishang tribe, offering a horn from a fierce bull as payment, which he had barely managed to hunt down. He wondered how that scoundrel had learned of his acquisition. After speaking, Xian Yo waved him off. "All right, take care of yourself. Now go on. I find your presence bothersome." Feng Xian finally ceased his reluctance, recognizing that the life-blood pill was indeed a life-saving treasure for him. He carefully placed the pill into a small leather pouch at his waist, which contained various medicinal concoctions he had prepared, with the life-blood pill being the most precious among them. He clasped his hands in salute towards Xian Yo before striding purposefully out of the tribe. Xian Yo, with his imposing stature, sat in the hall, leaning against a stone chair, his hands instinctively caressing the armrests. He gazed at Feng Xian's retreating figure. A fleeting vision of his father from years past flickered before him, just as resolute, daring to venture forth alone in his youth, unable to remain within the confines of the tribe, and carving out a name for himself with the wind blade in the vast territory of Qishan. In time, he returned to the tribe to inherit the chieftaincy, until the blood-soaked battle of Qishan, from which he returned battered and bruised. Xian Yo could never forget the sight of that man being carried back to him, the pale visage barely managing a smile, one not of regret, but of sorrow, as if he had not fought to his heart's content, having failed to vanquish his adversary, coupled with the guilt of not leading his brethren to a triumphant return. "Brother Nyo, I underestimated him. I never anticipated that beast would be so formidable. I owe an apology to the brothers of the tribe, and to Ah Yong. I could not bring him back," he lamented. "Chieftain, do not dwell on the past. We are willing to stand with you, to fight for the future of our tribe's children. Besides, that beast is on the verge of breaking through to the void realm. Had we not discovered its intent early, our Xianing tribe would have found itself in the company of a hungry tiger. In this wild expanse, every battle demands one to risk it all. If we feared even a fraction, we would not be true men of Xianing. Although Brother Ah Yong and many others fell in battle, we have never regretted our actions, only lamenting that we could not eliminate that beast entirely. Removing a threat from our Xianing indeed. While we may not have slain it, the chieftain did sever one of its heads, inflicting a grievous wound upon it. In the short term, it shall struggle to recover. And perhaps it has already fallen prey to some savage beast, no longer posing a threat to our Xianing tribe or the human tribes near Qishan. The memories of those events remained vivid in his mind. It was only when Feng Xian's silhouette completely vanished from Xian Yo's sight that he roused from his reverie, casting a weary glance around the various seats in the martial hall. His countenance weary as he slumped in the stone chair. Had 3 years truly passed so swiftly? How time flies! As Feng Xian made his way out of the tribe, he greeted the various aunts and uncles of the clans, lifting his gaze to the distant horizon to discern his bearings before dashing towards a specific direction. After 3 months of dedicated cultivation, bolstered by an ample supply of secret medicines and nourishing flesh, Feng Xian felt he had traversed a considerable distance within the realm of skin refinement. At this stage, not only had his skin defenses become significantly more resilient, but his strength had also greatly increased. Feng Xian had previously tested his limits, Before breaking through to the body refinement stage, his maximum strength was approximately 300 gene. Yet after the breakthrough, he immediately possessed around 500 gene of strength, a feat achieved despite the considerable consumption of vital energy during the process, leaving his body somewhat depleted. Following prolonged supplementation with blood and flesh, Feng Xian had not only replenished his slightly depleted vitality but had also enhanced his physique, rendering his limbs both flexible and powerful, capable of withstanding his full explosive force. Recently, after testing with the stone lock, he had already acquired the strength of 1,000 gene, and with the perfected technique of the bull fist, he could deliver a strike powerful enough to nearly shatter an iron tree stump. Were he to strike a common tree, it would easily snap like a twig. This level of power was already characteristic of a standard warrior within the tribe. However, it is worth noting that strength had never been the forte of the Feng clan. Rather, it was speed that they excelled in. The ancestral wind control technique provided an enhancement to physical speed that other martial arts could scarcely rival. In comparison to the Su clan's berserker technique, while Feng Xian could not match their strength, martial practitioners of the same realm from the Su clan would likely struggle to even brush against the hem of Feng Xian's garments. The wind control technique's enhancement to the legs and the overall agility of the body was beyond the reach of ordinary techniques. Naturally, Feng Xian's confidence during this outing stemmed not solely from his cultivation at the skin refinement stage, but also from numerous hidden trump cards. He had mastered the bull fist to a great degree, achieved initial success with the wind blade technique, and possessed a formidable weapon at his waist. The wind blade technique, inherited by the Feng clan, was classified as a top-grade mountain-level technique. It is noteworthy that even the highest-level martial arts of the Lishang tribe, a mid-sized human clan, were merely of mountain grade. Externally, the Feng clan had always referred to the wind blade technique as a middle-grade mountain-level technique, adhering to the principle of keeping their wealth concealed. After all, who could guarantee that others, even fellow humans, would not become covetous? Thus, beyond the direct lineage of the Feng clan, even the Su clan believed the wind blade technique to be merely as the Feng clan described, a middle-grade mountain-level technique, albeit with unparalleled power due to its exceptional compatibility with the Feng clan. This was not due to distrust of the Su clan, but rather an understanding that the more people who knew, the greater the chance of attracting unwanted attention. The classification of techniques does not equate to the realm of mastery. Higher-grade techniques merely increase the likelihood of breaking through to higher levels, enhancing one's combat prowess, but one could still continue to advance without access to higher-grade techniques. Ancient records indicate that in the primordial era, there was no concept of techniques. The great beings of that time relied solely on their instincts and explorations to break through their limitations. The density of the world's primal energy during that period made breakthroughs relatively easier. While subsequent ages saw various legacies organized to provide ordinary beings opportunities to ascend to greater heights, in that era, the world was chaotic, with various gods and demons rampant, and powerful beings emerging in droves. Their myriad abilities akin to the stars in the sky, each powerful entity validating one another and collectively seeking the supreme path, unlike the current inclination to hoard knowledge. The present situation arose from the gradual stabilization of the world, where the establishment of various clans fostered a sense of community among beings, leading them to be reluctant to share their clan's secret traditions, resulting over time in the current state of affairs. The Su clan would never request the wind blade technique or wind techniques from the Feng clan, as each clan possesses its own esoteric techniques and martial arts, a tacit understanding among tribal clans. As for the divine weapon he carried, it was forged from the terrifying blade arms of the blood pattern mantis, a weapon that could even be considered a pseudo-war weapon, which Feng Xian named the blood pattern blade. This blade, approximately 3 feet long and palm width, featured a blade that was entirely a vibrant green, intricately interwoven with complex crimson patterns, and the handle was crafted from the antlers of a blue-striped white-horned deer of the spirit awakening realm. To create this weapon, Feng Xian had expended a substantial portion of his savings, enlisting the help of Uncle Tai, a specialist in forging war weapons within the tribe. Upon closer inspection, the edge of the blood pattern blade revealed a multitude of tiny saw-like serrations. Rather than a simple blade, it resembled a saw, making any cut inflicted by it exceptionally difficult to heal. In Feng Xian's trials, he found that even the hardest bones of beasts at the spirit awakening realm could not withstand his full-strength strike. Even against peak-level spirit awakening beasts, Feng Xian was confident he could breach their defenses and inflict damage. This blood pattern blade, now regarded as a pseudo-war weapon, was Feng Xian's greatest source of confidence as he ventured out. While honing his skills in the wild, Feng Xian was certain that against spirit-awakening beasts, as long as he avoided those of the blood pattern mantis's caliber, he could rely on his exceptional agility and the razor-sharp blood pattern blade to escape. Should he find himself outmatched, however, this outing was not merely for training and combat. It was driven by a specific purpose. Prior to his breakthrough to the body refinement realm, he had discovered a small pool hidden deep within a valley not far from the tribe, where he stumbled upon a treasure that greatly intrigued him. During that previous excursion, Feng Xian had ventured out alone and, in his carelessness, had chased a wild fox too far, only to realize upon turning back that he had unknowingly strayed far from the tribe, eventually leading him to the pool. The pool was modest in size, approximately 100 meters in diameter, with a waterfall cascading down from a height of 7 or 8 zhang. Had it been merely an ordinary pool, Feng Xian would not have thought much of it. However, while collecting water from its edge, he discovered the presence of waterborne willows. Waterborne willows, though of average medicinal value with some efficacy in promoting circulation and alleviating blood stasis, had roots that harbored a chance of nurturing a creature known as the Qingjia. This creature lacked combat prowess and had a penchant for feeding on the roots of waterborne willows. Upon maturation, the Qingjia larvae would spin cocoons at the root of the willows, eventually emerging as Qingjia insects. What Feng Xian coveted were the cocoons formed by these larvae, as they could only spin cocoons after absorbing sufficient essence from the waterborne willows, at which point the cocoons became an exceptionally precious restorative medicine. It was said that those who stumbled upon the Qingjia cocoons found them to be a natural secret medicine, particularly beneficial for body refinement practitioners, possessing substantial medicinal power and significantly accelerating the process of refining vital flesh essence and absorbing various secret medicines, thereby hastening the body refinement journey. However, such Qingjia insects were not found in every patch of waterborne willows, making them relatively rare. It had been quite some time since any new sources of waterborne willows had been discovered within his clan, and the controlled sources yielded a pitifully small harvest of Qingjia cocoons each year. If these insects sensed that they were being controlled, they would cease reproduction, leading to their dwindling numbers, which could not be artificially manipulated. Feng Xian had previously glimpsed the Qingjia swimming in the pool, but as he prepared to observe them more closely, he suddenly noticed a massive shadow moving within the water, a copper-headed fish. This revelation sent a chill down Feng Xian's spine. Adult copper-headed fish were typically spirit-awakening beasts, and this one measured around 2 meters in length, clearly a standard adult specimen. He speculated that it may have wandered down from the upstream Qishui River, only to find itself trapped in this small pool. While this startled Feng Xian, he felt a surge of relief that he had not yet acted, promptly retreating to a safe distance. Nonetheless, he committed the location to memory, intending to return once he had developed sufficient strength. This time, Feng Xian aimed to ascertain whether the pool indeed housed Qingjia and whether the copper-headed fish had vacated the area. As he contemplated this, Feng Xian squinted. If the copper-headed fish had not left, he would need to devise a means to slay it, providing an excellent opportunity to gauge the progress he had made in his recent training. An initial stage spirit-awakening copper-headed fish posed no real threat to him. Given his current level of body refinement, Chapter 8. Hunting the copper-headed fish 2 hours later, Feng Xian found himself positioned 100 meters away from the edge of the pool. By now, it was midday, with the sun hanging high in the sky, its scorching rays beating down upon the earth. A bead of sweat appeared on Feng Xian's forehead as he paused momentarily. His journey had been smooth thus far. With no encounters with any beasts, concealed behind a large tree, he surveyed the surroundings, noting that aside from a few small wild animals coming to drink, he had not observed any signs of spirit-awakening beasts, allowing him to focus his attention on the pool ahead. The pool was not large, resembling a massive footprint, with a sizable stream cascading down into it from above, the waterfall towering 7 or 8 zhang above the water's surface. The water flowed vigorously, resembling a silver ribbon, though a few protruding rocks marred the otherwise pristine appearance as the water splashed against them, sending up sprays of mist. The cascading water created ripples in the pool, which sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. The depth of the water was uncertain, appearing semi-transparent, revealing the pebbles and shells at the bottom. Surrounding the pool were several smaller tributaries flowing in various directions. Feng Xian approached the water's edge, and with the enhancement of his body refinement realm eyesight, he could discern a large dark fish slowly swimming at the center of the pool, appearing intermittently. Seeing this, Feng Xian's heart sank. Indeed, the copper-headed fish had not departed. The small tributaries surrounding the pool likely contributed to its reluctance to leave. Feng Xian found himself in a dilemma. He could not investigate the bottom of the pool for Qingzhao without circumventing the copper-headed fish. While he might not be a match for the fish on land, in the water, he was uncertain of his ability to contend with this spirit-awakening beast. Suddenly, an idea struck Feng Xian. Although the copper-headed fish would not come ashore, if he could lure it to the water's edge, diminishing its advantages, he would have a chance to slay attract it from the pool. He would need something to pique its interest. But what could this fish, a beast of its kind, find appealing? Is there any choice superior to a fresh, living source of sustenance? This copper-headed fish has lingered here for an indeterminate period. And given its size and the clarity of the pond's waters, it must find it quite challenging to capture the beasts along the shore for nourishment. Moreover, it is likely that few large fish descend from the waterfall, leaving it in a perpetual state of barely subsisting, if not outright hunger. Feng Xian surveyed the surroundings and observed that only small creatures were quenching their thirst at the pond's edge. He realized he had but a single opportunity. Should he fail, the copper-headed fish would become wary of the same method, rendering it ineffective in the future. The beasts inhabiting the spiritual realm had already developed a degree of intelligence. With this thought, Feng Xian retreated into the dense forest, scrutinizing the traces upon the ground and searching the vicinity. Before long, he followed the remnants of tracks and finally encountered a stout black wild boar rummaging through the earth. Evidently foraging for food, Feng Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely what he sought. He approached stealthily, but when he was approximately 20 meters away, the boar suddenly looked around uneasily, preparing to flee. What a vigilant creature! Feng Xian cursed under his breath and swiftly lunged forward, delivering a powerful charge akin to a rampaging bull straight at the boar. Thud. The force of Feng Xian's assault left the boar with no time to react. It let out a pained squeal as it was sent sprawling to the ground, struggling to rise. Bang! Feng Xian immediately closed in, delivering a crushing blow to its head, which significantly weakened the boar's cries. He did not slay it outright, but spared its life to serve as bait for the fish. A lively prey would undoubtedly stir the interest of a predator. Extracting a length of grass rope from his waist, he loosely bound the boar's limbs and hoisted it onto his shoulder, estimating its weight to be around 400 pounds. The ease with which he had sent the creature flying 2 yards away demonstrated the remarkable enhancement to his physique following his breakthrough into the body refinement realm. Had he encountered the boar in his previous state, a moment's carelessness could have led to dire consequences. Now, with the strength of 1,000 pounds, combined with the rampaging bull fist, he could overpower even a formidable beast like this wild boar with a single strike. Showcasing his current prowess, upon returning to the pond's edge, he unceremoniously tossed the boar to the ground, which landed with a thud. The boar let out a few grunts but did not struggle vigorously, suggesting it had not yet fully regained its strength. Feng Xian glanced toward the center of the pond, but the copper-headed fish was nowhere to be seen. He did not concern himself. The pond was not vast, and it would not have been able to swim far, likely retreating to the depths beneath the waterfall. After resting for a moment, he no longer delayed and dragged the boar to the water's edge. The boar seemed to sense impending danger and began to thrash about wildly, emitting desperate cries. Bang! With an impassive expression, Feng Xian delivered a heavy punch to the creature's head, causing its high-pitched wail to diminish immediately. He unsheathed the blood-patterned blade and swiftly plunged it into the limbs and body of the mountain boar, delivering several stabs. Then, with a precise motion, he targeted its carotid artery, inflicting a final cut before loosening the bindings on its limbs and unceremoniously casting it into the pond. Feng Xian then sought refuge behind a massive boulder on the shore. The mountain boar fell into the cool water. The refreshing liquid seeped into its wounds, prompting a more intense series of shrieks. Though it lacked the strength to sustain them, its cries gradually fading. The creature stumbled and struggled in the water, but its limbs were bound. Despite not being tightly restrained, it could hardly move, only managing to shift slowly. The crystal-clear pond water began to turn crimson as the boar's blood mixed with it, flowing deeper into the depths. Feng Xian observed quietly, and indeed, within just a few breaths, a stirring occurred in the pond. A large, dark-scaled fish was swimming towards the mountain boar at a leisurely pace. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this was a fish over 10 feet long. A copperhead fish, a formidable beast of the spirit-awakening realm. Its dark scales glimmered faintly in the water, each scale the size of an adult's palm, with a head as large as an ox and eyes comparable to a human fist. Its mouth was filled with numerous sharp teeth. Its head rounded like a hammer, protruding a horn-like growth that emitted a yellowish-green glow. The copperhead fish fixated on the blood-scented mountain boar. Sensing no immediate danger, it lunged forward with sudden ferocity, accelerating towards the boar and clamping its massive jaws onto the creature's relatively tender abdomen. The boar writhed in pain, struggling as if in a final desperate attempt, but the copperhead fish tightened its grip, shaking the boar violently as if intending to rend it asunder. Gradually, the boar's struggles waned. Having already suffered from Feng Xian's initial cut to its artery and now the ravenous bites of the copperhead fish. Its wounds deepened and blood loss rendered it feeble. The fish, sensing its prey's weakening state, lowered its guard, eyeing the thrashing boar with a mocking gaze, incrementally increasing the pressure of its bite, swaying its head as if to toy with its victim before planning to drag the boar into the depths for a leisurely feast. Unbeknownst to it, a figure had stealthily approached from behind the copperhead fish, having swum quietly through the water. As the fish prepared to pull the boar down, Feng Xian surged forward, his long blade slicing through the water, leaving a slender wake behind. With a soft sound, blood erupted in the water as the fish's tail fin was severed, detaching a chunk of flesh from its body. This figure was none other than Feng Xian himself. He had not intended to strike a fatal blow to the copperhead fish directly. Rather, he had seized the opportunity while the fish's attention was diverted to the boar, stealthily positioning himself at its tail and expertly severing the fin. This maneuver significantly hampered the fish's speed in the water. Had he aimed for a lethal strike and been detected, it would have complicated matters, potentially inviting the full wrath of the intact copperhead fish. The martial arts hall had imparted knowledge on the weaknesses of savage beasts and hunting techniques. If a one-hit kill was unfeasible, one should first seek to incapacitate its limbs, thereby diminishing its combat effectiveness. Indeed, the copperhead fish, reeling in pain, released its grip on the mountain boar. Its gaping maw now twisted in a snarl as it attempted to retreat, but its usual agility was markedly impaired. Seeing this, Feng Xian's spirits lifted. His initial strategy of crippling the fish's tail had proven judicious. The copperhead fish had lost its nimbleness in the water, severely impacting both its speed and balance. Sensing its own predicament, the fish sought to escape towards deeper waters, evidently wishing to evade further confrontation with Feng Xian. However, Feng Xian, having prepared for this moment, pursued relentlessly. As he drew near, he swung his verdant blood-patterned blade at the copperhead fish. The fish managed a hasty dodge, yet still received a gash to its abdomen, blood streaming forth and swirling in the water. In retaliation, the copperhead fish, fueled by pain, abandoned its flight and charged fiercely at Feng Xian. Its jaws lined with sharp teeth gleaming ominously. Feng Xian swiftly evaded to the right, the fish hot on his heels. Despite being a creature of the spirit-awakening realm, the copperhead fish, after a brief adjustment, had regained some control over its current physical state, though its speed and agility were noticeably diminished. Thus, Feng Xian found himself able to engage the fish in a back-and-forth struggle within the water. Suddenly, the copperhead fish surged forward, locking its gaze on Feng Xian. A strange luminescence flickered above its massive head, and the water around it rippled with an unusual wave of energy. To Feng Xian's astonishment, the fish, which had previously slowed, now shot forward with explosive speed, darting through the water like an arrow aimed at him. Caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, Feng Xian realized evasion was no longer an option. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the long knife and unleashed the first form of the wind blade technique, the most powerful move he had mastered thus far. Even in his current state, he could only manage 2 or 3 strikes before succumbing to exhaustion. This technique, typically deployed in open spaces, felt different underwater. Feng Xian sensed his blade cleaving through the water, a circle of liquid blades accompanying his strike as he aimed for the copperhead fish. With a resounding clash, the two collided. The sheer force of their encounter propelled Feng Xian backward through the water, causing him to expel a stream of bubbles from his mouth. He felt a tightness in his chest, and his arm, which held the knife, ached painfully. A quick glance at the copperhead fish revealed that it too had been sent sprawling by the impact and did not pursue him. Seizing the moment, Feng Xian swam towards the surface. Breaking through the water's surface, he gasped for air, only to be met with a sudden, sharp pain in his chest. He coughed several times, a metallic taste flooding his mouth as a thin trickle of blood escaped from his lips. It appeared that the copperhead fish's innate ability, awakened upon reaching the spirit awakening realm, had taken him by surprise. He chastised himself for his lack of experience in combat. Had he been better prepared, he might not have found himself in such a precarious situation. As he contemplated this, he dared not dwell too long on his thoughts amidst the ongoing battle. Diving back under, he noticed the copperhead fish glaring fiercely at him from a short distance away. A significant gash now marring its head, blackish-red blood seeping from the wound. Feng Xian was astonished that his previous strike had delivered such devastating damage, especially considering it had been executed in haste underwater. After a brief skirmish, he had gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Without additional means, this injured copperhead fish was destined to perish here. Suddenly, Feng Xian observed that despite the fish's fierce gaze, it hesitated to advance. Could it be? He narrowed his eyes, gripping his blade and swimming slowly towards the copperhead fish. The once menacing fish now appeared startled, attempting to retreat. However, with its tail fins severed and its injuries weighing it down, the creature struggled to maintain control, its body swaying unsteadily in the water, betraying any semblance of ferocity. Indeed, this beast was now at its last gasp. Feng Xian's lips curled into a smile as he ceased his procrastination and swiftly propelled himself forward. Wielding his long blade to cleave at the copper-headed fish, the fish could only gaze on in terror, powerless to resist. Its previous ferocity utterly vanished with a single stroke. He inflicted a deep gash upon the fish's body, which flailed weakly, yet its dwindling strength could not keep pace with Feng Xian's agility in the water. At last, Feng Xian plunged his sword into the fish's gills, piercing its brain. The fish's body stiffened abruptly, the light in its eyes gradually dimming, and soon its massive form began to float helplessly toward the surface. Observing this, Feng Xian too ascended. As the copper-headed fish broke the surface, the waters nearby were completely stained red with blood. Feng Xian casually swished his blood-stained blade in the water to cleanse it before sheathing it at his waist. He then pushed the fish toward the shore, surveying his surroundings, and noted that the commotion from their struggle had long since frightened away any nearby beasts that were drinking. As for the pond, which measured several tens of zhang across, with the presence of this copper-headed fish, Feng Xian felt assured that no other dangerous aquatic creatures lurked within. Such a sizable spirit fish could scarcely sustain additional predators. Feng Xian circumnavigated the pond's edge and suddenly, his gaze caught upon a peculiar sight. Beyond a massive, protruding rock, where the waterfall's torrents cascaded, appeared to be another space. Hastily, he submerged once more, pushing the fish's carcass toward the base of the waterfall. The water's current here was fierce, the waterfall crashing down with considerable force, sending up a flurry of spray. Feng Xian maneuvered the fish beneath the waterfall, surfacing to discover a surprisingly spacious area hidden behind the veil of water. There, he found a stone platform, dry and free of water stains, with a few stout stalactites hanging from the ceiling. Overjoyed at this discovery, Feng Xian realized it was an excellent spot to rest. Sparing him the discomfort of sleeping in the treacherous wilderness upon a mere tree trunk, he dragged the copper-headed fish onto the stone platform, pondering how to dispose of it. This creature was a formidable spirit beast, not much inferior to the iron-tailed crocodile he had previously encountered, and his ability to vanquish it so easily was partly due to fortune. Transporting this massive fish back to the tribe would prove challenging. Aside from its sheer size, the scent it emitted would inevitably attract the greedy gaze of numerous predators. Though his strength had greatly increased, he had not become so arrogant as to believe he could roam the wilderness unchecked. Should he encounter some spirit beasts of equal strength, he would find himself embroiled in a fierce battle. If they were more powerful, the burden of carrying such a large fish carcass would render escape nearly impossible. Yet, relinquishing the delectable prize and valuable spiritual material he had already secured would be more painful than death itself. With the existence of this waterfall cave, he could easily process and dry the copper-headed fish here, or even consume it, refining its essence and blood to further enhance his own abilities. This secluded shelter appeared remarkably secure, allowing him to return to the tribe only occasionally. With these thoughts in mind, a joyful smile spread across Feng Xian's face. Chapter 9. The bronze scroll. After placing the copper-headed fish's carcass, Feng Xian surveyed the vast space behind the waterfall. It was evident that no signs of habitation had ever been left here, suggesting it had never been discovered by anyone. Feng Xian was not surprised. After all, the vast expanse of the wilderness was immense, and the human tribe was but a small fraction of its population. He then returned to the pond's edge to retrieve the completely lifeless mountain boar, casually finding a corner to dispose of it. If left unattended, the boar would easily attract the attention of foraging beasts. And Feng Xian had no desire to draw the gaze of creatures he could not contend with. The mountain boar held little value. He had tasted its tough and chewy meat before, and it was hardly worth his while to transport it back to the tribe. Its black, coarse fur had also been rendered tattered and torn by the struggle with the copper-headed fish. Feng Xian decided to leave it in the cave for the time being, intending to dispose of it the following day. With the waterfall cave's isolation, the scent of the carcass would hardly escape. Having lingered in the cave for only a short while, Feng Xian soon descended into the water to pursue his primary objective. Aquatic willow and green maggot. Feng Xian dove underwater, reaching the bottom of the pond. He estimated that the deepest part of the pond was no more than 7 or 8 zhang below the surface. Aside from some long aquatic grasses, he observed only a few small fish and shrimp swimming about. Scattered across the pond's floor were various sized shells, quietly resting in the sediment, and he had yet to spot any larger fish, likely having already been consumed by the copper-headed fish. Utilizing the sunlight filtering through the water, Feng Xian began to explore the bottom with ease, having surpassed the body forging stage, allowing him to hold his breath for 7 or 8 minutes without difficulty. After searching for a while, he suddenly spotted something and swam toward it. Aquatic willow. Feng Xian halted in delight, hovering before a cluster of gently swaying aquatic grasses. This plant's stems resembled reed stalks, with long, slender leaves akin to those of willow trees, hence its name. As he examined the aquatic willow, he quickly discovered a finger-length greenish-black larva nestled among the leaves. This small creature was flat yet boasted a sizable rear, with a rounded head, 2 dark, bead-like eyes, and prominent sharp mandibles primarily used for gnawing at the roots of aquatic willow. This larva exclusively consumed various plant roots, particularly favoring the roots of aquatic willow, thus expediting their maturation. The larva before Feng Xian was a green maggot. Even in its mature form, it would merely develop a hardened exoskeleton, with no significant change in shape. Once the green maggot matured, it would lose its remarkable medicinal properties, though it could still be deliciously fried as a snack. However, the tribe typically preserved them for reproduction, capturing only an excess of males to prevent overconsumption of the aquatic willow and destruction of their habitat. Feng Xian recalled having pilfered a few of these from his grandfather's side dishes during his childhood, frying them until golden and crispy in meat oil, sprinkling a bit of salt and spices, and peeling off the hard shell to savor the tender, white flesh within. The flavor was truly incomparable to ordinary insects. With this memory, Feng Xian swallowed hard, shook his head, and expelled a stream of bubbles, redirecting his focus back to the present. The green maggot before him had grown considerably, indicating that it was nearing the time to spin its cocoon. Feng Xian proceeded to inspect other areas, checking on the status of other green maggots. As he explored the pond's bottom, he indeed discovered a plethora of green maggot larvae, along with some mature green maggots resting atop the aquatic willow, while others were foraging through the sediment, digging at the roots of the aquatic willow. Seeing this, Feng Xian felt a mix of joy and frustration. Judging by the situation, he estimated that it would take another month for the green maggots to fully cocoon, and the cocooning period would last an additional month before they hatched. During this time, the green maggots would digest and condense the medicinal properties of the aquatic willow within their bodies. He only needed to wait a month to collect these green maggot pupae for his cultivation, and given the number present in the pond, It would not only suffice for his own consumption, but perhaps even allow him to sell a portion to the tribe. Since forging the blood-pattern blade, he had found himself nearly destitute, and the body-forging stage required additional resources to assist in his cultivation. Not to mention, the blood and flesh of spirit beasts represented a significant resource. And while the tribe would provide ample materials for cultivation, who would ever complain of having too much? Moreover, the tribe was currently facing resource scarcity, with older warriors sacrificing their own cultivation resources for the younger generation. Furthermore, the savage human tribe did not advocate for the unconditional support of the next generation. Aside from essential cultivation resources, everything relied on one's ability to seize opportunities. It was said that those from great clans and talented individuals would eventually leave their tribes to compete for resources in the wilderness. Even legendary figures like the Sacred Body, Battle Body, and Divine Body were not exempt from this reality. A comfortable environment for cultivation would likely only breed incompetence. Such individuals could only be deemed as gifted prodigies, not true paragons. Despite the kindness shown by Uncle Daniu, Uncle Ling, and Elder Wu, if he were to break through to the boiling blood stage, the first to expel him would be them, for the tribe could not bear the subsequent resource demands of his cultivation and would have to find a way to manage. Breaking through the boiling blood stage would lead to the hidden organ stage, and the resources required for cultivation at this level far exceeded what the tribe could currently afford. It would be wiser to allocate resources toward nurturing the next generation instead. Therefore, he needed to begin accumulating the resources necessary for his future cultivation. Suddenly, as Feng Xian rummaged through the roots of the aquatic willow, his hand paused. He had encountered a hard object beneath the sediment. The texture felt unlike stone. Curiosity piqued, he cleared away the mud and sand from the pond's bottom, revealing a piece of bluish-green material slightly larger than his palm. Feng Xian gazed at the bronze-colored object with confusion. It seemed to have been embedded in the pond's sediment for countless years, its surface marred by rust, and it emitted no glimmer in the dim light beneath the water. But how could such an object exist in this secluded pond? This remote location was rarely visited by his own tribesmen, let alone anyone who might have left it behind. Could it have been washed down from the Chishui River above by the waterfall? Feng Xian pondered quietly within his heart. Once, he set aside his contemplation of the water willow, grasping the bronze artifact firmly as he ascended towards the water's surface. Upon returning to the waterfall cave, Feng Xian seated himself beside the pond, utilizing the light filtering through the cascading water to gently examine the bronze object in his possession. He meticulously washed away the mud and silt clinging to its surface, revealing its form, a peculiar ancient scroll, seemingly forged from bronze. Thus, he decided to refer to it as the Bronze Ancient Scroll. From the surface, it appeared to be a scroll of blue bronze, tinged with a hint of green. Its center slightly curved downward while the ends curled upwards, the surface riddled with countless rust-like markings. At the apex of this ancient scroll, he could discern some patterned engravings, and in the central portion, a depiction emerged, a group of individuals kneeling together in reverence towards an unseen entity. However, the lower half of the scroll was so weathered that it rendered further identification impossible. As he rubbed his hand across the surface, Feng Xian was taken aback to find that the verdigris could not be removed. It seemed to be an intrinsic part of the bronze scroll rather than merely the result of corrosion. On either side of the scroll, there were some relatively clear patterns, some resembling shapes of plants or herbs, yet Feng Xian could not ascertain their specifics. Additionally, some beastly motifs were obscured, and upon closer inspection, he realized that most were unfamiliar to him, save for one avian motif that bore 3 legs on its belly, evoking a sense of familiarity within him. Could it possibly be the legendary 3-legged golden crow? Feng Xian's thoughts raced with surprise. This creature was renowned in myths as a supreme being of the heavens and the earth, a symbol of the great sun among deities. His knowledge. Small tribes typically engraved only common animal and fish motifs, alongside patterns of human shamans. Rarely would they dare to depict the legendary beast motifs, fearing that their tribal fortune could not withstand such representations. Lest they invoke a backlash from these creatures, only larger tribes would dare to use motifs like the azure dragon, the immortal phoenix, or the 3-legged golden crow. Medium-sized tribes typically limited themselves to motifs of lesser beasts such as the flood dragon, the kuei ox, or the tautai. The engraving of beast motifs on ritual implements was not solely for aesthetic purposes. It served to communicate with certain elemental energies within the world. For instance, the totem pillar of his Xian Eagle tribe primarily featured the Xian Eagle motif, enhancing the pillar's completeness and its alignment with the essence of the Xian Eagle spirit, thereby augmenting its power, extending its lifespan, and improving its restorative abilities. Conversely, if the totem spirit were represented by a flood dragon, it would fail to unleash any formidable powers, significantly diminishing the pillar's efficacy. Only a powerful shaman could re-engrave the beast motifs upon the totem pillar, rewriting its shamanic inscriptions. This was merely one aspect of the application of beast motifs. Could it be that this bronze scroll was an artifact left behind by a large tribal clan? Feng Xian mused as he toyed with it in his hands, turning it over repeatedly in search of some hidden mystery. Despite his efforts, he discerned nothing particularly extraordinary. However, in the midst of his examination, he cautiously employed his blood pattern knife to test the scroll, only to discover that he could not make a mark upon it. Even as he gradually increased the force of his strikes, he left not a single trace. At that moment, joy surged within him as he realized he had stumbled upon a treasure, though its other uses remained unclear. In a critical moment, it could undoubtedly serve as a sturdy shield. Albeit somewhat small, it was indeed crafted from bronze. Bronze is an exceedingly rare material, as noted by Wu during his explanation of sacrificial rites. Bronze is generally categorized into two types. One is the immortal bronze that is naturally born between heaven and earth. It is said that this particular type of bronze is incredibly scarce, a substance from which true divine weapons and imperial artifacts are forged. Such a material is not something that ordinary tribes can lay claim to. It is the sort of treasure that legendary deities would contend over fiercely. The other type of bronze is created through the smelting of copper or in several other kinds of minerals. However, this process is quite cumbersome and requires exceptional metallurgical skills to produce quality bronze. Items crafted from this type of bronze are highly sought after by various tribes, and even many foreign races hold this material in high regard. Bronze artifacts are prized possessions for medium-sized tribes, often employed in the casting of shamanic tools for sacrificial ceremonies. It seems that even my own Xinying tribe lacks such bronze artifacts. The bronze scroll I have in hand is covered in rust, indicating that it is of the latter variety. It is unlikely that one could casually stumble upon immortal bronze. Every piece of divine material or weapon in the wilderness is accompanied by a radiant divine aura and the manifestation of natural laws, often resulting in the suffering of countless beings, bloodshed, and the upheaval of mountains and rivers as powerful beings vie for it. It is rare to hear of immortal bronze being subject to rust, especially since this scroll is engraved with various intricate patterns. Such a squandered item could easily transform immortal bronze into a useless scroll, if this were a divine weapon, according to the legends of its capabilities. Even without a wielder, one would likely be instantly reduced to dust upon approaching it, Feng Xian mused. After toying with the bronze scroll for a while, he decided to stow it in his leather pouch. Intending to revisit it later, he hoped to find a tribe willing to purchase it in exchange for resources, as it might currently be his most valuable possession, even surpassing the worth of his blood-patterned knife. Feng Xian cast aside thoughts of the bronze scroll and turned his attention to the copper-headed fish beside him, preparing to process it. Every part of the copper-headed fish is valuable. Its skin, once tanned, would make excellent lightweight armor, and its scales are equally useful. After testing, Feng Xian found that cutting the fish skin with a regular blade was quite difficult. Only with his blood-pattern knife did the task become manageable. It is worth noting that the blade of the blood-pattern knife is forged from the sharpest arm of a blood-pattern mantis, a peak-level insect beast among the Awakening Realm creatures, which ordinary boiling blood humans cannot hope to contend with. Among the same tier of beasts, this creature is renowned for its ferocity. Any beast not at the pinnacle of the Awakening Realm is merely its prey. The Xinying tribe regards it as a threat, dispatching warriors from the Hidden Realm to suppress it. Feng Xian skillfully skinned the fish and hung the skin up in the cave, recognizing its potential value. He could sell it for a considerable number of iron coins upon returning to the tribe. The fish's teeth held little value, so he discarded them by the water's edge, as their lingering scent could deter lesser beasts, significantly reducing intrusions. However, the fish's head was a different matter altogether. according to the tribe's martial arts hall. The head contains a gelatinous substance, the essence of the copper-headed fish, considered a spiritual material, invaluable for potion brewing or soup making. Feng Xian intended to preserve it and bring it back to the tribe for further examination of its refining methods. Indeed, upon slicing open the fish head, Feng Xian discovered a distinct object beneath the skull. A snow-white gelatinous substance, roughly the size of an adult's palm, soft yet remarkably resilient. After a moment of contemplation, he set it aside. The remaining fish meat was divided into large chunks, sprinkled with some coarse salt he carried, and along with the fish head gel, he tied them to a stone stalagmite to dry for preservation. After completing these tasks, Feng Xian casually consumed some of his dried provisions and cut a small piece of the copper-headed fish meat for dinner. His provisions were unremarkable, thick pancakes made from green-faced flour, 2 of which sufficed for a meal, providing ample sustenance. Feng Xian sliced the fish meat into finger-width fillets. The copper-headed fish's flesh was vividly red, marbled with delicate white lines resembling tree rings, and the translucent fillets appeared exquisitely rich. As he placed a piece in his mouth, he was pleasantly surprised by its extraordinary flavor, which was remarkably fresh without any fishy taste, boasting a delicate, tender texture with a slight chewiness. This was a stark contrast to the iron-tailed crocodile meat he had previously consumed. The richness of the copper-headed fish far surpassed that of ordinary provisions. With his appetite whetted, Feng Xian indulged in several more pieces of fish before finally feeling satisfied. After consuming the provisions and fish, he felt his hunger subside, warmth flooding through his body. The only source of discontent was the absence of anything flammable within the cave. Feng Xian preferred cooked meat to raw, and while a small fire would not pose much of a problem in the cave, he realized he would need to find some wood to bring in tomorrow. He contemplated using this waterfall cave as a long-term refuge outside the tribe. Having completed his tasks, Feng Xian glanced outside the waterfall cave. Through the curtain of water, he could sense that the sun was nearing its descent. Not bothered, he sat on a stone to meditate. He sensed that his spiritual cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Crossing this threshold into shamanhood would require an understanding of shamanic power to manifest it. A shaman, even without significant combat prowess, could still hold a position of esteem in a medium-sized tribe. This is the dignity of shamanic practitioners, a path only available to those with innate talent. While ordinary individuals without such gifts would remain mere martial practitioners throughout their lives, Feng Xian practiced a meditative technique, the foundational meditation method disseminated by the human race's sacred grounds, known as the Mountain Sea Meditation. This method was tailored for human shamans, allowing those with shamanic talent to cultivate their abilities. The importance placed on shamanic cultivation by the human race is evident. This technique harnesses the forces of the mountains and seas to enhance one's spirit, connecting with the natural world to absorb wandering soul energy, thus strengthening the soul. Shamanic soul energy is the manifestation of accumulated divine power, and if one can awaken it, they may become a true shaman. However, failing to manifest shamanic power, regardless of how robust one's spirit may become, precludes them from mastering shamanic soul energy. Shamanic soul energy represents a unique cultivation system that differs from the martial practitioner's blood and energy forces. And as one ages, awakening shamanic power becomes increasingly improbable, with the difficulty multiplying manifold. Chapter 10. A thumping encounter with the black bear as dawn broke, Feng Xian opened his eyes from his seated meditation. He touched the wounds he had sustained yesterday and felt that his body had nearly fully healed. A smile creeping onto his lips. Meditative practices in lieu of sleep have their benefits. Not only does one avoid drowsiness, but it can even invigorate one more than a half-day's rest, accelerating both physical and mental recovery. Feng Xian rose, stretched lazily, and moved his limbs, the sound of cracking joints echoing within the cave. The weather was inching towards autumn, with temperatures gradually dropping. The mountain air was decidedly cool, and the humidity in the waterfall cave was quite intense. Were it not for Feng Xian being a seasoned body-refining martial artist, adapting to the chill would have been quite challenging. Equipped, Feng Xian dragged the mountain pig's carcass through the water and under the waterfall, emerging onto the bank with an involuntary shiver. The cool mountain breeze caressed his damp skin. Amplifying the chill, he silently circulated his energy, invigorating his body, and as his blood surged, warmth began to envelop him. Feng Xian sought out a nearby stream to dispose of the mountain pig, which floated away downstream. Gradually disappearing from sight, he then returned to the pond's edge to practice his martial arts, a daily habit he deemed essential. After more than half an hour of practicing the Im and I fist, beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead, prompting him to cease his training. By this time, his clothes had dried under his body heat. It was clear that he needed to expedite the refining of the copper-headed fish's flesh. As the weather was turning colder, diving into the waterfall cave was becoming increasingly cumbersome. If necessary, he could let it dry further to eliminate the fishy odor before transporting it back to the tribe. Feng Xian contemplated this as he practiced for a while, his attention shifting to the waterfall. The rushing water cascaded energetically, but a few protruding rocks hinted at the existence of a cave behind the waterfall. Furrowing his brow, Feng Xian approached the waterfall's summit. Retrieving a coil of grass rope from his pocket, he secured one end to a large stone in the stream, then climbed down along the waterfall to reach the jutting rocks. With a powerful strike, he slammed his palm against the rock. With a resounding crack, accompanied by a splash, a moderately sized protruding rock was forcefully dislodged from the water. The rocks here were not particularly hard, and with a single strike of the Im and I fist, Feng Xian managed to break a sizable stone. He continued to strike at the remaining rocks until he encountered a larger one that resisted his efforts. It took repeated blows to finally shatter it. Afterward, he returned to the pond's edge, his hands reddened and even slightly torn. But Feng Xian looked back at the waterfall with satisfaction, albeit drenched once more, which left him somewhat vexed. He decided to name this place the Qingcha Waterfall Cave, as it was due to the Qingcha insect that he had discovered it. Now, the waterfall concealed the cave's entrance completely. The cascade appeared smooth as silk, devoid of protrusions, and seeing beyond the thick flowing water was nearly impossible, rendering his refuge even more concealed from both man and beast. Regardless, still damp, Feng Xian took some time to use the copper-headed fish skin and large leaves as makeshift covers, transporting dry wood into the waterfall cave. This way, he could easily start a fire in the cave to cook his food, rather than relying on raw fish daily. The following day, Feng Xian cautiously ventured down one of the streams surrounding the pond, seeking a beast with strength comparable to his own to practice his combat skills and refine his fist techniques. Soon, he spotted a massive black bear squatting by the stream, its hefty backside facing him as it drank water. The bear's size made it clear that it was not to be trifled with. Ordinary beast. Black bears have always been synonymous with strength. Their brute force far exceeds that of many beasts. And a bear beast is not comparable to the likes of the black-winged wolf leader he had encountered before. In the same realm, bears are among the more formidable creatures. However, upon closer observation, Feng Xian noted that this black bear, while large, had not yet broken into the beast realm. It appeared to still be in the wild animal state. An idea struck Feng Xian. Although this black bear had not transcended into the beast realm, its inherent strength was likely formidable. Even a creature like the blue-striped white-horned deer, which is considered weak among beasts, would likely avoid provoking a black bear. The blue-striped white-horned deer is a beast that has evolved from the blue-striped horned deer, and the handle of his blood-patterned knife was crafted from one of its antlers, of course. While the blue-striped white-horned deer may lack direct combat capability, it is incredibly swift, outpacing even many awakening realm beasts. Every beast possesses its unique survival tactics, and the blue-striped white-horned deer has honed its speed to perfection. Turning his gaze back to the black bear, Feng Xian smiled and approached it, this time without the intent to ambush or set a trap. He was no longer the ordinary person who had to tread carefully around every beast. Feng Xian did not draw his blood-patterned knife. Instead, he planted it into the ground and tossed aside some miscellaneous items from his person. Walking towards the black bear with his bare hands, the black bear, having sensed Feng Xian's approach, noticed him before he could conceal himself. However, its primal instincts and caution held it back from immediately pouncing on this two-legged intruder. Roar! The black bear bared its teeth at Feng Xian, letting out a low growl from its belly, a warning not to approach. Feng Xian, grinning, beckoned the bear with a casual wave of his hand. Although the bear did not comprehend the gesture, it immediately became furious, unable to tolerate the provocation from this diminutive biped. Roar! The black bear roared fiercely at Feng Xian, spittle flying in tandem with its thunderous growl. It struck the ground with its massive paws, scattering tufts of grass, and then charged at Feng Xian with all four limbs. Feng Xian's smile vanished, his demeanor shifting from languidness to a commanding presence. He crouched slightly, fists clenched, and surged forward just as the bear closed the distance, swiftly pivoting to land a punch on the bear's flank. The bear stumbled, momentarily losing its footing, its four paws scrambling to regain balance. But soon it shook its head and lunged at Feng Xian with astonishing speed once more. Feng Xian was taken aback by the bear's quick reaction, able to retaliate so swiftly after being struck. He seized the bear's head with one hand, pressing its gaping maw downwards, while his other arm executed a swift elbow strike to the side of the bear's neck. The bear's head was pinned, and it roared in fury, rearing up on its hind legs and flailing its claws wildly, each sharp talon slicing through the air towards Feng Xian. Without hesitation, Feng Xian advanced, unleashing a rapid succession of punches that struck the bear's wrists, preventing its claws from descending, let alone reaching him. Suddenly, he spun around, channeling his energy, and unleashed a blow akin to the sweeping tail of a raging bull, striking the bear's side with immense force. This was the third form of the bull's tail fist, a technique powerful enough to send the bear staggering backward, retreating several meters until its front paws could no longer support its weight, causing it to collapse onto the ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The bear sat dazed, recollecting its attempt to rend the two-legged beast with its sharp claws, only to find itself on the receiving end of a merciless beating. It remained seated, stunned and unable to comprehend the rapid turn of events. Feng Xian exhaled lightly, although the encounter was swift. It had been due to his keen observation of the bear's vulnerabilities. As it had reared up, intending to strike, he had closed the distance, dissipating the bear's power before it could unleash its full might. He had evaded its sharp claws, targeting its wrists instead, ensuring no contact was made. The bear's weakened swipes posed little threat, allowing Feng Xian to land a barrage of blows, each landing on the same spot on the bear's wrists. Had it been a human, the blood vessels would have likely burst or broken from such force. However, the bear's tough hide proved resilient, albeit temporarily weakened. With time, it would recover. Seated on the ground, the bear attempted to rise, but its front limbs felt utterly drained of strength, leaving it powerless. It gazed at Feng Xian in terror, realizing that it might meet its end here today. Yet, as it pondered its fate, it witnessed the audacious two-legged beast casually clapping its hands, returning to retrieve its blood-marked blade from the ground, gathering its belongings before striding away without a second glance. The bear sat in stunned silence, unable to process the bizarre sequence of events. Just moments ago, it had been peacefully drinking by the stream when this inexplicable two-legged creature had emerged to challenge. It had charged in, intent on tearing the intruder apart, only to be soundly defeated. Now, instead of becoming the predator's prey, the two-legged beast had simply walked away, leaving it bewildered and unable to comprehend its circumstances. Unbeknownst to the bear, Feng Xian had no intention of slaying it. The proximity to the Qingcang waterfall cave made such violence undesirable. Killing here would disturb the tranquility of that sacred space, and he preferred not to turn this area into a battleground. This was his refuge in the wilderness, and the bear held little value to him. Slaying it would merely create another corpse, attracting greedy hunters and diminishing the safety of the locale. As Feng Xian walked further away, the bear regained its senses, watching the retreating figure with a profound sense of apprehension. Ignoring the soreness in its front paws, it limped away in the opposite direction, fearful of being pursued by the two-legged beast. Meanwhile, Feng Xian traversed the dense forest along the stream, reflecting on his brief encounter with the bear. Undoubtedly, even this fierce creature was no match for him. Without the need for his weapon, he could easily dominate such beasts. His physical conditioning had clearly enhanced his capabilities, marking a stark contrast to his former self. He recalled how, in previous encounters, he would have only been able to flee from such a bear, relying solely on luck for escape. Now, even unarmed, he could easily subdue it. A typical novice in body refinement would not have achieved this level of prowess. It seemed he was nearing mastery of the skin refinement stage. In the days that followed, Feng Xian diligently sought various wild animals to hone his combat skills. It was not for lack of desire to confront a formidable beast. Rather, the territory of the Xin Eagle tribe was patrolled by warriors. Under the oppressive aura of their totem, and the ever-watchful eagles soaring overhead. Thus, truly formidable beasts were scarce within their domain. His earlier encounters with the blood-patterned mantis and the black-winged wolves had been mere strokes of misfortune. Yet he had been fortunate not to face either directly. It appeared the blood-patterned mantis had been pursuing the black-winged wolves when they had crossed paths with him. After several days of training, Feng Xian's combat experience had significantly increased, having engaged with various wild beasts. He seldom killed these creatures, preferring to spar with them before letting them go. With his sustenance from the copper-headed fish, he had no need to hunt these ordinary animals. Little did he know, the beasts near the Qing Tsang waterfall cave that he had bested were fleeing under the cover of night. Some had encountered him multiple times, such as the unfortunate black bear. Once, while the bear was blissfully extracting honey from a tree, it caught sight of Feng Xian approaching and felt an instinctive dread at the sight of the familiar two-legged creature. Without a second thought, it abandoned its prized hive and fled in the opposite direction, while Feng Xian, intrigued by its reaction, pursued. The bear's fate was all but sealed. It could not outrun Feng Xian. As he drew nearer, he recognized the bear as an old acquaintance and affectionately engaged it in a brief bout of grappling. With the wealth of combat experience he had amassed over the past few days, Feng Xian felt increasingly adept in direct confrontations. Unsurprisingly, the bear fared worse than before, its head swelling from the blows it received. Feng Xian did not intend to torment the bear, but rather to refine his control over his strength and striking techniques. However, he was still somewhat unfamiliar with the nuances, resulting in a heavier hand than intended. To compensate, he graciously returned half of the honey the bear had struggled to obtain. As for the other half? Certainly, it was whisked away by the formidable black bear. This was indeed a prized possession. Even Feng Xian himself was reluctant to delve into the beehive, for although he had attained the realm of skin refining, the venomous stingers of these wild bees could still penetrate his skin. Should he find himself besieged by a swarm of these wild bees, even the current Feng Xian would be left in considerable distress, potentially facing life-threatening danger. Only a creature as robust as the black bear, with its tough hide and ample flesh, would have the audacity to raid their nest. Upon sampling, Feng Xian discovered that the wild honey was not only delectably sweet, but also possessed a subtle restorative effect on his stamina. He immediately contemplated retracting his earlier decision, wishing to reclaim his share from the black bear. However, upon returning to the bear's location, he found no trace of it, and naturally, the honey had been taken as well. Although Feng Xian could track the bear by the marks it left behind, he ultimately decided against pursuing it. It seemed unnecessary to chase after half a beehive. As for the black bear, it had bolted the moment Feng Xian departed, clutching half of the beehive, its dark visage still showing signs of terror. It fled while frequently glancing back, intending to vacate the area by nightfall, never to return, for it wished to avoid encountering that terrifying bipedal creature again. Chapter 11. The Beast Heart Tree. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed since Feng Xian left the tribe, marking the longest duration he had ever spent away from home. Although with his current agility he could return to the Xian Eagle tribe in merely 2 to 3 hours, he chose not to. This was his first venture into the world alone for such an extended period, and it was merely the mountains and forests that had been scouted by the tribe. If he could not conquer even this, how could he hope to traverse the vast and boundless lands beyond? Unbeknownst to Feng Xian, while he had not returned to the tribe, his whereabouts and safety had already been reported to the tribe by the Xian Eagles soaring above. In the martial hall of the Xian Eagle tribe, Xinling was conversing with Xian Yo when he suddenly chuckled. I never expected that little rascal Feng Xian could endure so long. Lingering near the Qishui River, I had secretly gone to check on him. It seems he has stumbled upon a pond inhabited by azure grubs. I roughly estimated that it should be more than sufficient for him to cultivate to the pre-embryonic stage. I am surprised that he managed to find such a secluded spot, which is relatively safe as well. I have scouted the surroundings and found no dangerous beasts. He has settled near that pond. Practicing daily with those wild creatures and making rapid progress, it turned out that Feng Xian's whereabouts had been discovered since he was within the territory of the Xian Eagle tribe. Of course, Xinling's temporary observation merely led him to believe that Feng Xian resided near the pond, witnessing him practicing with wild beasts daily, yet he remained unaware of the existence of the Azure Curtain Cave. At this moment, Xian Yo nodded in agreement, adding, It's good for him to stay outside for a while. A puddle can never contain a dragon. He must eventually venture beyond the tribe. After all, we too spent considerable time in the world before deciding to return to guard the Xian Eagle Mountain. It's a pity that our abilities are limited. We are ultimately confined to this small locale. Indeed, Xin Ling replied, if one does not venture outward, they will never grasp the vastness of the world beyond. Even though the Lisang tribe is not the only medium-sized tribe within the Qishan region, one can only imagine how many human and non-human tribes exist throughout the entire Kanglan mountain range. Our Qishan area is predominantly inhabited by human tribes, with hardly any non-humans venturing close. I have heard that on the other side of the Kanglan mountain range, a great many non-human tribes gather, where humans must interact with these other races. Xin Yu lamented, I once aspired to visit those areas with non-human tribes for experience and exploration, but with my current cultivation, it seems I would only be able to go one way. It is said that merely reaching those places requires a bare minimum of blood energy. Only those of the Essence Concealment Realm can travel safely. The non-humans there are not all friendly towards humans. Some tribes are reportedly quite hostile, and encounters often lead to bloodshed. Xianling chuckled. I have heard from shamans that the Great Wasteland is not dominated by humans. We are but one of myriad races. Our Great Wasteland's sacred land lies at the heart of this domain. Even with the speed of the Essence Concealment Realm, it would take a millennium to reach, unless one utilizes the teleportation array, which is only found in human-established cities like Kanglan City. The Great Wasteland is already vast, and it is said that beyond it, other realms exist. This is not something we small beings can comprehend. What I ponder now is when our Xian Eagle tribe will produce another practitioner of the Essence Concealment Realm. If we could produce a white shaman, it would be even better. Haha, you are quite the dreamer. It is true that our Xian Eagle tribe has birthed practitioners of the Essence Concealment Realm over the millennia, but as for a white shaman, there is no record of one in the tribe. Such individuals are renowned throughout the Kanglan mountain range and possess the strength to sustain a medium-sized tribe. Meanwhile, Feng Xian remained oblivious to the conversation about him between the two uncles in the tribe. What was Feng Xian doing? He was frantically fleeing through the dense forest, pursued relentlessly by a massive black beast. As they traversed the terrain, dust and debris flew in their wake, and the creature chasing him was a colossal beast nearly 2 meters tall and over 3 meters long. The sword-armed boar, Feng Xian, panting slightly, hastily ascended a large tree, casting a glance back at the rampaging beast charging toward him from several hundred meters away. This sword-spiked boar, undeterred by smaller trees and shrubs in its path, charged forward with reckless abandon, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The destruction it wrought was evident, clearly marking the path it had carved through the landscape. The origins of this situation could be traced back an hour prior. When Feng Xian had not encountered a single beast for 10 consecutive days, he had already dealt with the wildlife in the vicinity of the Qingzi waterfall cave, making encounters with wild beasts increasingly rare. This led to a considerable frustration for Feng Xian, who had ventured out specifically to seek out beasts. To his dismay, apart from a copper-headed fish in the water, he had yet to come across any suitable quarry. Determined to explore further afield, Feng Xian resolved that if he did not encounter a suitable beast within another 30 miles, he would return to the tribe and reconsider his approach. The protective radius that the Xian Eagle tribe could offer was naturally limited. And given that some beasts possessed low intelligence, they were incapable of weighing the risks and benefits. Who could guarantee that the totemic aura would effectively deter them? As Feng Xian prepared to retrace his steps after failing to find suitable prey within the estimated distance, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a beast-heart tree nestled within a dense thicket. This peculiar species of tree did not grow to a significant size like others. Its surface was uneven, with sturdy, winding branches, and its leaves were sharp and rigid, giving it an unimpressive appearance overall. The true significance of the beast-heart tree lay in its name. Unlike other trees, it bore fruit underground rather than above ground. At its roots, it produced tuber-like growths resembling the hearts of beasts. When cut, these tubers exuded a deep crimson liquid akin to blood, which is why the tree was aptly named the beast-heart tree, and its tubers referred to as beast-heart fruits. The fruits of the beast-heart tree had remarkable properties, capable of cleansing the physical body and bloodlines. For cultivators at the bone refinement stage, they were considered a rare elixir, significantly enhancing the likelihood of breaking through to the blood-boiling stage. Even for those at the blood-boiling stage, these fruits could expedite their cultivation to it. Was even rumored that sufficiently aged beast heart fruits could greatly increase the chances of practitioners at the internal organs refinement stage breaking through to the blood qi stage. The beast heart tree could indeed be classified as a spirit plant, capable of yielding spiritual medicine, unlike common herbs such as water willows. According to Feng Xian's observations, this particular beast heart tree was less than 100 years old, not exceedingly rare. Thus primarily beneficial for those at the bone refinement stage. Only a beast heart tree aged over a century would prove advantageous for practitioners at the internal organs refinement stage. However, for Feng Xian at that moment, it was the perfect spiritual medicine. Once he reached the pinnacle of the late bone refinement stage, he could swiftly break through the confines and ascend to the blood-boiling stage with the aid of these fruits. Initially, Feng Xian had difficulty identifying the beast heart tree due to its unremarkable appearance, having never encountered such a spirit plant before. However, he fortuitously discovered numerous carcasses of wild and savage beasts surrounding the tree, piquing his interest and suspicion. Upon closer inspection, he was able to ascertain its species. As he silently observed and reflected, he suddenly recalled that if the beast heart tree were nourished by blood, its fruits would mature more rapidly. Typically, such trees were guarded by savage beasts. The older the beast heart tree, the stronger the beast that protected it. Only formidable beasts could safeguard the tree from being robbed of its fruits by others. Yet, despite the evident signs of savage beasts in the vicinity of the beast heart tree, Feng Xian failed to detect their presence. He concluded that the beasts might have ventured out to hunt, and the absence of any digging marks around the tree suggested that the fruits had likely not yet been consumed. This realization filled Feng Xian with immense joy. After thoroughly confirming the absence of any unknown savage beasts, he no longer hesitated. He dashed to the base of the beast heart tree, drew his blood-patterned dagger, and crouched down to carefully excavate. At this juncture, it is pertinent to provide a brief overview of the cultivation realms, which I had initially intended to omit to maintain a sense of anticipation. However, some readers have expressed confusion regarding the comparative realms, and the text does not elaborate sufficiently. Each major realm is divided into stages, each stage further subdivided into early, mid, and late phases for better comprehension. Martial path, first major realm, body refinement realm, skin refinement stage, bone refinement stage, blood boiling stage, second major realm, internal organs refinement realm, internal organs refinement stage, blood qi stage, third major realm, essence concealment realm, qi transformation stage, spirit gathering stage, fourth major realm, giant spirit realm, soul condensation stage, void melding stage, shaman path, first major realm, walking shaman realm, second major realm, spirit shaman realm, soul clarity stage, spirit communication stage, third major realm, white shaman realm, inscription stage, totem stage, fourth major realm, black shaman realm, soul mastery stage, void return stage, beast path, first major realm, spirit awakening realm, second major realm, breath regulation realm, third major realm, air mastery realm, fourth major realm, lord realm. This classification only extends to the fourth realm. As for the subsequent realms, I trust readers will become accustomed to the realm distinctions presented in this book and won't require a separate listing. Chapter 12. Pursuit. Just as Feng Xian unearthed several beast heart fruits and was filled with excitement, he suddenly sensed an unusual tremor beneath the ground. Thud, thud, rustle. Feng Xian immediately halted his digging, raising his ears to listen intently. With his focus sharpened, he distinctly heard the sounds of a massive beast trampling the ground and brushing against the trees in the distance. Realizing he was not mistaken, Feng Xian quickly gathered the unearthed beast heart fruits, stowed them in his pack, and fled into the distance, leaving behind clear signs of his excavation. He had no interest in the savage beast guarding the beast heart tree. He did not consider himself capable of confronting a creature that could hunt others to nurture the tree. Roar. Indeed, before Feng Xian could escape far, a furious roar echoed through the forest behind him. He felt the ground beneath him shake violently, prompting him to glance back in alarm. There, several hundred meters away, a massive, pitch-black boar with tusks protruding, crimson eyes, and a spine lined with menacing bone spikes was charging toward him in fury. Feng Xian had never encountered such a formidable sight before. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly sprinted forward, occasionally weaving toward denser thickets, utilizing obstacles to hinder the terrifying beast's pursuit, pushing his speed to its limits. However, as he ran, he increasingly sensed the tumult behind him growing ever closer. Had it not been for the trees and rocks obstructing its path, he would have surely been caught by now. At that moment, Feng Xian recalled the identity of the beast pursuing him, the sword-spiked boar. In the realm of the awakened, the high-tier savage beasts are formidable, second only to the apex-level blood-pattern mantis. While Feng Xian might have dared to challenge mid-tier savage beasts with his blood-pattern blade and agile swordsmanship, he found himself devoid of any desire to fight against the sword pig of high-tier awakening. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Even if he could momentarily breach the defenses of the sword pig with his blood-pattern blade and evade it with his agility, the prospect of slaying it was nearly impossible. The beast could afford numerous mistakes, yet a single misstep on his part could very well lead to his demise today. Feng Xian analyzed the situation with remarkable calmness. Having recently embarked on his cultivation journey, he had no wish to meet an untimely end. However, contrary to his desires, he soon realized that despite his utmost speed and strategic use of the terrain, the distance between him and the sword pig was decreasing. He contemplated discarding the beast heart fruit, as his life was at stake. What good would the fruit do him now? Besides, he knew the location of the beast heart fruit tree, and could easily return to the tribe to gather others to overthrow the sword pig's lair. Claiming it as spoils of battle. The harsh reality, however, was that when the sword pig noticed him cast aside the bag containing the beast heart fruit, a flicker of hesitation passed through its eyes. But it swiftly resolved to eliminate Feng Xian first. The audacious biped had dared to steal its hard-guarded treasure, and as it could not remain at the treasure tree indefinitely, it had to kill this biped. As a high-tier savage beast, the sword pig had developed considerable intelligence. Moreover, it recalled having previously hunted two other bipeds similar to Feng Xian effortlessly, and the exquisite taste of their flesh had been one of its most delightful meals. The succulence of their flesh was incomparable to that of the beast heart fruit. After devouring those two bipeds, it discovered that although they were not particularly strong, the essence within their flesh rivaled that of the beast heart fruit. However, the bipeds it encountered thereafter were always in groups, emanating an unsettling aura that deterred it from recklessness. Longing for the taste of biped flesh, it could not let this solitary one escape. This isolated biped was a delectable morsel delivered right to its doorstep. As such thoughts crossed its mind, saliva began to drip from the sword pig's mouth, leaving a trail of drool as it dashed forward. Unbeknownst to Feng Xian, the sword pig sought not only to reclaim the beast heart fruit, but also regarded him as a potential human delicacy. With a considerable distance of several tens of miles still separating him from the tribe, Feng Xian calculated that at his current pace, he would be caught by the sword pig in just a short while. If that happened, he might not even have the strength to fight back after exhausting himself. While running, Feng Xian pondered every possible escape, only to realize that he was out of options. In such dire circumstances, only strength proved reliable. All other means seemed trifling. He resolved that rather than running until fatigue consumed him and succumbing to the sword pig, he would turn back and confront it. Although his strength was merely at the skin-refining stage, with the enhancements of the blood-pattern blade and his martial techniques, he still held a chance for survival. Even in death, he would ensure this beast paid a price. With a determined clench of his teeth, Feng Xian leaped onto a large tree, stashing everything except the blood-pattern blade within the branches. Preparing to engage. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a hard object. It was a bronze scroll. After a moment's hesitation, he recalled the scroll's formidable hardness, which even his blood-pattern blade could not mar, though small. It might prove useful. Thus, he tucked the bronze scroll into his clothing, along with several medicinal pills for emergencies during the impending battle. Feng Xian gazed towards the approaching sword pig, realizing that during his momentary pause, the beast had drawn even closer. At this rate, it would be upon him within mere moments. Resolute in his decision to cease fleeing, he wasted no time in jumping down from the tree. Seeking refuge behind a stone nearly 2 meters high, awaiting the sword pig's arrival, he watched the advancing beast. His grip on the blood-pattern blade grew clammy with sweat, and his youthful visage bore a grave expression. His brow furrowed deeply. At that moment, a piercing eagle cry resonated above him. Startled, Feng Xian glanced upwards. A massive dark eagle circled above, fixated on him and the sword pig, drawn in by the commotion they caused. The tribe's dark eagles could easily recognize their kin from the eagle clan, and Feng Xian occasionally visited to play with them, fostering mutual familiarity. Yet, disappointment washed over him, as this was neither of the two powerful dark eagles of the tribe. Their immense size was unmistakable, judging by its wingspan. This eagle belonged to the awakening stage, but had yet to break into the next level. He could not discern which one it was. Under the sun's glare, he could not see clearly. If it were Eagle 3 or Eagle 4, he could escape this predicament, as they were formidable high-tier beasts capable of dealing with the sword pig or whisking him away. However, if it was another, even signaling for help would likely be futile. As the eagle drew nearer, disappointment surged once more. It was not Eagle 3 or Eagle 4, but rather Xiaoqi. At this moment, Feng Xian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Xiaoqi was among the smallest of the dark eagles, only slightly larger than the newly hatched Xiaoba and Xiaojiu. If memory served him right, this little one had only recently advanced to mid-tier awakening. Just 2 months ago, while he was wandering the tribe's eagle nest after a tiring training session, this little creature had pursued him for food. Finding no other option, Feng Xian had resorted to asking Uncle Gu for some entrails to appease Xiaoqi, who had flown away satisfied. Feng Xian recognized Xiaoqi instantly due to its unique coloration, while other dark eagles sported either black or yellow feet. Xiaoqi had one black and one yellow foot, a peculiarity that fascinated the children of the tribe, who often sought it out for play. Consequently, Xiaoqi had grown quite accustomed to human interaction, frequently scrounging for food from the tribe and mingling comfortably with its members. It appeared that this time, it had merely wandered nearby and was drawn by the commotion. Suddenly, Feng Xian noticed that this little creature seemed intent on hovering above him rather than returning to relay a message. It circled at a height of several dozen meters, darting back and forth to his left, occasionally emitting its characteristic cries. Feng Xian, puzzled, glanced to the left and realized at once. There lay a relatively open expanse, with sparse, low trees providing ample space for the eagle to dive and attack. Could it be that this little one intended to assist him against the sword pig? Yet time was of the essence. As the sword pig was now less than 100 meters away, gritting his teeth, Feng Xian called out, "Xiaoqi, I'll trust you this once. You must lend me your strength. If we win, I'll bring you plenty of delicious entrails." Regardless of whether Xiaoqi could comprehend his intentions, Feng Xian charged to the left, arriving in a region where the trees were sparse. At that moment, the sword-armed wild boar had already barreled to within 10 meters of Feng Xian. Showing no signs of slowing down, with its increasingly fierce momentum, it hurtled towards Feng Xian, its two massive tusks glinting ominously in the sunlight. Feng Xian exerted force beneath his feet and leapt onto a tree with a trunk as thick as an adult's waist. The sword-armed wild boar continued its relentless assault, crashing directly into the tree. With a resounding crack, a sturdy tree standing 7 to 8 meters tall was shattered, its massive trunk propelled away by the force of the impact, sending splinters and leaves swirling through the in the surrounding jungle. A flock of birds was startled by the deafening noise, taking to the skies in a flurry, fleeing towards the distant horizon. Just as the sword-armed wild boar was about to collide with the tree, Feng Xian had already anticipated its move and deftly evaded, landing on another open patch of ground. The sword-armed wild boar paused momentarily, shaking its slightly dazed head before turning to survey its surroundings, its crimson eyes locking onto Feng Xian with renewed intensity. Seeing this, Feng Xian slowly raised his long knife and charged forward. Undeterred, ready to confront the sword-armed wild boar. Having been pursued for such an extended period, he was brimming with pent-up rage. This strike bore no restraint. It was the most powerful blow he could deliver without employing any martial techniques. Observing this, the sword-armed wild boar's eyes flickered with scorn. It had encountered bipedal creatures before, and among those it had devoured, one had wielded a similar peculiar branch, failing to even pierce its skin. This time, it was confident that the outcome would be no different. It did not flinch, tilting its head slightly, raising its tusks, and charged fiercely towards Feng Xian. A glint of determination flashed in Feng Xian's eyes. Though his cultivation was not particularly strong, the battle knife he wielded was forged from the razor-sharp arm of a blood-striped mantis at the peak of the spirit-opening realm. Underestimating his weapon would surely lead to dire consequences. The two collided in an instant, However, Feng Xian did not meet the sword-armed wild boar head-on. Instead, he swiftly evaded, twisting his body to sidestep the boar's charge, soaring past it like an arrow from above. His long knife struck forcefully at the left side of the wild boar's back, slicing through with tremendous force. With a splatter, blood gushed from the wound inflicted on the sword-armed wild boar. Letting out a pained howl, the boar, despite its tough hide and thick flesh, felt excruciating agony from the blow, turning to glare at Feng Xian with a ferocious and wrathful gaze. It had not anticipated that this encounter would differ from the last. The opponent's strike had breached its resilient defense, leaving it wounded. The searing pain from the injury extinguished its playful demeanor as it began to cautiously circle Feng Xian, seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Although Feng Xian had struck successfully, his expression bore no semblance of triumph. Rather, it was marred by concern. For while he had landed a blow, he had felt an overwhelming strain upon making contact with the sword-armed wild boar. Despite the blood-striped blade's unparalleled sharpness, his cultivation level remained insufficient. He had assumed that with his strength, he could deliver a devastating blow to the wild boar, yet reality proved harsh. He had merely breached the surface of its skin. And upon encountering bone, he was met with resistance from the muscle, preventing any deeper penetration. Though it appeared a fierce attack, the damage inflicted on the sword-armed wild boar was not as severe as he had imagined. It seemed that his previous experiences with the materials left behind by the tribesmen during their numerous tests against the wild beasts had given him a false impression that spirit-opening realm beasts were easily overcome. The brutal truth was that a living, high-tier beast was far more challenging to breach than he had anticipated. It was laughable that he had previously thought he might escape even if faced with a spirit-opening peak beast. Now, it seemed he had been utterly deluded. Reality allowed no room for further contemplation, as the sword-armed wild boar soon launched its next wave of attacks. Gritting his teeth, Feng Xian defended himself, barely managing to parry the strikes. Relying solely on his agility to evade the boar's onslaught, the sword-armed wild boar charged once more with a tremendous force, and Feng Xian found himself with no time to evade. He gritted his teeth and raised the blood-striped knife, striking fiercely at the charging beast. Yet all he felt was an overwhelming force in his hands. The impact sent him reeling backward, blood spurting from his mouth as he tumbled to the ground. Rolling to dissipate the force, the sword-armed wild boar, an experienced predator, seized the opportunity to advance, intending to trample the wretched bipedal creature into a pulp. However, it failed to notice a dark shadow in the sky that descended with terrifying speed. Launching itself directly at the beast from above, in a moment of vulnerability, a fierce claw strike landed squarely on the wild boar's right eye. Instantly, the boar's eyeball erupted like a rotten fruit, splattering juices everywhere, leaving behind a gaping wound. The Xian eagle, having successfully struck, did not relent. It swiftly turned and pounced upon the wound Feng Xian had inflicted on the wild boar's back, its claws tearing through flesh like a phantom, gradually widening the gash, sending blood and mangled tissue flying as the sword pig was suddenly beset by this attack. It finally reacted, letting out a series of anguished cries, frantically jumping in place, desperate to shake off the relentless pursuit of the azure hawk. Shao Qi, observing the sword pig's response, Shao Qi exhibited no inclination to linger in battle. Instead, it promptly took to the skies again, circling above in search of another opportunity. This left the sword pig, now deprived of one eye and covered in wounds, to spin aimlessly in place. Nearby, Feng Xian lay on the ground, bearing witness to the entire ordeal, silently applauding Shao Qi's sudden strike and swift retreat. Rising swiftly, Feng Xian gripped his blood-patterned knife, refraining from immediately attacking the sword pig. For it was far too dangerous at that moment. A reckless advance would only invite its frenzied retaliation. After a brief period of chaotic attacks, the sword pig, having lost one eye, began to regain a semblance of calm. Suddenly, with its remaining eye filled with vengeful fury, it fixed its gaze upon Feng Xian, blaming this bipedal creature for its current plight. Unable to reach the airborne Shao Qi, it could only vent its wrath upon Feng Xian. With renewed ferocity, the sword pig charged at Feng Xian, who, this time, did not engage directly. Instead, he deftly maneuvered to the right of the sword pig, utilizing its blinded right side to create a visual blind spot, ensuring it could never fully track his movements. This strategy proved exceedingly effective. Despite the sword pig's wild assaults, it could not land a blow on Feng Xian, while its own blood continued to flow profusely. Abruptly ceasing its attacks, the sword pig lowered its body, its spine bristling with bone spines that trembled violently before launching a barrage toward Feng Xian, tearing through the air with great speed. Sensing the imminent threat, Feng Xian's heart raced. He had anticipated this moment. After his previous battle with the copper-headed fish, where he had nearly suffered critical injury due to an unanticipated beastly skill, he had recalled the tribal martial arts hall's emphasis on the sword pig's innate abilities. In dire situations, the sword pig could unleash its spines to pierce its foes. The power of these projectiles was formidable. There had been warriors in the tribe who witnessed a high-level sword pig transform a peak-level giant rock bear into a sieve in a single strike. The bear had perished on the spot, illustrating the terrifying efficacy of this move, capable of slaying foes beyond its level. However, despite the apparent might of the sword pig's attack, it was not a technique that could be employed frequently. Even with the sword pig's rapid growth, regrowing the launched spines would take at least 3 to 5 days, during which its strength would diminish significantly. Chapter 14. In an instant as the sword pig unleashed its spines, the area of effect extended beyond Feng Xian, impacting everything in its vicinity. Even Shaoqi in the sky found itself within the range of this indiscriminate assault. Shaoqi, who had been vigilantly observing the fierce battle below, felt a primal instinct awaken within, a potent sense of impending danger as the sword pig bent low. Startled, it flapped its wings to gain altitude, but it was too late. Several spines shot toward it at alarming speed. Fortunately, having been closely monitoring the unfolding conflict, Shaoqi managed to ascend slightly just in time, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectiles. However, one spine did graze its thigh, leaving a deep gash, sending feathers scattering in all directions. With a frantic caw, Shaoqi flailed in the air like a panicked hen. Meanwhile, Feng Xian had no time to concern himself with Shaoqi. The moment the spines were launched, he felt an overwhelming sense of peril enveloping him, every hair on his body standing on end. Although he had prepared for this eventuality, evading the sword pig's innate abilities proved far from easy in that instant. Feng Xian's mind went blank, as if a bowstring within him had snapped. Everything around him slowed to a crawl. The falling leaves, the incoming spines, the dust suspended in the it felt as though time had decelerated tenfold. In that moment, Feng Xian sensed something within his mind breaking through a barrier. A surge of spiritual energy filled his soul, now under his control. Instinctively, his hand reached out toward a falling leaf, and that newfound spiritual force enveloped it, guiding it toward him as if he were levitating it with some invisible power. Realization struck him. Had he truly broken through to the shamanic realm? This was the first level of the shamanic cultivation system, a realm only a select few could attain. Astonishingly, he had awakened to it in this critical moment. As he felt the fluctuations of his spiritual force, he recognized it as shamanic soul energy. This instant, he was in the state the shaman elder had mentioned, an ephemeral moment. This was a rare state that shamanic practitioners could enter during a breakthrough, where everything became elongated. It wasn't that time had slowed, but rather that his mental acuity had stretched his perception of reality. However, this state was beyond his current mastery. Feng Xian closed his eyes, sensing that he had only a few breaths left in this ephemeral state. After that, the moment would pass, and the spines would be upon him. He needed to devise a response in this fleeting moment. His thoughts were unbound, yet his body remained as it was in the external world. Escaping the impending attack through mere thought was impossible. Feng Xian began to observe the trajectories of the incoming spines, noting that 5 spines would strike him, 2 long and 3 short. This was the optimal choice for evasion. He analyzed the sequence of their flight, 2 in front, 3 behind. Calculating swiftly through his martial arts training, his thoughts raced with clarity. He realized that the best course of action would be to employ the blood-patterned knife, executing a swift diagonal slash toward the left front, which would sever 1 long and 1 short spine. However, he would have no opportunity to strike a second blow, leaving the remaining 3 spines to meet him head-on. He searched his belongings for anything that might deflect the spines, but found none. Suddenly, he recalled the mysterious bronze scroll he had tucked into his garment. He had previously attempted to use the blood-patterned knife against it to no avail. Gazing forward, he noted that one of the long spines from the trio behind him was perfectly positioned near his waist. With a slight turn, he could potentially use the bronze scroll to defend against it. Simultaneously, the blood-patterned knife could be brought back to parry one of the spines, but he had no means to counter the last one. Although he had awakened his shamanic power, he realized that controlling lightweight objects was still a nascent ability, one that could not assist him in this moment. Without any practice, moving a leaf had already proven challenging. How could he hope to deflect a rapidly approaching spine? It seemed inevitable that he would have to endure the strike. Fortunately, after careful observation, he deduced that while the last spine would pierce his side, it would likely avoid any critical areas, sparing him from a grievous injury. In that fleeting instant, Feng Xian contemplated a series of countermeasures. Ultimately, he determined this to be the best course of action. And with time running out, he could delay no longer. In that ephemeral moment, time came to an end. In the fleeting moment of recovery, Feng Xian resolutely executed the first form of the wind blade. Sui Feng, following the predetermined trajectory he had envisioned. In an instant, the emerald-hued, blood-patterned blade traced a graceful semicircular arc through the air, yet it emitted no sound of the long blade slicing through the void. This technique resembled leaves dancing in the gentle breeze, silent yet arriving with a suddenness akin to its name, Sui Feng, in heartbeat. The two foremost bone spines were severed by Feng Xian's strike, scattering to either side. Immediately after delivering this blow, Feng Xian subtly shifted his stance, slightly moving to the left, positioning the bronze scroll he held protectively in front of the bone spines, while his blood-patterned blade was angled forward to deflect one of the spines hurtling towards his chest. In a sudden flash, blood erupted, and Feng Xian was propelled backward by the tremendous force, soaring 2 to 3 zhang away. Yet this time he did not roll on the ground to dissipate the impact. Crouching on the earth, he plunged the blood-patterned blade into the ground, sliding along it and carving 3 deep furrows into the soil. With a cough, Feng Xian expelled a copious amount of blood. His throat slightly constricted. Rising to his feet, he wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand and felt through his garments. Most of the medicinal supplies he had carefully stowed were shattered by the impact. Had he not been at the refining skin stage, the shards of porcelain would likely have embedded themselves within him. Upon inspection, only the mysterious bronze scroll remained unscathed. Feng Xian retrieved a scattered blood pill from the debris of broken pottery and swallowed it whole. Relieved that although the vial was shattered, the elixir was largely unharmed. This was a life-saving measure given to him by Uncle Daigneau before his departure. He had believed that his cautiousness would render it unnecessary for quite some time. Yet unexpectedly, it became essential within less than half a month. Earlier, Feng Xian had deflected one bone spine with his blade, while the bronze scroll had blocked another, yet both had not spared him from injury. The immense force had likely damaged his internal organs, as a dull ache pulsed in his lower back and chest, indicating the presence of bruises. Most grievously, a penetrating wound marred his lower abdomen. A small bone spine having pierced through him. Gazing at the wound, he observed a blood hole the size of a thumb, oozing crimson life force. After consuming the blood pill, the bleeding gradually ceased, and Feng Xian grit his teeth, controlling the contraction of his muscles to prevent the wound from tearing further. Now was not the time for treatment. He glanced upward, noting that Shao Qi appeared to be relatively unscathed. Though a few feathers floated in the air, and its wings flapped with increasing urgency, indicating that it too had sustained some injuries, Shao Qi glared fiercely at the sword pig below. Even Feng Xian could sense the fury emanating from its current state. Chapter 15. The kill clutching his abdomen, Feng Xian, pale-faced, gazed forward. The sword pig, after delivering its strike, stood precariously in place, its once formidable and menacing spines now marred, with blood holes seeping crimson onto the ground, presenting a most unsightly and pitiful sight. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xian steadied himself with the tip of his blade against the ground and began to drag the blood-patterned sword closer to the sword pig. Upon witnessing Feng Xian's movement, a flicker of fear crossed the creature's eyes. It had not anticipated that this strike would not fell him. Choosing to retreat, the sword pig turned tail and fled. Feng Xian stood dumbfounded, initially expecting the creature to engage him in a final confrontation, only to be taken aback by its decision to escape. However, the pressing issue was that Feng Xian's lower abdomen bore a penetrating wound. While he could force himself to move, pursuing the fleeing sword pig seemed nearly impossible. Reluctantly, he watched as the sword pig vanished into the dense forest. At that moment, a piercing cry of rage echoed through the air. Feng Xian's spirits lifted. How could he have forgotten about Shao-Chi? He hastily called out, "Shao-Chi, stop it!" Yet, before Feng Xian could finish his plea, Shao-Chi had already plunged downward like an arrow, aiming directly for the fleeing sword pig. The sharp cry had reached the sword pig's ears as well. Instinctively, it raised its remaining eye to discern the situation above. However, in an instant, darkness enveloped its vision, and it could see nothing more. The sound of a deafening roar filling its ears, Shao-Chi first shrieked to capture the sword pig's attention, prompting it to look up, and in the next heartbeat, as it dove downward, it exploited the sword pig's blind spot. Swooping in an arc to evade its line of sight in the final moment, a fierce talon struck mercilessly at the sword pig's only remaining AO. Suddenly, the sword-jawed wild boar let out a frenzied, agonizing howl. Its current state could only be described as utterly tragic. Its eyes were reduced to two deep, gaping wounds, from which crimson streams flowed, dripping onto the ground from its mouth. A deep gash marred its side, cutting into flesh, with marks left by eagle claws tearing at the wound. The remnants of the bone spurs from the sword-jawed wild boar's back were still visible, healing yet incomplete. Had it been afforded the opportunity to rest and recuperate, it would have regrown its formidable bone spurs within 3 to 5 days. However, that chance was now lost. The sword-jawed wild boar staggered through the dense forest, howling in despair, careening into trees, toppling a dozen in its wake. Meanwhile, Shao-Chi found it difficult to navigate the thicket, only occasionally darting down to inflict new wounds upon the blinded beast, which was utterly defenseless against it. At that moment, Feng Xian was also gradually closing in, and upon witnessing the beast's pitiful state, he could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. This creature was indeed ferocious, but fortunately, he had the support of this little companion. If he were to face the sword-jawed wild boar alone, the likelihood of meeting his demise would be nearly 90%. Without further delay, Feng Xian realized that since the battle had commenced, nearly half a stick of incense had passed. The commotion of their struggle had been rather loud, causing the surrounding lesser beasts and spirit beasts to flee. Yet, he feared that the presence of a more ferocious creature might draw near, and if a beast were to appear seeking an easy meal, Feng Xian surmised that his fate would be sealed. Gripping the blood-patterned blade, he leapt onto a towering tree, aiming at the direction of the sword-jawed wild boar, and sprang down with great force. Utilizing the momentum to drive the blade deep into the creature's neck, with a sickening sound, the blood-patterned blade pierced through to its throat, completely impaling it. With a powerful kick, Feng Xian dislodged the blade from the sword-jawed wild boar and quickly leapt to a nearby clearing, perching upon another great tree to observe. This time, the sword-jawed wild boar did not howl in agony. Instead, its throat resembled a leaking sack, continuously oozing blood while emitting soft, gurgling sounds. The beast stumbled through the dense forest. No longer in a frenzied state, it lacked the strength to continue its reckless charge. All the vigor it once possessed seemed to have been siphoned away by Feng Xian's strike. And as its blood flowed, its stamina began to wane. After traversing 100 meters, the sword-jawed wild boar collapsed before a massive tree, unable to move further. Leaning against the giant trunk, it let out its final breaths, labored and intermittent, half escaping its nostrils and half from its throat. Feng Xian approached, silently observing the creature, not out of pity, but as a warning to himself. The sword-jawed wild boar was undeniably powerful, surpassing both him and Shao-Chi, yet it was on the brink of death, succumbing to its underestimation and ignorance of human tactics. Feng Xian feared death. Who among them did not? Especially when he bore the weight of being the last ember of the Feng clan. Yet, he was not afraid of death. Had he been, he would not have ventured forth to sharpen his skills, nor engaged in battle with these perilous beasts, nor sought out every resource he could exploit. He could have remained in the tribe, enjoying the legacy left by his forebears. Even if he desired to cultivate, Uncle Danyu and the others would likely offer him the finest resources available out of respect for the Feng clan and his father. He could have lived as an ordinary individual, letting others shield him from any misfortunes that might arise. But he chose not to. He was Feng Xian, the last ember of the Feng clan. And he was human. He wished to shatter the chains of fate that bound him. He did not want to end his life as inexplicably as others from his clan, as if everything were preordained. Just then, a figure approached him. It was Shao Qi. Observing Feng Xian's silent contemplation over the corpse of the sword-jawed wild boar, Shao Qi tilted its head in curiosity, gently tapping Feng Xian's shoulder with its wing, seemingly inquiring why he was lost in thought, as it felt hungry. Meanwhile, the sword-jawed wild boar had already breathed its last. Its limbs lay still, rigid in death. Shao Qi, entirely black with one claw yellow and the other black, stood just slightly shorter than Feng Xian. Feng Xian, roused from his reverie by Shao Qi's gentle nudging, looked down at the creature and smiled. Reaching out to pat its head, Shao Qi recoiled slightly, cawing in excitement while scratching at the corpse of the sword-jawed wild boar with its claws. Feng Xian understood. Shao Qi was eager for him to help extract its entrails, as it had a particular fondness for such delicacies. Without hesitation, Feng Xian drew his blade, swiftly slicing open the relatively softer abdomen of the sword-jawed wild boar, unleashing a foul stench that filled the air. Undeterred, he crouched down, reaching inside the creature to extract all of its innards. Severing the windpipe and cutting away the connecting tissues, the entire assembly of viscera included the heart, liver, lungs, intestines, and more. With anticipation gleaming in its eyes, Shao Qi watched Feng Xian, who, with a grin, tossed the putrid mass of organs at its feet. In truth, the heart of the sword-jawed wild boar was a particularly valuable prize. It was enormous, larger than Feng Xian's own head, embodying the essence of the beast, akin to the gelatinous head of a copper-headed fish. Not to mention, Shao Qi was not merely a guardian spirit beast nurtured by his tribe. It had essentially saved his life. Regardless of the heart or the entire sword-jawed wild boar, Feng Xian would have readily given it all to Shao Qi. Yet, it was evident that Shao Qi had no interest in anything else, its sole focus fixated on the complete set of entrails, its eyes practically glowing with greed. Cawing excitedly, Shao Qi seized the mass of organs and took flight toward the direction of the Xianing tribe. Feng Xian chuckled at the sight of Shao Qi's unsteady form soaring through the air. This creature was still juvenile. An adult Xianing would at least be a high-ranking spirit beast, capable of potentially breaking through to the breath-retaining realm given sufficient aptitude. Their tribe's totem spirit was a once powerful Xianing that had reached the level of an aerial beast. Though Shao Qi's current level was low, its strength was not to be underestimated. Through this collaboration, Feng Xian realized that had he engaged the sword-jawed wild boar alone, he likely would not have emerged victorious. Chapter 16. The bronze space. After Shao Qi took flight, Feng Xian hesitated before the corpse of the sword-jawed wild boar, ultimately releasing a sigh of regret. Such a massive expanse of flesh and blood seemed destined to be abandoned here. In his current state, he could not transport it back to the Qingzhou water pool or the tribe. Even at his peak, that would be impossible, for the sword-jawed wild boar weighed well over 1,000 pounds, far beyond his capacity for long-distance movement. Moreover, he was unaware of what ferocious beasts might come to feed upon it in his absence. Even the snakes, insects, rodents, and ants of the jungle would not overlook such a feast. Feng Xian proceeded to sever the impressive tusks from the sword-jawed wild boar. These were valuable, being the hardest parts of its body, suitable for crafting two exceptional weapons back in the tribe. During their confrontation, the blood-patterned blade had struck these tusks multiple times without breaking them, only leaving various depths of gash marks. Feng Xian then removed an entire leg from the sword-jawed wild boar, hoisting it over his shoulder. While he could not carry the entire creature back, taking a leg was certainly feasible. It was impossible for him to return empty-handed. He retraced his steps to retrieve the beast's skin pouch he had hung on a tree earlier. Reclaiming his belongings, the blood pills gifted by Uncle Danyu had suffered damage during the earlier skirmish. One had shattered while he swallowed another, leaving him with one intact pill. Feng Xian extracted a vial of hemostatic powder from the beast's skin pouch and poured its ginger-colored contents onto his various wounds. applying the last precious blood pill into the empty vial. He wasted no time gathering the remnants of the shattered blood pill, carefully pouring the fragments into his mouth. He was still injured, and such a miraculous healing remedy could not be squandered. After organizing the remainder of his possessions, taking what he needed and discarding the rest, Feng Xian picked up the ancient bronze scroll. Remarkably, despite having withstood the full force impact of the sword-jawed wild boar's bone spurs, this item remained intact, not a hint of rust or deterioration to be found. Feng Xian marveled at its durability. Suddenly, he recalled that he had broken through to the rank of a shaman and awakened his shamanic powers. It seemed he could now wield these powers. He pondered whether this ancient scroll might be considered a shamanic artifact. As Feng Xian extended his spirit to probe the ancient bronze scroll, he enveloped it with the power of the witch's soul. At that moment, an extraordinary transformation occurred. After a dizzying whirlwind, he found himself in a hazy realm. Simultaneously, a deluge of enigmatic information surged into his mind. Feng Xian stood transfixed as he absorbed this knowledge, swiftly realizing that he was within the inner sanctum of the ancient bronze scroll. The information transmitted by the scroll astonished him greatly. Firstly, the art of soul refining allowed Feng Xian to draw the souls of recently deceased beings into this space, where they would be gradually pulverized to yield the purest essence of the soul. Remarkably, this essence bore almost no side effects. Not only would it bolster Feng Xian's own spirit, but it would also cleanse the impurities embedded within it. Secondly, the great divination steel resided within this bronze realm. By imparting martial techniques, methods, or even secret potion formulas into the steel, it could generate more comprehensive and powerful versions of these formulas and techniques. Feng Xian turned eagerly toward the depths of the space, where a towering azure steel stood solemnly. The capabilities imparted to him by the bronze space filled him with ecstasy, for if he could acquire a portion of the imperial scripture, might he not be able to derive the entirety of it? However, as he delved deeper into the transmitted information, he realized he had been overly ambitious. Theoretically, the great divination steel could indeed accomplish this, but it would require innumerable resources and time, all of which were intrinsically linked to Feng Xian himself. Currently, he could only derive items pertaining to the body refining realm, secret potions, techniques, and martial skills. Only by reaching an equivalent level could he unlock more profound knowledge. Furthermore, the consumption of soul essence was directly tied to the speed and duration of the derivation. The operation of the great divination steel depended on the power of the soul. Based on Feng Xian's current level and the quantity of essence he could invest, he resolved to meticulously study this intricate process in the future. The third function was spatial storage. This vast expanse served as a repository, capable of drawing external objects into its confines. However, akin to other spatial artifacts, it could only accommodate inanimate objects, unless they were souls, which could be drawn in. Yet, the nature of the space would gradually sap these souls of their consciousness until they were slowly ground down into soul essence, a process that Feng Xian currently could not influence. It was noteworthy that the dimensions of this space would expand in accordance with Feng Xian's cultivation advancements. He surveyed the current space, which measured approximately 10 zhang in length and width, surrounded by an endless expanse of azure mist. When he reached out to touch the mist, it felt as though he encountered an invisible barrier. Nonetheless, this was the largest space he had ever known. He had heard from Uncle Daniu and others that the tribal spatial artifacts were often no more than 3 zhang in dimension, and yet they were treasured possessions of the tribe. One particular detail troubled Feng Xian. Each time he entered this space, it was merely his consciousness that traversed within. His physical body remained in the external world, preventing him from seeking refuge within. This realization brought him a tinge of regret. Otherwise, he would possess a fortuitous safeguard for survival. If he could hide within, who could possibly harm him? After lingering in the space for a while, Feng Xian focused on exiting, and with a blink, he returned to his corporeal form. Upon opening his eyes, he sought to inspect the ancient bronze scroll, only to find his hands empty, devoid of any trace of it. He searched frantically, but to no avail. Just as anxiety began to rise within him, he caught sight of a small, tattoo-like imprint on his chest through the tear in his clothing. Upon pulling aside his garment, he confirmed that it indeed resembled the very bronze scroll he had previously possessed. Delving into his consciousness, he was instantly transported back to the bronze space. After several iterations, Feng Xian was compelled to accept that the ancient bronze scroll seemed to have taken residence within his body. A spark of inspiration struck him as he contemplated manifesting the scroll, yet after a prolonged moment, no response was forthcoming. He was left speechless, feeling as though he had been inhabited by something extraordinary, with no means of resistance. Fortunately, he felt no discomfort. If he could not retrieve it, so be it. It was perhaps a blessing in disguise, for it would not be easily lost, albeit he had lost a sturdy shield. Feng Xian stored the majority of his belongings within the space, leaving only the blood-marked blade and a beast skin pouch. He harbored no desire for others to discover the secret of his spatial artifact. He could not explain its existence and preferred to keep it hidden. He was certain that this bronze scroll was of exceptional significance, potentially a legendary sacred artifact or even a divine weapon. Should even a whisper of its existence escape, not only would the Xianying tribe be embroiled in conflict, but the entire Canglan mountain range would be engulfed in flames of war, leaving no one capable of shielding him. This was the most profound secret he possessed. Feng Xian understood well the adage that a common man is guilty merely for possessing precious items. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Feng Xian, since the ancient bronze scroll had merged with his being, a faint, persistent black mist enveloping him had been forcefully suppressed. However, the source of this black mist was subtly linked to an almost boundless sea of darkness, which had been temporarily sealed off at the moment the bronze scroll integrated with him, rendering it unable to locate Feng Xian's presence. Initially, Feng Xian should have faced certain death in his encounter with the sword-armed boar, yet due to the interference of some enigmatic force, he ultimately grasped a slender thread of survival. Unbeknownst to him, this encounter was merely a calamity summoned by the peculiarities of the Feng lineage, and now not only had he survived, but he had inadvertently uncovered the secrets of the bronze scroll. This was a turning point, a shift from despair to hope. Returning to the corpse of the sword-armed boar, he no longer felt sorrow over the inability to carry away its splendid flesh. With a wave of his hand, he drew the boar into the bronze space, leaving behind a patch of grass soaked with its blood. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Having died less than a quarter of an hour ago, was its soul still present? He focused his consciousness on the ancient bronze scroll and intoned, "Constrain the soul." In an instant, a flash of divine light flickered in Feng Xian's eyes, revealing a fantastical realm before him. This world was a tapestry of distortion, akin to a projection of reality, its existence ephemeral and elusive. Feng Xian turned his gaze towards the location of the slain sword-armed boar, only to discover a faint azure shadow hovering in midair, as if on the brink of vanishing. Countless tiny blue luminescent dots gently emanated from its form, gradually dispersing into the cosmos. Chapter 17. Return to the tribe. Feng Xian marveled at this spectacle, finding it to be an entirely different world, so dreamlike and transient. Upon observing the state of the sword-armed boar, he surmised that its soul was on the verge of dissipating due to the prolonged duration since its demise. Lacking the protection of a corporeal form, he raised his arm, and an invisible force emanated from his palm, effortlessly drawing the boar's soul into it. Simultaneously, Feng Xian's consciousness followed suit, only to find the soul being compressed and extinguished by an unseen ripple above the barrier of bronze space, with blue soul fragments gradually detaching and scattering into the surroundings. Feng Xian could sense that these blue fragments were what one would term the essence of the soul, slowly infiltrating his own spirit, thereby augmenting it. He estimated that, at this rate, the soul of the sword-armed boar would be entirely obliterated within 3 days, and at that time, he would reap tremendous benefits. The prospect of acquiring such a treasure, which could elevate his soul, was beyond his previous imagination. With the existence of this space, even his dual cultivation of witchcraft and martial arts would ensure that his training speed would not fall behind that of ordinary practitioners. Feng Xian withdrew from the space, for he had other matters to attend to. He sped in the direction he had come, intent on retrieving the beast heart fruit he had lost. Initially, he believed that losing the fruit would deter the sword-armed boar from pursuing him. However, it had unhesitatingly opted to chase him down instead of reclaiming the fruit. Finally, amidst a patch of grass, Feng Xian found several of the lost beast heart fruits, due to the commotion he had caused alongside the sword-armed boar. The surrounding beasts had long since fled, ensuring that his treasures remained untouched. He collected the fruits into his space and swiftly made his way towards the beast heart tree, with the boar slain. The fruits at the roots of the tree were now vulnerable, and it was uncertain how long they would last without their guardian. Moreover, he had yet to cover the traces of his digging, making it easy for passing beasts to discover them. Securing the fruits in hand was far more advantageous. As Feng Xian raced onward, he took a moment to assess his injuries, astonished to find that the wound on his abdomen had begun to clot and scab. It was evident that the blood-replenishing pills provided by Uncle Daniel were indeed miraculous healing elixirs. However, the thought that he had consumed 2 of them in this battle filled him with deep regret. Of course, compared to his own life, the importance of survival far outweighed all else. After all, life-saving elixirs were meant to be used in critical moments, and Feng Xian was not one to be overly pedantic. Within less than half an hour, he returned to the vicinity of the beast heart tree, where the scene remained as chaotic as he had left it. A few yellow-haired monkeys were busying themselves near the tree, and upon witnessing this, Feng Xian frowned, casually picking up a stone and kicking it towards one of the monkey's rears. The stone struck the monkey squarely, eliciting a shriek, and the nearby monkeys swiftly scampered up the tree. Baring their teeth at Feng Xian, he slightly unsheathed his blood-patterned knife, releasing the residual killing intent from his previous slaughter. The monkeys fell silent at the sight, hastily retreating deeper into the jungle, while the injured monkey on the ground ceased its cries, limping away to join its companions. Noticing that the monkeys had not been in possession of any beast heart fruits, Feng Xian allowed them to flee. Had they been carrying the fruits, he would not have minded collecting a few more spirits for his bronze space, though ordinary souls bore little significance to it. Only souls of beasts at the spirit opening level and above were worthy of collection. Feng Xian was not a bloodthirsty individual. He refrained from unnecessary slaughter that offered him little gain. After a quarter of an hour, he excavated all the beast heart fruits beneath the tree, totaling 13, including the 5 he had previously unearthed, sufficient for his needs, and leaving a few for the tribe. As the old adage goes, a medicine's efficacy is inversely proportional to its quantity consumed. Any remedy tends to develop resistance. The more one ingests, the less effective it becomes. Thus, he decided to leave 4 or 5 behind. After filling the holes back with soil, Feng Xian departed from the beast heart tree and headed towards the Qing water curtain cave to retrieve its contents before returning to the tribe. Upon returning, Little Seven would undoubtedly convey to the tribe his encounter with the sword-armed boar, especially since it was carrying such a large bundle of entrails. He needed to return to report his safety. Otherwise, Uncle Ling would certainly come looking for him with a friendly invitation to return. Upon arriving at the Qing water curtain cave, Feng Xian took the opportunity to check on the Qing worms and found that many had already entered the cocoon stage. Within 10 days, most should be fully cocooned, and he could return at that time. Feng Xian selected several deep-colored, plump worms' cocoons and tucked them into his embrace, as they had fully activated their medicinal properties. Perfect for consumption upon his return to the tribe, he returned to the water curtain cave, gathered the remaining items within into his bronze space, and set off towards the tribe. Due to his injuries still not having healed, Feng Xian's pace was not particularly swift. Nevertheless, he managed to return to the vicinity of Xian'ing Mountain before nightfall. In the jungle outside the tribe, Feng Xian pondered momentarily before extracting the sword-armed boar's tusks to hang at his waist. Alongside a large beast skin pouch containing his recent harvests, such as fish head glue, dried fish meat, and a leg of the sword-armed boar, he attracted no attention from others, exchanging only a few casual greetings before heading straight for the martial arts hall. Upon his return, he was astonished to find that, apart from the playful children, Uncle Daniel and the others were conspicuously absent. After chatting a bit with the children and distributing some fruits, Feng Xian deposited his belongings within the hall and turned towards the hunting hall, wondering if they were in a meeting. Perhaps there was some significant matter afoot. However, the atmosphere and scenes around the tribe seemed rather unusual. Finally, as Feng Xian approached the hunting hall, he was spotted. One of the men exclaimed in surprise, "Feng Xian, how come you returned alone? The chief and second chief went out searching for you." Feng Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. After conversing with the man, he learned that several hours prior, Little Seven had returned to the tribe, swaying under the weight of an enormous bundle of entrails, drawing the curiosity of many onlookers. It was evident that Little Seven had just come back from outside. and it was impossible for it to have procured such a large quantity of entrails on its own. The people from the hunting hall hurried to the eagle's nest to communicate, and it was soon discovered that the beast slain alongside Little Seven had indeed been a formidable foe, raising astonishment among the tribe. Uncle Ling, upon receiving the news, rushed over, and after a meticulous verification, everyone was taken aback to realize that the one who had collaborated with Little Seven to slay this evidently not-so-simple beast was likely Feng Xian, who had been honing his skills near the tribe. With his seasoned experience, Uncle Ling immediately discerned from the aura of blood contained within the entrails that this was undoubtedly the heart of a beast of at least mid-tier, or even high-tier spirit-opening level. The notion that Feng Xian, who had only recently broken through to the body refinement stage, could have killed such a high-tier beast alongside Little Seven, who had only recently reached mid-tier spirit opening, seemed almost implausible. Uncle Ling glared at Little Seven with a dark expression, and Little Seven, possessing considerable intelligence, promptly understood his meaning and protest. It squawked defiantly, revealing its lightly injured leg, and gestured with its claws above the entrails. While Uncle Ling, having fought alongside Xian Ying for many years, could roughly decipher its intentions, Little Seven's message was clear. Both it and its companion had suffered no significant harm. It had merely sustained a minor injury while slaying this high-tier beast. Uncle Ling's expression suddenly stiffened. Was Little Seven implying that this was indeed a high-tier beast? Could it be that Feng Xian had truly survived? Ling Shu, disregarding any further conversation with Xiao Qi, swiftly summoned someone to assist Xiao Qi with some healing medicine before returning to the training hall, where he directly called upon Uncle Daniel. The two of them mounted their Xian eagles, setting off towards the location Xiao Qi had vaguely indicated. This time, they were determined to capture that troublesome Wen Xian, who seemed to attract high-ranking savage beasts even near the tribe, a situation that was far from reassuring. Meanwhile, having just returned from the direction of the Qing Jia Shui Tan, Wen Xian happened to miss the two uncles perfectly. He was engaged in a discussion with some hunters from the hunting hall about various hunting techniques and martial arts cultivation insights when he suddenly heard the sound of eagles crying above the tribe. Sure enough, moments later, two grim-faced men approached him. Initially, they sighed in relief upon seeing Wen Xian unharmed, but soon after, they stood before him with stern expressions, silently scrutinizing him. Chapter 18. Confession brings leniency. Xian Yo and Xian Ling had been searching for a long time on their Xian eagles. Apart from discovering some traces of a struggle where Wen Xian had fought, they found no corpses or anything of the sort. Suddenly, Xian Ling's expression tightened as he picked something up from the ground, examining it closely with a slight frown but saying nothing, instead tucking it away. After failing to find any useful clues, they did not linger and proceeded to search elsewhere. It was only when another Xian eagle arrived with news that they learned Wen Xian had safely returned to the tribe, prompting them to relax and hurry back. Wen Xian smirked slightly. Do you believe this was an accident? I wasn't the one who struck first, of course, he internally added. I merely harvested the beast heart fruit first. Xian Ling and Xian Yo were well aware that Wen Xian had not initiated the confrontation. Although he could be stubborn at times, he was not without sense. What kind of fool would a mere skin-refining stage martial artist be to provoke a high-tier opening spirit savage beast? Xian Yo's thick mustache twitched as if he wished to say something, but ultimately, he merely patted Wen Xian on the shoulder. Upon returning to the training hall, the three of them walked side by side. No one spoke as an awkward silence enveloped them. Unable to bear the tension, Wen Xian finally broke the silence. Uncle Ling, have you seen Xiao Qi? How is it? Xian Ling replied absent-mindedly, just a minor injury. Nothing serious. It should be hiding in the eagle's nest now, sharing the savage beast's entrails with Xiao Ba and Xiao Jiu. Xiao Qi was not particularly fond of playing with its siblings, and the others were also somewhat averse to this sibling with mismatched paw colors, often leaving it out of hunts. The tribe's members and children noticed that Xiao Qi was not favored by its siblings. So whenever there were entrails, they would occasionally send some over, leading to Xiao Qi becoming quite familiar with the tribe's people. It often shamelessly roamed around looking for food, especially near Uncle Ro's meat shop, which had nearly turned into Xiao Qi's self-service cafeteria. Only the recently born Xiao Ba and Xiao Jiu were its best companions. Whenever it managed to get something tasty, it would always run off to share it with them. Wen Xian expressed his concern. Are Xiao Ba and Xiao Jiu all right? They were only recently born. Can they digest the flesh of high-tier savage beasts? Uncle Dinyo chuckled in response. No worries. Savage beasts have a different constitution from us humans. Even though Xiao Ba and Xiao Zhou haven't reached the opening spirit realm yet, they can digest any savage beast flesh as long as it isn't from a too high-level beast like a tuning stage. With Eagle 2 watching over them, there won't be any problems. Xiaoqi knows its limits, and the high-tier flesh will help accelerate their growth. Upon hearing this, Wen Xian felt reassured. Suddenly, Uncle Ling asked, by the way, what kind of savage beast did you kill? I seem to have seen many bone spines at the site of your battle. Could it be that you hunted a Jianji Jiju? Little did he know the shock that surged through Xian Ling upon seeing those scattered bone spines. Although the Jianji Jiju was merely a high-tier opening spirit savage beast, it was one of the most difficult to deal with among them. A fully intact Jianji Jiju, with its spine-mounted bone spines, was something even peak-level opening spirit savage beasts would avoid, if cornered. A Jianji Jiju could launch its back spines, and even an immensely powerful peak-level savage beast could be turned into a sieve if caught off guard. However, a Jianji Jiju would never resort to this unless absolutely necessary, as using this move would leave it in a severely weakened state, lowering its defense and leaving it comparable to an ordinary mid-tier savage beast. This attack was a double-edged sword, inflicting damage on both enemy and self. Its back spines regrow very slowly, typically taking 3 to 5 days to regenerate, and the newly grown spines would lack sufficient hardness and thus pose little threat. What puzzled Xian Ling, however, was that since the Jianji Jiju had been forced to use its life-saving trump card, why had it still been unable to harm Wen Xian? From the surface, it appeared that Wen Xian had suffered no injuries at all, which left him feeling utterly bewildered. He couldn't believe that Wen Xian's prowess had been the reason. Wen Xian's subsequent words confirmed Xian Ling's suspicions. Nodding, Wen Xian stated, indeed, it was a Jianji Jiju. I encountered it several dozen miles outside the tribe. Initially, I merely spotted a beast heart tree unguarded by any savage beasts and had just begun to dig up a few when this creature returned. Although I fled early on, I underestimated its excellent sense of smell and tracking ability, and it caught up with me. Xian Ling and Xian You's expressions darkened again. They knew this rascal was up to no good. While competing for cultivation resources was one thing, did he not understand the danger? How had this skin-refining stage brat managed to survive? Furrowing his brows, Xian Ling asked, how exactly did you kill the Jianji Jiju? If I'm not mistaken, it even utilized its innate abilities, yet you seem entirely unscathed. This was the perplexing part for Xian Ling given Wen Xian's skin-refining stage, equating to the strength of a low-tier opening spirit savage beast. It was inconceivable that he could contend with it. There was simply no logical explanation. Hearing this, Wen Xian silently lifted part of his garment, revealing the wound that pierced through his body, along with numerous bruises and scars. Although the wound had scabbed over and no longer bled, it had not fully healed, leaving an ugly mark behind. Xian Ling narrowed his eyes. He was not one to panic easily. While the wound looked alarming, as an experienced hunter, he recognized it was not a vital area. However, the position of the wound suggested it had been deliberately chosen. Savage beasts would not show mercy in avoiding Wen Xian's vital points. Thus, it had to be a choice made by Wen Xian himself. He clearly understood that he could not evade that blow and opted to take the hit in a manner that preserved his combat capabilities, indicating just how dire the situation had been at that moment. Wen Xian then explained, at that moment, I could not entirely evade the Jianji Jiju's attack. After calculations, I realized that getting injured here would not impede my subsequent actions, allowing me to maintain my maximum combat strength. Xian Yu, confused, questioned, from the moment the Jianji Jiju launched its bone spines until they reached you, you had at most half a breath of time. How could you possibly react in such a manner? Now, even he found it hard to believe Wen Xian. Wen Xian sighed, realizing he could not conceal the truth. After all, this incident was too outrageous. However, he certainly would not divulge anything about the bronze ancient scroll. Wen Xian tore off a small piece of cloth from his garment and, with closed eyes, awkwardly summoned the recently awakened shamanic spirit energy. Gradually, under the support of this energy, the piece of cloth began to float slowly from his hand until it hovered in front of Xian Ling and Xian Yu. Shamanic spirit energy. Xian Ling and Xian Yu exclaimed in unison. Their faces filled with astonishment. Wen Xian opened his eyes, smiled, and nodded. reaching out to retrieve the floating cloth, ceasing the use of his shamanic spirit energy. This was my breakthrough while facing the Jianji Jiju. In that critical moment, I entered a peculiar realm where everything around me slowed down by several times, allowing me to analyze the most advantageous defensive method. Xian Yo and Xian Ling barely heard what Wen Xian said. Still immersed in the unexpected joy that a shaman, each one of them was undeniably crucial to the tribe. Although Wen Xian had just broken through to the shamanic realm, it mattered little. After all, how old was Wen Xian? 13. At merely 14 years of age, one would hardly expect to encounter a shaman so young. A feat that even the Li merchants have not heard of. Do not underestimate the significance of a shaman's abilities. While their combat prowess may appear negligible against fellow martial practitioners of the same realm, the presence of a shaman allows for the active invocation of tribal totems, replenishing the totem's shamanic energy. In the past, the giant rock tribe faced a dire situation as their shamanic priest had no successor. The heir to their shamanic legacy failed to reach the realm of an active shaman before the priest's life came to an end. Consequently, they were compelled to expend considerable resources each year, beseeching the tribe's elder shaman to replenish the totem's spiritual energy, ensuring it could be awakened in critical moments through blood sacrifice. It was only after several years of relentless support that their shamanic heir managed to barely break through to the realm of an active shaman, gradually becoming less reliant on the tribe's assistance. Nevertheless, the giant rock tribe remained profoundly grateful for the aid rendered by the Xianing tribe. It is understood that had the Xianing tribe chosen not to assist, their situation would have been even more precarious. As for the Black Wolf tribe, their shamans had only reached the late or peak stages of the active shaman realm, making it difficult for them to maintain their own totem, let alone extend aid to the giant rock tribe. The act of infusing totems with shamanic energy is immensely draining. Few shamans at the active level would dare expend their energy for others, even if substantial benefits were at stake. Indeed, unless the elder shaman were of the spiritual shaman realm, such an act would be deemed unthinkable. After all, the prerequisite for aiding others is one's own strength. Chapter 19. Resistance to severity. Upon arriving at the martial arts hall, Feng Xian observed that both Uncle Ling and Uncle Niu remained in a dazed state, seemingly unable to extricate themselves from their reverie. A sense of anxiety washed over him, prompting thoughts of fleeing to safety. Initially, he assumed that merely breaking through to the realm of an active shaman was a trivial matter, and thus he had openly shared this news with his uncles. After all, were not all elder shamans of the spiritual shaman realm? Why, then, did his uncles appear somewhat unhinged? Unbeknownst to Feng Xian, a tribe would never despise the number of shamans within its ranks. In fact, the more, the merrier. The crux of the matter lay in Feng Xian's age. Having achieved the status of an active shaman at the tender age of 13 was no small feat. It is essential to note that the path of a shaman does not afford the same ease of advancement as that of a martial practitioner who might rely on abundant resources to facilitate their growth. The realm of an active shaman is a threshold that cannot be crossed without the right fortuity. Even the most gifted individuals would find it insurmountable without the proper circumstances. Feng Xian had not only crossed this threshold but had done so at a remarkably young age, suggesting that his future path would be considerably more favorable than that of other shamans. Xian Ling pondered the age at which the shamanic heir of the giant rock tribe had broken through to the active shaman realm. It seemed to be 28 years, a clear indication that sheer luck had played a role. Should one reach 30 without making significant progress, the likelihood of ever doing so dwindled. The previous discussions regarding the Xianing tribe's lack of white shamans now seemed less hopeless. As Feng Xian noticed his uncles gazing at him with rapt attention, akin to evaluating a rare treasure, he instinctively recoiled. Uncle, I've brought back some beast heart fruits. Perhaps we could distribute them to those in need for their breakthroughs? Feng Xian attempted to redirect the conversation. Hearing Feng Xian's inquiry, it was Xian Ling who first regained his composure, squinting at Feng Xian and stating, "Do not rush regarding the beast heart fruits. From today onward, you are not permitted to venture outside without our permission. Henceforth, your brother Shirtu shall keep a close eye on you." At this, Xian Ling cast a sidelong glance at Xian Yo, for Shirtu, Xian Shi, was none other than Xian Yo's own son and a close companion of Feng Xian. Xian Shi possessed exceptional martial talent, having reached the pinnacle of the bone-forging stage before the age of 17. Poised to break into the blood-boiling stage at any moment, Among his peers in the Xianing tribe, he stood unparalleled, and even in the Li merchant tribe, he would be considered a prodigy. Xianyou, understanding the implication of Xianling's words, retorted, "What do you mean? Do you think I would hesitate to let my son keep an eye on Feng Xian? That boy is as stubborn as his father. Having Shirtu around him is akin to having a persistent itch." Feng Xian found himself at a loss for words. While Uncle Niu spoke the truth, the comment felt rather inappropriate in his presence. He truly preferred not to have his brother Shirtu shadow him constantly, as it would be quite uncomfortable. After all, who relishes being surveilled at all times? Moreover, Feng Xian harbored a deep-seated concern, despite his youth. He was acutely aware of the ominous calamity he bore. He feared that the misfortunes he carried might extend to others, and if Shirtu were to remain by his side, he could inadvertently endanger him. This was a truth witnessed by countless generations of the Feng family, and only the Xian family seemed indifferent to it. Were it any other tribe, they would not tolerate the existence of the Feng clan. Thus, every member of the Feng family wished to avoid dragging the Xian clan into their misfortunes. This is precisely why the Feng clan, despite residing within the Xianing tribe, lived separately in a more remote quarter, striving to minimize contact with the Xian clan for their own good, so as not to entangle them in the Feng clan's ill fate. Xianyou, noticing Feng Xian hesitating to speak again, interjected, "Enough. In the past, your lack of strength meant you could not venture far in these wilds. If you wish to regain your freedom, it will only be granted once you reach the blood-boiling stage." Feng Xian had no retort. Apart from his earlier encounter with the blood-mark mantis, the surrounding wilderness posed no significant threat, and that incident had occurred purely by chance. This time, he had unwittingly provoked the sword boar due to his own recklessness. The blood-boiling stage? It shouldn't be long now, Feng Xian mused. With the aid of the bronze space, he felt no anxiety regarding his cultivation. He decided to heed Uncle Niu's advice this time, lest he make things difficult for the elder. Noting the rather fierce expressions on his uncle's faces, he lowered his head in silence. Feng Xian retrieved 7 beast heart fruits and a handful of blue silkworm cocoons from a nearby package. Pushing them toward Xianyou, "Uncle Niu, please distribute these beast heart fruits. Point 2 for Shirtu. He is on the verge of breaking through to the blood-boiling stage, and this will surely aid him. I also have some blue silkworm cocoons." Xianling, observing this, was visibly moved. "Do you understand the value of these items?" Feng Xian smiled, producing a few more beast heart fruits to indicate he had more. Xianling could only sigh, acknowledging that while this young man was often plagued by misfortune, he was equally fortunate. It appeared these beast heart fruits were fortuitously prepared by the sword boar for his breakthrough. Yet they had ended up benefiting this young lad instead. 7 beast heart fruits lay neatly on the table, and Xianyou unreservedly took one, saying, "I will pass this on to your brother Shirtu. You are right. His breakthrough will enhance your safety. He has been at a bottleneck for some time. 1 fruit will suffice. The rest will be allocated to suitable candidates. Rest assured, I will inform them it was you who provided them, so they will remember to repay you in kind. As for this, you may take it back. Having more is always beneficial. We were contemplating what resources to prepare for your training, but now that you have found them, we shall forego that." With that, he pushed the blue silkworm cocoons back toward Feng Xian. Feng Xian merely smiled. He did not bestow these beast heart fruits for gratitude's sake. For many years, the Xian clan had cared for him, and in comparison, these fruits were of little significance. Furthermore, Uncle Niu had previously gifted him 3 blood vitality pills, which were far from ordinary and arguably superior to these beast heart fruits. As for the blue silkworm cocoons, since Uncle Niu had made his stance clear, Feng Xian decided not to press further. He could always retrieve more from the blue silkworm pond in the future. At this moment, Xianling interjected, 1 beast heart fruit, 2 bone forging herbs. Old Niu, you cannot merely make a verbal promise. Xianyou shot Xianling a glare. "I was always intending to give them to him." He then turned back to Feng Xian. "I'll have your brother Shirtu bring them to you later. They will be useful once you break through to the bone forging realm." Feng Xian opened his mouth to protest, but was promptly interrupted by Xianyou. "All right, now go rest. Remember not to wander around. Your brother Shirtu will not come today. I'll have him visit you tomorrow after he breaks through. If you truly need to go out, he must accompany you." Feng Xian could only nod in agreement, offering a slight bow before retreating. Once Feng Xian had distanced himself, Xianling fell silent for a moment before addressing Xianyou. "What do you think?" Xianyou smiled. "This boy is grown. Whether he can defeat that sword boar using other methods remains uncertain, but we know him well. He must have other cards up his sleeve. After all, he is still a child and cannot conceal his emotions. However, having secrets is indeed a good thing. Ha ha. At this moment, Xianling retrieved an object from the spatial shamanic tool, a long bone spike, the tip of which was severely shattered, as if it had collided with something indestructible, resulting in its own destruction. This is beyond his capabilities. Such a degree of fracture can only result from either overwhelming force or collision with an object of immense defensive power. Xianling remarked. Xianyo furrowed his brow. Could it be from that knife of his? Xianling shook his head and said, Impossible. The blade forged by the blood-pattern mantis can indeed withstand attacks. But the effect is different. It's akin to colliding with a true warrior. The impact would shatter it upon rebounding. The blood-pattern blade can merely resist. This lad would undoubtedly be sent flying by the tremendous force. Hence it shouldn't have shattered to such an extent. Yet, he has not mentioned a word regarding this matter. Xianyo waved his hand dismissively. So what? Do you still not trust this lad? He absolutely harbors no ulterior motives. Moreover, in this vast wilderness, who can claim to have no secrets? Just like you and I know that Elder Wu possesses a wealth of knowledge, yet chooses not to share it with us. Even you and I harbor things we would never disclose to outsiders. Xianling nodded in agreement. I actually hope this lad's secrets are as profound as possible, for only those who can guard their secrets can forge even greater achievements. Chapter 20. The elixir formula. Feng Xian walked alone along the path, resting his chin in contemplation, pondering whether he had made any missteps in his narrative. After all, he had recounted nearly every detail, save for the matter of the bronze scroll, which had merely deflected one attack for him. Thus, there should be no gaps in his account. After reflecting for quite some time, he concluded that he had not revealed a single flaw. He had even informed his two uncles about his breakthrough to the rank of a walking shaman, so they should harbor no suspicions about him. With that confidence, he returned home to rest. Early the next morning, outside the Feng clan courtyard, a robust young man knocked at Feng Xian's door. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound of knocking, Feng Xian retracted his fist and opened the door, instantly smiling. Brother Shirtu, you've arrived so early. The imposing figure outside was none other than Xianyo's beloved son and the tribe's prodigy, Xianshi. Xianshi sported a thick mane of short hair, his eyes shimmering with a faint orange hue. Resembling those of a hawk, his high nose and slightly full lips complemented his muscular physique, exuding an aura of raw power. He wore a tiger-striped tunic that accentuated his muscular arms, paired with coarse black trousers and tiger-patterned boots, projecting an image of fierce strength. Xianshi was the most gifted martial artist the tribe had seen in recent years, rumored to rival Feng Xian's father, Feng Qinghua, before Feng Xian had even begun to unveil his martial prowess. Xianshi had already emerged as the foremost genius. He had broken through to the body refinement stage at the age of 13 and achieved bone refinement before turning 15, just yesterday. He had transcended to the blood-boiling stage, and at a mere 17, he was undeniably exceptional within their small tribe, even standing out among the larger tribes. This was a source of immense pride for Xianyo. Suddenly, Feng Xian raised an eyebrow, sensing the surging vitality emanating from Brother Shirtu, and exclaimed, Brother Shirtu, you've broken through to the blood-boiling stage. Xianshi grinned sheepishly, his expression at odds with his otherwise stern and masculine visage. The beast heart fruit you entrusted to my father was remarkably effective. Just one allowed me to break through to the blood-boiling stage. I've only recently achieved this and still struggle to control my own energy. Recalling something, he handed Feng Xian a bundle of herbs he was carrying. This is the bone refinement grass my father asked me to deliver to you. 15 stalks in total. He also instructed me to remind you to train diligently and not wander around aimlessly every day. Xianshi said, mimicking Uncle Nyo's tone in a playful manner. Feng Xian found it amusing and quickly accepted the herbs, inviting Xianshi inside to continue their conversation. The bone refinement grass is a herb that thrives in the rocky crevices of cliffs. Considered a spiritual plant, its roots grow deep, impervious to birds, and nearly impossible to uproot. It is exceedingly rare for other tribes, but quite common for the Xian eagle tribe. This is because the Xian eagles bred by their tribe can effortlessly soar to these heights to collect this spiritual herb, and with their brute strength, they can easily uproot the bone refinement grass. Thus, to outsiders, the bone refinement grass is regarded as an important resource of the Xian eagle tribe, one that most tribes cannot replicate. This herb significantly accelerates the time required for martial artists to reach the bone refinement stage. While it typically takes an average person 3 to 5 years to achieve mastery, with the aid of a potion made from bone refinement grass, one can usually ascend from the initial stage to completion in just 2 to 3 years, greatly reducing the time required for cultivation. After a lengthy discussion, both Feng Xian and Xian Shi commenced their training. Xian Shi primarily focused on controlling his internal vitality, which was crucial for the blood-boiling stage, as this was the source of its power. Undoubtedly, a martial artist who fully masters the blood-boiling state can contend with at least 3 bone refinement stage martial artists. As for Feng Xian, he naturally continued to temper his physique. While practicing his martial techniques, Feng Xian suddenly recalled that the great evolution steel within the bronze space could deduce combat techniques and even elixir formulas. He pondered what might occur if he attempted to advance the formula for beast glue oil. He moved to a nearby stone bench, seated himself, and began to contemplate. Xian Shi, engrossed in his training, remained oblivious to Feng Xian's actions. Even if he had noticed, he would not have found it strange, assuming Feng Xian was merely comprehending some technique. Meanwhile, Feng Xian closed his eyes and projected his consciousness before the great evolution steel in the bronze space, transmitting the method he knew for refining beast glue oil. The surface of the great evolution steel shimmered, and ultimately, a complex array of symbols that bewildered Feng Xian began to rotate at its center. While some text gradually appeared below, beast glue oil, a secret elixir formula of the human race, a level 1 refining elixir, assists in cultivation, with a medicinal absorption efficacy of 30%. Following this, it displayed the enhancements possible given Feng Xian's current pharmacological knowledge. The results indicated that if he were to refine it over 3 days, he could increase the absorption efficacy by 10%, over 5 days by 20%, and over 7 days by 30%. However, the subsequent information revealed that Feng Xian's realm and knowledge were insufficient to pursue further. Upon finishing this review, Feng Xian was left utterly astounded. While he had anticipated the power of this artifact, he had not expected it to be so overwhelmingly potent. Merely 7 days of refinement could enhance the beast glue oil formula, which had been passed down through the Xian eagle tribe for millennia. To such an extent, this seemed utterly fantastical to him. Even those prominent figures of the white shaman realm could hardly achieve such results in just 7 days of refinement. Moreover, the great evolution steel explicitly indicated that the refinement would be contingent upon his own realm and knowledge. At that moment, Feng Xian's heart surged with excitement. Feng Xian steadied his mind, focusing on the 7-day refinement, deciding to pursue this path. Just then, the great evolution steel transmitted another message, indicating that his soul strength was insufficient to sustain a 7-day refinement, but that he could utilize untethered soul essence to facilitate it. Realizing this, Feng Xian understood that despite the great evolution steel's might, it was fundamentally built upon one's own foundation. Even he, with all his aspirations, could not refine this tier of elixir solely based on his current soul strength, especially as he had chosen the highest level of difficulty. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. He could hunt those savage beasts and use their soul essence fragments for the refinement. Feng Xian had previously discovered that the bronze space seemed devoid of any autonomous consciousness. The great evolution steel resembled more of a set of rules, responding only when one sought something or inquired about a matter. He wondered if, upon breaking through to a higher realm and acquiring more knowledge, he could enhance the steel's sensitivity. The legendary sacred artifacts were said to possess intelligence that surpassed that of ordinary individuals, prompting Feng Xian to indulge in his musings. Having completed these thoughts, Feng Xian knew he could not remain idle, so he turned to Xian Shi and said, "Brother Shi, I am heading to the Hall of Rituals." Xian Shi, eyes closed, casually replied, "Go ahead. I won't accompany you. Just let me know when you head out." Feng Xian acknowledged, aware that Xian Shi's visit was not to monitor him but rather out of concern for his safety during solitary excursions. Furthermore, Xian Shi was fully capable of guiding his martial arts training. Feng Xian swiftly made his way to the Hall of Rituals. Upon arrival, he was informed by a warrior at the entrance to go to Elder Wu's quarters. Feng Xian understood that Elder Wu sought him to discuss his recent breakthrough to the walking shaman realm, and there were matters to be conveyed. Navigating through the hall, he arrived at the central chamber. where Elder Wu sat quietly upon a stone chair. Upon seeing Feng Xian approach, he waved him over. You've broken through. How does it feel? Ailing mentioned you entered a wondrous state during your breakthrough. Tell me all about it, Elder Wu instructed, gesturing to a side chair for Feng Xian to take a seat. Feng Xian bowed in respect and sat down, recounting the state he experienced at the moment of his breakthrough. Elder Wu closed his eyes, lost in thought, before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha, wonderful, splendid. Feng Xian was perplexed, unsure of the reason behind Elder Wu's delight. After a moment, Elder Wu turned to Feng Xian and asked, Do you know why I am laughing? Chapter 21. Secrets of the Human Race. Feng Xian, oblivious to the reason, tentatively inquired, Is it because I have broken through to the walking shaman realm? Elder Wu chuckled heartily, Indeed, but that is not the entirety of it. Feng Xian gazed at Elder Wu in confusion, struggling to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Wu spoke, Are you aware of the realm divisions within the human cultivation path? Feng Xian was momentarily taken aback, uncertain as to why Elder Wu would suddenly inquire about this subject. Nevertheless, he pondered briefly before responding, As a cultivator of the human race, I refine my physique, strengthen my vitality, and cultivate my spiritual prowess, which can be divided into the realms of body refinement, internal organs, and essence storage. Conversely, for which practitioners, they focus on spirit fixation, which pattern forging, and totem binding. Beyond this, I am not well versed. After speaking, Feng Xian gazed expectantly at Elder Wu, eager to glean further insights into the subsequent classifications of realms from him. Upon hearing Feng Xian's elucidation of the principles of cultivation, Elder Wu smiled faintly. He explained that martial artists refine their bodies and essence, laying the groundwork from the body refinement realm, which is subdivided into 3 stages: skin refinement, bone tempering, and blood boiling, all aimed at enhancing the body's strength and vitality. The internal organs realm is further divided into 2 stages: organ refinement and blood vitality, which serve to fortify the body's weaknesses to a certain extent. Preparing for the subsequent 3rd major realm, essence storage. As for the distinctions beyond the essence storage realm, it is not necessary for you to comprehend at this moment, Elder Wu remarked. Feng Xian nodded slightly, as these concepts had been discussed in the martial arts hall long before. The 2nd major realm is known as the cultivation system of the myriad races, given the multitude of paths in cultivation. There are various terminologies and hierarchical distinctions, hence the concept of major realms. The body forging realm of martial artists, the witch path realm of witch practitioners, and the spirit awakening realm of beast folk are all referred to as the 1st major realm, and so forth. Elder Wu continued, Witch practitioners are particularly unique. The 1st realm is solely the witch path realm, where witches possess very limited power, primarily aimed at nurturing the spirit. They can utilize witch spirit energy to perform some simple techniques or manipulate objects from a distance, though the strength of such control is rather pitiful. Thus, witches remain significantly weak before reaching the white witch realm, and even upon breakthrough to the 2nd major realm, the spirit witch realm, they still cannot match the strength of martial artists at the same level. In the spirit witch realm, there are further divisions into the bright soul stage and the spirit communication stage. In the bright soul stage, the strength of a witch's spirit energy significantly increases, enabling them to manipulate larger objects and employ more formidable techniques. However, overall, they still fall short compared to martial artists of the same tier, facing certain death if engaged closely. The spirit communication stage, however, differs greatly. While martial artists must reach the essence storage realm to harness the elemental energies of the world for flight, witches can exert a slight control over the world's spiritual energy at the spirit communication stage, enabling them to fly and safeguard their own safety through this means. As for the white witch realm, I only possess a minimal understanding of its methods, and there is little else I can convey to you. You must explore this on your own in the future, Elder Wu stated. A hint of melancholy crossed his features, for even he could only gaze up at the white witch realm, knowing he would never advance further in his lifetime. Regarding your previous statement, there is no significant issue. I shall refrain from elaborating on the path of martial cultivation. Solidifying your current foundation is of utmost importance. You will have the opportunity to learn more detailed cultivation methods from other sources in the future. Knowing too much now may not necessarily be advantageous, but I can share a few secrets regarding the witch path with you. Regaining his composure, Elder Wu fixed Feng Xian with a deep gaze. His expression complex, Although his own path had been severed, Feng Xian's journey was just beginning. The witch path is one of the oldest cultivation paths, having been passed down since the era of gods and demons, predating even the ancient times. Our origin lies with the witches, or rather, the witch ancestor, the first witch in the world. Feng Xian exclaimed in astonishment, a witch is a person, not merely a path of cultivation? Elder Wu's expression turned solemn. A witch cannot be merely described as a person, but rather as an existence. Their existence represents a path. It is said that our human race is descended from the progeny of the witch. Branching out from there, concurrently, during that era of gods and demons, the witch clan also split off another branch aside from the human race. Do you know which race it is? Feng Xian shook his head in confusion. The revelation overwhelming him. It is the divine clan, the giant divine clan. What? Are you saying the giant divine clan? The one that dominates the heavens and the earth? Feng Xian questioned incredulously. The giant divine clan is renowned throughout the wilderness. Akin to the sun in the sky, overseeing all beings and daring to bear the name of gods, an acknowledgement accepted by all spirits, deeming them worthy of such a title. Elder Wu chuckled softly at Feng Xian's disbelief. Your current level is too low, and some information is not widely publicized. The giant divine clan was birthed alongside our human race from the essence of the witch ancestor in ancient times. Back then, they were not referred to as the giant divine clan, but rather the giant clan. When the witch ancestor divided the two clans, he made two choices. Point one was the giant divine clan, where each member is born with exceptional talent, possessing an inherently robust physique, easily capable of ascending to higher realms. Akin to plucking stars from the sky. In a sense, they are nearly on par with the Golden Crow Imperial clan. The other clan is our human race, which during that time was referred to as the mortal clan. The weakest of all, if we do not cultivate, we become mere prey, akin to ants on the ground, easily hunted by even the most lowly beasts. Feng Xian was taken aback. But why did the witch ancestor do this? Are we not his offspring as well? Why such favoritism? Elder Wu interrupted Feng Xian. Favoritism? No, such an existence as the witch ancestor would naturally not possess such biases. Although the giant divine clan is born high above, their reproductive capacity is limited like all strong races, constrained by the laws of heaven and earth. Their numbers are exceedingly few, and the birth of each member is a matter of years. Furthermore, the giant divine clan seems unable to cultivate the witch path for reasons unknown. Thus, they have always harbored grievances against our human race, looking down upon our weakness while envying our numbers and ability to practice the path of the witch ancestor, which has led to a continually strained relationship. Our human race, although weak, has proliferated across the vast wilderness under the witch ancestor's benevolent gaze. In the face of such vast numbers, exceptional talents arise like a flood. Moreover, during the time when all paths of cultivation were still undefined, our human race had already begun to rise from obscurity by following the witch path. In this sense, how can it be viewed as favoritism? Feng Xian was left speechless, realizing that his human race had an illustrious origin. Then now, he recalled what Uncle Daniel had mentioned about the current status of the human race, which was indeed not particularly favorable. Various alien races dared to treat his people as mere prey. Elder Wu's expression darkened at this moment. The sacred texts record that during the heyday of our human race in ancient times, we were indeed resented and feared by many powerful clans. While they dared not act recklessly during our peak, a cataclysmic event 1 million years ago swept across the heavens and earth, leading to the gradual decline of our human race. The hidden vermin do not wish to see our rise once more, yet for certain reasons, they dare not act openly against us, resorting instead to covert means to hinder our resurgence. Regardless of our decline, our human race is not one that can be trifled with by mere lowly beings. Anyone who has blood on their hands from our race will inevitably face retribution once exposed, regardless of who they may be. At this point, Elder Wu suddenly snorted coldly. Although our human race has fallen, we remain among the top 100 powerful clans in this realm. We are not weak among the myriad races, though the vastness of this wilderness makes it impossible for us to attend to every corner. Ultimately, we must rely on ourselves. Feng Xian felt as though his worldview had shattered. Many of his previous notions were incorrect. He had always believed his human race to be merely one of the ordinary myriad races, struggling to survive in this wild expanse. He never imagined they once enjoyed such glory. Suddenly, Feng Xian recalled their original discussion about his breakthrough into the witch path realm. He glanced at Elder Wu, hesitating to speak. Elder Wu shot a glance at Feng Xian. This is merely to supplement your knowledge. Do not go out later looking like a foolish child. Feng Xian's heart skipped a beat. Go out? Where to? Before Feng Xian could inquire further, Elder Wu continued, your talent is quite formidable. Do you know what the moment of fleeting time signifies? It is a manifestation of a witch's talent, akin to the celestial phenomena accompanying the awakening of special physiques. However, our witch path's phenomena are more subdued. Those who can cultivate to the white witch realm are predominantly those who exhibit such fleeting moments at the time of their breakthroughs, with the duration of the moment correlating to the level of talent. Curious, Feng Xian asked, how long must one sustain it to be considered highly talented? What is the highest recorded talent? Elder Wu replied nonchalantly. Those who can maintain it for a breath have the opportunity to break through to the white witch realm. As for the highest, sacred texts record it as 46 breaths, comparing it to his own time. Feng Xian felt somewhat disheartened. I can only estimate around 8 to 9 breaths, so it seems my talent is rather average. Unbeknownst to Feng Xian, Elder Wu was also underestimating. When my teacher told me the highest recorded time was 46 breaths, I should not have misremembered. As for the other details, I was too shocked to pay attention. Alas, I am getting old and forgetful. Regardless, I only managed 3 breaths. Based on my description, this lad should be around 5 to 6 breaths, at the very least. Feng Xian curiously inquired, Elder Wu, are you suggesting that I need to leave the tribe to venture into the world? As the conversation unfolded, Feng Xian's face revealed a hint of yearning, a touch of unease, and a flicker of hesitation. The Elder Wu pondered for a moment before speaking. With your innate talent, you have already met the requirements of the sacred land. However, the time is not ripe. If possible, I suggest that you strive to reach the second great realm before embarking on your journey. For your current strength is far too fragile. Talents are often prone to premature demise. The Elder Wu's words seemed laden with unspoken implications, his hands unconsciously tightening, and a trace of desolation flickered in his eyes. After a brief pause, he continued, as for the destination, it is, of course, the sacred land of our human race, the great wilderness sacred land. Feng Xian, however, expressed his astonishment, saying, but isn't it said that the human sacred land is separated by countless miles? Even if I were to break through to the second great realm, wouldn't it still be out of reach? Moreover, entering the sacred land for cultivation should not be an easy endeavor. Should it? Feng Xian could hardly believe that the rumored sacred land was so accessible to aspiring cultivators. In this remote area, resources for cultivation needed to be fiercely contested, and he doubted that the sacred land would freely provide for all the talented individuals of the human race. Indeed, while the second great realm represented the pinnacle of the Xianing tribe, even the foremost expert, Xian Yo, was merely at the peak of the essence refinement stage. This alone made him one of the few formidable figures within 100 miles, capable of providing protection. Yet, to the legendary human sacred land, he was as insignificant as an ant. The Elder Wu spoke softly at this moment. It will not be so simple for martial practitioners. One must break through to the essence refinement stage before the age of 15 to qualify. Beyond this age, opportunities become scarce. Of course, those with special physiques may have slightly relaxed requirements. After all, even the sacred body or battle body, though not regarded as treasures, are still rare talents in the eyes of the sacred land. Regarding the Wu practitioners, those under 15 years of age who are in the process of becoming witches and those under 30 who are spiritual witches can meet the requirements of the sacred land. Our great wilderness human tribes number in the millions, yet not every practitioner will be welcomed by the sacred land. It is a matter of survival of the fittest, where age and breakthrough achievements serve as the first hurdles to assess one's qualifications. Chapter 22. The soul piercing. At this point, Feng Xian fell silent, unable to fathom the existence of essence refinement practitioners under the age of 15. Before he could voice his thoughts, the Elder Wu continued. As for why it is essential for you to break through to the second great realm before this age, you must understand that, aside from our human race, no other races wish to see our witch practitioners thrive. Especially those talented individuals heading to the sacred land. To them, a dead talent is a good talent. The Elder Wu's expression darkened, and he spoke with a low, chilling laugh, revealing a hint of malice. Feng Xian discerned the underlying resentment in the elder Wu's words, but refrained from further inquiries. Knowing that his own lack of strength rendered any understanding moot, it dawned upon him how much the human sacred land valued witch practitioners, even willing to grant those with insufficient initial talent a second chance. Cautiously, Feng Xian asked, "Elder Wu, how do you seem so familiar with the sacred land?" The elder Wu suppressed his rising emotions, maintaining a neutral expression as he replied, "There is no need to test me. I share this with you because I have also ventured to the sacred land. The sacred land shows compassion for those of us with inadequate talent, willing to offer us witch practitioners a second chance. At the age of 26, I broke through to the spiritual witch realm and once went to the sacred land for further training. Yet I failed to advance to the second stage of spiritual witchcraft, the communication of spirits, within the 10-year limit, and was thus sent back by the sacred land." Upon hearing this, Feng Xian lowered his head like a child caught in wrongdoing. He felt he had ventured into forbidden territory with his question. Elder Wu, remaining in the tribe, must certainly be regarded as lacking in talent, yet Feng Xian couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. Noticing Feng Xian's demeanor, the elder Wu's expression softened slightly as he spoke gently. "It is nothing to fret about, Tio. You know that among those who travel to the sacred land, 8 or 9 out of 10 are like me. Initial talent does not determine everything. Only those who pass the final assessment can be considered the true talents of the sacred land. As for those lacking in talent, they will naturally be abandoned and sent back. Forcing the less gifted to remain is, in fact, not a blessing for them." Feng Xian was puzzled, gazing at the elder Wu in confusion. Why is it said that cultivating in the legendary sacred land is not a good thing? The elder Wu cast a deep glance at him and replied, "Within the human race, unity is never a given. Remember, some things are beyond your desire, yet are essential for you. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Every misstep can lead to stagnation. The struggle for resources and survival is a common occurrence. Regardless of where one is, my hope for you to break through to the second great realm is to enhance your ability for self-preservation in such circumstances." After a moment's pause, the elder Wu added, "Time is not on your side if you cannot break through to the second great realm within 3 years. Regardless of your cultivation level, you must proceed to the Lishang tribe. Every 5 years, envoys from the sacred land travel to various regions to recruit human talents. The Lishang tribe of Qishan is one such recruitment site. Even if your actual age has exceeded the limit, they have their methods to assess the timing of your breakthroughs, and deceit is impossible. There are 3 years until the next arrival of the sacred land envoy. After that, your path will depend solely on yourself. If you can become a disciple of a mighty figure, you may even find a way to uncover the mystery of the calamity befalling your Feng clan." The elder Wu then produced a small booklet from his robes and handed it to Feng Xian. "This is the witchcraft technique known as soul piercing. Since you have broken through to the witch realm, it is time to learn some witchcraft methods. This technique allows you to condense your witch spirit power into a soul-piercing dart to attack your enemies. The effectiveness of this technique depends on the strength of your soul. If your soul is sufficiently robust, you could even annihilate an enemy's soul with a mere thought. When mastered, you may even gather multiple soul-piercing darts at once." After a pause, the elder Wu continued, "But remember, if there is too great a disparity between you and your target, using this technique poses significant risks and may lead to backlash. Therefore, you must exercise caution. At your current level, you can only use this technique once before exhausting your soul power. How you utilize this technique in battle will depend on your ingenuity, and when combined with your martial arts skills, it may yield unexpected results. This could serve as your trump card." Feng Xian took the technique with a strange expression. The strength of the soul determines the attack power, with the aid of the bronze space refining the essence of his soul. His soul was ever increasing. Wasn't this technique tailor-made for him? The elder Wu, unaware of Feng Xian's thoughts, then handed him an inconspicuous black ring. "This is the Feng Ling ring, the inheritance of your Feng clan, and the only spatial witch tool your clan possesses. Originally, according to your father's last wishes, it was to be given to you only after you reach the essence refinement stage. However, since you have broken through to the witch realm, you need to store some herbs and other items, so I will make an exception and give it to you now." Feng Xian stared blankly at the ring, pursing his lips in silence. Observing this, the elder Wu sighed internally and waved his hand. "Go now. Practice the soul-piercing diligently. Point. One cannot chew more than one can swallow. at your current level. Receiving more secret techniques would be futile. Return to learn other techniques only after you achieve mastery. Feng Xian bowed respectfully to the Elder Wu. Elder Wu, I wish to borrow some secret technique books. The Elder Wu waved his hand dismissively. Unconcerned, go find that little girl. Xian Shuang, I trust you to handle it. Just remember to return the books. Feng Xian then turned and walked towards the side hall. In the ritual. Which side hall? Within the secret technique room, Shuang Niu was busy cleaning the dust with a feather duster made from various soft feathers of birds, muttering to herself, "Stinky Feng Xian, dead Feng Xian, returning without coming to play with me. Just knows how to cultivate." As she spoke, she squeezed the feather duster, making a cracking sound as she jabbed at the air ahead, her little tiger teeth grinding together as if she were trying to poke someone to death. At that moment, Feng Xian's voice came from outside the secret technique room. "Shuang Niu, where are you? I have come to find you." Upon hearing this voice, Xian Shuang's expression changed dramatically, her demeanor quickly becoming impassive as she composed herself. Smoothing her slightly disheveled hair, with a hint of a smile, she exited the secret chamber. "Brother Feng Xian, you have come to see me," Xian Shuang greeted sweetly as she approached the oncoming Feng Xian. I came to borrow some books," Feng Xian replied, feeling a bit uneasy as he glanced at Shuang Niu's smile. He shifted awkwardly, sensing something was amiss but unable to articulate it. Xian Shuang's smile faltered for a moment, nearly slipping away as she tossed the feather duster in her hand at the boy scratching his head. Noticing Xian Shuang's change in expression, Feng Xian quickly added, "I also came specifically to check on you. Have you been practicing diligently lately?" However, before he could finish, he observed Xian Shuang's face darkening further, leaving him at a loss for words. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he produced a beast heart fruit and presented it to Xian Shuang, saying, "Isn't this the main reason for my visit? Your constitution is rather weak. Using this fruit to improve your physique will ease my worries." Feng Xian spoke sincerely. Shuang Niu was his childhood companion, having grown up together. Yet after she was identified as possessing shamanic talents, she abandoned martial arts to devote herself to shamanic training, resulting in her body being no stronger than that of an ordinary person. If she could utilize this beast heart fruit to enhance her physical condition, it would greatly benefit her. From childhood, Xian Shuang's family had been her greatest caretakers, and they were her last remaining relatives by blood. Her grandmother was Elder Feng Hua, a member of the Feng clan. Speaking of Elder Feng Hua, she was not only a member of the Feng clan but, according to her father, had once exhibited astonishing talents, achieving the blood-boiling stage at a young age, not much inferior to the current Xian Shi. Later, she married a powerful figure from the Xian clan, and the two soon welcomed Xian Ling into the world. However, during an outing with her husband to engage in trade with the Li merchants, they encountered an exceptionally formidable beast. The two were overwhelmed and gravely injured. Ultimately, Elder Feng Hua's husband sacrificed himself to lure the beast away, while the critically wounded Elder Feng Hua was rescued by clan members who arrived in time. Yet, due to her severe injuries, she lost her cultivation, nearly becoming an ordinary person. As for that Xian clan expert, he vanished without a trace. In this untamed land, a lack of information typically signified death. Although Elder Feng Hua did not suffer further catastrophic misfortunes thereafter, the cost was that her husband bore the brunt of their fate. Leaving her a powerless ordinary individual, it seemed that the Feng clan had little interest in the misfortunes of ordinary people, seldom tending to their plight. Elder Feng Hua subsequently resided long-term in the Li merchants' territory, seldom returning to the Xian Eagle tribe to avoid painful memories. Upon seeing the beast heart fruit in Feng Xian's hand, Xian Shuang's expression softened slightly, though the fruit's unseemly appearance still elicited a hint of distaste, prompting her to mutter, "Fool." Just as she was about to take the beast heart fruit from Feng Xian, he produced another and said, "This one is for you to bring to your brother. Although he has only recently broken through to bone forging, it should be useful for him. I won't go looking for him myself." Xian Shuang's brother, Xian Tuo, was the eldest son of Xian Ling, yet his innate talent was notably inferior to Xian Shi's. Now nearing 18, he had only just recently broken through to bone forging. Typically, Xian Tuo trained outside with Uncle Qing Mu, rarely returning to the tribe, which compelled Feng Xian to entrust the delivery to Xian Shuang. Feng Xian lingered in the shaman hall for some time, conversing with Xian Shuang and imparting knowledge on various medicinal properties before departing leisurely. Chapter 23. Growth time flew, and 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye in the snowy expanse. Feng Xian stood gravely, brandishing his blood-patterned blade as he faced a massive black python. Though he bore no visible injuries, his breathing was rapid, clearly indicating that he had been engaged in combat with the giant serpent for a significant duration. Over these past 3 months, Feng Xian had been diligently honing his body while venturing out with Xian Shi to seek suitable beasts for tempering his combat experience. Most often, Feng Xian confronted these beasts alone, while Xian Shi provided support from the sidelines. The two would avoid engaging with beasts of the spirit opening realm and above, opting instead for safer encounters. Xian Shi, possessing a calm demeanor, ensured Feng Xian never found himself in perilous situations. Thus, his opponents were always beasts at the initial stage of spirit opening. However, for Feng Xian's current combat prowess, even these initial stage beasts offered little challenge. Having become well acquainted with the ways of battling beasts, Feng Xian persistently requested Xian Shi to find him a mid-stage, spirit-opening beast for more rigorous training. Though hesitant, Xian Shi ultimately acquiesced, agreeing to seek out a suitable opponent, this being the utmost challenge he could offer. Despite Xian Shi's strength, capable of facing even high-level spirit-opening beasts, he could not guarantee Feng Xian's safety entirely. As winter settled in, the landscape was blanketed in a thick layer of snow, presenting a scene of pristine white beauty. While scouring the outskirts of their territory, the duo finally uncovered traces of a crimson-eyed python. Following the serpent's trail, they eventually encountered the prowling giant amidst a vast mountain field. Normally, snakes would seek refuge to hibernate during winter, yet this beast defied such conventions. The two surmised that the crimson-eyed python had not accumulated enough food reserves and thus continued its search for prey. Leaving clear tracks in the snow, the spirit-opening beast, crimson-eyed python. This crimson-eyed python exhibited a sleek black body, with a massive head adorned with a crimson stripe running from its eyes to its back. Its eyes gleamed a chilling red, speckled with flecks of golden light, exuding a cold, bloodthirsty aura. Measuring roughly 1 meter in diameter and nearly 20 meters in length, it was undeniably a formidable creature. After careful observation, they deduced that this crimson-eyed python was a mid-stage spirit-opening beast, known for its tenacity among its kind and possessing considerable combat prowess. Xian Shi was reluctant to allow Feng Xian to engage this giant serpent. But Feng Xian merely smiled in response. "Brother Shi, do you truly believe that this crimson-eyed python could pose a threat to me?" Upon hearing this, Xian Shi's face flushed red as he retorted, "How could that be? I am now a blood-boiling stage martial artist. It is simple for me to protect you. Go ahead." Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, realizing he had been goaded by Feng Xian's taunts. Unable to retract his statement, he added sullenly, "If you find yourself in trouble, I will intervene immediately." He then hefted his giant axe, positioning himself at a distance, intent on striking down the crimson-eyed python should Feng Xian falter. Seizing the moment before Xian Shi could change his mind, Feng Xian charged forward, engaging the black giant serpent. Each scale of the crimson-eyed python was the size of a human head, boasting formidable defense, remarkable agility, and immense strength. Without wielding the blood-patterned blade, Feng Xian found himself utterly unable to contend with the beast, the force of his punches rebounding painfully against its armored scales. Even when employing the blood-patterned blade, Feng Xian faced a grueling battle, the sheer size of the creature making each strike a challenge. While he managed to pierce the serpent's defenses, it required his utmost effort to leave even superficial marks on its tough hide. Several times, Xian Shi, bearing the giant axe, contemplated stepping in to assist, only to be halted by Feng Xian. He aimed to slay the serpent by his own strength, seeking a true test of his combat abilities. The previous victory over the sword boar was largely due to Little Seven's assistance and a stroke of fortune, thus it did not count as a genuine solo conquest. Boom! A massive tail swept through, the thick tail of the python stirring up great clouds of snow in its wake, while below, Feng Xian had long since evaded the impending danger. Once again dodging the strike of the crimson-eyed python, Feng Xian seized the opportunity and unleashed a technique known as the Soul Piercer. This was the only secret witchcraft bestowed upon him by the venerable witch elder, and Feng Xian had previously verified its formidable power through experiments, proving it to be nearly impossible to defend against. An invisible soul piercer, coalesced rapidly before him and shot toward the crimson-eyed python. Although the beast could not perceive this soul-piercer, its primal instincts caused the scales on its neck to subtly flare, attempting to evade this unseen assault. However, the soul-piercer was renowned for its stealth, and it was far beyond the capabilities of a mere beast at the spirit awakening stage to evade it. Especially given the proximity between them and silence, the soul-piercer penetrated the essence of the crimson-eyed python, causing its enormous body to momentarily freeze in confusion, unable to react. Feng Xian's soul, having transcended the ordinary, was already more potent than that of an average person, enhanced further by months of nurturing within the bronze space, leading him to estimate that his soul's strength surpassed that of a typical individual by over double. The soul-piercer he had conjured not only bore greater intensity than that of a commoner, but he was not limited to the single use of the technique as the elder had implied. He could unleash it twice. Seizing the moment while the crimson-eyed python remained dazed, Feng Xian charged toward its head, delivering a powerful kick that sent its massive skull soaring, before swiftly plunging his blade into the vulnerable area beneath its jaw. The piercing sound was akin to a stick being thrust into a sack, as the entire blade embedded itself into the python's jaw, directly injuring its brain. Awakening from its stupor due to the grievous wound, the crimson-eyed python instinctively thrashed its colossal body upon the ground, sending snow and debris flying in all directions, while even some boulders were sent soaring by its ferocious movements. Observing this, Feng Xian deftly withdrew to safety. The python, having sustained such severe injuries to its head and its soul now compromised, ultimately fell to Feng Xian's determined efforts. The resilience of serpentine beasts was extraordinary. Even with a grievous head injury, they did not succumb easily. This marked Feng Xian's first true solo slaying of a spirit awakening stage beast, and he collapsed onto the python's body, gasping for the icy air, while casting a weary yet triumphant wave at Xian Shi, who wore a somewhat dazed grin. From a distance, Xian Shi was left utterly astonished, witnessing the feat of a mere skin refinement practitioner single-handedly dispatching a mid-stage crimson-eyed python, a true prodigy in his eyes. The vitality of beasts was vastly superior to that of their human counterparts, making such a kill significantly more challenging. Even Xian Shi estimated it would take him at least the duration of an incense stick to bring down the python. As the previously most gifted martial talent of the tribe, Xian Shi certainly harbored his own pride, yet in light of Feng Xian's accomplishment, he felt compelled to concede. The crimson-eyed python was subsequently stored in Feng Xian's wind spirit ring, and with the elder returning this spatial witch artifact, he no longer needed to squander resources on hunting. As for the soul of the crimson-eyed python, it would be refined in the bronze space, allowing Feng Xian to extract more essence or derive something from it. Naturally, when Feng Xian presented the python to Uncle Gu for management, it sparked a wave of excitement among the tribe. As they listened to Xian Shi's animated recounting of how Feng Xian had slain the beast, all in all, I tell you, at that moment, little Feng exuded such an imposing aura that it utterly intimidated the crimson-eyed python. With a single kick, he sent its massive head flying several yards high, and just like that, with one stroke, he ended the life of that beast. Meanwhile, Feng Xian awkwardly tugged at his garment, feeling that Xian Shi's embellishments were a tad exaggerated. The tribe members were engrossed by the tale, yet, with their discernment and strength, they could not entirely accept Xian Shi's claims. The crimson-eyed python bore evident wounds from multiple strikes, suggesting that Feng Xian had endured a protracted struggle before finally vanquishing his foe. Haha, it seems the Feng clan has produced another genius. To slay a mid-stage spirit awakening beast while merely at the skin refinement stage is remarkable. I've only heard of the most talented individual from the Lishang tribe, Bai Li Kuang, achieving such feats, yet he had the advantage of abundant resources and terrifying strength honed through countless treasures, not to mention the tribe's experts enhancing his abilities. It's not surprising he could reverse ascend a stage. Indeed, if only little Feng had access to similar resources, I wager he could easily slay a high-stage spirit awakening beast even 2 stages higher. Ahem. Enough of that. Reversing 2 stages? I have yet to hear of anyone achieving that in our Qi mountain region. Feng Xian, overhearing the discussions among his tribesmen, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Previously, the tale of his slaying the sword spear boar had been somewhat downplayed by Xian Yo and others, merely stating that the boar had been heavily injured in a battle with another beast, and that it was through a fortunate opportunity with Shao Qi that Feng Xian managed to strike it down. They wished to keep Feng Xian from gaining too much attention. Should any overly curious individuals take note of his impressive feats, it could spell trouble for him in the Qi Mountain region. Achieving the strength to reverse a stage was uncommon but not unheard of. Uncle Daigneau possessed such innate power, and his reputation among the Qi Mountain people was formidable. Sooner or later, Feng Xian would need to venture to Lishang to study at the Great Wilderness Holy Land, where his talents could potentially intimidate some lesser individuals. Over the course of these 3 months, Feng Xian had already perfected his skin refinement, and whenever he utilized martial techniques to circulate his vital energy, a sheen akin to bronze would shimmer upon his skin, signifying his attainment of mastery in skin refinement. The blue maggot larvae had mostly been collected by Feng Xian 2 months prior, and he had also informed Uncle Daigneau and the others of the location of the blue maggot waterfall. If he were to head to the Holy Land, he might not have the opportunity to gather these larvae again, so it was wiser to share this knowledge with Uncle Daigneau to bolster the tribe's foundation. The annual harvest of blue maggot larvae needed to be carefully managed. Otherwise, these creatures would cease to reproduce, necessitating a certain population to be maintained and collected every other year to ensure sustainable usage. Feng Xian himself hardly had the luxury of waiting. This latest collection would suffice for his needs for quite some time, as the specially prepared larvae had lost their vitality, yet their medicinal properties remained largely intact. Chapter 24. Bone Forging in the Feng Clan Courtyard. Despite having been cleared, a fresh layer of snow now lay 2 fingers deep upon the ground. Feng Xian stood bare-chested in the courtyard. His bare feet planted in the snow, he swallowed a blue maggot larvae and smeared a layer of crimson oil upon his body. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, adjusting his breathing rhythm as he prepared to charge into the bone-forging stage. This crimson oil, which he had named blood gel oil, was a new formula derived from the beast gel oil in the bronze space, enhancing its medicinal absorption from 30% to 60%. This leap was significant, and it was precisely this that enabled Feng Xian to rapidly advance to mastery in skin refinement. Flecks of blood light began to glimmer on his skin. Feng Xian moved slowly through his martial forms, feeling a surge of medicinal energy gradually permeate his body, as his flesh pulsed and pushed this energy inward to his bones, which began to absorb it. Gradually, Feng Xian's bones seemed to absorb some potent essence. Slowly changing color, his bones became increasingly resilient, starting from the spine, as the flesh and membranes adhering to them underwent a transformation. Flesh and bone united, forging marrow. This process was excruciating, as the changes occurred within his very bones, bringing not only unbearable pain but also a profound itch, while an intense heat radiated from his body. This entire ordeal lasted a full half-hour. Finally, amidst the crackling sounds reminiscent of bones grinding together, the transformation of his bones and flesh drew to a close. Feng Xian felt the medicinal energy and vital essence within him gradually dissipate. The ground where he stood had melted the snow within a 2 to 3 meter radius, leaving only a puddle of water behind. Bone forging stage, breakthrough. Feng Xian slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt an overwhelming sense of power surge within him. Previously, he had refrained from unleashing his full strength due to the inadequacy of his bones. Now, however, the hardness of his bones had increased by over 50%. He struck out with a punch, the wind howling as it struck the nearby wooden training dummy with a resounding crash. Bang! The surface of the ironwood training post bore a profound indentation, resembling the imprint of a fist. Feng Xian nodded in satisfaction. This was merely a casual strike of his, yet it rivaled the full force of his attacks prior to his breakthrough. He sensed that should he employ martial techniques, the ironwood post would likely be cleaved in 2 by his might. However, as he observed the aftermath of his strike, Feng Xian noted that his palms had grown somewhat more delicate than before, with the prominence of his knuckles becoming increasingly apparent. After a moment of contemplation, he understood that this was the result of the essence and vitality he had cultivated within himself, which he had expended to facilitate his breakthrough. This process had fortified his entire being, enabling him to advance to the bone-tempering stage. His foundation was solid, and the vitality and medicinal power embedded within his flesh were abundant. Thus he had not fallen into the predicament of being reduced to mere skin and bones after the breakthrough. Should a martial practitioner with insufficient vitality and weak medicinal power attempt a forced breakthrough to the bone-tempering stage, they would either fail, suffering from depleted energy, or find their flesh consumed, leaving them as mere skeletal remains. The day of their breakthrough could very well coincide with their demise. Such practitioners, even if healed, would bear lasting repercussions, which explains why every martial artist is often seen as a robust figure. Without ample flesh and medicinal resources to sustain their endeavors, how could they possibly cultivate their skills? At this moment, Xian Shi, who had been waiting nearby, beamed with congratulations at Feng Xian's successful breakthrough, passing him a furry beast skin coat. Once their father and the others returned from the hunt, they could proceed with the grand sacrificial ceremony. With Feng Xian's breakthrough to the bone-tempering realm, it seemed he would be able to absorb more of the essence blood from the savage beasts the following day. Feng Xian donned the beast skin coat with a smile, responding, "Brother Xian Shi, you have already reached the fiery blood stage. Shouldn't your gains be even greater?" Xian Shi laughed heartily. "There is but this one opportunity each year. Of course, I must seize the chance to absorb as much as possible. Each sacrificial ceremony costs the tribe dearly, and I have already partaken twice. If the beasts we sacrifice are not of sufficient caliber, the efficacy of the ritual diminishes significantly." Feng Xian nodded in understanding but refrained from further comment. Suddenly, he glanced up, a frown creasing his brow as he expressed his concern. "Uncle Daniu and Uncle Xinling have been out for nearly 3 days. I wonder how they fare." Upon hearing Feng Xian's words, Xian Shi understood the source of his anxiety. Uncle Xinling and Uncle Daniu had ventured out with Ying De and Ying San to seek suitable prey for the upcoming ceremony, leaving no one else to accompany them, as their presence would only serve as a burden. Given that it had been over 3 days since their departure, they should have returned by now. As the elder brother, Xian Shi could not display overt worry. Instead, he patted Feng Xian's shoulder reassuringly, "Do not fret. With Ying De accompanying Uncle Daniu, even if they encounter formidable beasts, they shall return unscathed." There have been instances in the past where hunters have been absent for over half a month after pursuing beasts of the tuning stage. Given Uncle Daniu's strength, even late-stage tuning beasts cannot pose a threat to him, especially with Uncle Xinling and Ying De alongside, as long as they do not face aerial beasts of the royal stage. Their safe return is all but assured. Yet, despite his words, a flicker of concern crossed Xian Shi's eyes. As a son, how could he not worry? Just as the two were lost in contemplation, a resounding cry echoed from a distance near Xianing Mountain, reverberating for some time, accompanied by a massive, albeit somewhat weakened, roar from a beast. Both Xian Shi and Feng Xian were startled into action, turning their gazes toward the direction of the sound. How could such a colossal roar emanate from Xianing Mountain? Could it be that savage beasts were attacking? Suddenly, Feng Xian snapped back to attention. No, that cry seemed to belong to Ying De. Only it and Ying Er could produce such a piercing call. Although Ying Da's usual calls were relatively mild, it was out hunting other tuning stage beasts this time, so a wild tone was entirely justified. Not only Feng Xian, but Xian Shi also realized this, and they exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, "They've returned." Without delay, they seized their weapons and raced toward the source of the cries. Along the way, they were not alone. The entire tribe had been stirred by the unusual sounds. Armed with weapons, everyone charged toward the source of the roar, prepared for a potential beast attack. However, when Feng Xian and the others arrived at the open area of Xianing Mountain and gazed into the distance, they beheld a gigantic black eagle with a wingspan exceeding 15 meters, soaring towards them while clutching a similarly enormous gray savage bull. Following closely behind were 2 smaller black eagles carrying the 2 hunters. A voice rang out from the crowd. "It is the chief and the second chief. They have returned from the hunt. Wow, that bull is enormous. It must be at least 3 to 4 zhang long. Look, Ying De seems small in comparison. Haha, it truly looks like a child holding onto an adult. Thankfully, the black eagle is strong enough. Otherwise, bringing this behemoth back would be quite the challenge. Dio, you know what kind of beast that is? It appears to be covered in scales. It must be nearly impervious to blades and swords at the fiery blood stage." At this moment, an informed individual spoke up. "That is an ironhide bull. Look at its scales, which are an iron-gray hue. Given its size, It is likely a mid-stage tuning beast. It seems the chief and his party endured quite a struggle. This Ironhide bull possesses astonishing defensive capabilities and remarkable stamina. However, it should be well within the chief's ability to subdue it. After all, he wields a wolf-tooth club, which is particularly effective against such hard-scaled beasts. Just look at those shattered scales. They must have been pulverized by sheer force. As the black eagle drew nearer, the onlookers could see that the Ironhide bull's eyes had been pierced by two pitch-black iron arrows. One of its horns was broken, and its body was battered, with scales shattered and some torn away, revealing bloody flesh underneath. Its legs hung limply, joints shattered from the violent blows. Upon witnessing the Ironhide bull's grievous state, both Xian Shi and Feng Xian gasped in shock. Chapter 25. The Sacrificial Ceremony. This is too brutal. These injuries are clearly the result of violent strikes and an all-out assault. As they reached the tribe's territory, Ingda released the massive Ironhide bull from a height of several meters, causing it to crash to the ground. Boom! The earth resonated with a deep rumble, while the Ironhide bull emitted mournful cries. Its limbs shattered, leaving it to struggle weakly on the ground. Ingda nonchalantly perched on a branch of a massive tree, preening its feathers, yet its gaze remained fixed on the Ironhide bull, ready to seize it should it show any signs of movement. At that moment, Ing San also landed beside Ingda, while Xian Yo and Xian Ling leaped down. Feng Xian and Xian Shi hurriedly pushed through the crowd to reach the two hunters. Upon seeing that they bore no significant injuries, they breathed a sigh of relief. Xian Ling appeared unscathed, though his hair was somewhat disheveled. Xian Yo, on the other hand, looked a bit more disheveled. His clothing was torn in several places, yet the exposed skin bore no wounds. Only the corners of his mouth showed signs of bruising, tinged with a hint of blood. This did not imply that Uncle Xian Ling was stronger than Uncle Xian Yo. On the contrary, judging by the Ironhide bull's injuries, Feng Xian surmised that Uncle Xian Yo must have engaged in close combat with the Ironhide bull, while Uncle Xian Ling seized the opportunity to strike at its vital points. Ingda likely played a similar role, and Uncle Xian Yo's ability to withstand such fierce confrontation without sustaining severe injuries spoke volumes about his strength. Seeing their safety, Xian Yo and Xian Ling chuckled heartily. Did you think we were in any danger? This Ironhide bull is merely an average beast of the tuning stage. It is perfect for the sacrifices. We originally hoped to find a high-tier tuning beast to hunt, but unfortunately, Qishan turned out to be too perilous. We did encounter a peak tuning beast, the Earth Dragon. However, it was beyond our means to contend with it. Thankfully, that creature cannot fly and showed no interest in us. Otherwise, we might have found ourselves in peril. We then encountered this fellow and decided it would serve as our sacrificial target. However, its brute strength did send us flying a few times. With that, Xian Yo spat out a mouthful of blood. He beckoned to the crowd, and several armed warriors rushed over. After relaying instructions to one of them, the warrior nodded and hurried off into the depths of the tribe. Before long, the warrior returned with a figure in tow, none other than the village elder. Accompanied by Xian Ling and Xian Yo, the elder approached the fallen beast, inspecting it closely before nodding slightly. He addressed Xian Yo, indeed, a young and robust beast. Its vitality is rich, making it ideal for the children's baptism. After the ritual, they should be able to inherit some of its defensive capabilities. A fine offering for the sacrifice. The elder then produced a porcelain vial, handing it to the warrior. This is a beast tranquilizer. Administer it to the beast, and it will fall into a deep slumber. Tend to its wounds. The sacrifice requires a living beast. Continuing, the elder spoke to Xian Yo. Apart from the necessary personnel, everyone else must be prepared. The ceremony is in 2 days. With that, he leisurely turned and departed. Likely to make further preparations, Xian Yo called out to the crowd. Everyone heard that. The ceremony is in 2 days. The crowd erupted in cheers, which soon dissipated, leaving only a handful of onlookers, curious about the armored bull, to remain at a respectful distance. Some warriors approached, encircling the armored beast to prevent anyone from getting too close, lest an accident occur. Before long, most of the crowd had dispersed, and Xian Shi naturally followed Uncle Nyo back, keenly interested in the details of their hunting expedition. Just as Feng Xian intended to return, he was called to halt by Xian Ling. Xian Ling approached him, reaching out to touch his bone with surprise, exclaiming, "You've reached the bone-forging stage. Quite impressive. It seems this festival will lead to further advancements. Feng Xian, grinning foolishly and scratching his head, refrained from elaborating, for with such abundant resources available for his cultivation, his progress was bound to be swift. Subsequently, Feng Xian and Xian Ling walked side by side toward the tribe, conversing about trivial matters, with Feng Xian inquiring about the details of Xian Ling's recent hunt. 2 days later, on a misty morning, the resounding blast of a great horn echoed throughout the entire Xianing mountain, its melancholic and distant tones carrying toward the far-off mountains. The sacrificial site had already gathered the entire tribe. Each member of the Xianing people adorned in animal skins and feathered ornaments, bedecked with various bones and teeth as accessories. Their expressions were solemn, each face intricately painted with complex shamanic symbols. Standing in orderly lines beside the open ground in quiet anticipation, Feng Xian was among them, positioned near the front. This was not merely a matter of his status. He was the sole representative of the Feng clan at this festival, embodying the entirety of his lineage. Elder Feng Hua had not returned from the Lishang tribe for this event, as it lay far from Xianing Mountain, necessitating her oversight there. Additionally, Elder Feng Hua had not visited Xianing Mountain for some time due to health concerns. Beside Feng Xian stood 2 elderly men, both with hair and beards as white as snow. These were the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of the Xianing tribe. The Grand Elder was a robust figure, his serious demeanor cloaked beneath a floor-length animal robe, revealing only the powerful muscles of his chest, indicating he was no frail old man. The Second Elder, with a kind expression and a slightly rotund figure, bore the same imposing physique typical of the Xian clan, yet lacked the overwhelming aura of his counterpart. Following the 3, the members of the Xianing tribe, including Xian Yo and Xian Ling, stood in their respective order. The shaman, naturally, presided over the ceremonies at the forefront of the altar. Dressed in elaborate and ornate garments, the shaman held a white bone staff and wore a large wooden mask. Before the gathered assembly stood a massive altar made of colossal blocks of stone, intricately carved with motifs of flowers, birds, insects, and fish, as well as totemic beasts like the fierce bull, horned serpent, Xian turtle, and dragon. Surrounding the stone altar were several grand banners, their fabric inscribed with the lively image of a Xianing beast in blood. At the center of the altar stood the totem pillar of the Xianing tribe. Unlike the tranquil totem pillars typically housed in the shaman's hall, today's pillar emanated a soft azure glow, and upon closer inspection, the intricate pattern seemed to dance as if alive. The carved Xianing on the pillar appeared poised to awaken at any moment, occasionally extending a magnificent azure wing from the stone, only to retract swiftly before fully breaking free. Occasionally, luminescent feathers drifted from the totem pillar, dissipating slowly into the air. The altar was already adorned with numerous beasts, ranging from ordinary wild animals to powerful spirit beasts, including massive bears, mountain pigs, pythons, and giant wolves, with the enormous armored bull occupying the central position. All these creatures were bound and resting serenely upon the altar, while a sunken pool lay beneath it. As time passed, a palpable sense of solemnity enveloped the atmosphere, and the grand banners began to flutter gently. The still shaman suddenly raised his staff, stepping slowly onto the stone platform, standing before the crowd as he began to chant in a loud, ancient, and mournful tone. Suddenly, the shaman bellowed, "Wind rise!" A fierce wind swept across the altar, causing the banners behind him to billow violently. Drumroll! Near the altar, men adorned with blood-stained arm bindings began to beat a large drum made of cowhide in rhythmic fashion. Thud thud, boom, thud thud, boom. The gathered crowd below joined in unison with the drumbeats, performing a solemn ritual dance before the altar. Hum, ha. The sacrificial dance was not vigorous, yet the fervor of the participants surged ever higher, their spirits converging in this act of reverence. The entire ritual unfolded over the course of nearly half an hour before reaching its conclusion, honoring ancestral spirits, invoking totems, paying homage to forebears. Chapter 26, The Blood Pool Baptism, Part 1. The assembly knelt before the altar. After the kneeling, Xian Yo, Xian Ling, and a few others ascended the platform, wielding knives, swords, and spears to slay the slumbering beasts and savage creatures, letting their blood flow. Even the iron-clad barbarian bull was not spared. Xian Yo thrust a massive war spear into its neck, and torrents of blood gushed forth, cascading into the concave pit below, while the ironclad bull remained oblivious, its body convulsing in instinctual spasms, upon witnessing the sacrificial offerings being slain atop the altar. The shaman began to chant the sacrificial incantations, his soul energy swirling around him. The blood that flowed in abundance seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, slowly converging towards the vast empty pool below. The shaman then began to methodically toss various herbs and spiritual plants into the blood pool. As the herbs entered the pool, they slowly dissolved, merging completely with the blood, which began to bubble as if boiling. Seeing the state of the blood pool, the shaman nodded slightly, then turned to point at the Xian eagle totem pillar, exclaiming, "Blood sacrifice to the spirits, awaken." An invisible wave rippled across the entire sacrificial ground, causing the surrounding banners to flutter and rustle. The totem pillar emanated brilliant light, and a semi-transparent azure Xian eagle suddenly soared from the pillar, gliding over the heads of the crowd before hovering majestically above the sacrificial site. Resembling a deity gazing imperiously down, the Xian eagle, composed entirely of azure spiritual light, spread its wings wide, over 100 meters in span, surrounded by divine radiance. Azure feathers manifested from its form, cascading downwards. But before they could touch the ground, they gradually dissipated. Observing this scene, the shaman subtly gestured towards the recently slain sacrificial beasts, calling out, "Blood sacrifice to the spirits, I hope you do not disdain." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of interest flashed in the eyes of the azure Xian eagle above. Its beak parted slightly, and an invisible force emanated from its mouth, sweeping over the crowd. Yet they felt no discomfort. Above the carcasses of the beasts, pale blue spiritual entities began to take shape, struggling to fly into the beak of the azure Xian eagle, one after another, without exception. The Xian eagle closed its beak in satisfaction, and suddenly, azure flames erupted from its body, as if refining the souls it had consumed in a mere moment. A cloud of blue spiritual mist was expelled from its mouth, slowly descending into the blood pool, merging silently with the blood within. Among the crowd, Feng Xian observed keenly. This was clearly the essence of souls. His bronze space could grind souls into the purest essence for his own absorption. And it appeared the Xian eagle totem could achieve the same. However, Feng Xian sensed that the purity of this soul essence was far inferior to that processed by his bronze space. And it was also exceedingly thin. In comparison, his soul essence could not be extracted to the outside world, only refined within the bronze space and returned to himself, but the benefit was that it came with virtually no side effects, continuously strengthening Feng Xian's soul. After refining this cloud of soul mist, the azure Xian eagle seemed to feel slightly fatigued, soaring above the tribe for a moment before transforming into a streak of azure light and re-entering the totem pillar. The crowd offered a slight bow to the totem pillar in response. The shaman, witnessing the essence of souls merging into the blood pool, smiled contentedly beneath his mask, then addressed the gathered tribe members with authority. Those aged between 13 and 18, step into the blood pool. The rest must quickly withdraw, lest you disturb the sanctity. As soon as the words were spoken, over 10 youths stepped forward from the crowd, including Feng Xian, Xian Shi, and Xian Tuo, while Shuang Niu, being under 13, could not partake in this baptism. After Feng Xian and the others moved forward, the remaining tribe members began to disperse, engaged in quiet conversation, with only a few elders lingering behind. The Grand Elder then turned to Feng Xian and the others, solemnly advising, "Remember, unless your body cannot withstand it, no matter what you feel, endure for as long as you can. Do not open your eyes unless absolutely necessary." Feng Xian gazed at the bubbling blood pool, feeling a tingle of apprehension at the back of his head. Beside him, Xian Shi chuckled softly, "Go on in. It might sting a bit, but this blood essence pool is truly remarkable. It can not only refine one's bloodline but also elevate one's cultivation. If luck is on your side, you might even inherit some attributes from the barbarian beasts. I've heard tales of individuals awakening the divine talents of sacrificial beasts through this ritual. However, the more times you soak, the less effective it becomes. I've already bathed a few times, so the effect this time shouldn't be too great, but it should help solidify my boiling blood realm cultivation." With that, Xian Shi stepped into the blood pool first, finding a spot to sit cross-legged and closed his eyes to absorb the essence. The blood pool engulfed him, leaving only his shoulders and above exposed. The others followed suit, and Feng Xian took a deep breath, stepping into the blood pool in unison with the group. As he settled into the blood pool, Feng Xian's expression shifted slightly. He immediately understood the meaning behind Xian Shi's mention of pain. He felt as though countless sharp instruments were piercing his skin, attempting to burrow into his body. Feng Xian let out a muffled groan, gritting his teeth in determination. He understood that this was a precious opportunity to enhance his cultivation and strengthen his physique, and he must absorb as much as he could. Meanwhile, as the participants endured the trials within the blood pool, the shaman casually erected a soundproof barrier around the pool, ensuring that no external sounds could disturb those within. He glanced at Xianling beside him and nodded, saying, "Bring it out." Xianling hesitated at the words, replying, "Shaman, if we bring that out, will they truly be able to endure?" Elder Wu, grasping his bone staff, spoke with a calm demeanor, "It is merely a lifeless object." Back then, Qinghua risked everything to bring it out for the sake of the children's future. As for whether they can endure, if even this purified blood pool proves inadequate, what other means do you think there are? The souls of the savage beasts have already been cleansed by the totemic spirit. At this moment, the blood essence pool contains pure spiritual power that can aid them in nurturing their bodies and stabilizing their souls, making them less susceptible to the will of the savage beasts within the blood. This is already a form of protection for them. Moreover, if they cannot endure, I will naturally retrieve them. Upon hearing Elder Wu's response, Xianling nodded, no longer hesitating. He then retrieved a massive serpent's head from the spatial witch artifact. The head was nearly a yard in diameter, a terrifying black visage. Despite its unknown time of death, an aura of ferocity radiated from it, causing goosebumps to rise on the skin of those nearby. The severed head bore a clean, smooth cut, indicating it had been sliced by a sharp weapon. And it appeared as if the blood had yet to dry. The flow of time within the spatial witch artifact was exceedingly slow. Even if a year passed outside, only about a day would elapse within. Furthermore, savage beasts are not like ordinary wild animals. This was a pinnacle beast of the Tana realm, its blood teeming with vitality unmatched by mere creatures. Thus, the serpent's head looked as fresh as if it had just been hunted. Seeing Xianling produce the massive serpent's head, Elder Wu summoned forth his will, and with a wave of his hand, blood immediately gushed from the wound of the serpent's head, cascading into the blood essence pool. Only when no more blood could be squeezed from the head did Xianling stow it away. Elder Wu gazed at the blood pool with a sigh. Alas, it is too little, with only one serpent head. It can barely support this baptism. We have specifically waited until Feng Xian has grown to a point where he can accept this purification as a tribute to Qinghua. Xianling remained silent, his expression tinged with melancholy. Nearby, Xian Yo approached and patted his shoulder, saying, "Feng Xian has already become a competent warrior, has he not?" Xianling managed a forced smile but said little more. Unbeknownst to Feng Xian and his companions, who were enduring their pain, Elder Wu and the others had secretly added potent ingredients to the pool after they entered. This time, the added ingredients were no ordinary savage beasts, but rather the very source of calamity that had caused the Xianying tribe significant losses in the past, a legendary savage beast. The three-headed black serpent of the Tana pinnacle. As Feng Xian acclimated to the blood pool, he gradually relaxed his tightly furrowed brows, becoming accustomed to the level of pain. He felt the essence of the blood's medicinal properties slowly permeating his body, transforming his muscles and bones, and even enhancing his cultivation at a steady pace. This sensation was indeed intoxicating. Within Feng Shuan's spiritual awareness, the flowing blood around him felt almost alive, morphing into small beasts that darted throughout his body. There were horned deer, black bears, and mountain boars. Most terrifying of all was a rampaging little savage bull, which caused the other small beasts to scatter in its wake. Suddenly, the bull turned its gaze toward Feng Xian, seemingly drawn by his aura, and began to approach him. In an instant, Feng Xian sensed a wave of panic among the surrounding small beasts, as if a ferocious entity had encroached upon their territory. Following this, he perceived a colossal serpent gradually taking form, voraciously devouring these small creatures. Naturally, the bodies of Feng Xian and his companions became targets of this frantic scramble for survival. Feng Xian even sensed that the previously unyielding little savage bull was now in a slight state of disarray, no longer moving slowly, but charging toward him with increased speed. The distant giant serpent had also detected the strongest aura in the blood pool, the little savage bull, and subsequently noticed its target, Feng Xian. Chapter 27. The Blood Pool Baptism, Part 2. Ah, what is happening? It hurts so much. Ah, there are savage beasts gnawing at me. The anguished cries of the youths who had entered the blood pool echoed in Feng Shuan's ears. Yet he remained with his eyes shut, at the edge of the pool. Xin Yo and the others were pulling each startled child out, followed by a round of scolding, after which they were taken away by the second elder for a health examination. Only 4 individuals remained enduring in the pool: Feng Xian, Xian Shi, Xian Tuo, and Xian Yi. Alas, these little rascals, they clearly lack sufficient training to be frightened awake by the will contained within the blood of savage beasts. Thus missing this golden opportunity, one remarked. Indeed, they will likely only inherit some power or defense. Their immersion time is simply too short. There is no helping it. Their inability to endure signifies the limits of their capabilities. If they were to force themselves to stay, there would be a high chance of being overwhelmed by the savage beast's will, leading to light mental injuries or, worse yet, turning into imbeciles. There is no point in pressing them. This time, we added potent ingredients. It is commendable they have lasted this long. After a little over 10 breaths, Xian Tuo was the first to reach his limit, suddenly opening his eyes wide before being pulled out. Xian Tuo approached Xianling and lowered his head. Father, Xianling smiled and raised his hand to interrupt. This time is different. The fact that you have persevered until now is already commendable. Have you not noticed any changes in yourself? Xian Tuo was taken aback, not expecting his usually stern father to refrain from reprimanding him this time. He immediately checked himself and was astonished to find that his cultivation had seemingly reached the late stage of bone tempering, and he could feel a significant increase in his physique and strength. If he had previously possessed a strength of 2,000 pounds, he now estimated it to be at least 3,000 or even 4,000 pounds, a remarkable increase. Xian Tuo pinched his own arm, feeling a newfound robustness. His defensive capabilities had undoubtedly surged as well in such a short time. He had achieved this level of enhancement. Xian Tuo indeed sensed that this ritual was unlike any before. Previous rituals yielded substantial improvements, but none approached this magnitude of growth. Yet, he remained unaware of the reason behind it. Seeing that his father did not intend to elaborate, Xian Tuo wisely refrained from inquiring further. Understanding that if his father chose not to speak, there would be no answers to be found, at that moment, Xian Yi also could not hold on any longer and was brought up. Cleaned off, a middle-aged man, already waiting on the side, immediately stepped forward. This man was Xian Qingmu, the leader of the 3rd hunting team of the Xianying tribe. Xian Yi was his son, nearly 18 years old. At the pinnacle of bone-tempering cultivation, and previously regarded as the tribe's genius next to Xian Shi. Xian Yi looked at his father, excitement bubbling within him. Father, I have broken through to the boiling blood realm. Xian Qingmu's face lit up with joy at first, but then darkened as he recalled something, delivering a sharp slap to Xian Ye's forehead. Last time, Feng Xian gifted you 2 beast heart fruits, yet you failed to break through. Had you managed to reach the boiling blood realm back then, you could have solidified your gains this time, or even advanced further. Xian Yi rubbed his forehead, feeling aggrieved. But isn't there a certain probability involved? Xian Qingmu's gaze fell upon Xian Yo, whose face was flushed, yet he feigned ignorance, and his expression darkened further. You dare say that? Are you implying that our family is simply unlucky? Xian Shi managed to break through to the boiling blood realm with just 1 beast heart fruit. I have been stuck at the pinnacle of boiling blood for years, unable to advance to the viscera realm, and now you two have inherited this misfortune. Fortunately, Xian Tuo's talent is lacking, making him equal to Xian Yi. However, he conveniently overlooked Xuanling's daughter, Xian Shuang, the inheritor of the witch's legacy. Xian Qingmu's expression grew increasingly grim as he stood in silence, while Xian Yi was at a loss, unsure of what he had said wrong. Simply standing by his father's side, quietly sensing the changes within himself, at this moment, the Grand Elder approached Elder Wu, frowning as he asked, Elder Wu, should we tell Feng Xian about the events of the past? Keeping it from him may not be wise. Before Elder Wu could respond, both Xianling and Xian Yo, upon hearing this, turned pale and exclaimed in unison, "Absolutely not." The Xuanyo, with a furrowed brow, addressed Elder Wu and the Grand Elder, saying, "You are unaware that this little rascal, Feng Xian, is commendable in many aspects, yet he possesses an extraordinary stubbornness. If he were to learn of the beast that inflicted grave injuries upon his father, and ultimately led to his father's downfall, given his temperament, it is uncertain whether he could contain himself. Should he embark on a quest to seek out the whereabouts of that beast, we cannot even discuss his survival within Qishan. Even if he were to find it, that beast would be far beyond my capabilities, even if I were to join forces with Xianling and the others. With the skills this boy possesses, he would be utterly helpless, potentially ensnaring himself in a web of hatred and creating further emotional turmoil." Elder Wu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, however, do not underestimate him. Feng Xian is an astute child. Although I currently do not intend to speak to him about this matter, should he manage to break through to the blood-boiling stage, it would be the opportune moment to elucidate everything to him, which could ignite a desire for strength within him. Moreover, this matter pertains to his father." The warriors of the Xianing tribe never shy away from adversity. The group pondered for a moment before nodding in understanding. Meanwhile, Xian Tuo and Xian Yi, who remained nearby, exchanged glances, their expressions revealing deep contemplation. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Xian sensed an unusual occurrence within the blood pool. The small barbaric bull, no longer hesitating, charged towards Feng Xian, as if intent on forcefully merging with his being. Feng Xian's skin tightened as he felt the proximity of the small bull and the giant python. Several times he attempted to open his eyes to discern the situation, perplexed by the strange sensations. Why did the blood of these barbaric beasts transform into small creatures within his consciousness? What of the giant python? Yet, his instincts warned him that opening his eyes would lead to the loss of a significant opportunity. The giant python, observing the small bull's intentions from a distance, became enraged, accelerating towards them. Just as the small bull was about to merge with Feng Xian, the python struck it away with a powerful sweep of its tail, sending it crashing to a far-off spot. The small bull, now airborne, could only cast a resentful glance back, too fearful to approach again, and instead set its sights on others in an attempt to evade the python. At this moment, only Feng Xian and Xian Shi remained within the blood pool. With no other options and fearing the python's pursuit, Feng Xian reluctantly entered Xian Shi's body, albeit with a hint of reluctance. After dispatching the small bull, the giant python surveyed Feng Xian with keen interest, circling around him and gradually coiling itself around his entire being, slowly integrating into him. Feng Xian felt a tingling sensation as this transpired, acutely aware of the oppressive weight of the python's embrace. He recalled Elder Wu's words and refrained from any unnecessary movements, allowing the python to meld with him, subsequently sensing a transformation occurring within his body. The onlookers by the blood pool waited patiently. Just after returning from escorting the previous batch of children, the second elder remarked, "Strange? I am not surprised that Xian Shi has endured this long due to his breakthrough to the blood-boiling stage. But how has Feng Xian managed to withstand such a duration?" It then dawned upon the crowd where the anomaly lay. Indeed, even Xian Yi, at the peak of bone forging, could no longer endure. So how could Feng Xian, at the initial stage of bone forging, persist? The group was unaware that the absorption of barbaric beast blood was intricately linked to one's physicality, talents, and soul. The stronger the soul, the higher the purity, and thus the greater the absorption capacity. The Azure Xian had refined a mist akin to soul essence to neutralize the repellent qualities of the blood pool. The spiritual herbs mingled within the blood pool served merely to cleanse the malevolent impurities from the beast blood, enhancing its compatibility with the human body. However, the true essence lay within that soul mist. Feng Xian, as a practitioner of witchcraft, inherently possessed a more robust and purer soul, and crucially, within the bronze space, he constantly absorbed the more refined soul essence as long as there were beast souls to decompose. Thus his adaptability surpassed that of others. At this juncture, Elder Wu aptly elucidated, Feng Xian is a practitioner of witchcraft. His soul is inherently stronger, granting him greater resistance to the chaotic will embedded within the barbaric beast blood, allowing him to better adapt to the enhancements of the blood pool. The crowd finally comprehended the situation. Just then, The blood pool began to churn restlessly, and Qianshi, who had been seated within, finally opened his eyes. Elder Wu, who had been keenly observing the two from the shore, swiftly gestured to extract Qianshi from the blood pool, most of the blood water adhering to him detaching in the process. As a master of the blood-boiling stage, Qianshi, after a brief assessment of his condition, quickly understood his status. Xuanyo approached, laughing heartily as he placed a hand on Qianshi's shoulder, excitement evident in his voice. "How do you feel?" Qianshi had spent nearly half an hour in the blood pool, a significant duration compared to Xianyi, who had exited earlier. Given that he was already a practitioner of the blood-boiling stage, it was expected that his gains would be substantial. Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Qianshi was about to burst into laughter, but remembered the presence of other elders and suppressed his exuberance. Responding, "Not only have I solidified my position in the blood-boiling stage, but I have also taken a significant leap forward, reaching the mid-tier of the blood-boiling stage. My strength and defensive endurance have both increased, and most importantly, I seem to have inherited the innate ability of the iron-armored barbaric bull, hardening." With that, Qianshi raised his hands, tightly clenching his fists. His blood surged, and his muscles shimmered as if they had transformed into gleaming gold and iron. Xuanyo, witnessing this, approached and tapped lightly with 2 fingers, producing a dull thud akin to striking solid rock. "Well done, lad. This is indeed impressive." Elder Wu chuckled while stroking his beard, remarking on the highly practical nature of this innate ability, which significantly bolstered one's defensive capabilities. Coupled with a formidable martial skill, it rendered one nearly invincible in combat, to the extent that even weaker opponents of the same rank would struggle to breach one's defenses. Xianyo, upon hearing Elder Wu's endorsement of this talent, nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied. He was well aware of the immense defensive prowess of the iron-armored bull, which he had personally captured. Had he employed a more effective weapon than the blunt wolf Fong Club, breaching its defenses would have proved quite challenging. Given his innate strength, he was comparable to a savage beast, and even human martial practitioners, regardless of their cultivation stage, would hesitate to confront him head-on. Now, with Qianshi acquiring this innate ability, his survival prowess was undoubtedly augmented. Observing this development, Qian Tuo and Xianyi were consumed by envy and jealousy, their recent breakthroughs momentarily forgotten, in comparison to the formidable talent that Qianshi had inherited. Their own gains seemed trivial, akin to the embryonic form of a divine art. Should Qianshi one day ascend to the realm of a master in the hidden essence stage and cultivate this ability to its zenith, he would effectively have stumbled upon a fully realized innate divine art. While the crowd rejoiced for Qianshi, Feng Xian found himself entangled in dire straits. The serpent's essence fused with his body. He was immediately assaulted by an overwhelming aura of malevolence, with every bone and sinew under immense pressure. The sheer magnitude of this energy was beyond his current capacity to endure. This was entirely unforeseen by Elder Wu and the others, who had underestimated the malevolent aura and vital energy inherent in the blood of the apex beast. They had assumed that the blood of the 3-headed black Xian serpent would disperse within the blood pool, allowing all to absorb it collectively. However, they did not anticipate that the other beasts in the pool were significantly weaker than the serpent, leading to the majority of its power remaining concentrated and unabsorbed. Consequently, the remaining individuals could scarcely draw upon the essence of the beast's blood, resulting in only a slight enhancement to their ritual's effectiveness. Once the others departed, the remaining essence of the 3-headed black Xian serpent's blood naturally gravitated towards the 2 individuals still in the blood pool, ultimately selecting Feng Xian and Qianshi as its targets. However, in contrast to Feng Xian's alluring soul energy, Qianshi was left neglected. This resulted in Feng Xian almost entirely absorbing the remaining essence of the serpent's blood within the pool. Despite being at the bone-tempering stage, he was utterly incapable of containing such vast energy, prompting a comprehensive strengthening of his physique, transforming every aspect from cultivation to flesh and bone. During this enhancement, Feng Xian's body continually drew upon the medicinal properties and other blood energies from the pool to counteract the influx of the 3-headed black Xian serpent's blood. His body underwent a cycle of tearing and healing, repeatedly, until it could accommodate the energy without further distress. Were it not for the blood essence pool, his body would have shattered like fragile porcelain. The pool acted as a master craftsman, meticulously piecing back together the crumbling vessel. A pain understood only by Feng Xian himself. Unbeknownst to him, he believed this torment was a universal experience, relying solely on his willpower to endure, devoid of the strength to cry out, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness from the agony. Though suffering, Feng Xian felt an exhilarating surge of growth, not only in his cultivation but also in his physical prowess, alongside an indescribable essence that greedily absorbed everything around him. At this moment, he held immense admiration for his fellow tribesmen who endured such excruciating pain annually. While the growth effects were remarkable, the agony was not something the average person could withstand, yet he recalled their calm demeanor when they had entered the blood pool. Half an hour later, as Xianshi exited the blood pool, the others sensed something amiss. However, without Elder Wu's signal, they dared not act. Meanwhile, Elder Wu was equally perplexed. What could be happening? He sensed Feng Xian's aura growing stronger, yet wondered why the lad had not awakened. Had he not felt Feng Xian's increasing power, he would have retrieved him long ago. Despite his internal questions, Elder Wu maintained his composure, earning quiet admiration from Elder Xian Yo and the others, who believed he had everything well in hand. Had it been anyone else, they might have already rushed to check on Feng Xian for any unforeseen mishaps. Time trickled by, and just as Elder Wu's calm demeanor began to waver, the blood pool finally stirred, the liquid churning as if boiling in a cauldron. There were no disturbances from others. This commotion stemmed solely from Feng Xian's body reacting to his breakthrough. His form expelled the impurities absorbed from the blood pool, his body resembling a seething furnace, with vapor rising in a cloud from the pool. This tumult persisted for over 10 breaths until Feng Xian finally opened his eyes. Unsteadily rising from the pool, his body trembled slightly as he awkwardly made his way towards the onlookers. He carefully maintained his balance, fearful that a misstep might send him tumbling from the pool. Indeed, the thought of flying out of the pool was his most immediate concern. Chapter 29. The terrifying breakthrough. Why was Feng Xian in such a state? Because his strength had surged dramatically, catapulting his cultivation from the initial stage of bone tempering to the early stage of blood boiling, a full tier of advancement. While Feng Xian absorbed the energies around him in a frenzy within the pool, his cultivation soared in tandem. The realm of body tempering fundamentally focused on enhancing one's physique, and as Feng Xian's body was reinforced, so too did his cultivation ascend. The blood and bones of his body were continually torn and healed by the blood of the three-headed black Xian serpent, while the medicinal energies in the pool repaired and fortified his flesh, compressing the lengthy process of the bone tempering stage into a mere hour or so. The pool not only contained various beast essences and precious herbs, but also the soul essence refined by the Xian eagle, along with certain mysterious energies from the rituals performed. In summary, had Feng Xian not possessed an exceptionally high and pure soul, he might have perished within the blood pool. Conversely, had it not been for Feng Xian's robust and refined soul, far surpassing his cultivation level, he would not have been able to absorb so much essence and medicinal power, thereby avoiding such perilous circumstances, catching Elder Wu and the others entirely off guard regarding these developments. Given the substantial gap in cultivation levels, Feng Xian's physical resilience allowed him to withstand the increase without destabilizing his realm. However, he struggled to adapt to the newfound mastery over his body. Proceeding with utmost caution as he walked, fearful of taking too large a step and falling or being propelled into the air, Elder Wu utilized his soul energy to extract Feng Xian from the blood pool, carefully removing the residual blood from his body. After assessing Feng Xian's condition, he quickly comprehended the situation. The lad had absorbed an excess of medicinal energy, resulting in a significant enhancement in both cultivation and physical prowess, leaving him unable to control his body adeptly. To put it plainly, he had overindulged. Feng Xian looked at Elder Wu with questioning eyes, seemingly inquiring about his condition. Is this how everyone else is brought out? Elder Wu's eyelid twitched, and after clearing his throat, he turned to Elder Xian Yo and the others, stating, "You may all return. There is nothing to worry about. I will take this lad back to the ritual hall for recuperation. It appears he has advanced too rapidly, and his body hasn't adapted yet. Xianshi, lend me a hand and assist in carrying Feng Xian. It will also aid in your own recovery." "Xianshi? I've only advanced half a tier. Elder Wu ignored the stunned expressions of the crowd, clasped his hands behind his back, and strode toward the ritual hall, showing no intent to elaborate. Xian Shi was momentarily dazed, but he quickly regained his senses, hastily lifting the still dazed Feng Xian onto his back and pursuing Elder Wu's retreating figure. Xian Shi carried Feng Xian. He discerned from the expressions of the others what had transpired, so he was the only one to end up like this. Once the trio had distanced themselves, Xian Yo spoke softly. "Old Ling, do you reckon the blood of apex beasts is truly that effective? This is the first time I've heard of someone losing control of their body due to a rapid breakthrough. Why didn't Xian Shi and the others experience this? I acknowledge their gains were substantial, but Feng Xian's predicament seems unprecedented in the Xian Eagle tribe's history, even during the tribe's zenith when apex beasts were used for purification." Beside him, Xian Ling hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Perhaps it's due to Feng Xian being a witch cultivator? He truly found himself at a loss, only able to respond in a manner distinct from that of Feng Xian. At this moment, the Grand Elder beside him concurred, stating, "I too believe this to be the case. I have heard, even during our time in the Lishang tribe, of a cultivator who mastered two paths simultaneously, possessing unparalleled strength within the same realm, effortlessly engaging in battles across tiers, as if it were as simple as eating and drinking. However, such a method of cultivation is only suitable for those with extreme confidence in their innate talents. Otherwise, the distraction may render significant achievements exceedingly difficult." The senior members continued to deliberate on the matter concerning Feng Xian, presenting their speculations and doubts, while the two younger individuals quietly gathered together. Xian Tuo whispered, "What is your perspective?" Xian Yi ground a stone beneath his foot, casting a sidelong glance at him before speaking in a somewhat sullen tone. "Use your eyes to observe." Xian Tuo, rendered speechless, slapped him on the shoulder and said, "I'm being serious. Don't muddle things up. That brat Feng Xian has achieved a breakthrough to an astonishing realm, so much so that even Elder Wu is left in disbelief and is preparing a special elixir to stabilize his newfound power. I once thought that Xian Shi's progress was already quite remarkable, transitioning directly from the initial to the intermediate stage of the blood-boiling realm. An impressive accomplishment indeed. However, it seems to pale in comparison to Feng Xian's feats." Xian Yi kicked the stone rolling beneath his foot away and proceeded toward the martial arts hall, responding, "That is Feng Xian's personal opportunity. There's no point in envying him. Moreover, our own advancements have been substantial as well. The priority now is to swiftly convert these improvements into a power we can absolutely control. Feng Xian's strength equates to the strength of the tribe." Xian Tuo hurriedly chased after him, exclaiming, "Wait for me, of course. I'm happy for Feng Xian. I'm merely astonished. Why are you so serious? No wonder, despite your talent being second only to Shirtu's, you still fail to attract the attention of the tribe's maidens." The two had grown up together as childhood friends. Due to Xianling's frequent travels between the Lishang and Xianing tribes, it was impractical to bring along Xian Tuo, who was merely a burden in the bone-forging realm. Thus, Xian Tuo spent a considerable amount of time accompanying Xian Qingmu in hunting and honing their skills. Naturally, Xian Yi was also a member of the third hunting team, and the two had fought countless savage beasts together, fostering a deep bond. Upon hearing Xian Tuo's words, Xian Yi paused slightly, narrowing his eyes against his back, but quickly returned to normal and continued walking forward. This subtle movement went unnoticed by the chatterbox. "Xian Tuo." Suddenly, Xian Yi spoke softly, "By the way, it has been a long time since we've sparred. I wish to see how your Tiger Roar fist has progressed. Don't worry, I shall compare it using the bull fist technique. It will help us coordinate better during the next hunt." Xian Tuo, still babbling behind him, was momentarily taken aback before responding nonchalantly, "Of course, that's no issue. But haven't we always used weapons to battle savage beasts?" With his back turned, Xian Yi let a smile curve at the corner of his mouth as he replied, "That is of little importance. Fist techniques are easier to control and won't injure our bones." Xian Tuo felt an inexplicable sense of unease, yet upon further contemplation, he dismissed it as trivial. Meanwhile, Feng Xian lay quietly on Xian Shi's broad back, silently assessing his physical condition. Although his body felt unprecedentedly robust, he still experienced slight spasms in some torn muscle tissues, an aftermath of prolonged pain from the injuries. Using his soul power to introspect, Feng Xian sensed that some tiny blood vessels remained in a ruptured state. However, they were gradually healing due to his body's formidable self-recovery abilities. After confirming that there were no significant issues with his condition, Feng Xian let out a slight sigh of relief, realizing that he needed a period to stabilize his cultivation and acclimate to his body. This breakthrough was indeed unprecedented, propelling him from the initial stage of bone forging directly to the blood-boiling realm. An extraordinary leap that would undoubtedly evoke envy among those who had struggled for years without breaking through to the blood-boiling stage. Toiling away in the bone-forging realm, it was worth noting that in the Qishan region, practitioners of the blood-boiling realm were no longer considered weak. They formed the backbone of various tribes. Practitioners of the Hidden Veins realm were scarce, with only one or two in smaller tribes. In the young generation of the Xianing tribe, only Uncle Xian Yo and Uncle Ling remained. While the elder had aged and could no longer maintain peak combat power, the second and third elders, Grandma Fenghua, were not strong practitioners of the Hidden Veins realm. Elder Wu was a spiritual shaman, but his exact strength remained a mystery, as few had witnessed him in action. Traditionally, shamans were generally less skilled in combat before reaching the White Shaman realm, as for the guardian spirit beasts. Eagle Da and Eagle Air. If excluded from the count, the number of practitioners above the Hidden Veins realm in the entire Xianing tribe could be counted on one hand. In Qishan, the Xianing tribe was already considered a relatively powerful small tribe, with the Black Wolf and Giant Rock tribes only able to faintly regard it as their leader in a spacious stone chamber. Feng Xian and Xian Shi sat in separate bathing tubs filled with various herbs. These were concocted by Elder Wu to solidify their foundations and replenish their energy. Both were absorbing the medicinal liquid to expedite their physical recovery and nourish their primal energy. Every breakthrough before the blood-boiling realm exacted a toll on the body, consuming a vast amount of blood essence and physical vitality. In contrast, the blood-boiling realm did not significantly enhance the body's innate constitution. Rather, it allowed practitioners to naturally awaken a talent that could mobilize their entire blood flow for an explosive release of power, known as blood boiling. In this state, one's body could unleash unimaginable strength. And the stronger the physical constitution, the greater the power unleashed. For instance, a martial artist with a strength of 1,000 pounds could, upon activating blood boiling, immediately double that to 2,000 pounds, with speed and reflexes also experiencing a remarkable surge. Truly an astonishing technique. Thus, every practitioner in the blood-boiling realm must not be underestimated. All practitioners of the blood-boiling realm diligently refine their bodies to grow stronger, as each surge of blood-boiling power would be more formidable, with its duration closely tied to physical constitution. However, this explosive power could not be sustained. The body simply could not endure it. Each eruption was a strain on the body, and while the flesh could generate power far exceeding its usual output, prolonged use could lead to severe depletion of vitality or even collapse. It must be noted that the ability to double one's physical strength does not equate to a true doubling of overall prowess. This pertains to the mastery and application of power. Therefore, unless one is overwhelmingly dominant, skill and technique remain equally vital. As Feng Xian and Xian Shi closed their eyes in meditation, enveloped in a gentle heat. Neither spoke a word. Suddenly, the door to the stone chamber creaked open, and Elder Wu entered, bearing two sets of simple garments. He briefly surveyed their condition before addressing them. You too may rise. Your bodies have nearly recovered. Dress yourselves. I have matters to discuss with you. Elder Wu placed the garments on the wooden benches in front of each bathing tub and leisurely exited the room. Both youths opened their eyes simultaneously, glancing at the garments several meters away. They exchanged glances, momentarily speechless, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. After a brief silence, Xian Shi, in resignation, was the first to rise. His robust form exposed as he retrieved and donned his clothes. Once dressed, he casually tossed a garment toward Feng Xian before striding toward the exit and closing the door behind him. Feng Xian reached out to catch the floating garment and, after Xian Shi departed, stood up to begin dressing. Once properly attired, he opened the door and stepped outside, finding Elder Wu seated in the courtyard, savoring tea. Upon the arrival of both youths, Elder Wu finally spoke. You both gained immense benefits from the sacrificial ceremony, but remember not to become complacent. This is a result of the ceremony's enhancement, not a testament to your arduous training. You must intensify your cultivation and become familiar with your current strength. Idleness is not an option, especially for you, little Sure. Hardening is a capability particularly suited to you, providing significant augmentation in combat. If utilized well, it rivals even innate talents. Xian Sure nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed a talent inherited from the sacrificial ceremony, now transformed into his own ability, as long as he diligently developed and utilized it. It would serve as a formidable card in his current arsenal. Elder Wu, satisfied with Xian Shi's understanding, turned his attention to Feng Xian. As for you, Feng Xian, your breakthrough is monumental, transitioning from the early stage of bone forging to the early stage of blood boiling. You should recognize the instability that accompanies this rapid ascent. You cannot adequately control your current power, which poses a significant risk, and no matter how formidable the strength, if it remains unmastered, it can lead to regression. This is something you must comprehend. Feng Xian nodded in agreement, fully aware that Elder Wu's words resonated with his current state. Despite his enhanced power, his combat capability barely surpassed that of his previous bone-forging early-stage self. Akin to a child wielding an adult strength, unable to utilize it effectively, Elder Wu continued. During this period, you should practice with little Sure. You both will benefit from mutual refinement. Xian Sure is in the mid-stage of blood boiling, while you are in the early stage, with only a slight difference in cultivation. Once you can withstand Xian Shure's attacks, it will signify that you have begun to master your own power. Your physical constitution, as per my assessment, is even superior to Xian Shure's, and although you did not acquire any innate abilities this time, well, Elder Wu, it seems I did gain some abilities from the ceremony. Feng Xian interjected meekly. Upon hearing this, Xian Shure's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his face clearly conveying, "Are you serious? You've taken all the benefits for yourself?" Elder Wu's expression froze momentarily as he replied, "Why did you not mention this sooner?" "You didn't ask," Feng Xian retorted. "If you didn't inquire, why would I volunteer the information?" "My apologies." Elder Wu was quite pleased with Feng Xian's sincere acknowledgement of his mistake, gradually returning the rapidly spinning grinding disc in the air to its original position. Xian Shure and Feng Xian stood there, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, hesitant to move. Feng Xian swallowed hard. Was this the essence of a witch's battle? "What talents have you acquired? Do share," Elder Wu said, lifting a teacup and taking a delicate sip, savoring the taste. "I should possess two talents, both aimed at strengthening oneself. One is the ability to transform my blood into a potent toxin, known as blood poison, while the other enhances the strength of my bones, referred to as python bone." Upon finishing, Feng Xian raised his hand, which immediately twisted and contorted in a serpentine manner, an unnatural movement that was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Cough, cough. Elder Wu erupted into a fit of coughs, his composed demeanor evaporating in an instant. Ignoring the tea that had gone down the wrong way, he quickly moved closer to Feng Xian, his eyes sparkling with interest as he scrutinized him, murmuring, "Blood poison? Python bone." Elder Wu was momentarily lost in thought. Eventually regaining his usual composure, he cast a deep gaze at Feng Xian, realizing that this young man harbored significant secrets. These two talents were not merely ordinary. They represented a powerful enhancement of the self, coveted by countless prodigies. Unlike typical combat talents such as Xian Shure's hardening or the speed-related talent Gale, these abilities provided substantial boosts in battle. The talent that Feng Xian had acquired, regardless of its level, would grow alongside his own development. Perhaps at lower levels, it might not be immediately apparent, potentially even inferior to hardening or Gale, but its potential for growth was undoubtedly unparalleled by standard combat talents. Elder Wu addressed Feng Xian, stating, "You must diligently cultivate these two talents. They may seem weak now, but in the future, you will come to understand just how precious they are." While Elder Wu had never heard of the blood poison talent before, he recalled that Feng Qinghua had once been harmed at his core by the three-headed black serpent and had been afflicted by a potent poison, so fierce that even he could only suppress it, not eradicate it. This incident had contributed to Feng Qinghua's downfall. Elder Wu speculated that this blood poison must indeed be linked to that formidable toxin. The most astonishing aspect for Elder Wu was the python bone. He reflected on the information concerning python bone, a root bone talent possessed only by the most extraordinary prodigies of the sacred grounds. Typically, such talents were the result of natural endowment, but Feng Xian had inherited it through other means. placing him on equal footing with those geniuses in terms of root bone quality, rendering him no less capable. Elder Wu had never heard of anyone whose python bone manifested as a talent-based ability. Feng Xian listened intently, yet he held a differing opinion about Elder Wu's assertion that his talents were not strong. From the inheritance of his talent, he understood that his blood could indeed possess toxicity. In battle, merely smearing his blade with this poison would transform it into a terrifying weapon, and this could be done at any moment without needing preparation. As he advanced in rank, the potency of the toxin would only grow more formidable. If an ordinary beast were to bite him, it would likely succumb to the venom almost instantly. Feng Xian also contemplated whether, upon reaching the blood qi stage, his blood qi could carry the effects of the blood poison. If so, it would be an unparalleled weapon. How could one fight back against an opponent while simultaneously enduring the relentless erosion of poison? Of course, all of this remained speculative until he broke through to the blood qi stage. Regarding the python bone, Feng Xian felt particularly special about this talent. Not only did it significantly enhance the strength of his bones, but it also increased his flexibility, which was crucial in combat, allowing for a more unpredictable fighting style. Various martial techniques could also be executed in new and different ways. Most importantly, the python bone augmented his innate talents. The so-called root bone is a form of talent. Those with exceptional root bones naturally find their cultivation efforts yield greater results. The python bone talent undoubtedly provided an additional enhancement to his abilities. Tio Feng Xian's knowledge, any treasure capable of increasing one's aptitude. Root bone, or comprehension, was exceedingly rare and valuable. What astonished Feng Xian the most was the classification of bone quality into 3 tiers within this talent. He was merely at the lower tier of python bone, but he could enhance his bone quality through various means until he reached the upper tier. He could even potentially advance to the tier of Jiao bone or even dragon bone. Feng Xian was unaware of the specifics of dragon bone, only knowing that even the most exceptional talents generally possessed either python bone or Jiao bone qualifications. However, the other prodigies could not advance as he could. Their qualifications were often innate and fixed, making it incredibly challenging to surpass their limits without significant fortune. Elder Wu, of course, was oblivious to Feng Xian's thoughts. During his time in the sacred grounds, he had only heard vague mentions of root bone qualifications and was entirely unaware of the differences between innate python bone qualifications and those formed through talent. No1 could have anticipated that a single drop of blood from a 3-headed black serpent would yield such immense benefits for Feng Xian. Feng Xian had long harbored a question. What was the nature of the enormous python he had sensed in the blood pool? The little fierce bull was undoubtedly the manifestation of the will of the iron-armored fierce bull's blood. But he could not fathom what the giant python represented. Among the beasts sacrificed during the ceremony, he had seen nothing particularly formidable in the way of serpentine creatures. Naturally, he had inquired of Elder Wu, but Elder Wu merely advised him to focus on his training, promising he would divulge the answer in due time. Yet, this exchange had already prompted Feng Xian's thoughts to crystallize, bringing him half an answer. Elder Wu set down his teacup and regarded the two of them. After 3 days of medicinal baths, you both have nearly restored your bodies. Now, it is time to solidify your current realms. Feng Xian and Xian Shi exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. A month later, in the sacrificial witch hall, in a designated training area, Feng Xian and Xian Shi were engaged in rapid combat. Their speed surpassed the imagination of ordinary onlookers, leaving only blurred afterimages as they clashed, generating resonant sounds that sent leaves swirling in the air. Mighty Bull's tail, shattering stone technique. With a resounding thud, the two figures sprang apart. Feng Xian pressed a hand to his chest, exhaling a breath of relief. Brother Shi's rolling stone fist was indeed formidable. Given his current physical condition, it was impressive that it had managed to injure him. On the other side, Xian Shi was utterly astonished. He was at the mid-tier of boiling blood cultivation, and he had already activated his newly acquired hardening talent. Yet, he had come perilously close to having his defenses shattered by Feng Xian's punch. Xian Shi could feel the state of his own body. The surface defense provided by hardening was barely holding against Feng Xian's assault. He had received tremendous benefits from the blood pool, nearly absorbing half of the iron-armored fierce bull's blood, and he believed his defensive capabilities could be deemed invincible among his peers. With the additional enhancement of hardening, Even peak boiling blood warriors would struggle to breach his defenses. Yet, Feng Xian, without employing any weapons, had nearly broken through his protective layer with mere fist techniques. What kind of monster was this? Meanwhile, Feng Xian remained unaware of the level of his own strength. Simply testing his physical capabilities, taking a deep breath, Feng Xian was about to strike again, but Xian Shi's expression suddenly changed. Coming again? Are you intent on shattering my hardening? Xian Shi retreated hastily, waving his hands in a hurry. No more fighting, no more fighting. You, this monster, have no concept of limits. Feng Xian was taken aback. He had not yet fully engaged, and Brother Shi was already backing down. Observing Feng Xian's confusion, Xian Shi sighed. Your strength has completely surpassed mine. While my defense may be superior, my offensive capabilities are wholly inferior to yours. I can only endure a one-sided beating. What is the point in that? At this point, helplessness was etched across Xian Shi's face. Although Feng Xian lacked the hardening talent, his physical attributes were only slightly inferior to Xian Shi's in terms of defense. His attacking methods were utterly incapable of harming Feng Xian. It was absurd. Wasn't the Feng clan supposed to excel in speed? How could he possess such terrifying brute strength and defensive capabilities? Within the heart of Xian Shi, a sense of quiet disdain brewed. Feng Xian, on the other hand, smiled faintly, feeling a certain astonishment at his current physical prowess. Bolstered by the essence of the python's bones, his strength far surpassed that of Brother Stone, and to his surprise, his physical resilience was equally remarkable. Even when faced head-on with Brother Stone's perfected rolling stone fist technique, he found himself unscathed. It could be said that he now possessed virtually no weaknesses among his peers. Of course, this observation pertained solely to their unarmed skirmish. Should they resort to weaponry, withstanding Xian Shi's colossal axe would be an unrealistic endeavor. Nevertheless, given Feng Xian's current agility and speed, it seemed improbable that Xian Shi's heavy axe could pose much of a threat. Feng Xian was thoroughly satisfied with his present condition, a state he could scarcely have imagined prior to the sacrificial ceremony. The two promptly retrieved their respective weapons, initiating a new round of combat. Outside Xianing Mountain, a group of lean men mounted on enormous black wolves gazed toward the distant Xianing Mountain. Among them, the darkest-skinned man inquired anxiously of the leader, who wore a blue headscarf. Third leader, do you think the Xianing tribe will acquiesce to our request? The blue-scarfed leader, astride the largest of the black wind wolves, gently stroked the fur at the creature's neck, his face taut and somewhat grim as he replied. The Xianing tribe is the most formidable among the neighboring human tribes. Given our current plight with the marauding beasts, we must seek their assistance, as long as our reasons are justifiable. The Xianing tribe, true to their nature, will generally not refuse. However, it is certain that our tribe will have to pay a significant price for their aid. Turning to the others, the blue-scarfed leader admonished, you all must remain vigilant. Do not let the Xianing tribe perceive any hint of our situation. If they can send personnel to help us defend our tribe, and we can obtain what we desire, then the rise of our Black Wolf tribe will be imminent. We must seize this opportunity. One of the men hesitated, saying, but third leader, what if the Xianing discovers our intentions? The consequences could be dire. Furthermore, we have invited both the Juyin and Xianing tribes to assist us against the marauding beasts. Yet we, the blue-scarfed leader interrupted coldly, those who aspire to achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Besides, we are merely withholding certain details. We are not deceiving the Xianing or Juyin tribes. Even if they uncover the truth later, we can offer excuses. Remember, if even a whisper of this matter leaks, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The men felt a chill run through them, quickly affirming their understanding. The blue-scarfed leader nodded slightly. Let us proceed. The situation in our tribe is grim. We must hasten our pace. The Xianing tribe is not the Juyin tribe. Simple rewards will not entice them. Yet, should our endeavor succeed, it will all be worthwhile. Thus, the group hastily rode their black wind wolves toward the Xianing mountain tribe. Within the Xianing tribe, in a spacious stone dwelling, Xianyo, Xianling, the great elder, and the second elder were gathered, seated around a massive stone table, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Xianyo was the first to break the silence. What are your thoughts on the request from the Black Wolf tribe? Xianling frowned in contemplation but offered no response, while the great elder continued to meditate in silence. The second elder, Seeing this, reluctantly spoke up, "We must certainly assist. Marauding beasts are attacking the tribe, and as neighboring tribes, we had previously established an agreement. Such matters, within our capabilities, cannot be refused. However, there is something suspicious about this situation. Recently, there have been no reports of beastly disturbances in the Chishan area, and according to their third leader, Lang Qing, the assailants are the black horn ants. We all understand that while these insects are social creatures, they typically hunt in scattered groups and are not particularly aggressive. Why, then, would they travel over 100 miles to assault the Black Wolf tribe?" Hearing this, Xinling expressed his doubts. Indeed, the Black Wolf tribe's reputation is well known. They are quite cunning. It is likely they have provoked the black horn ants, prompting these creatures to pursue them relentlessly. Had it not been for their fear of the totemic aura, they would have launched a large-scale attack long ago. The fact that Lang Qing and his companions can still seek aid indicates that the black horn ants are waiting for reinforcements. The other two pondered for a moment before agreeing with Xian You's analysis. At that moment, the great elder, who had been silently listening, opened his eyes and spoke solemnly. "There is no need for speculation here. Summon them in and inquire directly. Though we are all of the human race and part of an alliance, some matters must be clarified. Why Xianing warriors are not afraid of battle. Any beasts that dare invade our human tribes deserve to be slain, but we shall not engage in needless sacrifices. Nor do I believe the Black Wolf tribe would dare to harm my Xianing warriors without cause." The other three nodded in agreement, promptly dispatching someone to invite the representatives of the Black Wolf tribe into the hall. Lang Qing, the blue-scarfed third leader, entered the hall with the men of his tribe, discreetly assessing the individuals present and performing a tribal salute. Observing their expressions, he began to form a judgment in his mind. Xian You sat confidently in his position and addressed Lang Qing. "Leader Lang Qing, it has been a while since we last met. We are aware of the purpose of your visit. We are straightforward individuals. So let us speak plainly. What is the situation with your Black Wolf tribe? Why have you incurred the ire of the black horn ants?" Xian You's directness caught Lang Qing off guard. Momentarily stalling the carefully crafted response he had prepared, he had anticipated that the Xianing tribe would recognize the irregularities, but he had not expected them to be so forthright in addressing the issue. With a wry smile, Lang Qing clasped his fists toward Xian You. "I cannot hide the truth from you, great leader Xian You. This time, it is indeed a matter of our Black Wolf tribe's making." Xian You remained noncommittal, gesturing for Lang Qing to continue. After a moment of contemplation, Lang Qing organized his thoughts and said, "Our tribe's leader, Lang Yi, unintentionally discovered a black crystal ant queen egg in the Bayan forest, 100 miles north of our tribe, just a few days ago. However, the black horn ants caught wind of its presence. It was unexpected that this colony of ants would place such value on the egg, pursuing us all the way to our tribe's location. Nearly half the colony of black horn ants is now converging on our Black Wolf forest. Although we managed to activate our totemic pressure just in time to momentarily deter the black horn ants, their numbers continue to swell around our forest, threatening to overrun our tribe. At this point, even returning the black crystal ant queen egg would be too late. I implore you, fellow tribesmen, to save my Black Wolf tribe." Lang Qing bowed deeply to the gathered individuals, followed by the others. Upon hearing this, the brows of Xian You and the others furrowed deeply. They had not anticipated the situation of the Black Wolf tribe to be so dire. The black horn ants were a common insect species in the Chishan area. Ordinary black horn ants were roughly the size of wolfhounds, ranking among mere wild beasts. However, the black horn saw ants were at the level of savage beasts, possessing the strength of a small calf. As for the black crystal ant queen, it was a beast of the breathing realm, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary creatures at that level. Moreover, the black horn ants typically had both a king and a queen, with the latter usually remaining in the nest and seldom venturing out. However, the true terror of the ant colony lay not in individual ants, but in their sheer numbers. An ant colony typically numbered in the hundreds, while larger colonies could reach into the thousands, among which were countless saw ants at the breathing realm level. Certainly not a foe to be trifled with. The ability of the ant colony to rally and approach the Black Wolf tribe indicated that there was likely a leader among them, and the possibility of the black crystal ant queen being present was high. As for Lang Qing's claim that Lang Yi had inadvertently stumbled upon the black crystal ant queen egg, no one would believe it. That egg represented the next generation of the ant colony's king, fiercely guarded by the colony. Could it truly have been found by mere happenstance? As for their claims regarding the return of the matter, it is nothing but sheer absurdity. It would be utterly ridiculous to expect the black crystal ant king eggs, which are now in our possession, to be relinquished so easily. These are the eggs of beasts at the tuning realm. Should they successfully hatch and grow, they would become formidable beasts of the same realm. The Black Wolf tribe would certainly not part with them lightly. The reason we do not directly initiate a totem strike against the enemy and instead seek assistance from the Xian Eagle and Giant Rock tribes is due to the lack of absolute certainty. The sheer number of ants is overwhelming. If the totem fails to eradicate all the foes, the Black Wolf tribe would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses. Should the Black Horn Ant clan launch a subsequent attack, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that the Black Wolf tribe would be entirely wiped out. Moreover, totems are typically employed sparingly, as they represent the foundation of every small tribe and are not to be used without due consideration. Seeing the others lost in contemplation and silent, Lang Qing grew anxious. Gritting his teeth, he revealed his hand, stating, "The Black Wolf tribe will not let our kin toil in vain. This is the price we are willing to pay." He then produced a list of beast skins that had long been prepared by the tribe. The nearby warriors, upon witnessing this, immediately turned their gaze to Xian Yo. Only when they saw him nod slightly did they step forward to accept the list. Presenting it to Xian Yo. Chapter 33. Discussion. As Xian Yo received the beast skin, he observed the items inscribed upon it: 1 ton of fine iron, 10 blood ginseng, 300 gene of green vine grass, 300 prime wolf fangs, 50 low-grade beast skins of the opening spirit realm, 20 mid-grade beast skins of the opening spirit realm, 10 high-grade beast skins of the opening spirit realm, 5 peak-grade beast skins of the opening spirit realm, various materials of savage beasts. Xian Yo could not help but be moved by the list before him. This was indeed a significant investment. Fine iron is refined from ordinary iron ore and is primarily used for crafting weapons by martial practitioners in the tuning realm. My own Wolfang club, for instance, was forged from a full 800 gene of fine iron. This 1 ton of fine iron could even be used to craft 2 of my Wolfang clubs with some leftover. As for blood ginseng, it is utilized to enhance cultivation at the boiling blood stage and is nearly as valuable as beast heart fruit, though it lacks the efficacy to assist breakthroughs from the bone refining stage to the boiling blood stage. Nevertheless, in terms of cultivation, 2 pieces of blood ginseng can almost elevate a boiling blood practitioner from the initial to the mid stage, making it exceedingly precious. The green vine grass is also excellent for concocting medicinal baths for refining skin. This 300 gene of green vine grass would last a considerable time, and as for the various savage beast materials, they are undoubtedly valuable resources suitable for trade or weapon crafting. Xian Yo exhaled deeply and passed the list to the eagerly waiting elder. The elder, upon reading it, was taken aback and subsequently shared it with the other 2 for their perusal. After they finished reading, their eyes exchanged glances filled with excitement and astonishment. The excitement stemmed from the fact that the Xian Eagle tribe had indeed been resource-strapped due to events from 3 years prior, making this timely influx of resources invaluable. The astonishment, however, lay in the Black Wolf tribe's unexpected generosity, which was not characteristic of their usual demeanor. It is worth noting that even the Black Wolf tribe is not particularly affluent. Their willingness to part with such resources suggests that their request must be of utmost urgency, or else this batch of goods would undoubtedly cause them considerable pain, if not crippling loss. Lang Qing, observing their reactions, sensed their thoughts and felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet the urgency of the situation left little room for pride. Aware of the Xian Eagle's current resource scarcity, he had intentionally prepared this resource list, perhaps as a means to placate the Xian Eagle and prevent any potential fallout from their subsequent actions. Lang Qing quickly added, "Esteemed brothers of the Xian Eagle tribe, we genuinely bear great sincerity in this matter. Having offered a significant portion of our tribe's resources to seek your assistance alongside the Giant Rock tribe. The situation is dire. Our chief has yet to return from his journey to Lishang, and we are critically short on combat strength, leaving us no choice but to implore your help." He then bowed deeply. The members of the Xian Eagle tribe exchanged covert glances, and the second elder subtly nodded, signaling that the Black Wolf tribe was indeed in a dire predicament. While they could potentially extract more benefits through continued pressure, it would undoubtedly cast a less than favorable light on their intentions. Xianyo then spoke up with hearty laughter. We are all kin of the human race and must unite in solidarity. However, we require a better understanding of the current circumstances. Relieved, Lang Qing promptly replied. Currently, it has been reported that approximately 300 black horn ants have gathered around 20 miles outside the tribe, among which around 50 are serrated black horn ants of the opening spirit realm. Moreover, our reconnaissance has revealed that the Ant King is now near our tribe, and most concerning is the presence of a black crystal ant guard accompanying it, which complicates matters significantly. The black crystal ant guard is also a beast of the tuning realm, albeit typically at the initial stage, which explains the Black Wolf tribe's cautiousness in inviting both the Xian Eagle and Giant Rock tribes for assistance. Their request was not merely for a few body-refining martial practitioners. What they truly needed were those skilled in the essence refinement realm, as that is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, the 4 members of the Xian Eagle frowned in unison. 2 Tuning realm beasts. Over 50 opening spirit realm beasts, and a multitude of ordinary black horn ants. This was indeed an alarming scale, indicating that the Black Wolf tribe was in serious trouble. The second elder then remarked, Our agreement to assist is not solely based on these resources, but because we are all of the same human race, striving to survive in this Jishan. We must band together for mutual support. However, I must preface this by stating that the warriors of the Xian Eagle tribe will not take orders from you. Should circumstances dictate, whether you choose to return the Black Crystal Ant King egg or activate the totem is entirely up to you. Nevertheless, the warriors of the Xian Eagle tribe will not engage in a relentless fight on your behalf. This situation ultimately arises from your desire to retain the Black Crystal Ant King egg. And I hope you understand this. Lang Qing, upon hearing this, felt no anger but rather a profound sense of relief. This was the best outcome he could have hoped for. He composed himself and respectfully stated, Rest assured, Second Elder Xian Huai, should the situation become critical, the Black Wolf tribe will promptly activate the totem and abandon the Black Crystal Ant King egg. If we can ultimately preserve the egg, the Black Wolf tribe is willing to offer 5 Black Wind Wolf pups in exchange. At this, Xian Yo and the others exchanged glances, their expressions slightly altered. The Black Wind Wolf pups are indeed valuable. They are the guardian spirit beasts of the Black Wolf tribe, which possesses the largest number among the 3 tribes, at least 100 Black Wind Wolves. While ordinary Black Wind Wolves are merely of beast level, they are significantly larger than typical wolves, serving as both mounts and combat beasts alongside warriors, making them far superior to regular warhorses, especially in forested terrains where their agility far surpasses that of horses. The Black Wolf tribe has long boasted of this strength, which has allowed them to claim the Black Wolf Forest as their territory, positioning them as the second most formidable tribe after the Xian Eagle tribe. However, the growth potential of Black Wind Wolves is relatively low. Typically, those at the opening spirit realm are only initial stage beasts, and even the Black Wind Wolf King is merely at the early tuning realm, far from being a match for the Xian Eagle tribe's warriors, who are already at the mid-stage of the opening spirit realm. Even so, the Black Wind Wolf pups remain precious. Their combat prowess is secondary, as these beasts are not only adept at leading and navigating through forests, but also possess formidable tracking abilities. Equipping a hunting team with one significantly enhances their safety and hunting efficiency, especially since the Xian Eagle tribe's numbers are still too few. The Black Wind Wolf pups provided by the Black Wolf tribe would undoubtedly be tamed. Alleviating any concerns regarding untamed wildness in the past, the Xian Eagle tribe had sought to trade with the Black Wolf tribe, but had always been rebuffed. Thus, this unexpected opportunity to acquire a few pups was quite fortuitous. If properly nurtured, they would greatly benefit the hunting team. The Xian Eagle tribe had previously attempted to domesticate wild Black Wind Wolves, but due to their unruliness, they often resulted in injury or escape, leading to abandonment of the effort. Xian Yo nodded and said, Please take a moment to rest. We shall deliberate further on the specifics. Lang Qing nodded in agreement, and the group clasped their fists in farewell. Once outside the Xian Eagle tribe's council hall, the members of the Black Wolf tribe quickly huddled together, whispering among themselves. One warrior turned to Lang Qing and asked, Third Chief, how many warriors do you think the Xian Eagle will dispatch? Will they send Chief Xian Yo or Second Chief Xian Ling to support us? Lang Qing, feeling a sense of accomplishment yet stern, replied, regardless of whether it is Chief Xian Yo or Second Chief. Both are formidable warriors of the essence refinement realm. It is said that Chief Xian Yo possesses strength comparable to that of a blood chi master. I could feel the violent blood energy within him even under his scrutiny. That mere presence alone sent tremors through me, something even our chief cannot achieve. It seems Chief Xian is indeed as formidable as the rumors suggest, close to breaking through to the blood chi stage. Chapter 34. Speculation. The likelihood of the Xian Eagle tribe dispatching their chief is slim. It is said that he seldom leaves the tribe. The resources we offer may not be sufficient to entice a master of his caliber. Our own chief has barely reached the pinnacle of the essence refinement realm. Although both are at the pinnacle, matching the rumored innate strength of Chief Xian would indeed be a formidable challenge. Unless we could procure some extraordinary treasure, we would have little chance to break through to the blood chi stage, which would allow the Black Wolf tribe to stand on equal footing with the Xian Eagle tribe, or even surpass them. We might even find an opportunity to share in the spoils, perhaps even achieve breakthroughs to the essence refinement realm ourselves. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a flicker of ambition shone in Lang Qing's eyes. At this moment, another warrior voiced his concerns. If we conceal that matter, we risk offending the Xian Eagle tribe. What if they pursue the issue? Lang Qing interrupted him, displeased. As I have said before, we have not deceived the Xian Eagle tribe. We have merely withheld certain details. Moreover, do you think we offered so many resources for no reason? Realizing Lang Qing's irritation, the warrior fell silent, refraining from further comments. In the council hall, Xian spoke. Who would have thought that the Black Wolf tribe would be so unusually generous this time? Yet it seems their situation is indeed dire, as they are willing to part with such resources to seek our assistance. Xianling and the elder both nodded slightly in agreement. The elder then stated solemnly, for this mission, Xianling, please select 10 warriors at the boiling blood and body refining stages from the first and second teams, and bring Fengxian and Xiao Shitu along. The two of them should also experience the battlefield. Talent must be honed through trials to become strong. Even the combat experience of Xian Tua and Xian Qing is greater than theirs. Thus, your main objectives are twofold: to assist the Black Wolf tribe and to keep a close eye on these two young ones. Xianling nodded but hesitated, saying, however, Elder, you are aware of the peculiarities of the Feng clan. What if? The elder waved his hand, interrupting, I understand your concerns. However, Feng Xian has already faced death once. Had it not been for a fortuitous encounter, he would have perished during his encounter with the sword pig beast. Since he has survived that ordeal, he is unlikely to face further misfortune for a considerable time. Xianling paused, recalling that infamous tale of the Feng clan, which purported that its members often faced inexplicable calamities. Yet there was something curious about it. If one could survive such a calamity, they would likely remain free from misfortune for a long while thereafter, perhaps even encountering good fortune. He had always thought it mere folklore. But the elder's demeanor suggested otherwise. After all, few could endure such terrifying misfortunes. If that were the case, Feng Xian might not face any further calamities for quite some time. With that thought, Xianling felt genuinely happy for Feng Xian. Suddenly, the second elder, who had been deep in thought, spoke up. Something feels amiss. I cannot shake the feeling that the Black Wolf tribe harbors ulterior motives. Otherwise, they would not be so generous with their resources. Of course, we must assist them, but we must remain vigilant against any potential schemes they may have, especially if they are plotting to gain some advantage. As he spoke, a glint of insight sparkled in the second elder's eyes. Then we, the Xian Eagle tribe, must also seek to secure our share. The second elder paced within the council chamber, suddenly halting with narrowed eyes as he spoke. Xian, I urge you to personally investigate the White Rock Forest as mentioned by Wolf Qing. I have an unsettling feeling about the origin of this matter. According to Wolf Qing, Wolfie inadvertently acquired the egg of the Black Crystal Ant King. But we both know this is likely just a pretext. Therefore, the core of this issue probably lies within the White Rock Forest. Go observe, and see if there are any unusual movements emanating from the ant nest. If there are none, then I shall consider myself overly cautious. However, if there are, you must respond accordingly. Suddenly recalling something, the second elder continued. Yes, Feng Xian should not assist the Black Wolf tribe in this endeavor. Instead, have him accompany you. Although he is merely at the boiling blood stage, his Feng family agility rivals that of those in the hidden vessel realm. Furthermore, according to Elder Wu's observations, Feng Xian now possesses strength nearing the pinnacle of the boiling blood stage, making him a force to be reckoned with. Take him with you for experience. If all goes well, that is splendid, but should trouble arise, he can swiftly return to relay information. Xianyo exchanged glances with the other two, surprised that Wolf Qing's words had prompted such extensive consideration from the second elder. Yet, it was well known that both the second and third elders were the intellectual backbone of the tribe, rather than relying solely on brute strength to attain their positions. Experience has its merits, and since the second elder has articulated such thoughts, it would be prudent to conduct an investigation, as for Feng Xian's circumstances. They were all aware that his recent ritual had stirred considerable intrigue. They had already gathered some intelligence through Elder Wu. After the conclusion of the ceremony, they were astonished to discover that the entire blood pool had been nearly drained of its energy. With the pool itself appearing remarkably clearer, it was hard to fathom how the blood of so many savage beasts and precious herbs had been consumed by a mere handful of youngsters. In the absence of any significant abnormalities among the people, the only plausible culprit was the now immobile Feng Xian who had emerged last. Originally, the second elder had intended to use the remaining blood from the pool to nourish the tribe's medicinal fields. As had been customary, even after absorption, the blood pool still contained immense energy, difficult to exploit again, yet ideal for nurturing herbs, accelerating their growth. However, this time, only a pool of useless blood remained, leaving him to urge the hunting party to procure more savage beast blood for the fields. Xianyo hesitated, saying, "But if I leave the tribe unguarded, what if something happens?" The second elder waved his hand dismissively. "I shall summon Elder Wu to oversee matters. You and Xianling are not far from the tribe. This is not 3 years ago. Now, the core forces have already matured. Qingmu is on the verge of breaking through to the hidden vessel realm, and both Eagle Da and Eagle Air will remain in the tribe, ready to assist you. Xianling, you only need to take Eagle Sea with you to the Black Wolf Tribe. As for you, Xianyo, I will dispatch Eagle San and Eagle Air to provide support. With their speed, even if unforeseen circumstances arise, it will be of no concern." The others nodded in agreement with this arrangement. "What? I am to accompany you to the White Rock Forest?" Feng Xian looked at his uncle Xianyo, confusion evident in his eyes. He could not comprehend why, after a fruitful spar with Xian Shi, Uncle Xianyo would suddenly request his presence on a trip to the White Rock Forest. Xian Shi, standing nearby, wore a similarly perplexed expression. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Xianyo explained the situation regarding the Black Wolf tribe's visit and the second elder's deductions and plans, and only then did Feng Xian come to an understanding. At this moment, Xian Shi, realizing he had not been mentioned, eagerly inquired, "Father, what about me? Am I not going with you?" Xian Shi asked with anticipation. After a month of recovery, apart from daily martial training, he had only sparred with Feng Xian, yet he had noticed Feng Xian's increasing prowess in the beginning. He could still suppress him, but as Feng Xian became more familiar with his surging physique and cultivation, he found himself on the receiving end of the blows. If both were to unleash their boiling blood abilities simultaneously, he would stand no chance against Feng Xian in terms of sheer power. An ordinary martial artist at the boiling blood stage would possess around 4,000 gene of strength, while he, after the blood pool's baptism and due to his innate talent, boasted 7,000 gene, an exceptionally formidable presence among those at the boiling blood stage. However, Feng Xian's strength was surely above 8,000 gene, verging on the monstrous. Xian Shi felt as though Feng Xian had yet to reveal his full strength, implying that he had not even been pushed to his limits. Moreover, Feng Xian's comprehension abilities were astonishingly remarkable. He had only instructed him in the rolling stone fist for a month, yet Feng Xian had nearly caught up to his own proficiency, delivering a significant blow to Xian Shi's previously inflated sense of superiority. The rolling stone fist was not merely a low-grade technique. It was a mid-grade technique, the only one of its kind in the tribe, essential for warriors above the bone-forging realm. It comprised 3 styles: stone splitting, thousand gene, and mountain crumbling, each progressively more challenging to master. Xian Shi had only achieved great success in the stone splitting style and barely grazed the threshold of the thousand gene style, capable of instantly unleashing nearly 1,000 gene of force. In contrast, Feng Xian had mastered the stone splitting style with ease in just a month. Already exploring the thousand gene style. It had taken Xian Shi nearly half a year to reach this level, during which he had received sporadic guidance from his father, allowing him to grasp the rolling stone fist so swiftly. Furthermore, Feng Xian had not only focused on fist techniques, he had also trained in blade techniques. Xianshi observed that if they were to wield weapons, he would surely be defeated even faster. His talent fell short, his physical attributes paled in comparison, and even his comprehension lagged behind. Were it not for his being at the mid-boiling blood stage, he would have struggled to match Feng Xian even in cultivation. The fact that he was at a slightly higher cultivation level, yet still found himself being overwhelmed by Feng Xian, only deepened his frustration. This experience had begun to wear on Xianshi. Xianyo shot him a glance and said, "You will accompany your Uncle Ling to the Black Wolf Forest to assist the Black Wolf tribe. Feng Xian is with me because, should any danger arise, he can escape .as for you. Do you truly believe you could get away if something were to happen? You make a solid point, but I am your own son. Are you suggesting that I have no dignity?" Xianshi was rendered speechless, his emotions in turmoil. He then considered that going to the Black Wolf tribe would surely lead to a great battle. An exhilarating clash. Yet Feng Xian, accompanying his father to the White Rock Forest on a reconnaissance mission, did not guarantee any combat. Thus, it seemed that the battle in the Black Wolf Forest was far more enticing. With this thought, Xianshi's expression brightened, a glimmer of excitement returning to his gaze as he looked at Feng Xian. Feng Xian? Feng Xian gazed at Xianshi with a look of utter confusion, unable to comprehend the current situation of Brother Stone. Xianyo, of course, understood his son's nature. Despite his formidable appearance, he was merely an inexperienced youth, lacking the necessary depth of character to remain composed. With a hint of irritation, he said, "You are not heading to the Black Wolf tribe for leisure. There will undoubtedly be ferocious beasts lurking about. Remember, never engage alone. Always fight alongside the warriors of the tribe. Although your cultivation exceeds that of many warriors, you are the one I worry about the most. Your Uncle Ling will likely be preoccupied dealing with the savage beasts of the Tunai realm and may not be able to pay you much attention. You must rely on yourself." Be why the end of his admonition, Xianyo had adopted a serious demeanor, earnestly cautioning Xianshi. Seeing his father's solemn expression, Xianshi straightened up, his usual nonchalance replaced by seriousness. "I understand, Father. I never underestimate any battle. This is a lesson you instilled in me since childhood." Xianyo's expression softened slightly. After all, even the mightiest eagle must eventually learn to soar alone. He could not watch over these young ones for eternity. He himself had been on the brink of marriage at Xianshi's age. With that thought, he squinted slightly and, without further ado, nodded to Feng Xian before striding towards the outside of the witch hall. Feng Xian clasped his fists towards Xianshi, saying, "Brother Stone, take care." With that, he hurried to catch up with Xianyo. Xianshi watched their retreating figures and, without delay, turned back to the weapons rack, seizing a massive bone axe before dashing towards the hunting hall. Outside Xianing Mountain, Feng Xian and Xianyo ran side by side towards Baiyin Forest, neither mounted on any savage beast. The Xianing tribe lacked suitable mounts, and the forest offered no wide paths. Even the Lin Ma would struggle to traverse these woods. Although the common savage cattle could carry goods, they were ill-suited for swift travel through the forest. Thus, the tribe's people typically relied on their own legs for speed and convenience. The Black Wolf tribe's Heifeng Wolf had always been the envy of the Xian-Ing and Juyan tribes, as it was quite adept at navigating the forest, boasting not only considerable strength but also exceptional speed through the trees. While the Xianing tribe's Xian-Ing also served as a fine mount, their reproductive rate was woefully inadequate. Currently, the tribe housed only 9 Xian-Ing, 2 of which were mere months old. For those not yet of high spiritual enlightenment, riding them proved quite a challenge. The decision to avoid riding Xianing directly to Baiyin Forest was made to prevent alarming the Black Wolf tribe and revealing their intentions. After a brisk half-hour of running through the dense forest, Feng Xian's ears perked up, and he paused to listen intently for a few breaths. "Uncle Danyu, there are numerous sounds of beastly movements ahead." A flicker of appreciation crossed Xianyo's rugged face as he nodded silently. With his level of cultivation, he had sensed the commotion long before. He had refrained from mentioning it earlier to test Feng Xian's alertness, which proved commendable, as he had detected the activity from such a distance. The two swiftly ascended a massive tree, peering in the direction of the sounds. In the distance, they spotted a swarm of over a dozen black giant ants marching purposefully towards the Black Wolf tribe. Xianyo and Feng Xian refrained from attacking, merely observing as the ant swarm hastened past before resuming their journey. After more than an hour, they reached a rugged area where the trees grew sparse. revealing large white rocks scattered about, and paused to rest. Feng Xian retrieved a bag of water, roughly the size of a human head, from the wind spirit ring and handed it to Xian Yo. Without hesitation, Xian Yo uncorked it and took a generous swig. Taking advantage of the moment, Feng Xian furrowed his brow and spoke to Xian Yo, "Uncle Danyu, something feels amiss. We've encountered far too many black corner ants along the way, at least 6 or 7 waves, each consisting of 5 to 10 ants. The number we can see alone nears 100. According to your earlier account, the Black Wolf tribe is already facing close to 300 black corner ants. With so many converging, it is nearing the limits of what the Black Wolf tribe can withstand." Xian Yo nodded solemnly. "We must resolve matters here swiftly and prepare to provide support. It seems the Black Wolf tribe will need to activate their totemic powers. Do not worry too much. Your Uncle Ling can discern danger." After 3 hours of rapid movement, they arrived at the outskirts of Baiyin Forest, where they could still see the black corner ants making their way towards the Black Wolf tribe. They concealed themselves near a massive cave entrance, which was teeming with the black corner ants, and began their observations. 3 hours prior, at the Xianing tribe, following discussions, Xianling and his companions resolved to support the Black Wolf tribe. Xianling promptly made his way to the hunting hall to rally the troops, selecting 20 skilled fighters from the first and second hunting teams, all of whom were above the bone refining stage. It was at this moment that Xian Shi also arrived at the hunting hall. A brief exchange of glances occurred between Xianling and Xian Shi, who nodded slightly. Xianling understood that Xian Yo and Feng Xian had already set off towards Baiyin Forest, and he wasted no time signaling to Wang Qing and the others that they were ready. "Wang Qing and the 3 leaders, let us depart." This time, Wang Qing and his companions did not ride the Heifeng wolves. Instead, they ran alongside the Xianing tribe as they sped towards the Black Wolf tribe. A few Heifeng wolves led the way, scouting ahead, while the Eagle Sea circled above, keeping a watchful eye on the situation. The group surged forward towards the Black Wolf forest. Chapter 36. Reinforcement. The Black Wolf tribe was situated merely 50 miles from the Xianing tribe, and at the pace of the warriors, all of whom were at least bone refining stage. They hardly needed to rest, reaching the Black Wolf forest in just over an hour. Upon sighting the Black Wolf forest, the group's expressions shifted to alarm. The sounds of battle and cries of conflict echoed from the direction of the Black Wolf tribe. For the moment, the black corner ants had yet to breach the sturdy walls of the Black Wolf tribe. But the two sides were already engaged in skirmishes, testing each other's strength, seemingly awaiting something. The 3 leaders of the Black Wolf tribe, led by Wang Qing, looked on with urgency. Xianling, the second leader. Xianling nodded gravely and whistled to the Eagle Sea above, then gestured towards the direction of the Black Wolf tribe. Understanding the signal, Xi took flight towards the Black Wolf tribe, letting out a sharp cry that resonated through the air. Instantly, both the black corner ants and the defenders of the Black Wolf tribe noticed the Xianing soaring above. On the walls of the Black Wolf tribe, a burly man with a grim expression had already spotted the Xianing. Hearing the call, he understood that reinforcements from the Xianing tribe had arrived. His somber face relaxed slightly as he bellowed to his kin below. "The comrades from the Xianing tribe have come to our aid. All tribesmen, join me in battling our way out to rendezvous." With that, he leapt from the wall, wielding 2 massive wolf fang blades as he charged into the swarm of black corner ants, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The Giant Rock tribe, having arrived earlier to assist, was already in tow, following the main force of the Black Wolf tribe. Proximity to the Black Wolf tribe allowed the Giant Rock tribe to respond swiftly to their call for help. Although they were the weakest of the 3 tribes, not in terms of strength but in numbers, comprising fewer than 500 individuals, the Giant Rock tribe had only 1 leader at the Hidden Blood stage, who remained behind to oversee their territory. Thus, they dispatched their peak blood-boiling stage second leader, accompanied by a dozen of their strongest warriors, to aid in the defense against the savage beasts. With their impressive physiques, each member of the Giant Rock tribe resembled a small giant, standing over 2 meters tall, with natural strength surpassing that of ordinary tribespeople. Xianling, upon observing the commotion at the Black Wolf tribe, took a deep breath and shouted to the 20 or so warriors behind him, "Prepare for a rear assault. We will first join forces with the Black Wolf tribe." With a flick of his wrist, he sent a pile of weapons soaring towards the group. Earlier, to lighten their load, Xianling had stored their heavy weapons in the spatial artifact, and now he retrieved them in anticipation of the impending battle. Each warrior seized their respective weapons, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically, filled with a palpable sense of ferocity. Xianling drew a nearly 2-meter-long iron broadsword, pointed forward, and murmured, "Kill with that." He surged ahead at breakneck speed towards a black corner ant the size of a wild bull. Its body entirely black with enormous serrated jaws, the serrated black corner ant. This particular high-ranking serrated black-horned ant, having sensed the approach of Xianling, charged towards him with unbridled ferocity. Its massive pincers, nearly a meter in length, clashed violently, producing a sharp and resonant sound with each impact point. One could ascertain the astonishing biting force of these formidable mandibles merely by listening to the rhythmic thuds. Should one be caught directly in such a grip, even a seasoned martial artist of the body-forging realm would likely meet a swift and gruesome fate, being cleaved in twain in an instant. Yet, as the creature approached, Xianling propelled himself into the air with a sudden burst of energy. Soaring over the serrated black-horned Antin, evading its strike, he unleashed a swift arc of sword light that cleaved through the creature, landing without a backward glance, resolutely charging towards another target. Meanwhile, the massive body of the black-horned ant seemed momentarily frozen in place. As its head slowly drooped, viscous yellowish fluid dripping down in a steady cadence. It had been severed from its body by Xuanling's blade aura, although Xianling was not a master of the blood qi stage. Incapable of projecting his vitality to harm foes, he had long cultivated his internal energy, and as he wielded his sword, a silvery blade aura whistled within 2 feet of him. The members of the Xianying tribe rallied, raising their weapons and charging forth, displaying no hint of trepidation in the face of the hundreds of black-horned ants. Kill! Shinstone felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, for he had never encountered such a grand battle. In his tribe, he was regarded as a prodigious talent in martial arts. Even when facing savage beasts, he had often been shielded by the tribe's experts. This was his first experience of a true battlefield, where hundreds of ant-like beasts clashed with hundreds of human martial artists in a chaotic melee. Kill! Shinstone roared, bringing down his axe upon a typical black-horned ant, the sheer destructive force splitting it cleanly in two. As he prepared to seek his next target, blood surged to his head, only to be interrupted by a sharp slap that landed on his forehead. It was one of the tribe's uncles. Unable to bear the sight, who smacked him while displaying a wide, yellow-toothed grin and scolding him, "You little rascal, what are you doing? Don't you know to conserve your energy? Reckless expenditure of strength is the gravest error on the battlefield. Do you really need to exert all your might against such a beastly insect when you are a boiling-blooded master?" Rubbing his forehead, Shinstone looked at the uncle and sheepishly replied, "Uncle, your teachings are wise." Though this uncle was merely a body-forging realm martial artist, his concern was for Shinstone's own good. Despite their lower cultivation level, these uncles possessed immense experience in survival and combat. Seeing Shinstone acknowledge his mistake, the uncle nodded in satisfaction before rushing off to engage another foe. Shinstone resolved to better control his strength, opting not to unleash full force against ordinary black-horned ants, instead seeking the optimal amount of power needed for combat. Learning the most efficient and swift methods of wielding his axe. On another front, just as Xianling dispatched the 10th black-horned serrated ant, the ground trembled beneath him, and lifting his gaze, he beheld a colossal black ant beast. Nearly 5 meters in length, barreling towards him, a chill ran through Xianling as he recognized it as a black crystal ant guard of the tuning realm, a creature mentioned by Wolf Qing. Its body was adorned with gleaming black armor that sparkled in the sunlight, blindingly radiant, and its pincers were exaggeratedly large, opening and closing with a ferocity that seemed intent on obliterating Xianling. With a grave expression, Xianling engaged in combat with the creature, fully aware that he could not afford to be careless in a moment of scanning the battlefield. He realized that the leader of the Black Wolf tribe, Wolfyi, was already locked in battle with an even larger black crystal ant, which he surmised to be the so-called Black Crystal Ant King. The two had evidently clashed long before, their weapons and the ant's limbs colliding with such intensity that sparks flew. But something was amiss. Xianling's pupils constricted as he observed the Black Wind Wolf King, who had intended to support Wolfyi in confronting the Black Crystal Ant King, now entangled with yet another Black Crystal Ant guard that seemed to have emerged from nowhere. Wait, there were not just one, but 2 black crystal ant guards. It appeared the ant tribe had been biding its time, waiting for their human counterparts to reveal their tuning realm experts, using the ordinary ants to exhaust the tribe's strength, while also awaiting reinforcements from other black-horned ants, now finally emerging to strike at their foes. The battle devolved into a state of intense stalemate, chaos reigning as both sides fought fiercely. The battlefield was a tumultuous scene, with humans, ants, and the guardian beasts of the Black Wolf tribe, over 100 black wind wolves, engaged in fierce combat, aiding the humans in their defense against the black-horned ant tribe. The struggle between ordinary black wind wolves and black-horned ants was fiercely contested, with casualties mounting on both sides. Each breath seemed to herald the fall of yet another beast or warrior, as the air thickened with an unseen miasma of bloodlust hovering over the Black Wolf forest, now transformed into a chaotic battleground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Xian and Xian Yo finally witnessed a new commotion at the previously tranquil black-horned ant nest. They observed as the once orderly stream of black-horned ants began to rush into the nest in a frenzy, as if responding to some unseen signal. Exchanging glances with one another, they recognized the significance of this unusual sight. There was indeed a disturbance. Chapter 37. Blood Essence Honey. After a cacophony of chaos, a tall and gaunt figure emerged from the ant nest, wielding a curved blade. Following closely behind him was a horde of black-horned ants, and notably, a relentless black crystal ant guard from the tuning realm in hot pursuit. The gaunt figure fled desperately, but the black-horned ants pursued him without relent, their jaws snapping at his heels. As he ran, he cleaved through the encroaching black-horned ants, but his condition was dire. A long, gaping wound on his thigh bled profusely, indicating he was fighting through excruciating pain. The scent of blood emanating from the gaunt figure only served to further incite the low-intelligence black-horned ants. Just as he seemed on the verge of succumbing to the overwhelming swarm, Feng Xian and Xian Yo exchanged a grave look, realizing they could no longer afford to wait. Feng Xian signaled to Xian Yo, who gritted his teeth and declared, "We must save him. We cannot fathom the true intentions of the Black Wolf tribe. Only by rescuing him can we uncover the truth." Feng Xian nodded in agreement, and in an instant, the two surged forth from their hiding place towards the gaunt figure. Feng Xian hurled a massive shadow towards Xian Yo, who caught it and found it to be a wolf-fang mace over 2 meters long, forged from fine iron and adorned with cruel spikes that glistened with dried blood, a testament to the countless beasts it had slain. Xian Yo raised the mace and swung it with devastating force, sending black-horned ants flying in all directions, creating a gruesome spectacle. The gaunt figure, who had been teetering on the edge of despair, suddenly felt a surge of hope as the two appeared like divine saviors. With renewed vigor, he swung his arms, sending the surrounding black-horned ants tumbling, and charged towards his rescuers with determination. In mere moments, the three converged, and just as the gaunt figure opened his mouth to speak, Xian Yo interjected, "This is not a place for conversation. We must leave." In an instant, the three individuals broke through a relatively weak encirclement of the black-horned ants, only to find that the black crystal ant guards trailing behind them came to an unexpected halt at the cave's entrance, as if hesitating for some unknown reason. Watching the retreating figures of the trio, they let out a long, mournful cry before slowly retreating back into the cave, ceasing their pursuit. Upon witnessing this, the other ant swarms also halted their chase, instead forming a layered defense around the ant nest, no longer scattering in all directions. In a clearing surrounded by protruding rocks, the three finally paused, reassured by the absence of any black-horned ants in pursuit. As they concealed themselves behind a massive boulder, Feng Xian and his companion simultaneously turned their gazes toward the tall, slender man among them. "Wolf Jun, what brings you here?" "The leader of your tribe, Wolf Qing, mentioned that you had gone to the Lishang tribe and had yet to return," Xian Yo remarked. This tall and lean man was indeed the chief, Wolf Jun, whom Wolf Qing had referred to as having gone to the Lishang tribe and not yet returned. At that moment, Feng Xian silently scrutinized him, noting that he was clad in a gray-brown long robe made of coarse linen that closely followed the contours of his tall frame. On his back, he bore a leather armor crafted from animal hides, fitting snugly against his sturdy back and narrow waist. The dark leather was adorned with hard beast teeth and sharp spikes, predominantly featuring wolf fangs. exuding an aura of primal savagery. Upon hearing Xian Yo's inquiry, Wolf Jun's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. However, upon observing the calm expression on Xian Yo's face, he realized that further concealment would prove futile. A deep, bitter smile graced his lips as he replied, "Chief Xian Yo, though I am uncertain as to how you found this place, I dare not keep you in the dark any longer. I have indeed come here with a different purpose." Wolf Jun was a perceptive individual, recognizing the crisis plaguing his own tribe and the improbability of remaining undiscovered. He opted for honesty rather than risking Xian Yo's ire through deception. With a slight bow, he continued, "May I first tend to my wounds? Let us sit and converse." Neither Xian Yo nor Feng Xian objected, and the three settled down to rest. Wolf Jun retrieved some healing salve from a necklace and began to attend to his numerous bite wounds. If not for the robust constitution granted by his cultivation, he would have succumbed to the injuries long ago. He applied a medicinal ointment to a large wound on his thigh and, suppressing the pain, wrapped it several times with a clean piece of linen before gradually treating the other injuries on his body. As Feng Xian and Xian Yo observed Wolf Jun producing a spatial artifact. Their eyes narrowed. It was not that they harbored any ill intentions toward this precious item, but the appearance of what was rumored to be the only spatial artifact of the Black Wolf tribe in Wolf Jun's possession was indeed worthy of contemplation. After all, such artifacts were typically carried by the leader of the Black Wolf tribe, Wolf Yi. Why, then, did it suddenly appear in Wolf Jun's hands? This question lingered in their minds, hinting at deeper implications. Wolf Jun, aware of the change in the expressions of the two, felt a sense of relief upon realizing that they bore no murderous intent toward the spatial artifact. He silently acknowledged that he had won this gamble. Having heard tales of the integrity of the men from the Xianing tribe, particularly the renowned strength and fortitude of Xian Yo, he dared to hope for a potential turning point in this predicament. As he had little else to rely upon, before Xian Yo could speak, Wolf Jun slowly began. "I am aware of your intentions, It. Seems that my encounter with you here was precipitated by some words from Wolf Qing that raised suspicions within your tribe. And I am fortunate to have been rescued by you, allowing me to reclaim my life. In his view, it was merely Wolf Qing's revelations that had led to the Xianing tribe's suspicions. However, he was not entirely incorrect in his assessment." Wolf Jun collected his thoughts and continued, "The origin of this matter traces back a few days ago when our leader, Wolf Yi, chanced upon the black-horned ants relocating their nest while traversing the White Rock Forest. Among them, he observed 2 black crystal ant guards personally transporting a massive ant egg. Naturally, this led him to associate it with the fabled black crystal ant king egg. Given the value of such a precious insect beast egg, he was compelled to devise a plan to stealthily infiltrate the ant nest and seize it. Under the cover of this treasure, Wolfie successfully entered the nest and discovered the black crystal ant king egg deep within. However, since this insect beast egg was a living entity, it could not be placed within a spatial artifact, forcing Wolfie to carry it back in his arms. That moment, sensing the disturbance surrounding the black crystal ant king egg, the ant queen emerged from the depths of the nest. Though obscured by the treasure, she was aware of the egg's presence and summoned the entire colony of black-horned ants to encircle our leader. He, of course, attempted to break free toward the cave's exit, but in the midst of his escape, he saw the queen's abdomen filled with blood-colored essence, what could only be described as the legendary blood essence. What? Blood essence? Before Wolf Jun could finish his account, both Xian Yo and Feng Xian gasped in astonishment, their bodies involuntarily rising. Setting aside the treasure that could conceal one's presence, they were entirely overwhelmed by the implications of the term blood essence. What is blood essence, you ask? It is a legendary substance that can effortlessly allow peak practitioners of the inner realm to break through to the blood chi realm, far more valuable than a 500-year-old beast heart fruit. Yet, this substance is exceedingly rare, capable of being produced solely by the ant or bee tribes. The ant tribe can only extract the essence from tree roots over 100 years old, combining it with the juices of rare medicinal fruits, while simultaneously consuming the blood of feral beasts to ensure the formation and efficacy of the blood essence within. This process must occur within the ant queen's body and may take years or even decades, rendering it incredibly scarce and virtually unobtainable in the outside world. Even if someone possessed it, it would be unthinkable to trade it. At this moment, however, Feng Xian furrowed his brow and remarked, But isn't there still a black crystal ant king egg in the nest? What is the situation with that? The queen's vital essence cannot sustain the simultaneous emergence of both a king egg and the production of blood essence. Wolfie sighed. From the leader's observations, it is possible that this ant king egg was laid over a decade ago, but the queen has not been allowed to hatch it, merely maintaining its viability. Feng Xian and Xian Yo finally comprehended. Indeed, such insect beast eggs could remain alive for decades without hatching. Yet, why had the ant king refrained from hatching the black crystal ant king egg? This question left all three pondering, with the answer likely known only to the ant king. Xian Yo then interjected, earlier, you mentioned that you possess a treasure capable of concealing one's presence. What is it? Chapter 38. A turn of events. Upon hearing Xian Yo's inquiry, Wolf Jun hesitated briefly before retrieving a cracked beast bone from his robes. The bone, roughly the size of a palm, was intricately engraved with complex patterns. This is an artifact obtained by our leader many years ago. According to the shaman's observations, it should be an exceedingly rare casting bone talisman. However, it is nearing the brink of destruction, and the number of times it can be utilized is limited. When activated, it can conceal a person's presence, but its coverage area is quite small, allowing only one person to use it at a time. My intention in infiltrating was to take advantage of the Ant King and the black crystal ant guards being away, to stealthily eliminate the queen and seize the blood essence. The queen is not particularly powerful, and with the element of surprise, I had an 80% chance of successfully assassinating her. However, at a critical moment, this bone talisman unexpectedly malfunctioned, exposing my presence within the ant nest. I was subsequently discovered by numerous black-horned ants. Initially, I had planned to forcibly kill the queen and transport her body within a spatial artifact, but to my dismay, I found that there was an ant guard at the level of the inner realm lurking in the shadows. Under its ambush, I had no choice but to escape with injuries, which culminated in the chaotic scene you witnessed. Wolf Jun recounted the entire sequence of events in one breath, his tone laced with resignation. He felt exceedingly unfortunate. The talisman had malfunctioned at the most inopportune moment, nearly leading to his demise within the ant nest. Feng Xian and Xian Yo exchanged glances, realizing that indeed, Wolf Jun had been rather unfortunate. However, considering that they had rescued him at a critical juncture, perhaps his luck was not entirely forlorn. As for the nearly defunct casting bone talisman, Feng Xian and Xian Yo examined it and confirmed Wolf Jun's claims. It was indeed on the verge of collapse, the entire bone fragment nearly falling apart. Lacking interest, they promptly returned it to Wolf Jun. At that moment, Wolf Jun opened his mouth as if to say something. Xian Yo pondered for a moment before asking, you mentioned earlier that the only remaining top-tier combatants in the ant nest are the queen and that black crystal ant guard, correct? At this, Feng Xian suddenly exclaimed, Uncle Denyo, are you suggesting? Xian Yo nodded slightly, saying, this presents a splendid opportunity. During the peak of the ant nest's power, I would undoubtedly refrain from harboring any thoughts of attacking it. Even a formidable beast at the pinnacle of its strength would likely hesitate to confront such a swarm of blackhorn ants. A mere heap of them could easily overwhelm and slay a beast at the peak of the tuning realm. However, the current ant nest is in its most vulnerable state. Instantly, Lang Jun's spirit soared with joy. He immediately grasped the implication behind Xian Yo's words. He had been contemplating how to persuade Xian Yo to join him in another attempt to acquire the blood essence honey. But he had yet to formulate an approach. Now, with Xian Yo suggesting it himself, he felt relieved that he would not have to return empty-handed after the Black Wolf tribe had encountered such turmoil. Lang Jun fervently exclaimed, I assure you, the only formidable forces among the blackhorn ants residing within the ant nest are the Ant Queen and the black crystal ant guards. They are even reluctant to pursue us, as they must defend their nest. This serves as the best evidence of their current predicament. As for the other blackhorn ants, my rough estimate suggests there are around 200 left, with the majority having been summoned to deal with our Black Wolf tribe. Xian Yo nodded, as this aligned with his own estimations. He then turned to Feng Xian and said, Young Feng, you should remain here and await our good news. However, Feng Xian shook his head and replied, Uncle Danyu, we came together, so we should venture together as well. You lack faith in my abilities? Though Xian Yo recalled what the old shaman had said about this young man's extraordinary strength, he still hesitated. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Xian continued, moreover, should I find myself overmatched, I can always retreat. You ought to know that the Feng clan excels in speed. Finally, Xian Yo nodded in agreement, recognizing the young man's cleverness. If the situation truly became dire, an escape would indeed be feasible. After reaching a consensus, the trio no longer hesitated and turned back towards the ant nest a quarter of an hour later. They arrived in proximity to the ant nest. Observing the dense throngs of blackhorn ants, they felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, there was little time for contemplation, as the fate of the Black Wolf tribe remained uncertain. And circumstances were dire. The three adjusted their readiness and charged into the swarming ants. In the Black Wolf forest, within the Black Wolf tribe, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries as warriors from various human tribes fought with frenzied abandon. Many of those at the forefront were drenched in the viscous fluids of insect beasts, their hair and bodies bearing remnants of severed limbs, in a particular area of the battlefield, Lang Qing. The third leader of the Black Wolf tribe was engaged in a fierce struggle with a high-ranking sawtooth blackhorn ant. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a black crystal ant guard, encased in black crystalline armor, erupted from the earth, its pincers lunging towards Lang Qing. His pupils constricted in alarm, and he swiftly evaded, yet his left arm was ensnared by the crushing jaws, severing it with a sickening snap. Blood spraying as half of his arm fell to the ground, Lang Qing howled in agony, clutching his mangled limb, perilously close to being slain by the relentless black crystal ant guard. Noticing this, Yin Kuei, the second leader of the giant rock tribe, rushed over after fending off his own adversary, colliding forcefully with the black crystal ant guard, causing the massive creature to stagger back, momentarily diverting its attention. The third black crystal ant guard, Lang Qing, seized the opportunity to retreat, plunging his knife into the ground. In a swift motion, he tore a strip of cloth from his body and tightly bound his severed arm. Pulling hard to staunch the bleeding and preserve his consciousness, the entire process accomplished in mere moments. Exchanging a glance with Yin Kuei, both men realized they were now the strongest remaining fighters. Aside from Lang Yi and Xian Ling, time was of the essence. They understood that they must restrain this ant beast at all costs. Otherwise, the battlefield would collapse into chaos. Without hesitation, they unleashed their blood-boiling state, their muscles swelling with untamed power as a fierce aura enveloped them. They circled the black crystal ant guard with relentless vigor, yet it was evident to both that they could not sustain this for long. The disparity in strength was too great. Meanwhile, from afar, swarms of blackhorn ants continued to pour from the woods, advancing towards them. Xian Ling, engaged in combat with another black crystal ant guard, noticed the unfolding chaos and shouted, "Lang Yi, this cannot hold. We won't last. No one else can withstand the slaughter of that black crystal ant guard, and more blackhorn ants are approaching. Activate the totem, or we shall retreat. This is a death sentence." Gritting his teeth, Lang Yi cleaved through the massive foot of the black crystal ant king before turning to the tribe and bellowing, "Activate the totem." The Black Wolf tribe shaman, who had been anxiously awaiting this command, finally breathed a sigh of relief. In an instant, the shaman's spiritual energy surged through the tribe's totem stone pillar, and a thunderous wolf howl resonated through the skies. The moment the howl echoed, the ant beasts across the battlefield trembled as if struck by fear, while the Black Wind Wolf pack surged with newfound vigor, their howls reverberating throughout the field. A gigantic wolf with a dark blue-black hue emerged from the totem stone pillar. Once fully manifested, it stood over 10 meters tall and 30 meters long. In comparison, the shaman appeared as minuscule as an ant before it. Trembling, the shaman bowed before the colossal wolf, saying, "I beg your assistance." Wolf spirit. The giant wolf gazed intently at the distant battlefield, slowly nodding its massive head. Suddenly, it ignited in blue-black flames, darting like a shadow towards the fray. The Black Wolf tribe shaman, pale and exhausted, collapsed to the ground. As a peak-level shaman, he had expended nearly all his spiritual energy to activate the totem without sufficient sacrificial offerings. The totem pillar of the Black Wolf tribe was incomplete. Although the wolf spirit was the manifestation of the Black Wind giant wolf from a millennium ago, their totem pillar was not intact like that of the Xian Eagle tribe. Thus, the giant wolf's power was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary beast at the pinnacle of the tuning realm. This limitation was why Lang Yi had been reluctant to activate it, especially with the current threat posed by the blackhorn ants. As the totem wolf spirit neared the battlefield, the black crystal ant king seemed to sense something amiss. It suddenly struck Lang Yi with tremendous force, sending him flying, and then, with a piercing screech, it swiftly burrowed underground, vanishing from sight. Along with several other black crystal ant guards, Lang Yi soared through the air, his face pale with disbelief. The impact from the black crystal ant king revealed its true strength. This was no mere mid-level tuning realm creature, but rather one at least at the late stages of the tuning realm. The beast had merely toyed with him, never having fought seriously. The sudden retreat of the black crystal ant guards and the ant king left Xianling, Lang Qing, and the others momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting to alarm. This is bad. The wolf spirit has emerged on the battlefield, but where are the tuning realm black crystal ants? The totem has a critical flaw. It cannot be easily moved during combat, and the spirit cannot stray too far from the totem pillar. The further the distance, the greater the consumption. Once activated, even if they return to the totem pillar now, the Black Wolf Tribe shaman would be unable to summon it again in the short term. Although the tuning realm black crystal ants had fled, ordinary blackhorn ants continued to surge forth from the woods, rushing towards the group at that moment. They realized they had been deceived by the black crystal ant king. It had feigned an attack on the Black Wolf Tribe to draw out their strongest fighters, gauging their capabilities, and then deliberately stalled Lang Yi and the others to force the activation of the totem wolf spirit. The ordinary blackhorn ants were nothing more than cannon fodder. Chapter 39. Blockade. The intelligence of this black crystal ant king was astonishing. It seemed fully aware of what the human tribes relied upon as their trump card. Its goal was to provoke the activation of the totem, allowing the ordinary blackhorn ants to wear them down, after which the entire human tribe would become its prey. As for these ordinary blackhorn ants, the black crystal ant king is utterly indifferent to the casualties it may cause. Indeed, not far from the battlefield, several enormous black crystal ants broke through the soil, emerging from the depths of the earth, their gaze fixed upon the crowd. The black crystal ant king's abyss-like black eyes were locked onto the imposing wolf totem, a flicker of fervor flashing within its gaze, a desire for power. These humans would become its sustenance. It sensed intuitively that by devouring the elite among them, it could ascend to greater heights. Wolf Yin and his companions, their faces pale, stared at the distant black crystal ant king. Feeling its greed and yearning for human flesh radiating from its eyes, Wolf Yan's voice was hoarse as he spoke. It is not merely the black crystal ant king's egg that it seeks, but rather my black wolf tribe, all of us. Its intention from the outset was not just to reclaim the egg. It craves the blood of every member of my tribe, wanting to use us as its feast. His voice rasped painfully, as he had foolishly thought to exploit the black crystal ant king to attack their tribe, hoping to seize the precious blood essence honey from its nest. Little did he realize that he had summoned not a mindless beast, but rather the king of the black horn ants, a creature endowed with the intelligence to lead its kind. The intellect of the black crystal ant king was certainly not inferior to that of humans. On the contrary, it was remarkably high. For such a cunning beast, the allure of human flesh was immense, a well-known fact throughout history. Since ancient times, savage beasts and foreign races have regarded humans as the most exquisite of prey, especially the powerful among them, whose blood and vitality were akin to a rare elixir for those formidable beasts. Were it not for the strength of humanity itself, they would have long since been completely devoured. There were even rumors that in the lairs of these foreign races, powerful beings deliberately raised humans as a source of sustenance. The relentless tide of black horn ants seemed inexhaustible, leaving no time for Wolf Yin and his companions to indulge in their thoughts. Together with Wolf Spirit, they braced themselves against the terrifying onslaught of the ants. They could only hope for a miracle, or that the numbers of the black horn ants were not as vast as they feared. Otherwise, when the power of the wolf totem was depleted, all present would surely perish within the ant's maw. Xianling gritted his teeth, realizing the gravity of the situation. It seemed the only way to end this ant tide was to slay the cunning ant king. Eagle 4, return to the tribe and summon aid. The only one who can turn the tide now is Danielle. Should the black crystal ant king succeed in devouring everyone here and ascend to a higher realm, tasting victory, then the neighboring Xian Eagle tribe and Giant Rock tribe would likely suffer the same fate. Unless the masters of the Lishang tribe come to our rescue, the fate of the Black Wolf tribe will undoubtedly mirror that of the Xian Eagle tribe. Eagle 4, soaring through the skies, understood Xian Ling's intent and let out a sharp cry as he swiftly flew towards the Xian Eagle tribe in the depths of the ant nest within the White Rock Forest. The passageways carved by the massive black horn ants were extraordinarily wide, with surfaces adorned by luminous moss that provided a faint glow to the dark underground caverns. This bioluminescent moss was commonly found in areas with underground mines, and sometimes the black horn ants would consume it as nourishment. The rapid growth of this moss ensured it would never be fully depleted, especially in the fertile soil of these caverns. Xian Niu and his companions charged deeper into the ant nest, braving the relentless assault of the encroaching black horn ants. The black crystal ant guards had not yet revealed themselves, but the trio could sense the lurking malevolence of the creature observing them from within the swarm. Suddenly, Feng Xian leaned against Xian Niu, breathing heavily, and called out, "Wolf Jun, great leader, Uncle Niu, this cannot continue. From now on, I and Wolf Jun will hold off these beasts while you, Uncle Niu, with your superior strength, must swiftly eliminate the Ant Queen. Only then can we avoid being worn down here." Wolf Jun's face had turned pale. Blood seeped from his numerous wounds, and he could only rely on muscle contraction to stem the flow. However, this was merely a temporary measure. If this situation persisted, he would soon succumb to blood loss and be overwhelmed by the beasts. Indeed, great leader Xian Niu, it is now imperative that you venture into the depths of the ant nest to slay the Ant Queen. We shall hold back the majority of the black horn ants for you, Wolf Jun quickly concurred, recognizing the urgency of their predicament. Xian Niu's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve. He understood that this was indeed their best course of action. However, he was concerned for Feng Xian. Feng Xian, sensing Uncle Niu's hesitation, spoke firmly, "Uncle Niu, now is not the time for indecision. Rest assured, these ordinary black horn ants and the sawtooth black horn ants cannot harm me in the short term. And I have Wolf Jun by my side." As he spoke, Feng Xian discreetly slipped the wind spirit ring onto Xian Niu's waist. Xian Niu felt the gesture and understood Feng Xian's intent. It was a signal to store the Ant Queen's corpse within the wind spirit ring after her defeat, and the discreet nature of the exchange was to prevent others from coveting the ring. Gazing at the swarm of black horn ants surging towards them, Xian Niu finally made up his mind. "Then I shall proceed. If you cannot hold the line, retreat deeper to join me. Do not overexert yourselves." Turning suddenly towards Wolf Jun, he warned, "Wolf Jun, put aside any ulterior motives. If anything were to happen to Feng Xian, I will demand 100-fold retribution from the entire Black Wolf tribe. Remember, you may die, but he cannot." Xian Niu's words were deliberate and menacing, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Before Feng Xian and the others could react, he shot a penetrating glance at Wolf Jun and swiftly made his way into the depths of the ant nest. Wolf Jun's pale visage betrayed his discomfort. He had indeed harbored some ulterior motives. Witnessing Feng Xian's remarkable strength at such a young age, he felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy, contemplating whether to eliminate this potential rival while Xian Niu was absent, thus averting a future threat to the Black Wolf tribe. Yet, he had not anticipated Xian Niu's direct warning. It seemed Feng Xian was off-limits for the time being. Xian Niu was not a man of empty words. Regardless of the reasons behind Feng Xian's potential demise here, the Black Wolf tribe would undoubtedly face dire consequences from the Xian Eagle tribe. He had no doubt that these brutes would take action. Wolf Jun suppressed his ambitions. Feng Xian must not die. At least not here. Feng Xian, upon hearing Xian Niu's words, was momentarily stunned. Being young, he was unaware that even in such dire circumstances, the infighting among humans would not cease. Feng Xian also noticed the change in Wolf Jun's demeanor, feeling a chill run down his spine. He had saved Wolf Jun alongside Uncle Xian Niu, and yet there were thoughts of harm towards him simply because he was not a member of their tribe. Had it not been for Xian Niu's warning, he might have become a target of Wolf Jun's treachery during the battle, with potentially disastrous consequences. At that moment, Feng Xian began to undergo a transformation within himself, one he was yet to fully comprehend. While fending off the black horn ants, Feng Xian had not unleashed his full strength. Always keeping a wary eye on Wolf Jun, the black horn ants needed to be held at bay. But he could no longer trust his back to anyone. The hidden black crystal ant guard, upon witnessing a human disappear from view as he ventured towards the Ant Queen, could no longer afford to remain concealed and emerged in plain sight. Seeking to bypass the two and pursue its target, at that moment, Wolf June took a deep breath and stepped forward to block the passage, a sinister smile creeping onto his pale face as he declared, "So it was you who ambushed me before. Now, this path is closed to you." The black crystal ant guard glared furiously at the human who had previously fled in fear, its black crystalline armor shimmering ominously as it transformed into a streak of darkness. Charging towards Wolf June, summoning his full strength, ignited his boiling blood, which enveloped him in a golden radiance. Grasping his long knife with both hands, he exuded a sharp aura as he lunged at the black crystal ant guard. Chapter 40. The Ant Queen falls, with the blood-patterned blade held firmly in hand. Resisting the onslaught of the remaining black-jawed ants, Feng Xian instantly comprehended the situation. This Lang Jun was a practitioner of the Jin, metal, attribute within the realm of Yunzong. Each martial artist, upon breaking through to the Yunzong realm, awakens their primary attribute, typically corresponding to the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which align with the lungs, liver, kidneys, heart, and spleen, respectively. The attribute that awakens first becomes the primary attribute. For instance, Uncle Denyo Feng Xian knew he was a practitioner primarily attuned to the spleen, aligning with the earth element. This earth attribute bestows upon Uncle Denyo enhanced strength, defense, and endurance. When he exerts his full internal energy, a faint earthy glow radiates from him, symbolizing the profound essence of the earth. However, unlike the practitioners of the Cangjing realm, those in the Yunzong realm cannot yet master the energies of heaven and earth, rendering them unable to directly manipulate this vital force. Lang Jun, emanating an exterior golden light, clearly signified a martial artist primarily attuned to the lungs, corresponding to the metal element, which typically endows him with formidable offensive capabilities. This is the essence of the Yunzong realm, cultivating the 5 organs and the 5 elements, while simultaneously nurturing their innate powers. Should one transcend to the Cangjing realm, they would truly awaken a unique divine ability. Far beyond the rudimentary manifestations of innate talents that Feng Xian and Xian Shi experienced, it would be a genuine gateway to celestial prowess. Most of the martial techniques currently practiced among humanity merely represent an alternative path to such divine abilities, refined by the strong to enable greater accessibility for the masses. In contrast, the direct awakening of divine abilities belongs intrinsically to the martial artist, evolving in tandem with their power. A.S. Lang Jun, glowing with golden radiance, collided fiercely with the black crystal ant guards. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, sending the black crystal ant guards staggering backward under the sheer force of his might. "Ha ha ha! Aren't you skilled at ambushes? Come on, you beast!" Lang Jun, in a frenzy, wildly swung his long blade, relentlessly hacking and attacking the black crystal ant guards. For a moment, his relatively diminutive frame, fueled by sheer will, managed to suppress the black crystal ant guards, forcing them into a cautious stance, no longer daring to divert their focus. Meanwhile, Feng Xian felt the pressure mounting. The battlefield between Lang Jun and the black crystal ant guards deterred other members of the black-jawed ant clan from encroaching. Naturally directing their gaze toward Feng Xian, he found himself solely tasked with stalling the remaining 100 or so black-jawed ants, among which were numerous serrated black-jawed ants. Engaging them directly was futile. He could only rely on speed to evade and maneuver. Feng Xian veered into a side passage, seeking to escape Lang Jun's line of sight. If he did not unleash his true potential soon, it would be impossible to hold off these ants, let alone ensure his own survival. On the other side, Xian Yo, free from the disturbances of the many ants, swiftly navigated through the cavern, finally arriving at the depths of the ant nest. Sensing the residual sense within the nest, he discovered a passage exuding a powerful aura of wild beasts, laced with a hint of sweetness. Xian Yo's expression turned dangerously focused, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Found you!" He hastened down this passage, and after a few breaths, he stumbled upon a spacious chamber where the Ant Queen was encircled by several serrated, black-jawed ants. The Ant Queen was colossal, nearly 5 meters in length, resembling the ordinary black crystal ant guards, yet her enormous, swollen abdomen displayed a yellow-black, translucent hue. Through this semi-transparent form, one could glimpse a pool of blood-red liquid within her. This was the legendary blood essence honey. said to significantly enhance the chances of a refining practitioner breaking through to the blood qi stage. The figure of the Xianyo had long since caught the attention of the Ant Queen, who gazed at him with a bloodthirsty glint in her eyes, as if she had already deemed him a delectable feast delivered right to her doorstep. With an unpleasant screech, several serrated blackhorn ants at the pinnacle of their awakening swiftly crawled towards the Xianyo. A sinister smile crept across the Xianyo's lips as he cracked his mouth open. Apologies, but I am pressed for time. Suddenly, the Xianyo's blood surged, and he appeared to swell in size, his feet forcefully pushing off the ground, leaving a deep crater where he once stood. In an instant, he materialized above the serrated blackhorn ants. With his robust arms raised, he wielded a massive wolf-toothed club, slightly tilting his body before sweeping it horizontally with tremendous force. The sound of splintering echoed through the cave as the fragmented limbs of the insects soared through the air. Every serrated blackhorn ant that stood in the Xianyo's path was reduced to mere dismembered parts, their bodies utterly obliterated beneath the crushing blow of the wolf-toothed club, leaving not a single intact piece, be it head or shell, as they transformed into a storm of debris. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a powerful strike with an iron rod upon a diminutive beetle suspended in midair. The air was filled with the viscous spray of insect limbs, coating the luminous moss and shrouding the cave's passage in deeper shadows. In this dimmer light, the imposing silhouette of the Xianyo, clutching the wolf-toothed club, resembled a malevolent specter. The Ant Queen stood frozen in terror, remnants of the splattered bodily fluids adorning her face, utterly unprepared for the ferocity of this human. Slowly retreating, she found herself devoid of any fighting spirit. Paralyzed by fear, she was never a warrior among her kind. Her combat prowess ranked among the lowest of her peers, sustained solely by her role as the matriarch of the Blackhorn ant tribe. The Xianyo regarded the Ant Queen with a smirk, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. As the Ant Queen sensed a formidable force approaching her side, she instinctively moved, only to be sent flying against the cavern wall with a dull thud. The powerful figure that had struck her was now retracting a colossal leg, revealing the source of her plight. The spot where she had been kicked was now riddled with cracks. I must hasten. Feng Xian and the others cannot hold out much longer, the Xianyo murmured. He then turned to the Ant Queen, flashing a toothy grin. The battle is over. You are far too weak to even warrant a warm-up. The Ant Queen gazed in horror at this monstrous human, her body embedded in the wall trembling as she struggled to escape, emitting terrified screeches. After a moment, the Xianyo released the shattered head of the Ant Queen, disdainfully scraping the remnants of slime from her shell, spitting aside, so weak, without haste to examine the queen's blood and essence. He utilized the wind spirit ring to store her corpse, the ample space within measuring nearly 10 zhang in length and width. Only then did he take the time to survey his surroundings, which appeared to be a feeding ground for the Blackhorn ant tribe, littered with carapaces and remnants of flesh, giving off a foul odor. Suddenly, the Xianyo's pupils constricted. Several human skulls lay among the heap of bones, indicating they had been dead for an indeterminate period, their bones devoid of flesh and blood. Judging by their condition, they must have belonged to martial practitioners above the bone-forging stage. The Xianyo glanced at the wind spirit ring in his hand, his expression cold, seemingly discontent with the speed at which he had dispatched his foes. With a snort, he ceased to linger and swiftly retraced his steps along the passage he had come from. Upon returning to the spot from which he had departed, he found no trace of Feng Xian or Lang Jun. The ground and cavern were riddled with craters, with only a few scattered blackhorn ants wandering aimlessly. He effortlessly tore apart these overzealous ants, unhurriedly observing the ground's markings along the cave wall's moss, soon identifying a direction to pursue and dashing forth. At last, the muffled sounds of combat and insect screeches echoed from a nearby passage, and the Xianyo felt a sense of relief, knowing that Feng Xian and Lang Jun were still alive. He raced towards the source of the sounds. Chapter 41. The Crisis of the Black Wolves. At this moment, Feng Xian had reunited with Lang Jun, and with no further interference from the Blackhorn ant swarm, and with Feng Xian's assistance, Lang Jun unleashed his full potential. Driven by a fierce determination and a disregard for his own life, he managed to decisively slay a black crystal ant sentinel on the spot. In a spacious cavern, the black crystal ant sentinel lay with its scales shattered, its head severed and rolling aside. 3 of its 6 legs brutally cleaved. The passage bore the marks of their fierce struggle. Had the cave not been sturdy, it likely would have collapsed under the intensity of their battle. A testament to the ferocity of their conflict. However, Lang Jun's condition was dire. Wielding a serrated curved blade, he struggled against the onslaught of blackhorn ants. A massive wound on his abdomen bled profusely, nearly penetrating through. This injury was inflicted by a leg of the black crystal ant sentinel, and had Feng Xian not intervened in time to sever that leg, Lang Jun would have surely met his demise. This realization cast a complex shadow over Lang Jun's gaze. He found himself saved by this young man for the second time. How fortunate it would be if he were a member of his own tribe's younger generation. At this point, any lingering hostility towards Feng Xian had evaporated, replaced by a twinge of jealousy that the neighboring Xian'ing tribe had produced yet another remarkable talent. When would his own Black Wolf tribe ever eclipse the Xian'ing tribe? Nevertheless, he had no intention of resorting to desperate measures against Feng Xian, especially considering that the latter had saved his life twice in such a short span. The two continued to fend off the encroaching blackhorn ants, bolstered by the intimidation of the black crystal ant sentinel's corpse, which caused the more sentient serrated blackhorn ants to hesitate, while the mindless ordinary blackhorn ants surged forward like a relentless swarm. Unaware of the concept of fear, clear out. Suddenly, the two noticed a commotion among the ants in the distance. The ant swarm scattered in panic, and soon after, they witnessed the Xianyo brandishing his enormous wolf-toothed club, sending the hapless blackhorn ants flying. The ants seemed momentarily paralyzed with indecision, unwilling to approach. The Xianyo approached the two, surrounded by a dense ring of blackhorn ants, yet none dared to advance. It became clear that these ants sensed the presence of the ant queen in the Xianyo. With their matriarch slain by this human, they were engulfed by fear in their simple minds. The ant king and queen represented the heavens, and now that the heavens had been partially shattered, they attributed this calamity to the malevolent human before them. They harbored no thoughts of vengeance. Had the ant queen or king been present to give orders, they would have obeyed without hesitation, even unto death. But now, they were like headless flies, devoid of direction, momentarily immobilized in confusion. Feng Xian exchanged a questioning glance with the Xianyo, who slightly nodded in affirmation. The ant queen is dead. The essence is within our grasp. The Xianyo disregarded the blackhorn ants and addressed the two. We must depart. I dread to think of the situation in the Black Wolf tribe. The sheer number of ants on that side has left our defenses vulnerable, presenting us with this opportunity. However, such conditions imply that the situation there may be even more dire than we anticipate. Upon hearing this, Lang Jun's urgency escalated. He promptly said, "Then let us hasten our departure. There is nothing of value left here." The three gathered the carcass of the black crystal ant sentinel and hastened towards the exit of the ant nest. Paying little heed to the ordinary blackhorn ants and serrated blackhorn ant corpses strewn along their path, which seemed trivial compared to the pressing circumstances surrounding the Black Wolf tribe, as the trio emerged from the ant nest. A massive Xian eagle, which had been circling overhead for some time unbeknownst to them, quickly spotted them and descended with a powerful flap of its wings. The Xianyo's expression shifted in alarm. Why was Eagle 2 here? Had something occurred in the tribe? Eagle 2 landed before them, dropping a scroll of beast skin. The Xianyo rushed forward to retrieve it, his expression darkening upon reading its contents. The scroll bore the unique script of the Xian Eagle tribe, inscribed with the urgent message, "Crisis in the Black Wolf tribe, immediate reinforcement needed." The Xianyo realized this must be a report from the tribe's hunting hall, relayed to the elders, who had dispatched Eagle 2 to assist them. The fact that they sent Eagle 2 at such a critical juncture indicated that the situation in the Black Wolf tribe had reached a perilous state, necessitating their immediate return for aid. With a grave countenance, the Xianyo addressed Feng Xian and Lang Jun. "We do not know what has transpired in the Black Wolf tribe, but the situation is urgent. We must mount the eagle's back, hold tightly to its feathers, and do not let go." The Xianyo ascended onto Eagle 2's back, finding a position to crouch in the center. He turned back to see Feng Xian and Lang Jun still hesitating. Furrowing his brow and urging, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Feng Xian naturally held no objections to this matter. He was quite familiar with the Xian eagle of his own tribe, albeit he had never ridden one before. He climbed a few steps onto the eagle's back and found a spot on the left side, behind Xian Yo, where he half-squatted, gripping the feathers tightly. As for the last of the trio, Wolf June, his complexion paled slightly, and a clear expression of reluctance surfaced on his face. Yet, concerned about the Black Wolf tribe, his expression fluctuated dramatically, revealing a spectacle of emotions. Xian Yo and Feng Xian exchanged curious glances, perplexed by his thoughts. Finally, with a clenched jaw, Wolf June leaped onto the eagle's back as well, mimicking the two by half-squatting on Feng Xian's right. The eagle, named Eagle Air, instinctively trembled. It felt uncomfortable with this unfamiliar individual perched on its back. Had it not been for Xian Yo's presence, it would have already twisted its body to throw Wolf June off. Observing this, Xian Yo quickly patted and stroked Eagle Air's back, pressing his head against its massive head. Murmuring something, Eagle Air's back was wider than anticipated, capable of comfortably accommodating 3 individuals with extra space. Sensing that the trio had settled, Eagle Air, upon Xian Yo's signal, let out a call and swiftly flapped its enormous wings, taking to the skies. This marked Feng Xian's first experience riding a Xian eagle. Prior to this moment, he had never envisioned what it would feel like to soar through the skies. The wind was fierce, and Eagle Air's speed was astounding. The biting wind ruthlessly whipped against their faces. As Eagle Air ascended into the air, one had to cling tightly to its back feathers, lest they be swept away by the strong gusts. A fall from such heights would spell disaster, even for a martial artist at the blood chi stage. Feng Xian's face turned slightly pale as he grasped the eagle's feathers, fearing that one hand would not suffice. Thus, he gripped with both hands, half lying on Eagle Air's back. Were it not for the exceptional balance of a martial artist, an ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to ride the Xian eagle without any support. Suddenly, Feng Xian noticed that Wolf June had completely collapsed onto Eagle Air's back, his face exceedingly pale and his lips quivering uncontrollably. Appearing worse off than himself, it dawned on him why Wolf June had previously worn such a martyr-like expression. With this realization, a peculiar glint appeared in Feng Xian's eyes, and he found himself feeling somewhat less worried. Xian Yo turned back, speechless, observing the two. Eagle Air had, at his behest, ascended at a gentler angle to accommodate the pair. After a brief ascent, Eagle Air's flight leveled out, allowing Feng Xian and Wolf June to exhale quietly, beginning to acclimate to the sensation of riding the Xian eagle. In Feng Xian's view, everything around him began to shrink gradually as he glided slowly from above. The distant, rolling mountains appeared lush and vibrant, a testament to the approaching early spring. Atop some of the towering peaks, patches of unmelted snow lingered. The winter snow of Qishan was notoriously brief, lasting only a month or 2 at most, a fact to which Feng Xian had long since grown accustomed. Various conspicuous beasts roamed the land, darting and leaping, chasing one another until they were obscured by the massive canopies of towering trees. To Feng Xian, every individual seemed as diminutive as ants, and this novel experience momentarily captivated him. While Feng Xian reveled in the extraordinary sensation of soaring through the skies, Wolf June kept his eyes tightly shut, too fearful to glance around. This formidable warrior of the Black Wolf tribe, a practitioner of the profound realm, capable of slaughtering the Black Horn Ant tribe amidst a swarm, was, in fact, acrophobic. Chapter 42. Battlefield of the Black Wolf tribe. The battlefield here was a scene of utter devastation. Countless insect beasts and human corpses strewn across the ground, the crimson blood mingling with the yellow viscous fluid of the Black Horn Ant tribe, transforming this place into a grotesque hellscape. Severed limbs and broken bodies littered the area. Black ash floated through the air, the foul stench nearly inducing nausea. Xinling and the others were panting heavily, alternating between resting and fighting. The totemic giant wolf of the Black Wolf tribe, composed of soul power and vital energy, had gradually faded from its deep blue-black hue, as if it might vanish entirely at any moment. After swatting several black horn ants away with its paw and unleashing a plume of azure flames that incinerated a dozen more, it finally let out a resonant yet feeble howl, its body succumbing to exhaustion and transforming into a streak of black light, shooting towards the totem pillar. Witnessing this scene, Wolf Yi and Xianling, who had been anxiously watching, turned pale. The worst had come to pass. The totemic wolf spirit could no longer hold on and was forced to retreat into the totem pillar to rest and recover its spirit. A cursory glance revealed that fewer than 200 black horn ants still lived on the battlefield, while at least 400 or 500 had perished, the majority at the hands of the wolf spirit. This battle had raged for over 2 hours, with both sides suffering tremendous casualties. The Black Wolf tribe enjoyed a geographic advantage and rotated their fighters, but even so, they had lost over 100 warriors during this time. The Shin Eagle tribe's 20-odd members had dwindled to just over 10 still able to fight, while the Giant Rock tribe had barely 10 left. As for the Black Wolf tribe, of their more than 200 warriors, roughly half had been killed or injured. Were it not for the presence of the wolf spirit totem, the remaining fighters would likely number fewer than 100. Xin Ling and Wolf Yi stood atop the high wall, their expressions grave, intently watching the distance. Indeed, mere moments after the wolf spirit totem's disappearance, several massive black crystal ant guards suddenly appeared on the battlefield's edge. After a series of probing movements, they confirmed that the terrifying giant wolf would not return and collectively raised their heads in a shrill cry. Before long, the colossal form of the black crystal ant king emerged from the dense forest, its enormous eyes fixed upon the gathered warriors, brimming with a bloodthirsty glint. The black crystal ant king realized it had miscalculated. While it cared little for the lives of ordinary ants, these ants were vital for its hunting and resource gathering, essential to its clan. Possessing such a vast horde, even peak-level beasts of the tuning realm dared not provoke them. It had not anticipated such a significant loss at the hands of that horrifying giant wolf. Even if it annihilated this human tribe, the loss of its ants would take a considerable time to recover. Now, both it and the several black crystal ant guards were at their peak state, while the humans faced were already at their limits. Furthermore, the terrifying wolf spirit, with its legacy and probing tactics, would not easily return to the battlefield. Who could possibly stop it now? Just as the tuning realm ant beasts pressed closer towards the black wolf tribe, a high-pitched cry echoed through the sky once more. The black crystal ant guards all halted, looking skyward. Finally, at this critical juncture, Eagle Air and Xian Yo, along with the three of them, arrived. Feng Xian, who had initially been crouched, slowly raised his body, astonished at the battlefield below. He could hardly fathom the ferocity of the battle that had transpired here. Corpses littered the ground, the soil soaked in blood and shattered limbs, and what was that black ash floating in the air? As for Wolf Jun, his eyes were bloodshot. This was his tribe, the Black Wolf Forest where he had lived for decades. With a cursory glance, he recognized many familiar faces among the fallen, including brothers who had fought alongside him, uncles from the tribe, and young ones who had called him uncle. Yet now, they all lay cold and lifeless in the filthy mud. Was this the price of his tribe's greed? If given the choice, Wolf Jun would have preferred that the chieftain had never encountered the black crystal ant king's eggs, that he had never ventured into the ant nest in search of that blood essence honey, that they had never made that ill-conceived decision. Wolf Jun was an emotional man. Everything he did was for the advancement of the tribe, to ensure its prosperity, even if he had previously harbored ill thoughts toward Feng Xian merely to eliminate a rival. As the Xian Eagle descended upon the Black Wolf tribe, Wolf Jun leaped off its back, disregarding his still healing wounds, and rushed to Wolf Yi, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Wolf Yi did not evade, allowing Wolf Jun's fist to strike him squarely, sending him flying several meters back to the ground, a testament to the severity of the blow. This is your scheme. This is what it takes for you to break through to the blood chi stage? This is the cost? Wolf Jun seized Wolf Yi from the ground, his somber and expressionless face already drenched with tears as he roared loudly at Wolf Yi. With an impassive expression, Wolf Yi silently gazed at Wolf Jun, saying nothing, yet the sorrow flickering in his eyes betrayed the turmoil beneath his calm facade. As the leader, he could not afford to show even the slightest hint of weakness at that moment. Wolf Qing rushed from the side, using his single arm to wrench Wolf Jun's grasp from Wolf Ye's clothing, exclaiming, "Enough, Wolf Jun!" The decision to steal the Black Crystal Ant King's eggs was made collectively, and sending you to seize the blood essence honey was also a mutual agreement. We shall bear the consequences together, even if they are dire. The other warriors of the Black Wolf tribe echoed. Great leader, this is not the fault of the leader, as men of the human race. We have acted, and what is a life worth? Today, we shall reclaim our losses, Wolf June surveyed the crowd, noting that even those who had lost arms and legs, suffering greatly, were not blaming the higher-ups of their tribe for their erroneous decisions, but rather silently enduring the backlash of their actions. He covered his face, succumbing to despair and squatting down as tears flowed ceaselessly through his fingers. I am sorry, I am sorry. The members of the Xianing tribe and the Giant Rock tribe watched silently, unaware of the specific decisions made by the Black Wolf tribe, yet they could glean the essence from fragments of conversation. They understood that Wolf Yi and his comrades acted not out of selfish desire, but for the survival and continuity of their tribe in this vast wilderness. This was the wilderness, where no one could persist indefinitely. To aspire to victory, one must possess strength, for a single misstep could lead to an abyss. Everyone had long prepared themselves mentally for this reality. Feng Xian could not help but recall his own father, who had led a hunting party against an unknown beast, only to return with the entire team bloodied and wounded, leaving their tribe severely weakened. Was it his father's fault, or the fault of all those who made the decision? What would have transpired had that hunt never occurred? In that moment, Feng Xian was engulfed in confusion. Just then, a large hand rested on Feng Xian's shoulder. Turning, he saw it was Uncle Ling unbeknownst to him. Uncle Ling sensed Feng Xian's bewilderment and felt a pang of concern. He spoke. In this world, there is no absolute right or wrong. Wolf Ye's actions cannot be simply categorized as correct or incorrect. Had it not been for the invasion of the ant tide, they would have secured a beast with the potential to reach the realm of tuning. Yet, tragically, they lost their gamble. No one could have anticipated this outcome. Remember, all mistakes stem from a lack of strength. Every decision carries different consequences, and we cannot foresee the uncontrollable future. We can only strive to rectify it. Feng Xian murmured, not strong enough. While everyone remained lost in their moment of sorrow. The Black Crystal Ant King could no longer wait. The losses of the Black Horn Ant tribe had been substantial. Today, these humans must perish. Chapter 43. Chaos as the Black Crystal Ant King and its insect horde sprang into action. The somber crowd snapped back from their grief, their bloodshot eyes glaring at the advancing black horn ants. At that moment, Wolf Yi approached Xian Yo, respectfully performing a tribal salute in front of the onlookers. Great leader Xian Yo, we require your assistance to help the Black Wolf tribe through this calamity. If we survive this tribulation, the Black Wolf tribe shall reward you handsomely. Xian Yo furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. Wolf Yi, you need not be so formal, we are allies, and the Black Wolf tribe has already paid a price for my Xianing tribe's assistance. He paused, glancing at the swarm of black horn ants charging forth. Continuing, moreover, the Black Horn Ant tribe is evidently a menace. My Xianing tribe cannot stand idly by and allow them to grow stronger. Xian Yo was not a greedy man. Taking advantage of others' misfortunes was not in the nature of the Xianing tribe. Wolf Yi remained silent for a moment before nodding gently, worried that the overwhelming strength of the Black Horn Ant tribe might compel the Xianing tribe to withdraw. Without the assistance of Xian Yo and Xian Ling, today might spell the end for the Black Wolf tribe. Xian Yo withdrew a massive wolf fawn club from Feng Xian's wind spirit ring, turning to assume command. Old Ling, you will join me in confronting the Black Crystal Ant King. Wolf Yi, you must swiftly eliminate a Black Crystal Ant guard. Wolf June, you are gravely injured. Team up with the strongest remaining warrior, Yin Kuei, to face another. If you can hold your ground, that will suffice. The remaining 2 Black Crystal Ant guards will be dealt with by Air and the Black Wind Wolf King. The rest must do their utmost to impede the advancing Black Horn Ant horde. The telepathic Black Wolf King and Air nodded in agreement with Xian Yo's strategy. There were no objections. This was the most logical arrangement. Xian Yo had already received word from Xian Ling that the Black Crystal Ant King was a late-stage tuning realm beast, prompting his meticulous planning. This was the best way to minimize losses. The Black Crystal Ant King and its swarm were drawing closer to the group. Xian Yo stretched his neck and shook his robust arms. Smiling at Xian Ling, Old Ling, you must find this fellow's weakness quickly. He appears formidable. With that, he hefted the massive wolf fawn club and leapt off the high wall, charging like a rampaging bull towards the Black Crystal Ant King, aiming a powerful blow at its head. Soon, the clash between man and ant erupted into a fierce battle, creating a whirlwind of destruction around them. Those who witnessed the confrontation were left aghast, scrambling to evade the chaos. Xianyo skillfully maneuvered to lure the Ant King further into the battlefield. Xianling silently sheathed his long knife, withdrawing a beautifully crafted ancient longbow, and in a flash, vanished from sight. Wolfie took a deep breath, glancing worriedly at Wolf June, who bore numerous wounds. Yet, in this battlefield, only Wolf June could directly confront a tuning realm black crystal ant guard. Wolf June said little, suddenly removing his spatial necklace and handing it to Wolf Qing. Inside is the corpse of a black crystal ant guard. Remember, half of it belongs to my young brother Feng Xian, who fought alongside me to slay it. Otherwise, I would not even have the right to stand here. Without waiting for Wolf Qing's response, he drew his long knife and charged at a black crystal ant guard, with the silent second-in-command of the giant rock tribe, Yen Kuei, swiftly following suit. Wolf Qing stared vacantly at the necklace in his hand. In his current state, he was nearly incapable of fighting, having lost an arm and exhausted from prolonged blood boiling. He was rendered almost helpless, slumped on the wall and watching others fight valiantly. He gazed at the spatial necklace, then abruptly looked up at Wolf June's retreating figure, a sense of foreboding welling up within him. He wanted to speak, but the words caught in his throat, refusing to escape. He could not prevent Wolf June from joining the fray. It was a crucial battle for the Black Wolf tribe's survival, for the lives of everyone on the battlefield. Feng Xian silently observed everything, and at that moment, a figure approached him. It was Xian Shi. However, Xian Shi appeared rather disheveled, covered in slime and nearly unrecognizable. His face smeared with dirt, he clapped Feng Xian on the shoulder, saying, "We should join in. We can't let them steal all the glory." Feng Xian chuckled, "In your current state, you've lost any image of glory. You know better off. Do you think you look clean?" Xian Shi retorted. Feng Xian paused, glancing at himself, only to find he was also splattered with the blood of insect beasts and marked with dirt, looking as though he had rolled out of a mud pit. Indeed, after battling in the ant nest, he was in a worse state than Xian Shi. With a self-deprecating smile, Feng Xian said, "Let us go. Today, we shall fight to our heart's content." The two leaped off the wall and charged into the battlefield. Those on the wall, unable to fight any longer, silently watched the two young warriors, one appearing to be about 14.5 years old, the other not much older. Yet the scars on their bodies spoke volumes of their experience as warriors forged in the crucible of battle. Before Feng Xian could reach the black horn ant horde, he caught sight of Uncle Dinyo grappling fiercely with the black crystal ant king. The tremendous impact of their clash resonated through the area, yet despite Uncle Dinyo only being at the peak of the refining phase, he showed no signs of yielding to the formidable ant king. Feng Xian withdrew his gaze, his eyes cold as he focused on the approaching black horn ants, blood boiling, ready to unleash his fury. Feng Xian moved like a gust of wind through the swarm of black horn ants, his speed so swift that even many of the opening spiritual realm saw-toothed black horn ants were caught unaware. He became a harbinger of death on the battlefield, wielding his blood-patterned blade to sever the heads of the black horn ants one after another. Nearby, Xian Shi stared in astonishment, feeling dizzy. Was this truly the Feng Xian he practiced with regularly? However, Feng Xian, like himself, is also at the boiling blood stage. Why does he evoke a sense that is hardly inferior to a master of the concealed realm? Xian Shi even witnessed a high-level jagged black-cornered ant from the awakened spirit realm being effortlessly decapitated by Feng Xian, its body continuing to run blindly for several meters before gradually coming to a halt, ultimately collapsing weakly to the ground. Only a peaked, jagged black-cornered ant from the awakened spirit realm managed to persist against Feng Xian's frenzied onslaught. Yet it seemed inevitable that it too would soon meet the fate of decapitation. Xian Shi tightened his grip on the massive axe in his hand, swallowing hard, his gaze filled with a mix of sorrow and indignation. He too was a prodigy, having been renowned as the foremost genius of the Xianing tribe long before Feng Xian began his training. Yet he could clearly sense the vast chasm that now lay between him and Feng Xian. Channeling his emotions into power, Xian Shi roared as he swung his axe fiercely at a jagged black-cornered ant. With a crack, his massive axe embedded itself in the ant's body, but he was unable to cleave it completely in two. Xian Shi's expression shifted, and before the giant ant could launch its counterattack, he swiftly yanked his axe free and retreated. This was, after all, a peaked, jagged, black-cornered ant. Xian sure felt bitterness at the corners of his mouth. He had merely chosen a random ant, yet it happened to be one of the peak realm. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to unleash his boiling blood state. An explosion of power. Those on the walls, possessing little combat ability, could not help but marvel as they observed the two youths from Xianing each facing a peaked, jagged, black-cornered ant. Indeed, the Xianing tribe was teeming with talent. It was astonishing that even two mere children possessed such formidable combat prowess, truly remarkable. Meanwhile, as the battlefield among the ant swarm descended into a desperate struggle, new developments unfolded for Lang Jun and Yin Kuei. Chapter 44. The death of Lang Jun. Although Yin Kuei had already reached the pinnacle of the boiling blood stage, the disparity between realms was vast and could not be easily bridged merely by entering a state of boiling blood. At this moment, Yin Kuei bore several deep wounds visible to the bone, his hands clutching a massive bone club as he gasped for breath, his gaze fixated on the black crystal ant guard not far away. Even as blood and sweat streamed into his eyes, he dared not blink, fearing that if he did, he might never open them again. Beside him, Lang Jun was in a far more dire state. Half kneeling on the ground in agony, his already unhealed wounds reopening, and he could no longer control the flow of blood from his muscles. With a somewhat hazy gaze, Lang Jun looked at the black crystal ant guard. As though he had made a momentous decision, Yin Kuei, I will hold this beast off for a moment. With all your strength, kill it. Otherwise, we will both perish, and behind us, no one will be able to stop this beast's rampage, which could lead to the collapse of the other battlefields. Lang Jun suddenly spoke in a low, hoarse voice to Yin Kuei. Yin Kuei wanted to curse. You hold it off. What do you intend to hold it off with? With your nearly crippled body? Yet the dire situation before them did not allow him to voice his thoughts. Lang Jun had already given his all. He could feel that this man had little blood and energy left to fight, even in a state of boiling blood. Ultimately, all he could manage was a sullen, "All right." Hearing the response, Lang Jun slowly rose from the ground, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly. The blade of this battle knife was already battered and broken, the blade riddled with cracks, much like his own body. Wait, are you trying to? Yin Kuei's words were cut short as he saw Lang Jun slowly approach the black crystal ant guard, the remainder of his sentence swallowed back. He did not know what Lang Jun intended to do, but he knew he must not disturb him. He slightly crouched, ready to unleash his speed for reinforcement. The black crystal ant guard regarded Lang Jun, approaching with bloodthirsty, cruel eyes, aware that this human posed no threat. It too bore injuries, having sustained several wounds from the duo. Raising its enormous mandibles, it swiftly lunged at Lang Jun, aiming to slice him apart. Lang Jun, expressionless, watched as the menacing jaws drew ever closer, seemingly oblivious to the danger. Suddenly, he performed an unexpected action. He released his grip on the long knife, allowing it to fall slowly to the ground. The blade tip striking the earth and shattering into two pieces. An alarming wave of vitality erupted from him, his hands bracing against the mandibles of the black crystal ant guard, his feet sliding backward, carving deep furrows into the ground. In that instant, a single ant leg pierced through his entire body, followed by another that continued to impale him. Black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs surged from Lang Jun's mouth as he hoarsely locked eyes with the ant beast. Yin Kuei, kill it. Yin Kuei, shocked and momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, finally snapped out of his daze. He realized that Lang Jun, who could barely stand, had somehow found the confidence to claim he could hold off the black crystal ant guard. It became clear that he intended to use his own body to block all of the ant guard's attacks, buying time for Yin Kuei. A surge of frustration welled up within Yin Kuei, and with a roar, he unleashed the fastest speed of his life, charging toward the black crystal ant guard. As he closed in, he raised his massive bone club and brought it crashing down onto the ant guard's head. Yin Kuei's teeth nearly shattered, and the veins in his arms bulged as he poured all his strength into the blow. The black crystal ant guard sensed the might of the strike and desperately attempted to withdraw its mandibles or front legs from the human before it. But it was all in vain. Lang Jun's face twisted in agony as he grinned savagely at the black crystal ant guard. Beast, die with me. I could use a companion on my journey. As the black crystal ant guard struggled more frantically, Lang Jun's hands were severed, and the legs embedded in his body nearly split him in two, with only a few exposed, blood-red vertebrae connecting him to his torso. Yet at that moment, Yin Kuei's massive bone club struck the head of the black crystal ant guard. With a sickening crunch, the ant's head caved in, shattering like an egg, fragments scattering across the ground. Yellowish viscous fluid splattering several meters away until it was absorbed back into its body. The black crystal ant guard, subjected to such a blow, fell dead on the spot. Lang Jun stood upright, slowly turning to glance back at the tribe. But everything was a blur. Truly, it was indistinct. He wished to wipe his eyes, only to discover that both arms had been severed, his hands a bloody mess. He attempted to lift his hand, but it felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. He surrendered. Lang Jun turned to look at the tribe, murmuring, "I wish I could have just one more bowl of the bone soup my mother used to make. But she has been gone for nearly 5 years. What about my father? Is he still waiting for me to return home? I long to ruffle that little one's hair. I. Wolf Jun has become disoriented, murmuring incoherent words. Beside him, Yin Kuei hurriedly supports him, carefully laying him flat on the ground. However, when Yin Kuei attempts to speak to Wolf Jun, a dreadful realization strikes him. He can no longer hear any sound. He numbly gazes at Wolf Jun's face, which still looks toward the tribe behind him, yet he is utterly unable to utter a single word. Yin Kuei clenches his fists and collapses to the ground, lost in his own thoughts. He feels the emaciated body of Wolf Jun and finally comprehends why this man, who is evidently drained of vitality, could unleash such tremendous strength to temporarily subdue the black crystal ant guard. It was the last surge of his lifeblood. This resolute man has exhausted the final vestiges of his strength. Wolf Jun has perished, dying in a corner of this battlefield, a place where countless battles have raged, and few have been able to keep their attention here. Yet, those who did could not help but weep silently. These were Wolf Jun's kin. Wolf Jun's father, a gaunt elder of the tribe, cradles a half-grown child in his arms, who is none other than Wolf Jun's own offspring. The child buries his head in his grandfather's embrace, confused as to why the elder suddenly holds him tightly, preventing him from witnessing the battlefield. Innocently, he inquires, "Grandfather, how is father? Did he drive away that savage beast?" However, after a long pause without a reply from the elder, he feels the old man's grip tighten, accompanied by a tremor. He looks up at the elder's aged face, where tears brim in his murky eyes. Perplexed, he wishes to turn back and see the battlefield but is pressed back into the elder's embrace. "Your father has driven away the savage beast. He is the great hero of our tribe, a warrior. But when can father come back? He must chase away more savage beasts. For now, he will not return." Feng Xian also notices the battlefield where Wolf Jun fought. Sensing the fading and disappearance of the life force of the man who had braved the ant's nest alongside him, Feng Xian grips the blood-patterned blade tightly, his gaze fierce, waiting for the right moment to unleash a wind blade technique. The blade follows the wind. The trajectory shifts with the breeze, striking at a peculiar angle to sever the ant limb of the sawtooth black horn ant, directly cutting through the joint. With a forceful kick, he sends one of the ant limbs flying, and before the sawtooth black horn ant can react, he delivers another strike, severing its head from its body. The menacing head of the sawtooth black horn ant rolls to Feng Xian's feet, and he expressionlessly crushes it beneath his boot. His mood is far from pleasant. Although Wolf Jun initially bore an inexplicable malice towards him, later, Feng Xian could sense the change in Wolf Jun, especially during their time in the Black Wolf tribe, where the man's genuine emotions and feelings for his tribe struck a chord deep within Feng Xian's heart. Ultimately, this man also fell in the battle to protect the tribe, seemingly dedicating everything he did for the tribe, for his kin to carve out a space for survival in this perilous wilderness. Feng Xian's eyes, filled with intense killing intent, fixate on the remaining black horn ant clan. Since these underground insects have dared to surface, none shall return. Feng Xian embarks on a frenzied slaughter of the black horn ants, even approaching Xian Shi, who watches in terror as Feng Xian decapitates the sawtooth black horn ant at the peak of its awakening. Xian Shi stares blankly at Feng Xian's retreating figure, his mouth opening as if to say something, but ultimately he resigns to silence, mimicking Feng Xian as he seeks a new opponent to vent his pent-up frustration. Chapter 45. The fierce battle elsewhere on the battlefield of the Black Wolf Forest. Fierce skirmishes rage on. The Black Wind Wolf King and the Black Crystal Ant Guard are locked in a relentless struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Both beasts are in the early stages of the breath-nourishing realm. The speed and agility of the Black Wind Wolf King make it exceedingly difficult for the Black Crystal Ant Guard to track its movements, thwarting its attempts to land a hit. Yet, the Black Wind Wolf King finds itself equally at a loss against the Black Crystal Ant Guard. Once fully crystallized, the ant's defense becomes formidable, even when the Black Wind Wolf King employs its most powerful talent, the Wind-Splitting Claw, to momentarily breach the black crystal armor. The defense quickly regenerates, rendering it nearly impossible to inflict lasting harm. Furthermore, the Black Crystal Ant Guard, as a member of a tribe that values strength above all, delivers blows that the Black Wind Wolf King finds daunting. It is not merely a beast with robust defenses. Previously caught off guard by an attack, the Black Wind Wolf King's fur was torn, exposing blood and flesh in a gruesome display. The prolonged stalemate has left the Black Wind Wolf King increasingly agitated, and thus, they remain in this deadlocked. In contrast, the battle between Eagle 2 and another Black Crystal Ant Guard is heavily one-sided. The ant is forced to defend against the sharp claws and beaks of the Xian Eagle, daring not to let its guard down for an instant. Its greatest fear is being seized by the Xian Eagle and caught in the air. Should it be thrown from such heights, even if it were twice as strong, it would be reduced to a mangled heap. Eagle 2 is acutely aware of this, perpetually searching for the opportune moment. Capturing prey is not as simple as it sounds. If it were to snatch its target into the sky only to face a fierce counterattack, it could easily leave itself vulnerable to a devastating blow. Therefore, in situations where its prey is capable of resistance, the Xian Eagle refrains from hastily taking it aloft. The Xian Eagle, not being particularly defensively inclined, would face dire consequences if it were struck. Furthermore, should it land, the Xian Eagle would be akin to a helpless chicken, merely awaiting slaughter. The Black Crystal Ant Guard's periodic burrowing further infuriates Eagle 2, who circles in the sky, screeching, its keen eyes fixed on the ground. The moment a Black Crystal Ant Guard reveals itself, it will be met with a fierce assault. Feng Xian stands atop the carcass of a sawtooth ant, surveying the battlefield, searching for the advanced ant warriors of the awakening realm. He has begun to assess his own strength, realizing that typical high-tier awakening realm beasts are no match for him. Even those at the pinnacle of the awakening realm can only withstand a bit longer in his grasp. However, Feng Xian is acutely aware of his combat capabilities, knowing that no matter how fierce he may be within the awakening realm, he would likely not stand a chance against a single beast in the breath-nourishing realm, unless it were a peculiar creature unskilled in battle. Yet, even such creatures usually possess unique methods of defense, making them not easily vanquished. At the heart of the battlefield, Xian Yo fiercely clashes with the Black Crystal Ant King. The massive iron wolf tusk and the Ant King's black crystal armor collide with a thunderous crash, sending Xian Yo reeling backward. While the Black Crystal Ant King suffers as well, its razor-sharp forelegs are met with the force of the strike, shattering its black crystal armor and exposing its fragile underbelly, with cracks beginning to ooze thick, viscous fluid. Xian Yo rises from the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood, glaring fiercely at the Black Crystal Ant King. His hands trembling uncontrollably from the immense recoil, the skin of his palms beginning to split with blood. His innate colossal strength has always been his trump card in challenges beyond his realm. However, facing an equally powerful ant tribe, particularly one led by the Black Crystal Ant King, who is in the late stages of the breath-nourishing realm, his advantage in sheer power becomes less significant. Ironically, it is precisely because of his extraordinary strength that he qualifies to confront the Black Crystal Ant King directly. Unbeknownst to Xian Yo, the Black Crystal Ant King is equally perplexed. The ant tribe has always dominated through sheer might, and few beasts of the same realm can contend with them in raw power. Yet, this peculiar human possesses such strength that it is impossible to discern who holds the upper hand. Leaving it deeply astonished, Xian Yo shakes off the numbness in his hands, producing a crackling sound, and once again grips the wolf tusk tightly, charging toward the Black Crystal Ant King. Just as the Black Crystal Ant King focuses all its energy on Xian Yo, An arrow flies from the shadows, striking precisely at the joint of its hind leg. The black crystal ant king erupts in fury. This is not the first time it has faced such an annoyance. After engaging with Xian Niu, sharp arrows frequently rain down from various points on the battlefield. Even with its body covered in black crystal, the joints remain relatively vulnerable, allowing arrows to penetrate its defenses with relative ease. Moreover, each time it is preoccupied with the formidable human before it, it is unable to defend against the arrows launched from the shadows. Though the arrow may seem insignificant compared to its massive size, the actual damage it inflicts surpasses that of the human opponent. The clandestine ambush by Xianling finally provokes the ire of the black crystal ant king, whose malicious gaze fixates on the location from which the arrow was shot. Suddenly, a surge of earthy yellow light emanates from the black crystal ant king, sending a wave of energy rippling outward silently. Xian Niu, feeling the intensity of this wave up close, suddenly changes color, urgently shouting to Xianling hidden in the shadows, "Get out of the way!" At that moment, the concealed Xianling felt a jolt of alarm when the black crystal ant king fixed its gaze upon his location. The thunderous roar of Xian Niu spurred him into immediate action, propelling himself away with unrestrained speed. Just as Xuanling's feet left the ground, a multitude of stone spikes erupted violently from the earth within a radius of over 50 meters from where he had stood. Each spike appeared exceedingly sharp, some extending to lengths of nearly 10 feet and as thick as a human head, forming a dense thicket of rocky thorns. This was the black crystal ant king's innate ability, the thorny spikes. In the distance, several black horned ants, which had not yet retreated to launch an attack on Xianling, were impaled by these spikes, suspended grotesquely like pieces of decaying flesh. A collective gasp escaped the lips of all who witnessed this scene. No one had anticipated that the black crystal ant king possessed such a formidable ability, rendering it a veritable harvesting weapon on the battlefield. Xianling, drenched in cold sweat, cast a fearful glance at the forest of spikes, feeling a chilling dread envelop him. Had he not remained vigilant and heeded the warning from Daniel, he too might have met the same fate as those lifeless black horned ants, pierced through by countless spikes and perishing here. The black crystal ant king, witnessing its immense effort to unleash the spike attack fail to injure the cursed human, was consumed by profound disappointment. Yet, while the crowd stood in stunned silence, Xian Niu was far from dazed. He raised his wolf-tooth club and delivered a powerful blow to the momentarily distracted black crystal ant king, sending its massive form staggering backward for several meters. Dazed, the black crystal ant king quickly regained its footing, shaking its bewildered head, its enormous black eyes glaring fiercely at Xian Niu. The protective shell of black crystal at the point of impact was utterly shattered, revealing a grotesque sight of yellow-green viscous fluid and glistening white flesh beneath, marred by deep fissures. This marked the gravest injury the black crystal ant king had sustained since the onset of this battle. Igniting a furious rage within it that instant, it exuded an even greater surge of energy, a yellowish-brown aura radiating outward. Sharing the same earth attribute constitution, Xian Niu's gaze sharpened, and a similar glow enveloped him. Augmenting his defensive capabilities, as this transpired, the very soil and stones surrounding the black crystal ant king began to tremble violently, with countless clods of earth rolling and massive boulders levitating beside it. Observing this, Xian Niu's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, and he retreated frantically while shouting, "Everyone fall back!" The warriors on the battlefield instinctively turned at the sound of his booming voice, and their eyes widened in horror. The colossal black crystal ant king was surrounded by a maelstrom of sand and stone, which began to coalesce rapidly, transforming into a torrential downpour of debris aimed directly at Xian Niu and those behind him. Innate ability, Sandstorm Fury. Chapter 46. Battle against the Ant King. The battlefield shifted in an instant. Just as the crowd recognized the impending assault initiated by the black crystal ant king, the resultant barrage was already hurtling towards Xian Niu and his comrades. Initially, Xian Niu sought to evade the concentrated onslaught, but upon noticing his companions behind him, he halted his retreat without a second thought. If he continued to back away, he might escape unharmed, but his allies would surely bear the brunt of the devastating attack. With a grim determination, Xian Niu clenched his teeth and swung his massive wolf-tooth club with wild abandon. shattering the incoming boulders into fragments that scattered in all directions, intercepting the majority of the stone rain. Yet, even as he fought valiantly, he felt his strength waning rapidly from the relentless barrage. Some stones bypassed his defenses, striking him with considerable force, leaving him bruised and his protective aura flickering uncertainly at that moment. A boulder over a meter in diameter soared past his head, crashing down towards the rear. In its trajectory, it was headed straight for Xian Shi, who was engaged in a fierce battle with a high-ranking serrated black-horned ant. Although Xian Shi heard Xian You's urgent shout, he was too engrossed in his struggle to discern the peril approaching from above. In the distance, Feng Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed towards Xian Shi, yet the gap between them felt insurmountable. Xian Shi, dodge! Just as Xian Shi repelled the serrated black-horned ant, he suddenly sensed a piercing shriek approaching. Instinctively, he glanced upward, only to be met with the sight of a massive boulder hurtling down. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, frozen in shock, Xian Shi found himself unable to move. In that critical moment, a figure surged forth from the side, colliding with him and sending him flying just as the boulder struck. He landed several meters away, while the figure that had saved him was crushed beneath the falling stone. With a thunderous crash, the boulder struck the ground, sending tremors through the earth. The shadow that had sacrificed itself was none other than the yellow-toothed uncle who had earlier playfully slapped Xian Shi's forehead. As Xian Shi soared through the air, time seemed to slow. He witnessed his body being propelled upward, the yellow-toothed uncle's mouth opening as if to speak. Yet everything unfolded in a surreal blend of slow motion and rapidity. Ultimately, the boulder fell, and the yellow-toothed uncle was pinned beneath it, forming a massive indentation in the earth. Xian Shi stared in stunned disbelief at the mangled, bloodied form of the yellow-toothed uncle, his mind blank. He opened his mouth, desperate to utter something, but found himself parched and voiceless. Under the weight of that boulder, this uncle, whose cultivation level was merely at the bone-refining stage, had met an immediate and tragic end. At that moment, Feng Xian arrived swiftly at Xian Shi's side. He seized the opportunity while the serrated black-horned ant was still dazed and terrified, swiftly severing its head with a single stroke before rushing to Xian Shi's side. Feng Xian had witnessed the entire sequence of events, including the yellow-toothed uncle's selfless act of pushing Xian Shi out of harm's way. Everything transpired too quickly. Even if Feng Xian had occupied Xian Shi's position, he could not guarantee he would have reacted any better. Silently, Feng Xian gazed at the lifeless body of the yellow-toothed uncle, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes as he placed a comforting hand on Xian Shi's shoulder. No words were exchanged. He didn't know how to console him if it were him. He too would be at a loss for words in this moment of grief. Xian Shi, with a vacant expression, stared at the corpse of the yellow-toothed uncle, recalling the elder's warnings from earlier. He had once thought that these seasoned warriors, with their wealth of experience, were far better suited to the battlefield than he. A mere novice with formidable cultivation but little understanding. Indeed, the yellow-toothed uncle had managed to survive amid the perils of war, relying solely on his bone-refining stage prowess. Yet, he had perished inexplicably while trying to save Xian Shi. A tragedy compounded by the fact that Xian Shi did not even know the man's true name, having only referred to him by his moniker in the tribe. The battle raged on. There was little time for sorrow on this battlefield. In a sudden frenzy, Xian Shi raised the somewhat battered axe in his hands and began to strike at the surrounding black-horned ants with wild abandon. While Feng Xian silently guarded his side, ensuring he would not be ambushed by the remaining ant beasts. The Black Crystal Ant King's strike had claimed nearly 1/5 of the lives on the battlefield, indiscriminately taking both friend and foe. Close to 100 lives were extinguished in that single attack, including many of the swift black wind wolves, who were unable to evade the lethal onslaught. After unleashing this devastating attack, the Black Crystal Ant King's brilliance dimmed significantly, indicating that it could not unleash such a powerful ability again in the near future. Xian Yu stood amidst the chaos, his once boisterous demeanor now reduced to a state of utter disarray, his body marred with bruises and wounds. The iron spikes embedded in his wolf-tooth club had dulled and bent significantly, rendering this weapon, forged from fine iron, nearly beyond repair. Unbeknownst to him, Xian Yu had narrowly escaped the wrath of the Black Crystal Ant King's previous ability. He cast aside his battered wolf-tooth club. spitting out a mouthful of blood, and wiped the corner of his mouth. From within his garments, he retrieved a pair of claw-like implements and slowly donned them on his fists. These claw-like weapons were the true instruments of Xian You's combat prowess. The wolf tooth club was merely a means to contend with larger beasts. Having intended to pulverize the Ant King into a mushy pulp, it seemed that plan was no longer feasible. Thus, he resolved to test whose strength was greater. With a sudden surge of muscle, Xian You's legs coiled tightly, and in an instant, he propelled himself toward the black crystal Ant King, leaving behind a half-meter deep crater in the ground. He landed a powerful punch to its side. Boom! Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as Xian You's fist struck the Ant King's protective shield, nearly shattering it to pieces. Rolling Stone Fist, second style, the Thousand-Gene Strike. The silhouette of Xian You flickered incessantly around the black crystal Ant King, striking it repeatedly and causing its crystalline armor to crack and splinter. The Rolling Stone Fist technique was wielded with extraordinary finesse in his hands. Suddenly, the black crystal Ant King withstood an attack that sent Xian You hurtling dozens of meters away, carving a deep furrow in the ground until he collided with a massive tree, where he finally came to a halt. The protective glow surrounding Xian You shattered, directly dispersed by the Ant King's charged blow. Just as the black crystal Ant King prepared to advance further, several successive arrows flew in, piercing its eyes. However, the black crystal Ant King had already shielded its eyes, rendering the arrows ineffective against its defenses. Nevertheless, this distraction afforded it a moment to breathe. This moment, a figure finally arrived before Xian Shi, Wolf Yi, the leader of the Black Wolf tribe. It turned out that Wolf Yi had finally dealt with his opponent. Not far from the battlefield, a black crystal ant guard lay slain, its limbs severed, with nearly all of its appendages dismantled by Wolf Yi. Scattered about Wolf Yi faced the black crystal Ant King. His expression was grave. Unlike Xian You, he lacked the strength to fight beyond his means, and having already engaged in several prolonged battles, his stamina was nearly exhausted. A moment of carelessness could lead to his demise at the jaws of the Ant King, with Xian You now incapacitated and uncertain of his condition, and Xian Ling unable to contend with the Ant King. It was essential that Xian You not meet any further misfortune. Thus, he alone must hold the line for now. Wolf Yi continuously engaged the black crystal Ant King with his speed, refusing to relent. Meanwhile, Xian Ling also reached the fallen Xian You's side, producing a green pill from his bosom and forcefully placing it into his mouth. "How are you? Can you still fight?" "I can. But I need a moment to recover. That beast's strike shattered my protective energy. Just give me a moment," Xian You replied, his face pale as he assessed his internal condition. Xian Ling nodded slightly. Relieved that he was still alive, he then withdrew, utilizing various cover to encircle the black crystal Ant King, continuously raining arrows to disrupt its assault. After a brief interval, the black crystal Ant King repelled Wolf Yi and surveyed the battlefield, only to be taken aback by the heavy casualties inflicted upon its kin. Even among the ant guards at the Transcendental Realm, only two remained to engage with the Black Wind Wolf King and Xian Ying. Completely unable to spare assistance, it dawned upon the Ant King that this invasion had unequivocally failed. The enemy's high-tier combatants were multiplying, and should it fight to the bitter end, it might not escape unscathed. Thus, the Ant King finally entertained thoughts of retreat, slowly withdrawing its form while its legs began to rapidly burrow into the earth in an attempt to escape. As for its two subordinates, it had no intention of recalling them. They could serve to buy it time, for otherwise, the enemy would surely pursue. Observing this scene from afar, several individuals exchanged glances of alarm. This beast intended to flee. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Xian Ling, watching from a distance, suddenly curled his lips into a cold smile, silently observing the Ant King. Chapter 47. The annihilation of the Ant King. Just as the black crystal Ant King prepared to flee, it suddenly felt something amiss within its body, an increasing sharp pain, and a creeping numbness spreading through its limbs. Alarmed, it lowered its gaze to inspect its legs, and to its horror, it discovered arrows had penetrated its exoskeletal defenses at the joints of its appendages. It suddenly comprehended why that human archer had been relentlessly targeting it. Not only was he causing distractions, but he was also embedding these arrows within its flesh. The black crystal Ant King dared not move its legs vigorously. The cursed arrows sank deeper with each struggle, nearly embedding themselves entirely within its body. Given its current state, attempting to burrow away quickly had become a fanciful notion. For the first time, the Ant King felt a profound sense of panic as events unfolded in ways it had never anticipated. It raised its head, glaring fiercely at Wolf Yi and the others, deciding to eliminate these detestable humans first before gradually extracting the arrows. Abandoning thoughts of escape, the Black Crystal Ant King launched into a frenzied assault against Wolf Yi, forsaking its previous cautious approach. Not only that, but spikes began to erupt chaotically from the ground. Targeting Wolf Yi indiscriminately, he dodged left and right, forced to defend against the Ant King's onslaught, while also evading the ground spikes. Appearing quite beleaguered and inwardly lamenting his plight. Despite exercising utmost caution, he ultimately found a sharp spike piercing through the flesh of his thigh. Fortunately, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain and managed to escape the range of the spikes. Wolf Yi retreated to stand before his companions, blood streaming down his leg, yet he had no time to attend to his injury. His expression grim, he looked towards the Black Crystal Ant King and shouted, "Xian Yo, great leader, can you still fight?" Behind him, Xian Yo slightly rose, nodding his head. After a brief moment of rest, he had regained some strength. Xian Ling, like a wraith, appeared beside the two, warily eyeing the Black Crystal Ant King. Frowning as he remarked, "This cannot continue. That beast is on the verge of madness, and our situation is becoming increasingly precarious." The four of them found themselves in a stalemate with the Black Crystal Ant King. Wolf Yi was gravely injured. Xian Yo was making an effort to recuperate, and Xian Ling could not engage the Ant King in close combat. His arrows, ineffective against the Ant King's formidable defenses, left them momentarily powerless against it. Xian Ling and Wolf Yi did not linger, pressing forward to entangle the Black Crystal Ant King further, buying Xian Yo more time to recover. At this juncture, Feng Xian appeared beside Xian Yo without anyone noticing. Narrowing his eyes as he observed the Black Crystal Ant King for a moment, he seemed to have made a resolution and addressed Xian Yo, saying, "Uncle Dinyo, if I can seize a moment to control the Black Crystal Ant King and interrupt its powers, do you think you could strike it down?" Xian Yo, taken aback by this proposition, cast a bewildered glance at Feng Xian, asking, "What means do you possess? You are merely at the blood-boiling stage." Feng Xian, exasperated, retorted, "What do you mean by merely? My progress has been rapid." Although he acknowledged that his current cultivation was lacking for the battlefield at hand. With a grim expression, Feng Xian insisted, "This is not the time for hesitation. Uncle Dinyo, warriors of our race are falling at every moment. If we can eliminate this Black Crystal Ant King swiftly, we can conclude this battle sooner. Besides, do you have a better plan?" Hearing this, Xian Yo was struck by a realization. Indeed, ending the battle sooner would spare lives among the tribes. He scanned the battlefield, noting many human warriors already lifeless upon the cold, muddy ground, with those still able to fight dwindling to less than half. Most troubling was Xian Shi, seemingly possessed, engaged in a frenzied battle with the black horn ants, driven by some unseen stimulus. After a moment of silence, Xian Yo finally made up his mind. "Very well. I will trust you with my life, boy." Feng Xian nodded solemnly, saying nothing more. Xian Yo rose, straightening himself, massaging his stiffened face, and charged once more at the Black Crystal Ant King like a rampaging bull. "Beast, come and fight." The Black Crystal Ant King, unrelenting, felt the ground tremble as soil and rock began to surge, readying a volley of spikes to shoot forth. At that moment, Feng Xian, who had been observing the battle from the rear, focused intently, swiftly casting a spell. With a surge of soul energy, 3 invisible soul spikes formed almost instantaneously and hurtled towards the Black Crystal Ant King. Great completion of the shamanic technique, Soul Piercer. 3 piercing strikes of terror swiftly and silently plunged into the body of the Black Crystal Ant King. The Black Crystal Ant King abruptly stiffened, the elemental fluctuations it had gathered dissipating in an instant. And its gaze fell into a stupor. Feng Xian, having delivered this blow, retreated several steps with a pale visage, driving his long knife fiercely into the ground to steady himself. After all, he was confronting a late-stage beast of the tuning realm. Even though the Black Crystal Ant King was not in its prime after a prolonged battle, he still endured a severe backlash, albeit one that remained within the limits of his endurance. This marked Feng Xian's first full release of the soul-piercing strike after absorbing the power of the bronze space for an extended period. He was unsure of its exact might, but he was certain it could momentarily disrupt the Black Crystal Ant King. As for whether that fleeting moment would determine the outcome, it was left to Uncle Danyud. At this juncture, Feng Xian's soul was nearing the limit of what could be achieved at the shaman level, and he estimated that even 2 or 3 peak shaman-level practitioners of the same rank would pale in comparison to his soul's strength. Sometimes, he even felt as though his soul might detach from his body at any moment, illustrating just how formidable it had become. Of course, this was merely an illusion. If Feng Xian were to truly achieve a soul out-of-body experience without the protection of his physical form, his spirit would succumb to the external disturbances and gradually dissipate. Should he encounter the scorching rays of the sun, the result would be a swift demise of his soul. Without reaching the spirit shaman realm and lacking the luminous protection for his spirit, he could not wander freely in the external world. Had he not sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough, Feng Xian believed he would have already qualified to advance to the spirit shaman realm. Not every shaman reached this level solely by fortifying their soul to its limits. Unlike others, he had the advantage of the bronze space, and thus, with his current soul strength, Feng Xian was confident that he was exceptionally formidable among shaman practitioners. The bronze space, shrouded in mystery, had yielded no information despite Feng Xian's exhaustive search through all the ancient texts of the tribes. Although he exercised caution in utilizing the powers of this space, he increasingly sensed its terrifying potential, yet he had yet to discover the most suitable way to harness it. During this time, he had been preoccupied with martial cultivation, somewhat neglecting the exploration of the bronze space's capabilities. After this encounter, he would undoubtedly need to devote time to studying its remarkable uses. On the battlefield, Xian Yo, who had been closely monitoring the Black Crystal Ant King, observed its current state. His eyes lit up with a fierce glint, and he let out a sinister smile as he charged forward, leaping into the air. Utilizing the momentum of his sprint, he unleashed the final move of the Rolling Stone Fist, the mountain-crushing strike. Xian Yo, embodying the ferocity of a wild dragon, barreled toward a massive mountain as though intent on shattering it to pieces. Radiant energy erupted from his body, and waves of blood energy emanated like smoke. This punch was a breathtaking technique that only a master of blood energy could execute, and under Xian Yo's full-force eruption, it unleashed an unprecedented might. He was confident that even a small mountain could be crushed by his single blow. With a thunderous crash, the Black Crystal Ant King was smashed into the earth, creating a deep crater. Its carapace shattered and slime scattered as it was literally obliterated. Its protective black crystal armor seemed to provide no defense whatsoever, crumbling into countless fragments. Caught off guard and in a daze from the soul-piercing strike, the Black Crystal Ant King met its demise, felled by Xian Yo's overwhelmingly powerful punch. Standing in the vast pit, Xian Yo stood atop the corpse of the Black Crystal Ant King, staring at his own hands in disbelief, feeling as though he had finally touched the threshold of blood energy mastery. After a moment of stunned silence, the surrounding members of the human tribe erupted into thunderous cheers, mingled with shouts of anger and madness. Chapter 48. Conversations as the Black Crystal Ant King fell. The Black Horn Ant tribe was instantly engulfed in panic, sensing the demise of their leader. They ceased their struggle against their opponents, hastily retreating, hoping to return to the subterranean depths of the forest. With their king slain and no one to direct them, they chose to scatter in flight. The Black Horn Ant tribe clearly sensed their impending doom, and the remaining 2 Black Crystal Ant guards were swiftly surrounded and killed by Xianling and others, including the Black Wind Wolf King and Xianing, leaving them no chance to escape. 1 Black Crystal Ant guard, previously entangled with Xianing, intended to burrow underground to evade capture, but was detected by Xian Yo, who adeptly sensed the movements below. He accurately struck the ground with a ferocious punch, causing the earth to collapse, and soon after, the others eliminated the Black Crystal Ant guard that had not yet managed to escape. The battle in the Black Wolf Forest had thus come to an end. Though the fighting had ceased, the aftermath required much attention. The carcasses of the beasts needed to be gathered, the remains of fallen tribesmen required collection and burial, and resources needed to be allocated. The Black Wolf tribe would likely face a long period of unrest. Following the fleeting euphoria of victory, A somber atmosphere enveloped the aftermath, with sighs and wails echoing from various corners. Even the battle-hardened members of the great wilderness human tribe felt profound sorrow. The casualties in this conflict were staggering. Xian Shi stood alone before the body of a fallen warrior clad in the garb of the Xianing tribe. His head bowed in silence. At that moment, another elder approached, dragging his injured body with difficulty. Observing the elder with yellowed teeth, Xian Shi's eyes reddened slightly. After a moment of closing his eyes, he spoke softly. He was Xian Er, a simple warrior from the second hunting team. Little Stone, remember him not for saving you, but for the hope you carry for the tribe. We may lack talent, and our cultivation may only lead us this far. But you are different, young one. You cannot perish. You are the future of the tribe. The elder gazed intently at Xian Shi, speaking each word with gravity. Xian Shi looked back at the elder, sensing the deep sadness concealed in his eyes, which he struggled to mask. Observing the resemblance between this elder and the fallen Xian heir, Feng Xian hesitated and asked, "Uncle, you? I am Xianda, the elder brother of Xian heir. You need not bear excessive guilt for our deaths. In this vast wilderness, every day we live is a gain. We never expected to return unscathed from battle. Death is merely a matter of timing," the elder replied, his tone detached, as if speaking of a stranger rather than his own brother. Xian Shi processed this revelation, looking at Xianda, opening his mouth but unsure how to respond. Remember this situation. We old bones cannot always shield you from everything. One day you will become stronger. And by then, we may not even be able to protect you from a single blow. You will come to realize that you must be the one to shield the tribe from the storm. Just like your father and your grandfather, Xianda stated. Afterward, Xianda attempted to lift his brother's body to carry it away, but Xian Shi reached out to stop him. Xian Shi knelt on the ground, his reddened eyes pleading as he looked at Xianda. "Uncle Xianda, I wish to personally escort Uncle Xian Er for a distance." Seeing the sincerity in Xian Shi's eyes, Xianda felt a flicker of comfort and silently nodded. Placing Xian Er's body onto Xian Shi's arms, they then walked toward a designated area in the camp where the fallen members of the Xianing tribe were gathered, by the edge of a surrounding wall. Feng Xian sat alone, gazing at the battlefield and the distant sky. The broken blood-stained knife lay beside him as he melancholically observed the endless expanse above, the distant mountains, and felt the faint breeze carrying a hint of blood scent. Xian Yo approached and sat down beside Feng Xian, taking a sip from a wine pouch before extending it toward him. "Care for a drink?" Feng Xian glanced at him, accepted it, and took a hearty swig. But his eagerness led to a deep flush on his face as he coughed violently, cough, cough. After wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, Feng Xian felt invigorated by the strong alcohol. His pallor brightening significantly, Xian Yo surveyed their surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. "You've truly accomplished something significant this time. Had the Black Crystal Ant King fought back with all its might, we might have lost a few of our own." Feng Xian returned the wine pouch to Uncle Daniel, dismissively waving his hand, indicating this was merely his duty. He then cast a worried glance toward Xian Shi's direction and spoke with concern. "Uncle Daniel, what about Brother Shi?" Xian Yo gazed thoughtfully at Xian Shi's silhouette, reflecting, such events are inevitable. It's merely a matter of time. Perhaps this time it was a warrior of the tribe. Next time it could be someone even closer. Or even me. He must grow up and learn to face everything. I am already over 40. If I cannot break through to the blood energy realm or a higher level before I turn 50, my vitality will inevitably decline. The tribe will always need you young ones to protect it, and you are the one who must shoulder this heavy responsibility." Feng Xian comforted, "Uncle Daniel, this time we have acquired blood essence honey. You will surely be able to break through to the blood chi stage." Hearing this, Xian Yo chuckled confidently. "Through this battle, even without the blood essence honey, I will undoubtedly break through to the blood chi stage within half a year to a year." However, that is not the reason. Feng Xian was taken aback by Xian Yo's words, and then with excitement exclaimed, "Have you sensed the threshold?" Xian Yo nodded and continued, "However, I still need to use some blood essence honey to make the breakthrough. This is a precious item that not only assists in overcoming bottlenecks but also replenishes vitality. With its aid, the speed of my breakthrough will be accelerated, and I may even advance further." Feng Xian nodded in agreement, recognizing the significance. Uncle Daniel is indeed the highest combat strength of the tribe, and it was he who personally secured the blood essence honey. Suddenly, Feng Xian realized the implication behind Uncle Dinyo's earlier statement about him not being suited to guard the tribe. Sensing something in Uncle Dinyo's tone, he asked with curiosity, "Uncle Dinyo, what do you mean by saying I am not suited to guard the tribe?" Upon hearing this question, Xianyo took a large gulp of his drink, indifferent to the liquid spilling over, and gazed into the distant sky where the Xian eagle circled. He said softly, "Kid, you are a genius and should not be confined to this obscure corner of Qishan. This world is vast. What do Qishan and even the entire Kanglan mountain range amount to? Your talent is unparalleled, something I have never witnessed before. I initially struggled to understand what Elder Wu meant when he said you were like a dragon trapped in shallow waters. Until you influenced a battle where the odds were heavily against you despite being merely at the boiling blood level, was then I grasped Elder Wu's meaning. As he spoke, Xianyo suddenly turned to look at Feng Xian with intense eyes and continued, "You do not belong here. Your future should be one where you compete against the prodigies of the human race and even the alien races. Although I, Xianyo, am not a man of great insight, merely a rough fellow, I understand that every human prodigy should not be shackled to one place. You are the radiant sun in the sky, meant to shine forth with your own brilliance." Feng Xian was momentarily taken aback by Uncle Dinyo's unexpected outpouring of words and the sudden shift in topic, yet he felt the sincerity behind them. That moment, a hand rested on Feng Xian's shoulder. Startling him, he turned to find Uncle Ling had quietly approached them, attentively listening to their conversation. Uncle Ling sat beside them, snatched the wine pouch from Xianyo's hand, took a sip, and said, "What your Uncle Dinyo said is indeed correct. You do not belong here. Your path does not lie in this place. The calamity mystery of the Feng family cannot be unraveled in this remote corner. Only you can seek the answers. This is the wish of the entire Feng clan, and perhaps this is the insurmountable chasm you must face as the last descendant of the Feng family. Do not blame me for placing pressure on you. You need a goal, we can no longer assist you, and henceforth, the path ahead is yours alone to choose. All we can do is silently observe you from this Xian Eagle Mountain." Feng Xian looked at the faces of Uncle Ling and Uncle Dinyo, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. From the day he made his offering to Breakthrough, they had known he would eventually leave Xian Eagle, leaving this place that had nurtured him for over a decade. Chapter 49. A bounty of souls. Feng Xian felt a dryness in his throat. He longed to declare that he would not leave, yet reason reminded him that it was impossible to remain in this corner of Qishan for a lifetime. He needed to seek answers, to unravel the mysterious calamity that plagued him. He did not wish to meet the same inexplicable demise as his ancestors and kin. Furthermore, deep within him, there was a yearning to see what the outside world held, to uncover the origins of the bronze space within him. Feng Xian had an ominous premonition. If he were to halt his progress, the ancient bronze scroll would slip away from him. For he was not the person it sought. He was resolute in not wanting to lose this mysterious yet immensely powerful artifact. Feng Xian did not believe such a formidable entity would lack its own spirit. According to the legends of divine weapons and treasures, divine artifacts possess spirits, and he preferred to believe that he was not yet worthy of exploring this matter. Everything around him urged Feng Xian onward. He could not stop. Behind him lay an ever-expanding abyss, and should he cease, he would plunge into its depths, unable to escape. Only by continuing forward could he hope to dispel the fog. After a brief exchange, Xianyo rose, brushed off the dust from his clothing, and addressed the two. "I will visit the Black Wolf hunting hall to discuss the distribution of supplies. Old Ling, would you like to join?" Xianling nodded, gently ruffling Feng Xian's hair, saying nothing more. The two then made their way toward the Black Wolf tribe's hunting hall. Feng Xian watched as they departed, surveying his surroundings. Once he confirmed no one was paying him heed, he closed his eyes and swiftly plunged his consciousness into the bronze space. This time, whether in the ant nest of Baiyin Forest or the battlefield of the Black Wolf Forest, he had secretly gathered a substantial number of fallen ant clan souls. Though he had not tallied them precisely at the time, he believed the quantity was indeed staggering. Feng Xian manifested within the bronze space, where he found it nearly filled to capacity with the souls of the Black Horn Ant Clan. The faint blue souls jostled within the space, and among them were a few particularly enormous souls, those of the Black Crystal Ant Guard and the Black Crystal Ant King. The souls of the Black Crystal Ant King and guard were not as mindless as the others. Upon sensing Feng Xian's sudden appearance, they displayed fierce expressions and attempted to rush at him. Feng Xian raised an eyebrow, surprised that these insect beast souls, despite being in the breathing realm, could maintain some awareness. Unlike the other souls, which were utterly lost, merely wandering instinctively. Feng Xian looked at the few ant beasts with a smirk. Although the Black Crystal Ant King had been powerful in life, now they were merely souls without roots. And he had no need to worry. Moreover, this was the bronze space, where even a 100-fold stronger Black Crystal Ant King could not stir up any trouble. The communication space drove these souls into the hazy mist above, ensnaring them in the void. Indistinct waves began to emanate, gradually consuming and disintegrating these souls, grinding them into essence that Feng Xian could absorb. Feng Xian estimated that among them, there were approximately 131 souls of ant beasts below the high rank of the opening spirit realm, 21 souls at the peak of the opening spirit realm, 4 souls in the early stage of the breathing realm, and 1 soul in the late stage of the breathing realm. This was merely a portion of the souls he had collected from the ant nest and the battlefield of the Black Wolf Forest. The weaker souls began to dissipate after death, vanishing before Feng Xian could gather them, while the black horn ants that had been burned to ash by the totemic wolf spirits lost their souls completely. Thus, Feng Xian's collection consisted mostly of souls from the opening spirit realm, and he regrettably noted that he had no opportunity to collect the soul of the Ant Queen. It now appeared that he would not lack for soul nourishment for quite some time. Feng Xian estimated that it would take approximately 3 to 4 months for these souls to be completely ground down by the bronze space, and the time he would need to wait for the bronze space to gradually release the essence for him to absorb would be even longer. In any case, it seemed he would not need to worry about souls in the near future. Feng Xian felt a bit of a headache trying to figure out how to quantify the essence derived from these souls for future use. Perhaps the bronze space sensed Feng Xian's thoughts as it suddenly trembled, and he felt an influx of inexplicable information directly instilled into his consciousness. This information conveyed that the bronze space could convert the souls of early opening spirit realm beings into 1 unit of level 1 soul essence, while souls at the mid-level could be decomposed into 2 units of soul essence. Following this pattern, souls at the peak of the opening spirit realm could yield 4 units of soul essence. All souls decomposed from the opening spirit realm would produce level 1 soul essence. Ordinary souls that did not belong to any rank would require a significant quantity to merge into a single unit of level 1 soul essence, needing around 5 to 10 common souls to yield 1 unit. Souls from the breathing realm could yield level 2 soul essence, with early stage souls producing 1 unit of level 2 soul essence, while complete souls at the peak of the breathing realm could yield 4 units. Once Feng Xian broke through to the reservoir realm, he would only be able to enhance himself using level 2 soul essence, as level 1 would no longer have much effect on his soul. Currently, the souls within the bronze space were expected to yield approximately 375 units of level 1 essence and 7 units of level 2 soul essence. Feng Xian was left in a daze. He had merely been casually contemplating the categorization of soul essence for statistical purposes, yet the bronze space had provided such a thoughtful response. Could it be that the decomposition of a vast number of souls had allowed the bronze space to mature in some way? However, this time the bronze space offered no feedback to Feng Xian amidst his whimsical thoughts. Feng Xian collected his thoughts, initially believing he had made significant gains. Yet, upon calculating the soul essence he could decompose, he felt it was not as substantial as he had hoped. And of course, this was merely Feng Xian's shameless perspective. Had outsiders known his thoughts, they would be inclined to strike him down, for this was the purest essence of the soul. The essence that totems could decompose paled in comparison to this purity, a coveted treasure for every shaman. Not only did it greatly enhance the strength of the soul, but it also bore no side effects and possessed numerous other extraordinary applications. From this information, Feng Xian gleaned an essential insight. Should he break through to the spirit shaman realm, ordinary soul essence would hold little efficacy for him. He would require level 2 soul essence to further fortify himself. This realization left Feng Xian in a state of contemplation. If any soul could be cultivated, the path of a shaman would pose no challenge, with the only consideration being the issue of breaking through bottlenecks. His own techniques and martial skills still demanded a considerable amount of soul essence, leading Feng Xian, who had thought himself fortunate, to yearn for the chance to scour the battlefield for any overlooked souls. Yet, he merely entertained the thought. After such a lengthy period, the souls on the battlefield had long since dissipated. For Feng Xian, who needed to deduce various martial techniques and medicinal formulas, even an abundance of soul essence would never be deemed excessive. He had already confirmed the authenticity of the formula derived from the bronze space. His rapid advancement to the bone forging stage was largely attributed to the assistance of the blood glue oil formula, which had been derived from beast glue oil. Feng Xian intended to seize an opportunity to present this formula to the elder shaman, in hopes of aiding his tribe. Now, Feng Xian gradually understood that his transformation was too immense. Anyone could discern that he harbored certain secrets, though they tacitly refrained from inquiring. He chose not to conceal too much, as it would seem petty, yet the function of the bronze space remained a secret he could not divulge. Should this information accidentally leak, Feng Xian could scarcely fathom the repercussions. His soul was nearing the limit of what he could achieve at his current level, estimating that after absorbing 20 to 30 pieces of level 1 soul essence, he would no longer be able to take in more unless he could break through to the spirit shaman realm and enhance his soul's capacity. This harvest was monumental, especially considering he had not yet collected any souls aside from those of the Blackhorn Ant clan. Feng Xian was not one to pursue power without principle. Even the souls of the Black Wind Wolves from the Black Wolf tribe, after their demise, had remained untouched by his hands. However, he showed no such courtesy towards the Blackhorn Ants, seizing every soul he could gather and storing it within the bronze space as sustenance for the future, ensuring they contributed to his growth. Meanwhile, Xian Yo and others had concluded their discussions regarding the distribution of the Blackhorn Ant clan's carcasses on the battlefield, and the group prepared to return to their respective tribes. Chapter 50. The Battle Blade Black Crystal. The negotiations extended for nearly an hour, ultimately resulting in an agreement whereby the Xian Eagle tribe would receive 30 of all the insect beast carcasses, the Black Wolf tribe 50, and the Giant Rock tribe 20. For the carcass of the Black Crystal Ant King, it would be exclusively claimed by the Xian Eagle tribe. All parties involved had no objections to this distribution. Although it seemed the Xian Eagle tribe had drawn the shorter straw, given the losses incurred by the Black Wolf tribe, they were not overly concerned. In fact, Xian Yo and others had intended it this way. As the Xian Eagle tribe was indifferent to the gains or losses of ordinary insect beast carcasses, in the jungle, the group rode the Black Wind Wolves as they slowly traversed towards Xian Eagle Mountain. Escorted by the Black Wind Wolves dispatched by the Black Wolf tribe to return the Xian Eagle members to their tribe. Upon arrival, they would be accompanied back to the Black Wolf tribe by the warriors of the latter. Feng Xian urged his Black Wind Wolf to approach Xian Yo. Uncle Daniel, the outcome of your negotiation seems decidedly unfair to my Xian Eagle tribe. Why is that so? Feng Xian, perplexed, inquired. What you mean to say is that I, Xian Ying, am undoubtedly the key to the Black Wolf tribe's survival through this calamity. Yet, why is the allocation merely a mere 10% more than that of the Giant Rock tribe? Xian Yo replied nonchalantly. Feng Xian nodded, for this was precisely the source of his confusion. Had it not been for the support from the Xianing tribe and the valiant efforts of Xian Yo and Xian Ling, it would not have been far-fetched for the Black Wolf tribe to face expulsion today. Xian Yo stated earnestly, the corpses of the ant beasts are merely resources for us, yet they are one of the critical factors for the Black Wolf tribe's survival in Xishan. They require these resources more than we do to nurture new warriors. You should understand the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Indeed, our human tribes are riddled with many grievances, but in certain matters, we must unite. This is the fundamental essence of our existence in this vast wasteland. He continued, most importantly, this war has revealed the strength of the Xianing tribe to both the Black Wolf and Giant Rock tribes. The Black Wolf tribe has already submitted to us, willing to acknowledge the Xianing tribe as their leader. As for the Giant Rock tribe, once Yin Kuei returns to report the situation, they too will likely follow suit. A smile graced Xian Yo's face as he proclaimed, this is the true reason the Xianing tribe is willing to offer such substantial benefits. Feng Xian was taken aback. Although the Black Wolf and Giant Rock tribes had previously hinted at their allegiance to the Xianing tribe, they had never formally stated their stance. Should the Giant Rock tribe also choose to submit to the Xianing tribe after this, the three tribes would indeed be truly bound together, with the Xianing tribe at the helm. This would mean that the Black Wolf and Giant Rock tribes would not only need to offer a yearly tribute of resources to the Xianing tribe, but would also have to heed their commands when deemed reasonable. However, in turn, the Xianing tribe would need to ensure the survival of the two tribes, as it would be unreasonable to remain indifferent while witnessing their suffering. Feng Xian sighed. It appears that the recent assault by the Black Horn Ant clan has instilled a profound sense of crisis in both tribes. The Black Wolf tribe once considered challenging the status of the Xianing tribe, yet they have unexpectedly chosen to submit. Xianyo nodded in agreement. It is all merely for the sake of survival. I privately allocated 30% of the blood essence honey to the Black Wolf tribe. I believe that Wolfie will be able to break through to the blood chi stage with this. Feng Xian exclaimed, Uncle Daniel, what if Wolfie breaks through to the blood chi stage and harbors other intentions? Xianyo waved his hand to interrupt. I understand your concerns. Let us not forget that I am also on the verge of breaking through to the blood chi stage. Even if I do not succeed, Wolfie would not be my match. Strength varies even within the same stage. Do not think that our difficulties against the Black Crystal Ant King imply my weakness. That creature is at the pinnacle of the late stage of breath regulation, just a step away from the peak of that realm. Furthermore, insect beasts of the same stage are inherently more challenging to deal with. This creature has awakened numerous innate abilities. Had it not been for your assistance in the end, even a true peak blood chi stage martial artist would find it difficult to contend with the Black Crystal Ant King. Moreover, that very creature was the crux of the Black Wolf tribe's calamity. A treasure we obtained through our combined efforts with Wolf Jun.it would be unseemly for us to consume it alone. Upon hearing Uncle Dania's analysis, Feng Xian understood why he held such confidence. Xianyo could be considered a straightforward man. Or perhaps it was the character of the entire Xian clan at it was precisely this disposition that allowed the Feng clan to live in peace within the Xianing tribe. Xianyo continued, additionally, the Black Wolf tribe is severely weakened. Their self-preservation capabilities have drastically diminished. Without formidable strength to protect themselves, we cannot offer constant support to the Black Wolf tribe, which would not bode well for us. Feng Xian nodded in comprehension. The Black Wolf tribe was now significantly weakened, with even Wolf Jun of the Hidden Veins realm having fallen. The tribe's totem required replenishing of its soul power. Without sufficient deterrence, it was likely they could not sustain themselves in the future. Although they were forming a formal alliance, the Xianing tribe was not a caretaker for the Black Wolf tribe. To assume such a role would merely burden themselves unnecessarily. The Xian clan was generous and forthright, but not foolish, and in the courtyard of the Feng clan, Feng Xian was diligently practicing the wind blade technique. As he whirled, dark streams of light danced around him, and the leaves that passed by him were silently cleaved into two. This was now half a month after his return from the Black Wolf tribe. Due to significant damage sustained by his blood-patterned blade during battle, he contemplated forging a new weapon. Upon learning of Feng Xian's intentions, Xianyo provided a leg from the Black Crystal Ant King to be forged into a long blade over 3 feet long, which he presented to Feng Xian. This long blade, entirely black, was crafted from the sharpest forelimb of the Black Crystal Ant King. The blade's edge was so keen that a single leaf could be effortlessly severed in silence, its sharpness surpassing that of the blood-patterned blade. The hilt was made from the horn of a breath regulation realm beast, providing a smooth and resilient grip. The entire forging process was personally overseen by Elder Wu, who also inscribed it with spiritual runes. This not only fortified the blade, but also enhanced its sharpness during use, significantly amplifying its lethality against foes. Furthermore, Elder Wu tailored the runes to complement Feng Xian's strengths, bestowing it with wind-related runes that would increase the speed of his strikes, making his wind blade technique appear even more ethereal and elusive. This was a true weapon of war, unlike the blood-patterned blade, which was merely a pseudo-weapon fashioned from the limbs of a savage beast without true spiritual enhancement. Even an average martial artist of the Hidden Veins realm would covet such a weapon. Feng Xian's numerous contributions largely facilitated the crafting of this weapon, which he named Black Crystal. With this battle blade, Feng Xian felt confident that he could contend even against 2 peak awakened savage beasts simultaneously. He was even assured that he could withstand a true breath regulation realm savage beast for a brief time. Such was the enhancement provided by this formidable weapon. As Feng Xian immersed himself in his training, he suddenly paused, brow furrowed, sensing a distinct shift in the atmosphere. Turning his gaze in a particular direction, he was suddenly met with a raucous laughter echoing throughout the Xianing mountain. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Feng Xian, astonished, recognized the voice to belong to Uncle Daniel. What could possibly bring such joy to him? Could it be Suddenly, a thought struck Feng Xian, and his expression brightened as he quickly rose and hurried towards the martial arts hall. Chapter 51. The spirited Uncle Danyu. Upon arriving at the martial arts hall, Feng Xian found a considerable gathering of people, primarily clan members residing nearby, and even spotted Xianing Shaoqi curiously circling above. This inquisitive creature, always eager for excitement, had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, eyeing the crowd. Feng Xian noticed the Grand Elder and the Second Elder standing at the forefront, engaged in lively conversation. Xian Shi stood by, arms crossed and expression composed, nodding slightly at Feng Xian as he approached. Feng Xian did not see Ling Shu, likely off to the Lishang tribe to complete a trade. The Xianing tribe had acquired a substantial number of ant beast corpses and needed to make good use of them, exchanging them for necessary resources at Lishang, the entrance of the inner courtyard of the martial arts hall. Two warriors stood guard, both loyal attendants of Uncle Danyu who often taught martial arts there. Several children who had been playing nearby were curiously gazing into the inner courtyard, puzzled as to why the usually fierce Uncle Danyu appeared so jubilant today. Yet none dared to sneak inside. Among the onlooking children, a little boy named Xiao Hu, wearing a red belly band, was scanning the area. Upon noticing Feng Xian, his eyes lit up, and he abandoned his other companions to run excitedly towards him. "Brother Feng Xian, you're here too?" exclaimed Xiao Hu joyfully. "Wawaya." The little one in the red belly band reached out his tiny hands toward Feng Xian, babbling excitedly. Having been engrossed in training recently, Feng Xian had not spent time playing with these children for quite a while. Seeing him now, Xiao Hu was naturally elated. Feng Xian smiled and gently ruffled Xiao Hu's hair, taking the little one in the red belly band into his arms. Playfully pinching his cheeks and teasing him, provoking the child to whine in displeasure. Suddenly, the baby clamped down his tiny teeth onto Feng Xian's finger, refusing to let go. Feng Xian shook his hand gently, but it did not budge. Not wanting to use too much force for fear of hurting the little one, he reluctantly conceded, allowing the child to continue biting. He smiled at Xiao Hu and asked, "Have you been playing here all day?" Little Tiger, astute as he was, understood the implication behind Feng Xian's inquiry and spoke directly. "Today, we were supposed to listen to Uncle Danyu tell stories. But the two clan uncles informed us that Uncle Danyu had pressing matters to attend to, and told us to entertain ourselves. They even frowned in dissatisfaction at the thought of anyone else entering. The entertainment activities within the Xianing tribe were scarce. Aside from chasing dogs, herding chickens, foraging for bird nests, catching insects, brawling, and feeding the Xianing, the tribe's children most cherished the tales spun by the clan uncles. The most beloved stories were those recounting the unvarnished battles with various beasts. Occasionally, when the mood struck, even the shaman would regale them with ancient myths, such as the legendary archer Yi shooting down 9 suns, or the existence of a divine palace within the luminous moon where celestial maidens resided. However, Feng Xian was acutely aware that these narratives were merely designed to pique the children's curiosity. In truth, they served primarily to instill the combat experiences against the beasts encountered beyond the tribe's borders. Moreover, they would craft wooden sculptures of the beasts to provide the children with a more vivid impression when narrating these combat scenes. Feng Xian, too, had gleaned considerable knowledge about the various beasts from these experiences. As for those myths, he regarded them merely as fanciful tales. After all, where could one find such extraordinary humans capable of shooting down the suns? The thought itself was preposterous. If the suns were to fall, could the world as we know it endure? Furthermore, it was said that in ancient times, there existed 10 suns in the sky, yet even now, 3 suns still traverse the heavens. Thus, it was clear that such tales were mere fabrications, passed down through generations of humanity as entertaining anecdotes. Pondering this, Feng Xian mused, could it be that Uncle Danyu has truly ascended to the blood qi stage? It had only been half a month since he returned from the Black Wolf tribe, and the effects of the blood essence honey were astonishing. Just as the crowd outside waited in anticipation, the heavy doors of the training hall creaked open. The onlookers beheld Xian Yo emerging, his countenance aglow with vigor, radiating an intense heat akin to that of a furnace. Even from dozens of meters away, the spectators could feel a profound sense of pressure emanating from him. Feng Xian's pupils constricted. This aura was certainly not one that could be produced by a mere refined organ stage. Only the rumored blood qi stage could exude such a fervent vitality. Xian Yo, upon seeing the throng gathered outside the training hall, was not taken aback. He recognized that his own exuberance had drawn their curiosity. With a warm smile, Xian Yo beckoned everyone to a spacious area littered with scattered boulders, where the rocks were mostly exposed above the ground. He intended to test the extent of his newly acquired strength. After signaling for everyone to keep their distance, Xian Yo closed his eyes, seeking to awaken the sensation of his blood qi. Suddenly, a vivid crimson aura began to envelop him, emanating a soft sanguine mist around his body. Abruptly opening his eyes, he unleashed a powerful punch towards a boulder approximately 10 meters away. The once dispersed blood qi surged forth, coalescing into a blood-red fist imprint the size of a grinding stone that hurtled towards the boulder. Bang! Shards of stone erupted as the boulder was struck, creating a crater about half a meter in diameter at the point of impact, with cracks spiderwebbing outward. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This was the sheer might of a strike from such a distance. They could tell that Xian Yo had not exerted his full strength, but had merely delivered a casual blow. Xian Yo himself was astonished. This was already comparable to his previous ordinary strikes in close quarters. Clearly, the blood qi stage was indeed extraordinary. Noticing the eager gazes of the crowd, he understood what they wished to witness. The external manifestation of blood qi was merely a fundamental ability of the blood qi stage. What truly caused the surge in power was the special ability known as the blood qi incarnation. This was the capability that everyone longed to behold, for the Xianing tribe had not seen a practitioner of the blood qi stage in nearly a century, and many had only heard of this ability without ever witnessing it firsthand. With a slight grin, Xian Yo instinctively summoned his blood qi, which began to rise fervently around him. Under the gathering of blood qi, a towering crimson humanoid silhouette manifested above him, standing 2 zhang tall. As the blood qi incarnation took form, Xian Yo's complexion paled slightly, indicating that this ability consumed a significant amount of vitality, being an extreme method of external manifestation that could not be wielded at will. Sensing his own power, he gestured for the crowd to retreat 100 meters back, while the massive blood qi incarnation mirrored his every movement. Recalling the moment he struck down the black crystal ant king, he suddenly shouted and leaped into the air, aiming a devastating blow at the boulder. Mountain-crushing strike, he bellowed. The ground trembled beneath them, causing some to nearly lose their footing, and the air resonated with a thunderous roar. Several stones were propelled 100 meters away, landing near the spectators, prompting some of the more skilled warriors to leap forward and shield the tribe's children, deflecting the falling debris. Meanwhile, the small creature Shaoqi fluttered anxiously above, clearly startled by the commotion. Although it suffered no harm, the overwhelming force instilled a deep sense of fear within it. As the dust settled, Xian Yo stood proudly amidst the chaos. However, the 2-meter boulder where he had struck had been reduced to a cloud of debris and powder, and the ground within a 10-meter radius had collapsed nearly a meter deep, resembling a spiderweb of fissures. From above, one could discern that the resulting crater subtly resembled the shape of a colossal fist. Hiss! Even Feng Xian, who had previously witnessed Xian Yo's strike against the Ant King and was somewhat prepared, couldn't help but gasp in awe alongside the crowd. Chapter 52. Blood Qi Incarnation. Xian Yo stood at the center of the massive pit, silently contemplating the transformation of his strength. He lifted his gaze to survey the surrounding devastation, a hint of dazed disbelief crossing his face. In the past, even with his full power unleashed, he could not have caused such widespread destruction. Now, merely having broken through to the blood qi stage, he possessed such formidable capabilities. Although the blood essence honey contributed significantly, preventing any depletion of vitality that would require replenishment, his current state was not one of absolute peak condition. Xian Yo then comprehended the true might of the blood qi stage. While he had previously managed to contend with some practitioners of the blood qi stage through sheer brute strength and formidable physical prowess, truly defeating them remained an arduous task. Of course, he understood that this was also related to his innate vigor and the fact that he had utilized the exceedingly rare blood essence honey to aid his breakthrough, resulting in no loss of vitality and allowing him to emerge nearly at full strength. Typically, a practitioner of the blood qi stage, upon breaking through, would be fortunate to condense a blood qi incarnation around 1 zhang in height. Yet he had achieved a 2 zhang incarnation, rivaling the legendary few prodigies who could reach 3 zhang. In truth, The term incarnation was merely a marketing embellishment for this ability. It was simply a method of externalizing blood qi through instinctive condensation. A true incarnation would possess a tangible presence, capable of engaging in battle with titanic beasts of the wilderness, possessing legendary means to grasp mountains or divert rivers, and even plucking stars from the heavens to reverse the cosmos, a power akin to that of deities. The true name of this ability should be blood qi apparition. Although it lacks a physical form when not in use, it can be generated through the condensation of blood qi, inflicting tremendous damage when battling colossal beasts. The external manifestation of blood qi also serves as a potent weapon. However, many believed blood qi apparition lacked a certain gravitas, hence the more grandiose term blood qi incarnation was adopted, though some regions still refer to it as blood qi apparition. Xian You's strength had indeed surged dramatically. He was confident that should he face the Black Crystal Ant King in single combat once more, barring any unforeseen tactics from it, he would surely be able to vanquish it within the span of a single incense stick. This was the confidence of Xian You. Yet, if he could not achieve victory within that time frame, his vitality would not suffice to maintain the existence of the blood qi apparition. It was akin to a boiling blood state that could not be sustained for long, as it consumed his vitality to fuel the combustion. Having gained a rudimentary understanding of himself and the blood qi stage, Xian You ceased his attempts. Under his command, the surrounding blood qi gradually receded back into his body, and the blood qi incarnation above him slowly dissipated. Xian You leaped back to the ground and approached the crowd. Ha ha, our Xianing tribe finally boasts a master of the blood qi stage. We are now among the most elite of the smaller tribes in the entire Qishan indeed. Only by possessing a practitioner of the blood qi stage can a tribe truly wield influence. Even the Lisheng tribe will treat us with respect and not dare to be dismissive. Our chief already possesses the strength to contend with blood qi practitioners. Now, he will surely be even more formidable. Let's see if those ruffians from the Jug tribe dare to act arrogantly in our presence again. Next time, we shall leave them utterly astonished. Indeed, they merely possess a leader of the giant owl tribe, who has persistently clung to this matter in the past. However, their leader was previously no match for the Qinghua leader, having been suppressed by the latter's mastery of the refining internal energy realm. After the demise of the Qinghua leader, they mistakenly believed that my Xianying tribe no longer had anyone capable of contesting them. They have continually encroached upon our territory for harvesting the bone-forging grass, deliberately seeking to embarrass my Xianying tribe. Yet, they have once again been subdued by our great leader, who has reached the refining internal energy stage. Ha ha. Speaking of this, the giant owl leader is indeed unfortunate. With our great leader's recent breakthrough, defeating him will be even more effortless. Naturally, the Grand Elder and others did not hinder the lively discussions and laughter among the crowd, as this was indeed the reality. The giant owl tribe is a relatively small human tribe located 100 miles away from the Xianying tribe. Logically, given the considerable distance between the two tribes, conflict should not arise. However, the guardian spirit beast of this tribe is the giant owl, a fierce bird that also resides in the skies. Although the individual strength of the giant owl is relatively inferior to that of the Xianying, their numbers far exceed ours, boasting over 30 giant owls within their ranks. Being fellow aerial beasts, the bone-forging grass, which is difficult for others to gather, has naturally become a target for the giant owl tribe. This grass not only enhances the tribe's strength, but is also a highly sought-after hard currency in trade with the Lisheng tribe. Both tribes maintain their own shops in the Lisheng tribe, which has become a primary reason for the conflicts between them. In truth, the cliffs of Qishan are numerous, almost countless, but given the strength of both tribes, they primarily utilize the surrounding cliffs, wary of venturing into unknown and perilous areas for gathering. Thus, the number of cliffs suitable for collecting bone-forging grass is relatively limited. Both parties naturally wish to gather herbs in a safer manner, reluctant to explore other cliffs that not only pose great dangers but are also far from their territories. Consequently, hunting teams from both tribes frequently encounter one another, leading to inevitable conflicts. The warriors on both sides not only harbor mutual disdain, but even their respective guardian spirit beasts are at odds. Although the Xianying possesses greater strength, they struggle against the greater numbers of the giant owls, often suffering losses, with their feathers ruffled and patches of baldness appearing on their bodies. The animosity between them is even more pronounced than that between the two tribes. Were it not for the restraint imposed by both sides, they would surely engage in a life-and-death struggle. Despite the mutual dislike and frequent violent confrontations over gathering points, both tribes maintain a sense of restraint, rarely resorting to lethal force, as that would engender an unending grudge. Essentially, conflicts arise annually. Whenever the season for harvesting bone-forging grass arrives, they often engage in contests to determine their fates based on strength, with the leaders of both tribes acting as their respective supports. Last year, Xianyo even arranged a duel with the giant owl leader, which ultimately resulted in neither side gaining the upper hand, as their strengths were not significantly disparate. After all, it was impossible to employ lethal force, for that would alter the nature of their conflict entirely. As Xianyo approached, the towering Grand Elder directly inquired, "How do you feel?" A smile of uncontainable joy adorned Xianyo's face. This had been a lingering concern for him over the years. He had once been a proud and ambitious genius, breaking through to the refining internal energy realm before the age of 20, yet now, having surpassed 40, he had yet to ascend to the blood chi stage, having squandered half his life and missed the prime years for cultivation. This predicament reflects the reality faced by most martial artists among humanity. The shackles of realm advancement are eternally the hardest to break free from. Even the most gifted talents, if unable to overcome these constraints, can only fade into obscurity. This has become a lingering ailment for Xianyo, whose thoughts of it weigh heavily on his mind, akin to a heart demon that renders breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Today, however, with his breakthrough, his excitement is undeniably palpable. "I feel fantastic, perhaps better than ever." Xianyo clenched his fists, affirming as he felt the surge of power within him. The Grand Elder, feeling reassured, understood the source of his son's turmoil but knew there was no remedy. It was a journey he must undertake alone. The Grand Elder, being a formidable figure himself in the refining internal energy realm, understood the immense difficulty of breaking through to the blood chi stage. He had not achieved it before his own vitality began to wane. Now, even if presented with an opportunity, he would not dare attempt to break through, as the consumption of his life force could lead to his immediate downfall. However, Xianyo is a rare talent of the Xianying tribe, rivaling the current Xian Shi. If one counts the innate strength he possesses, he may even surpass him. With this breakthrough, he can extend the duration of his blood chi, effectively halting the natural depletion of his internal vitality. Even when he reaches the age of the Grand Elder, he can still maintain his peak power. Each martial artist who breaks through to the blood chi stage can expect their lifespan to be extended by at least 30 years compared to ordinary practitioners of the refining internal energy realm. The tribe is flourishing increasingly, not only with Elder Wu's presence, but also with the contributions of Xianyo and Xinling Qingmu, stands on the verge of a breakthrough to the refining internal energy realm. Among the new generation, talents like Xianyi, Xian Tuo, and Xian Shi shine, with Feng Xian even earning Elder Wu's admiration, being described as a hidden dragon in shallow waters. Though the Grand Elder may not fully grasp the depth of this sentiment, he understands that Elder Wu is a seasoned elder who has witnessed much in the world. His words carry weight and cannot be mistaken. Chapter 53. Tea tasting in the courtyard outside the Hall of Ancestors. Feng Xian sat opposite Elder Wu, with a small copper furnace billowing steam between them, the tea within bubbling away. The brewing of copper furnace tea is a cherished pastime among the elders of the Xianying tribe. As their vitality gradually wanes, they are no longer suited for excessive martial training, unlike the youth who can enhance their strength and fortify their bodies. Overexertion would only accelerate the consumption of their life force, hastening their aging process. Thus, they can only occasionally practice martial arts to avoid becoming rusty. Speaking of this copper furnace tea, it was initially popularized by Elder Wu, leading other elders to follow suit, creating their own copper or iron furnaces to mimic the practice. They found it to be a delightful way to pass the time during leisure. However, the copper furnaces they use are not made of bronze but rather ordinary copper. Unbeknownst to them, while they successfully imitated the furnace, the tea leaves used hold significant importance. The tea Elder Wu drinks is the Sankei tea, a variety he brought back from the sacred land many years ago. This tea tree is of medicinal quality, growing exceedingly slowly in the energy-depleted corners of Qishan. Lacking nutrient-rich resources, Elder Wu must regularly nurture this delicate Sankei tea with his spiritual power. Even then, the yield is meager, and he only indulges in it on rare occasions. Sharing it with others is out of the question, as it is truly his lifeblood. The elders of the tribe consume the more common spring vine tea, which is quite pleasant, capable of withstanding multiple infusions and possessing a rich flavor, albeit merely quenching thirst. Nevertheless, for the tribe's elders, this suffices, as they merely seek to occupy their time in the company of friends. The longer the Sankei tea is brewed, the more aromatic it becomes. With each sip, one can gradually sense the lingering, rich flavor dancing upon the palate. Moreover, as a medicinal tea, it is said to promote longevity with prolonged consumption. A truly coveted treasure. Elder Wu stumbled upon this precious tea seed years ago. Feng Xian initially approached Elder Wu to discuss the matter of blood glue oil but fortuitously found him brewing tea, prompting him to shamelessly request a bowl for himself. After spending considerable time learning under Elder Wu, he was well aware of the existence of this treasured tea, but the elder guarded it closely and rarely shared it. Thus, he had never had the opportunity to taste this prized spiritual tea. The clear Sankei tea swirled within the brown bowl, and even the faint aroma wafting upward was enough to envelop Feng Xian in comfort and intoxication. Once the tea cooled slightly, he lifted the bowl and took a delicate sip, mimicking Elder Wu, despite his lack of knowledge in tea appreciation. The tea was still somewhat hot upon entry, but he soon felt it spreading across his tongue, filling his mouth with a gentle sweetness. The subtle fragrance of the tea enveloped him, growing richer with each passing moment, transforming every breath into a delightful experience. After finishing the bowl of tea, Feng Xian even felt a slight perspiration forming on his back. This phenomenon greatly intrigued him. With his current physique, he wouldn't even break a sweat after jogging around Xianing Mountain for half an incense stick. Truly, it is no wonder that this is a medicinal-grade spiritual tea. Its effects are astonishing. Seeing Feng Xian's involuntary gestures of awe as he instinctively rubbed his back, Elder Wu couldn't help but chuckle and scold. Drinking tea like a monkey, are you? Hee hee. Feng Xian's cheeks flushed slightly as he chuckled awkwardly, his curiosity prompting an action that was indeed somewhat impolite. All right, having sipped the tea, do share what it is that you seek from me. Elder Wu inquired, setting down his teacup and stroking his beard with a smile. Seeing that the conversation was steering towards the main topic, Feng Xian straightened his posture, retrieving a piece of animal hide containing the already transcribed formula for blood glue oil from his bosom. He pushed the hide towards Elder Wu, saying, "Please take a look at this." Elder Wu raised an eyebrow and picked up the hide, scrutinizing it intently. The more he examined it, the more serious his previously calm expression became. After reading it carefully a second time, he closed his eyes in contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. "This is a formula for a body-tempering secret medicine at the skin refinement stage, isn't it? Where did you acquire this?" Feng Xian had come with the intention of elaborating on this matter with Elder Wu. It was evident that those familiar with him in the tribe could discern the changes he had undergone, which was an undeniable fact that could not be concealed. It was better to acknowledge it openly, though he needed to gauge how much of his secrets he would reveal. Collecting his thoughts, Feng Xian replied, "Elder Wu, I obtained this formula from a treasure. Yet this treasure is not a tangible object. It has merged with my soul, giving me a sensation akin to, what is mentioned in ancient texts. A legacy?" As Feng Xian spoke of the treasure merging with his soul, Elder Wu's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately rose, unleashing a formidable wave of shamanic soul power to survey the surroundings within a 1,000-meter radius. Fortunately, his probing revealed that only the sentinel guards outside the shrine remained vigilant, and Xian Shuang had yet to arrive at the shrine today, with no other signs of life present. Elder Wu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Internally chiding himself for being overly sensitive, it was not entirely unwarranted, however, for the revelation from Feng Xian had left him profoundly astonished. Feng Xian, too, sensed the fluctuations of Elder Wu's soul power. The overwhelming pressure from the elder's formidable soul energy was unmistakable. Even to one of Feng Xian's own caliber. Startled by Elder Wu's reaction, Feng Xian found himself at a loss for words, his next utterance caught in his throat. He had encountered the shaman of the Black Wolf tribe before, and in his estimation, the reports of the Black Wolf shaman, reputed to be at the pinnacle of the shamanic realm, had a soul power that was less than a third of his own. Feng Xian held an unwavering confidence in the strength of his own soul. Even a luminous soul shaman, while potentially superior in essence, could not match Feng Xian in sheer intensity, a confidence he had gained from years of absorbing the essence of souls. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he felt the overwhelming force of Elder Wu's soul energy, which far surpassed his own, akin to an imposing mountain, definitely not the presence of a mere luminous realm shaman. What puzzled Feng Xian was that he sensed something peculiar about Elder Wu's soul aura, as if it were akin to a jade stone marred with impurities. This sensation was fleeting, and he chose not to dwell on it further. He recognized that such inquiries were beyond his current capacity. Nonetheless, he made a mental note of the matter. Noticing his lapse in composure, Elder Wu, feeling slightly more at ease in the absence of any external threats, slowly sat down. He poured himself a cup of hot tea from the copper kettle, swirling it gently in his hands to allow it to cool naturally. He cast a soundproof barrier with ease and fixed his gaze upon Feng Xian. Speaking slowly, "Do you realize that had an outsider overheard what you just said about that treasure, even a warrior at the concealed essence stage or a shaman at the white shaman stage would immediately take action against you, imprisoning you and employing every conceivable means to extract this treasure from your soul. Even if you concealed it deeply, they would resort to coercing your loved ones or those around you. With even the slightest hope of success, they would go to great lengths to extinguish your soul to claim that treasure, and afterward, they would eliminate anyone you had come into contact with to prevent any leaks of this information." Elder Wu's words were chilling, uttered in a calm tone that sent shivers down Feng Xian's spine. He had not anticipated that merely mentioning a treasure intertwined with his soul would provoke such a grave warning from Elder Wu. Feng Xian, his throat dry, poured himself a cup of hot tea, disregarding its scalding temperature and gulping it down. So warrior at the boiling blood stage, he was unperturbed by such heat, even if it posed a risk to his sensitive throat. The searing tea seemed to dispel the inexplicable chill that had enveloped him. "Elder Wu, what is the reason for this?" Feng Xian inquired hoarsely. Elder Wu, having regained his composure, took a sip from his teacup and replied, "Any treasure that involves the soul, if crafted postnatally, can only be produced by shamanic practitioners of the white shaman stage or higher among our human race, as well as the Soul Clan, one of the ancient 10 races that has long been exterminated. The Soul Clan, needless to say, has been extinct for millennia. Among our human race, the totem pillar is the most representative artifact. However, its function is to harbor beast souls and command them in battle. And it cannot directly incorporate a soul. To create a treasure that can merge with the soul, at least a legendary black shaman practitioner is required." At this point, Elder Wu fixed a penetrating gaze upon Feng Xian. "Do you know what the black shaman stage represents?" Feng Xian, confused, looked at Elder Wu with questioning eyes. Without waiting for a response, Elder Wu continued, "It is said that there are deities in this world, and their wrath can wither countless bones. This is the reverence all beings hold for the might of the divine. Here, the term deity often refers to the fourth great realm of the martial arts system, the giant spirit realm. The true law body is precisely the innate divine ability of the giant spirit realm. This law body is not akin to the blood chi phantoms of your uncle Dainyu. You will come to understand this in time. Just remember, every practitioner of the giant spirit realm is akin to a deity walking upon the earth. The power of a deity on earth, should they choose to obliterate my Xian Eagle Mountain, could do so with a mere gesture, reducing it to rubble without question. The capability of such a deity is beyond doubt. A law body of 1,000 zhong can shift mountains and fill seas with a wave of their hand." Elder Wu paused before continuing, "And a black shaman practitioner is a being that even those deities would regard with trepidation and fear, for they can manipulate souls, playing with the very essence of life and death. Each one of them is nearly invincible among their peers, which is the foundation and support of our human race. Treasures that can merge with souls can only be crafted by these shamanic practitioners who instill fear even in the divine. Similarly, if it is not a postnatally crafted soul treasure, but rather a natural phenomenon born of heaven and earth that relates to the soul, its value would be even greater." Feng Xian was utterly stunned. This being his first encounter with such extensive knowledge, the implications of Elder Wu's words left him momentarily speechless. He was aware of the ancient 10 races, including the Soul Clan, but had no inkling that the Soul Clan had been exterminated. Who could have eradicated one of the 10 ancient races? The fourth great realm of martial arts could indeed be referred to as a deity. and that the black shaman stage followed the white shaman stage, with black shamans being entities that even deities and myriad races feared. Could it be that his bronze space was a treasure left behind by a black shaman? A multitude of questions flooded Feng Xian's mind, and he finally comprehended why he had an instinctual reluctance to divulge information about the bronze space. Such entanglements were far too significant. Elder Wu observed Feng Xian's dazed demeanor and inwardly relished the moment. He had also been taken aback by the revelations from this impudent youth. Had it not been for his long-standing acquaintance with Feng Xian and his connections within the tribe, Elder Wu might not have been able to suppress the urge to seize such treasure for himself. Breaking Feng Xian from his stupor, Elder Wu continued, "The reason I share this with you is to impress upon you the gravity of what you possess. Once you leave this shrine, refrain from mentioning this matter to anyone. Not even to Xin Yo or Xin Ling should anyone question your peculiarities, attribute it to me, but do not bring up this subject again." Feng Xian nodded in understanding. Given the weight of Elder Wu's words, any further ignorance on his part would be sheer folly. Elder Wu, holding the animal hide scroll, suddenly wore a peculiar expression. Why did this so-called formula for blood glue oil resemble the beast glue oil he had previously given to Feng Xian so closely? With merely a few additional ingredients and slight variations in the preparation method? Seeing Elder Wu's fluctuating demeanor as he scrutinized the hide, Feng Xian decided to abandon all pretense. After all, Elder Wu already had a basic understanding of his situation, and any small tricks would be futile before such a cunning old fox. Elder Wu, this blood glue oil is derived from the treasure I obtained, capable of enhancing the original absorption rate of medicinal properties from 30% to approximately 60%, significantly reducing the time required for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Elder Wu's expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed, he had not misjudged the matter. This was the more potent secret medicine formula derived from his beast glue oil. The Elder Wu glanced at the beast skin with astonishment and exclaimed, "Ah, this effect rivals the treasured formulas of body-forging elixirs cherished by the great tribes. It seems that the treasure you possess is indeed a legacy specifically for the derivation of secret potions. This strongly suggests that it was left behind by a formidable black sorcerer skilled in alchemy. Sorcerers are inherently adept at derivation and research. Such a treasure is remarkable. While it may not directly enhance your combat prowess, it will undoubtedly benefit your future cultivation. Quite impressive." The Elder Wu confidently analyzed, completely oblivious to the increasingly peculiar expression on Feng Xian's face. Feng Xian, witnessing the Elder's self-assured analysis and occasional nods of admiration, swallowed the remaining words back into his throat. "Never mind, let it be so. After all, my primary intention is to inform the Elder about the potion formulas, contributing to the tribe's enrichment." Feng Xian truly dared not provoke the Elder any further. He sensed that perhaps his bronze scroll was not as simple as it appeared, for it was a treasure capable of deriving even cultivation techniques, and it possessed the ability to purify soul essence, allowing him to gradually absorb it without any conscious effort. He did not need to deliberately meditate to enhance his soul power. He merely needed to periodically harvest the souls of ferocious beasts. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Xian finally spoke, "Elder Wu, I believe I can provide more formulas in the future, but the derivation process requires considerable time and can only be based on my own cultivation level and understanding. I need more books that record various types of knowledge, and there are limitations on cultivation and comprehension. Indeed, this will further cultivate a sorcerer's abilities. It seems to be a legacy from a remarkably composed black sorcerer." "So thoughtful," Elder Wu sighed, shaking his head in admiration. Feng Xian looked speechlessly at the elderly man with white hair as he rambled on, internally lamenting. Why had I never noticed the Elder's rich imagination before? Seizing the opportunity, Feng Xian discreetly gulped down a few bowls of tea. Yes, he sensed the Elder's gaze returning with an ominous air. He swiftly took his leave. As soon as Feng Xian departed, Elder Wu slumped into a rattan chair, gazing at the sky with a sense of melancholy. Who can tell whether this is a blessing or a curse? Feng Xian stood outside the ritual sorcerer hall, looking up at the heavens, contemplating what he still lacked given his current strength. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he hurried toward the martial arts hall. Chapter 55. Sparring, what did you say? You wish to spar with me? In the main seat of the martial arts hall, Xian Yo looked at Feng Xian in astonishment. He was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of blow had this lad suffered to wish to spar with him? Although Xian Yo acknowledged that Feng Xian's strength was commendable, he feared that even a slight exertion on his part might crush the boy, given that he had already broken through to the blood qi stage. Feng Xian glared at the burly uncle before him, thinking to himself, "Who do you look down upon?" Of course, he was well aware that if they truly sparred seriously, he would likely not withstand a single blow from Xian Yo. He vividly remembered the ferocious strike of the blood qi avatar, known as the Shocking Mountain. What I mean is for you to control your strength to that of a typical refining organ stage warrior. I wish to see the current disparity between myself and a practitioner of that caliber, Feng Xian patiently elaborated. Upon hearing this, Xian Yo finally understood, having initially thought the boy had become arrogant after a rapid breakthrough. Unaware of the heaven's vastness, it would be foolish to challenge him, a blood qi stage warrior, while crossing an entire realm. If that were the case, he would need to teach this lad a lesson. Xian Yo sat upright on the stone chair, stroking the stubble on his chin, recalling Feng Xian's displayed strength. Perhaps this little fellow could indeed engage in a spar with an ordinary refining organ stage warrior, provided the latter did not enter the blood qi state. All right, I will indulge you. Wait a moment, Xian Yo said after a brief contemplation, then stepped outside the hall, instructing a warrior on certain matters before returning to the martial arts hall. Let us head to the open space outside the tribe. This area is too confined. That place is more suitable for you to exhibit the full extent of your Feng family's speed. Since we are to spar, you must unleash your utmost strength so I can provide you with a proper evaluation. Xian Yo beckoned to Feng Xian and turned towards the exit. Feng Xian nodded and quickly followed in his footsteps. Soon, the two arrived at a clearing outside the tribe, but a black eagle had also joined them. This creature had encountered them while they were leaving the tribe, constantly wandering about in search of mischief. Shao Qi, by nature curious, assumed that the two were off to hunt in its understanding. This meant fresh beast entrails to devour. It was well aware of Uncle Xian Yo's prowess. The blood qi giant and that ferocious strike had left a lasting impression. A figure of such might going out to hunt surely meant high-grade beast entrails would be on the menu. The thought of such delectable food that required no effort on its part was simply irresistible to Shao Qi. With that thought, its eyes sparkled, and it promptly flapped its wings to follow along. Feng Xian and Xian Yo naturally noticed the little stowaway behind them, but neither paid it any mind. The tribe was well acquainted with Shao Qi's character. It often tagged along with hunting parties without needing an invitation, always eager for fresh entrails, albeit its strength was still somewhat lacking. Here seems good. Unleash your full strength. Do not worry about hurting me, Xian Yo said, removing his outer beast skin cloak and tossing it onto a nearby tree branch. He twisted his head and stretched his limbs, then beckoned to Feng Xian with a casual gesture. Feng Xian nodded slightly, assured that he would not harm Uncle Xian Yo. After all, the elder was a practitioner of earth attributes with formidable physical defenses. Even the black crystal ant king would struggle to inflict injury upon him. By the way, I permit you to use sorceress techniques. I have yet to engage with a sorcerer in battle, so I am curious to see your methods, Xian Yo said, suddenly struck by a thought. His face filled with anticipation. Feng Xian's expression froze momentarily, hesitating at the prospect. He was currently only adept at the soul-piercing technique. What if he inadvertently harmed Uncle Xian Yo's soul consciousness? Such damage was far more troublesome to recover from than physical wounds. Seeing Feng Xian's hesitation, Xian Yo understood his thoughts and spoke directly. You must realize that before reaching the white sorcerer stage, sorcerers are generally weaker than martial practitioners. If your techniques could easily harm me, this notion would not exist. What could I possibly do to you, you little rascal? After pondering this, Feng Xian recognized the truth in his words. Very well, let us begin. As the last syllable fell from his lips, Feng Xian wielded the black crystal blade, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he approached Xian Yo, swinging the blade toward his chest. Xian Yo's gaze sharpened. Such speed was impressive, rivaling that of an ordinary refining organ stage warrior. If he were careless, he could indeed be caught off guard and injured. Xian Yo sidestepped the blow, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at Feng Xian, the force of which howled through the air, distorting it. If Feng Xian were to take this hit head-on, their sparring would be cut short before it even began. However, Feng Xian seemed to have anticipated this, maintaining his momentum. Utilizing the force from his blade strike, he transformed his left hand into an elbow strike, employing the mighty bull tail technique from the bull fist style, landing a preemptive blow to Xian You's chest while simultaneously evading the elder's heavy punch. With a dull thud, the sound of Feng Xian striking Xian You's chest echoed. Yet, instead of feeling elated, Feng Xian's expression changed as he felt as though he had collided with solid iron. His elbow tingled with numbness, a powerful recoil surged from the impact point, prompting Feng Xian to swiftly maneuver his feet and evade Xian You's ensuing assault. "Ah, not bad," Xian You exclaimed in surprise. Just moments ago, Feng Xian's reaction had been swift, as though he had predicted that the initial strike would not connect, secretly building momentum for the elbow strike that hit him. Had an ordinary refining organ stage warrior been caught unawares by such a hit, they would have indeed sustained some damage and faced the follow-up attack from this lad. "Good fellow, come again." The mysterious bull, initially only mildly intrigued, had anticipated a rather dull battle merely intended to assist Feng Xian in assessing his strength. To his surprise, the young man displayed prowess capable of compelling the respect of a master at the level of Yuanzong. Rendering any notion of carelessness unwise, the two soon resumed their fierce combat, each countering the other's moves with utmost precision. Feng Xian held nothing back, launching full-force attacks in every strike. While the mysterious bull refrained from exerting his full strength, he unleashed 30% of his combat power, sufficient to match an ordinary practitioner at the refining Zong stage. However, his own defenses surpassed what a typical warrior at that level could muster. The two engaged in close-quarters combat for nearly the duration of a tea brew. "Show me your swordsmanship and your mastery of witchcraft," the mysterious bull declared, pushing Feng Xian back with a powerful punch. His dissatisfaction evident. Although the lad's martial arts were commendable, particularly for his age, among the most remarkable he had ever witnessed, they still lacked the thrill he sought. If he could not provide surprising revelations through his swordplay, then this exchange of skills would reach its conclusion. He had gleaned enough about the young man's capabilities. Without some unexpected twist, the encounter would become rather tedious. Feng Xian, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, remained silent. He inhaled deeply, gripping his black crystal sword, bending his knees slightly to lower his center of gravity, positioning the blade 3 feet before his brow, its tip aimed directly at the chest of the mysterious bull. An intangible sharpness began to emanate from him. Sword Intent. Chapter 56. The Emergence of Sword Intent. No. This is merely the embryonic form of sword intent. The mysterious bull's pupils dilated in shock. Left momentarily speechless. Was it right to call Feng Xian a prodigy of the Feng lineage? His father had only comprehended such a realm after a prolonged period following his own breakthrough into Yuanzong. And this had made quite a name for him throughout Qiushan. It was precisely this nascent form of sword intent that had enabled Qinghua to engage in battles beyond his level, almost surpassing even the mysterious bull himself at that time. Yet here was this young man, able to manifest it to a degree, albeit somewhat unstable and requiring previous combat to trigger it. Nevertheless, it was astonishing. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the mysterious bull adopted a serious demeanor. To disregard a practitioner who had grasped sword intent, even in its embryonic stage, was an exceedingly foolish act. Every martial artist capable of comprehending such realms was among the elite of humanity, their combat prowess virtually unmatched within their tier. This embryonic sword intent was something Feng Xian had first perceived during his previous sparring with Xian Shi and further refined in the ant nest while fending off a horde of aggressive ants. It was through this sword intent that he had aided Lang Jun in slaying a black crystal ant sentinel, although at that time he could not freely control its release. After countless hours of practice, he had finally managed to wield this sword intent with relative ease, which was one of the trump cards he possessed in daring to challenge those at the Yuanzong stage. With a swift twist of the blade, Feng Xian shot towards the mysterious bull like a startled swan, the sword intent cleaving through the air as if it were slicing the very fabric of space. The fallen leaves beneath them were silently severed into fragments by this intangible sharp aura, second form of the wind blade technique. Splitting wind, in the blink of an eye, Feng Xian had appeared before the mysterious bull. Just as the latter intended to unleash the rolling stone fist to repel him, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head, causing him to halt involuntarily. In that moment of distraction, Feng Xian's black crystal sword cleaved him backwards several meters. The upper half of the mysterious bull's attire was nearly shredded, exposing his robust and powerful muscles, while the ground around him bore the marks of invisible cuts. Witchcraft technique. Soul piercer. Unbeknownst to the mysterious bull, Feng Xian had quietly condensed a soul piercer during his assault, launching it into the bull's consciousness just before closing in. Feng Xian had not fully exerted his power in forming the soul piercer. He merely required a brief interruption of the bull's martial technique to momentarily daze him. Standing firm, Feng Xian's complexion was slightly pale. The instantaneous use of the splitting wind slash combined with the rapid release of the soul piercer had taken a toll on him. After sending the mysterious bull reeling, he chose not to pursue, recognizing that this was merely a spar and not a life-or-death struggle. Moreover, the mysterious bull would likely recover from the effects of the soul piercer swiftly, and advancing at this moment might not yield favorable results. Indeed, before the mysterious bull's body had even touched the ground, he had already regained his balance, fully alert once more. He pressed a hand to his throbbing head, his expression darkening as he surveyed the several cuts across his chest, the deepest having breached his skin and embedded itself into his flesh, leaving a 2-inch-long, 1-finger-deep gash, smooth and accompanied by strands of sword energy that hindered its healing. The mysterious bull bore no anger towards Feng Xian for inflicting injury upon him. Such minor wounds would scab over in a moment, completely heal by the next day, and leave no scar within 3 days. A testament to the formidable regenerative abilities of a practitioner at the blood qi stage. However, the fact that Feng Xian could injure him despite his precautions left him astonished. What realm was he at? And what realm did Feng Xian occupy? Was this the power of witchcraft? Indeed, so cunning. The distant Shaoqi, too, was taken aback by Feng Xian's sword intent, its feathers standing on end in instinctive response. The innate intuition of beasts allowed them to perceive the underlying power of such a presence. Shaoqi seemed to sense that the air itself was laden with sharp blades, hastily flapping its wings to soar higher for a better view of the duel below. Initially, it had merely sought to tag along for some potential gains, but was now captivated by the clash between Feng Xian and the mysterious bull, its excitement mounting as Feng Xian's sword intent emerged, frightening it considerably. The mysterious bull stood in contemplation, finally breaking the silence. Your strength now poses a subtle threat to those who have just broken through to the refining Zong stage. After all, the refining Zong relies primarily on physical martial skills and cannot wield divine powers like beasts. They can only utilize basic perception and attribute abilities unless they possess the rare awakened divine talents like Shi. But such individuals are exceedingly few, so there's no need to dwell on that. If you could enhance your speed and bolster your strength and stamina, I assure you that even an ordinary newly minted refining Zong warrior may not be your match. The capabilities of witch practitioners in combat are truly insidious. Whoever spread the rumor that witch practitioners are weak at the same tier deserves a scathing rebuke. His exclamation was filled with incredulity. How could one at the witch stage so profoundly impact a master at the blood qi stage? No wonder the Black Crystal Ant King had failed to recover even after sustaining a blow from him. The lingering effects of the soul piercer still resonated within him. Feng Xian chuckled sheepishly, Uncle Daigneau, I am different. The old witch said my soul is innately powerful, far surpassing that of ordinary witch practitioners. And my magical abilities are unmatched. He thought to himself that whatever could be attributed to the old witch, he might as well borrow for his own use.